A blonde shinobi walked through the dark noisy streets of Konoha as the rain slowly swathed his body. He kept on walking to his destination, not taking notice of the harsh weather as he was deeply enveloped in thought. He had shouldered an unimaginable burden for the protection of this village. Its populace had shunned and hated him, yet he still yearned to protect them. He had walked to the foot of a mountain which had the faces of the protectors of Konoha carved into them, a monument to the Hokages of Konoha. The dream of becoming Hokage and having his face carved into the monument seemed farther than ever. He looked at the 5 magnificently carved faces before his gaze settled onto the visage of the Sandaime, the first person to acknowledge his existence and show him some form of love. He began to climb without using his chakra and pushed his body to the limits, scaling the mountain with his bare hands yet desperately trying not to lose his grip off the slippery surface. He finally made it to the top and looked back over the village of Konoha. He could see all the lights in the village, from the market streets to training grounds. The rain was relentlessly pouring down. The blonde shinobi looked on admiring the sight, not caring about his drenched state. He walked until he was standing on top of the Yondaime's head, the man who had died protecting this village and sealed a demon within him. He collapsed onto the ground in a sitting position as the exhaustion of his body and the realization of his situation dawned on him. He had lived a life that no child should have to live, yet his experiences taught him wisdom which few people had. He closed his eyes to reminisce. Flashback. A boy of 12 walked into the Hokage's office and looked at the old man sitting behind his desk. He had just learned that he was the container for the demon Kyuubi which attacked the village 12 years ago. "Ah, Naruto-kun, please have a seat." Naruto complied with his request and sat down before hesitantly asking something which he desperately needed to know the answer to, yet he was afraid as to what it might be. He was staring into the eyes of the man who had made his life somewhat bearable and shown him love. "Sandaime Jiji, do you hate me for what I am?" The Hokage looked at the boy's eyes full of remorse and hurt before he got up and motioned for the boy to follow. The blonde-haired child followed him, hurting from the lack of an answer. They walked to the back of the Hokage tower until they were on a large balcony foreseeing the monument to the Hokages. "Naruto, do you know who these people were?" He looked at the old man dubiously before he voiced his reply. Of course, they were the Hokages of Konoha, those who had respect and recognition. The Sandaime looked at the boy. "Being Hokage earns you respect and recognition, but it also means that you must protect what you hold precious with every fiber of your being. As a Hokage you shoulder a heavy burden with the task of protecting your village. That is something you hold in common with the Hokages." Naruto looked down, refusing to let any tears escape from his eyes, before the Sandaime continued, "You bear the burden of Kyuubi. Every day you protect Konoha by refusing the demon freedom. You asked whether I hate you." The Sandaime walked over to Naruto until he was directly standing in front of him and placed his hand on his shoulder. "I have always accepted you, Naruto, for what you are, a hero to this village." A huge smile spread across the blonde boy's face before he hugged the old man who was like a grandfather to him. End flashback. Naruto opened his eyes as a single tear trickled down his cheek, quickly mixing with the droplets of rain. He remembered the previous mission he partook in with some of the strongest shinobi in Konoha. The objective was to kill Orochimaru, and for him personally to fulfill a promise that he had made to a friend. The battle was fierce with some unexpected visitors which led to unexpected complications. The team from Konoha consisted of the Rookie 9 along with their previous team leaders, Team Guy, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, and the Godime herself. The battle would have been easier if it had not been for the interruption of 3 S-class criminals part of the organization Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame and Hidan. The mission of the Akatsuki was also to get rid of Orochimaru, however due to the presence of Kyuubi's container another priority was added to the list. Naruto managed to stop Orochimaru from performing the technique required to take over Sasuke's body. However, everything broke out into a small war. Kakashi, the former sensei of Team 7 along with Uchiha Sasuke, engaged Itachi. At first Sasuke refused to have any help in defeating his brother and avenging his clan, however he soon realized that he needed aid in order to survive the deadly force that was Uchiha Itachi. It was a tiring battle with colossal amounts of chakra dispersed, and in the end Sasuke managed to land the final blow to end his brother's life, accomplishing his goal. Team Guy fought Hoshigaki Kisame along with help from Inazuka Kiba and Hyuga Hinata. However, Kisame showed exactly why he was a member of Akatsuki when proving to be a formidable match. Team Guy gave everything they had to defeat their opponent, which left them in near-death states, especially in the case of Maida Guy, who opened several gates in order to kill the sword-wielding warrior. Hidan, who had survived a previous battle with Konoha's forces, which were led by Asuma, unlike his partner Kakuzu who was killed, now had the opportunity for a rematch. His opponents were Asuma and his team along with Yuichi Kurenai and Aburame Shino. The Akatsuki member put up a strong fight, injuring the Konoha nins drastically. However, in the end the numbers game was even too much for him to overcome, which resulted in his ultimate downfall. Sakura engaged a fellow medic nin and Orochimaru's right-hand man Kabuto in one-on-one combat. The fight was on equal parameters and Sakura showed how far she had developed her fighting skills under the tutelage of the Godime. Nonetheless, her brains were the deciding factor in the outcome of the battle, as her quick thinking allowed her an advantage to finish Kabuto off once and for all. Jiraiya and Tsunade fought their former teammate Orochimaru, themselves displaying power worthy of their reputations as dominant forces. However, the two Sanins had difficulty in defeating Orochimaru as they were long past their prime, whereas their former teammate had time on his side. However, Orochimaru's overconfidence led to his downfall and painful death. However, the strongest and most formidable opponent, who was not on the battlefield to begin with, was left to face off against a shocked Naruto due to Orochimaru's Kuchio's Edo Tensai technique, which reincarnated the strongest shinobi to have ever been born into Konoha. The one who had chosen Naruto with the burden of Kyuubi, none other than the Yellow Flash of Konoha himself. The battle was protected by a seal made to prevent any others from interfering. Everybody who had finished their battles except for the Sanins looked on in horror as the emotionless shinobi proved to be too strong for Naruto, quickly pummeling him into the ground and injuring him severely. However, Naruto's desperation made him call upon the power he refused to use, the power of the nine-tailed demon Kyuubi. Naruto underwent a transformation that had never before been witnessed. His body was swallowed in darkness as his face grew longer and canines grew. He howled in pain as six tails of chakra whirled around mercilessly. The transformation left Naruto looking more beast than human as he engaged in the second round of his fight with the Yondaime. The Yellow Flash, however, still managed to put up a fight, quickly hurting the transformed Jinchuriki even more as the transformation took its toll on Naruto's body. The blonde boy of 15 unleashed his final attack on the Yondaime, successfully dispatching the kunai lodged in his neck, which made the Yondaime's form fade, revealing the sound nin used for the sacrifice. Although the battle had been won, the Leaf Shinobi had been injured severely, the worst who was Naruto, as blood sprouted from his beaten body. He was saved from certain death as the Godime worked relentlessly to heal his wounds, refusing to lose another precious person. Her work paid off as Naruto survived the fatal encounter and the shinobi returned to Konoha. It had been 2 weeks since he had recovered, yet the other shinobi involved in the mission needed more time. Sasuke had returned and his punishment was severely reduced as he had helped to stop Orochimaru and killed the S-class missing nin Uchiha Itachi. He was confined to the boundaries of Konoha to prove his loyalty before he would be able to partake in missions outside of the village. Today was the official celebration of the success of the mission as the knowledge of Orochimaru's demise was made public. Everybody was overjoyed and the party was still happening. However, on what should have been a glorious occasion, the rain fell as if the sky were crying. Uzumaki Naruto sighed as he inhaled the soft air surrounding him and looked at the thundering sky full of sorrow. The consequences of the battle had taken its effect on all the shinobi involved, however the price Naruto had to pay was the ultimate sacrifice. He wiped the few stray tears from his face as he refused to give in to his sorrow. "You can come out now, Ero Sennin," Naruto said impassively. Out of the bushes behind him walked out a large man with long white hair and bandages, holding his arm in a sling. The frog hermit Jiraiya looked at his student, trying to figure out his predicament. "How come you're not celebrating with the rest of your friends?" He walked over to his student and sat down next to him before the blonde-haired shinobi replied. "Shouldn't you be asking yourself that same question? I was celebrating until I recognized your absence. You should carry on and not stop just because I wanted to be alone for a while." "That's the problem. Why do you want to be alone? These past couple of days you've seemed less happy." "How would you know? I feel fine." Naruto, your mask may have fooled the others, but I've been around you long enough to understand when you are hurt. Your eyes betray your actions. The teacher and student sat in an uncomfortable silence for a few minutes, enjoying the view in front of them as the wind rushed past them. The frog hermit laughed, resulting in his protege to look at him incredulously. What's so funny? Oh, nothing, it's just that there are so many hot, wet women down there waiting to be stared at, and I'm sitting here with my baka student. I must be getting senile. You passed the point of being senile a long time ago, Ero-sennin. Jiraiya slapped his student across the back of his head. Baka, you should show some respect to your sensei. Naruto looked at the large man before laughing. Arigato, Jiraiya-sensei, for always being there. Jiraiya looked at his student solemnly before a serious expression appeared on his face. Why are you talking like this, Naruto? You once told me that for a shinobi, in every defeat there is victory, for we learn something from our mistakes. The more we kill, the more we lose. What makes us human is we lose the concept of exactly how precious a human life is. You also said that in every victory there is defeat as more blood stains our hands. Naruto rose from his position as he said this and walked away from where he was sitting moments before. While his back was still facing the frog hermit, he continued, I unleashed more Kyuubi chakra than I should have. The transformation left unrecoverable damage. He sighed, this victory resulted in the ultimate cost for me. Jiraiya looked at his student with a shocked face as the realization of what he meant dawned upon him. Naruto turned to look at his mentor, friend and father figure with repressed tears. I'm dying, Ero-sennin. Jiraiya felt as if the weight of the world fell upon him. The death of his former student had a heavy impact on his life and resulted in him leaving the village. He didn't want to experience another one of the people he held precious to lose their life prematurely, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jiraiya got up and walked over to the younger shinobi before giving him a one-armed embrace. The rest of the village of Konoha laughed and danced the night away, unaware of the price one shinobi had to pay as the sky continued throw the rain upon the noisy yet elegant streets of Konoha. The Godime sat at her desk doing the paperwork required of her position contentedly. With the recent victory she felt good enough to do the generally harrowing task. She was still feeling the after effects of the party the night before, with her headache far from gone. However, what she didn't realize was that her day was about to get a lot more interesting with the unusually silent arrival of a certain perverted hermit. Well, isn't this a rare sight? You're actually awake and doing work. Tsunade looked up as a vein began to throb in her forehead. What the hell do you want, pervert? Tsunade looked around to face the Sannin with an angry glint in her eyes. I needed to talk to you about something important. It is concerning Naruto. Tsunade felt the urge to strangle the author of the infamous Ika Ika Paradise Fade while her mind got interested at the mention of Naruto's name. She put her chin on her hands while her elbows rested on her desk before asking a question. Is it to do with why he wasn't at the party yesterday? After all, it is a little bit strange for the most hyperactive ninja to be absent from one of the biggest celebrations this village has had since I became Hokage. Jiraiya walked over to the seat across from her and sat down, making himself comfortable before he voiced his answer. No. He lied with a simple yet firm response. Tsunade sat back. Well, if you say so, but do you know why he was absent? I mean, it's not every day that a super pervert like you gives up the opportunity to see women dancing in drenched clothes. Jiraiya's eyes showed a hint of sadness then pervertedness at the last part of the busty blonde's words as he tried to imagine what he had missed. He quickly shook the thoughts away. Ahem, I was absent because I had some personal business to take care of and Naruto went home to rest as he was tired. Jiraiya hoped that his partial lie had worked as Tsunade raised one of her eyebrows questioningly before he continued. Even for a person with a high healing rate, of battle can be tiring. That's the last question I'm going to answer, as this is beginning to turn into some sort of weird interrogation and I'm the one who came to ask you something. Tsunade looked at him as if to say, well, what the hell do you want? I wanted to know what Naruto's diagnosis was after he left the hospital 2 weeks ago. After all, I'm his sensei and I needed to know whether he is fit for training. Jiraiya was quick to add a reason to hide his true motives. Tsunade simply began talking in a professional tone, losing all informalities. His diagnosis showed that medically he is at full health. He has made a complete recovery and his injuries have been healed. However, due to the fatigue he had experienced from the battle, his body may have needed a couple more days to become fresh again. However, he was discharged from the hospital 2 weeks ago, which gave him the sufficient time required to return to 100% efficiency. But from the fact that he left early yesterday to respite is a possible indicator that he needs more time. Tsunade explained thoroughly yet simply for Jiraiya's benefit, showing her rare moments of calm and collected knowledge and also why she was chosen to be the Hokage of Konoha. Her eyes turned protective like that of a mother before she said her final statement. I personally think it is best for him to take a little break from training. I believe it is in your best interest as well. She sent Jiraiya a threatening glare. Jiraiya got up and walked to the window. That's all I needed to know, and don't worry about the training. I'll let him rest, he's earned it. But before I leave, Jiraiya looked back the sitting blonde woman with a perverted glint in his eyes. How drunk were you yesterday? As Jiraiya started to fantasize about a drunken Tsunade, he failed to recognize the said person move from her seat and deliver a painful punch to his wrinkled features, which sent him soaring through the window rapidly to an unknown destination. As Tsunade managed to control her fuming anger, she began to think rationally, finally reaching the conclusion that she wasn't told the entire truth by her perverted ex-teammate. She felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up as she began to wonder how well Naruto actually was. Naruto was sitting at Ichiraku while eating his second helping of ramen relentlessly, while the old man and his daughter Ayame carried on working, not staring at the normally bewildering sight that was Naruto eating ramen. However, the slightly frightening spectacle was interrupted by a silver-haired Junin with the all-too-familiar orange book in his hands. Yo, he casually waved whilst walking in and sitting next to Naruto, completely ignoring the coughing from the blonde genin who was desperately trying to stop choking. The former Anbu waited for his student to stop choking and the eventual outburst, but it never happened. Naruto simply collected himself before asking him what he was doing here. I was just a little worried about your absence yesterday, so I thought I'd come check to see if everything's okay. The whisker-marked boy looked at him quizzically before realizing that the Junin wanted an answer. Oh, yeah, I'm great. I was just tired, so I thought I'd rest up a bit. The blonde boy finished paying for his meal, leaving his sensei wondering whether everything in actuality was alright. Naruto carried on walking towards his destination whilst remembering the earlier discussion he had with his residential demon in the morning. Flashback. Naruto found himself walking uncomfortably down the all-too-familiar pathways towards the Kyuubi. He surveyed the area through which he was walking through, as it seemed even darker than usual since his last visit. He finally reached his goal as he stood in front of the large towering gates which separated him from the humongous chakra radiating evilness. He sighed as he contemplated how to appropriately start his conversation with the proud demon. However, he never had the chance to say anything as the familiar presence hidden by the gates walked towards him to become visible to the young ninja. Well, if it isn't the foolish mortal. I wonder what could be so vital that I'm annoyed with your pathetic presence once again. The towering kitsune waited as if expecting some sort of response, however none came. What's wrong, brat? Run out of gas to fuel your weak insults. Naruto looked at the demon fox with blue eyes devoid of their usual energy and life. I came to ask you why I'm not healing. He kept on looking into the large eyes of the fox for a few minutes before he got a reply. You unleashed more of my chakra than your body could withstand. You're still developing your chakra coils so they are weaker and more susceptible to damage. Unlike others, due to the seal placed onto you by that imbecile who sealed me, your coils are developing so they will eventually be able to withstand the power of my chakra. The seal was made so that your body would adapt to the state required in order to control my chakra before your and my chakra would finally begin to merge into one. However, you stayed in your transformed state for too long, which resulted in your insides being damaged beyond recognition. I'm using my chakra to keep you together, but eventually the inevitable will occur. I will die, Naruto said sadly before he suddenly began to laugh. Even though you don't show it, I know you're hurt by this as well. After all, it's not every day that you realize you've not got long left to live. You're meant to be immortal, but now you're going to suffer the same fate as a pathetic mortal like me. Naruto looked at the Kyuubi whose eyes were filled with unbridled anger. Do you feel weak or maybe even helpless now? At least I haven't given up. Maybe you should. After all, there is one destiny that everyone shares, and that is death. As Naruto said this, he felt his heart pang with hurt like never before. Listen to yourself. Since when have you ever believed in destiny? The demon spat out in disgust. Since destiny dealt me the death card. You're pathetic. You always go on about never going back on your word and never giving up, and here you are in front of me like the helpless child you were all those years ago. Have you forgotten your way of the ninja already? Have you forgotten your dream? The demon kitsune looked at the broken shinobi in front of him, awaiting a response. How am I going to achieve a dream that seems farther now than ever? I haven't forgotten my dream, but I now realize it's something that's not supposed to happen. You believe that you don't control your own destiny. After all these years you're going to lose faith in yourself and give up on living. Is this what you want? To prove to everyone that you are what you've tried your whole life to avoid becoming, a failure. Naruto looked up at the kitsune as the word failure gripped his undivided attention. Your dream may seem unreachable now, but do you want to be remembered for nothing at all? You want to give up on what time you have left and wallow in your misery. You may die, but at least die with honor. Naruto looked into the kitsune's eyes as the demon showed him a side that he had never seen before or even know existed. The demon's chakra flared before he continued. Remember one thing that may have passed your mind. The enemy is still out there and they're still after my power. They won't stop and they will come for you. Akatsuki may have been wounded with the loss of another 3 members, but they're still more than capable of unleashing destruction on this dismal village. They will kill all who get in their way, even your precious people. Are you going to sit idly by like a coward and let that happen? The demon's chakra stopped flaring as he turned and began to walk in the opposite direction, delving deeper into the dark confines of his cage until he was out of sight, leaving a shocked and guilty Naruto contemplating his words. Naruto snapped out of his trance as the 9-tailed beast addressed him for the last time. You always seek acknowledgement, and you have gained that from few. You are hated by many, yet you desire to protect all. I've never believed a human to be worth my respect. Yet, I have acknowledged you, however I am now beginning to think whether that was a mistake. Was it? Naruto looked in disbelief at the words of his dweller, which he was noticeably hesitant to say from the tone evident in his speech. Naruto found himself being thrown from his mind as he regained consciousness. End flashback. Naruto kept on walking deep in thought about the Kyuubi's words. He walked through the bustling market of Konoha where all the people were deep in converse or executing business. There were also people who were quite obviously still feeling the effects of the big celebration. He couldn't help but smile at the peace the village was experiencing after such a long time. He stopped for a moment looking at the monument to the Hokages in the distance before he made his way inside the Yamanaka's flower shop and found his nose was instantly filled with various pleasant fragrances. He looked at the counter to see a previously bored Ino look up in amazement, not believing who had walked through the door. Naruto, what are you doing here? The blonde genin looked at her as if she was stupid. You sell flowers, don't you? Ino just nodded her head before she asked, but why do you need flowers? Is it to impress a certain forehead girl? Ino playfully teased Naruto. The blonde replied with a plain answer, no. He began to walk around the store observing various types of flowers. They are for someone I have lost. Ino's face revealed a saddened expression at Naruto's words before she decided not to ask who it was, bearing in mind his abnormally serious demeanor. She had never seen Naruto like this, and she knew Naruto had been acting differently around his teammates, as her best friend Sakura told her. She didn't think it was possible for the usually glee-filled prankster to act like this, but now that she saw it with her own eyes she felt remorseful for him as to what might have made him become like this. She asked a serious question in a professional tone, was the person really important to you? Naruto looked at her quizzically before she continued, it'll help pick out the best flowers. He sighed, he was my first friend, the first person to believe in me. She nodded and made her way to the assortment of flowers. She picked up some flowers before she headed to the counter, wrapping them up with Naruto waiting courteously. She placed the packaged flowers on the desk. I gave you luxurious, white lilies, simple yet elegant. They surround the orchids, accentuating their effect. They're perfect for you. Naruto paid her and gave her his thanks before he turned to leave. Ino quickly spoke before he left, I'm really sorry for whatever's happened, but your friends miss you, Naruto. The celebration yesterday wasn't what it should have been without you. Naruto realized the care and genuineness in her statement before he turned to address her one last time, I'm sorry for making you guys worry. It's just that I've been really tired since the fight, but I'll be better in no time, I give you my word. Ino felt better at his reassurance before she continued with her work. Meanwhile, Naruto continued walking until he arrived at Team 7's training grounds. He began to think of all the memories he shared with his team. They were mixed feelings of positive and heart-rending moment, but he had never let anything bring him down before. The wind silently blew, making its presence felt by ruffling the petals of the flowers he carried in his hands. He took in the beautiful sight of the sparkling river running under the bridge where his team would meet. He crossed over the bridge, ultimately ending up at the grave of the first person to give him acceptance. He leant down on one knee, placing the flowers in front of the grave before running his hand over the name carved into the stone, which read, Sarutobi. As more memories of his teachings rushed his mind. You want to be strong, Naruto. But remember one thing, learning all the ninja techniques in the world will not give you true strength. Naruto closed his eyes as tears threatened to spill while he remembered his first friend's words. When you fight to protect those who are precious to you, that is when your true strength will manifest. Unexpectedly, his mind was invaded by the earlier comments of Kyuubi. They will come for you. He felt fear rush through his heart, quickly being overshadowed with remorse. They will kill all who get in their way. He felt regret running through his veins as his head began to ache and his blood began to boil. Are you going to sit idly by like a coward? He felt a warm substance protrude through his closed eyes, running slowly down his cheeks as the tears of pain finally broke through. He braced himself as the final words of the kitsune ran throughout his mind. You may die, but at least die with honor. He rose and lifted his eyelids with determination carved in his eyes as he felt the fire within him burn with newfound desire of proving himself. He looked at the memorial of the Sandaime whilst the tears previously running down his face had long since dried, while his body gave off a boost of chakra, filling him with confidence. As a Hokage, you shoulder a heavy burden with the task of protecting your village. He finally spoke with coolness etched in his voice. You gave your life to protect everything that is important to you. You understood the risk and you fought with everything you had until the very end. You never gave up. I have always accepted you for what you are. I promise you, old man. A hero to this village. I will prove myself to be the hero you have always believed me to be. I will die protecting what I cherish most. If I am to die, I will die with honor. From a distance, an onlooker looked on as he felt himself more emotional than he was used to being. He spoke with pride in his voice. It is time, Naruto. You are finally ready. A loud ringing sound resounded through the rundown apartment of one Uzumaki Naruto as he groaned whilst sitting up. He looked through his bedside window to the streets of Konoha as the light of the sun slowly began to seep through the horizon. He had decided to get up at dawn to commence his rigorous training. He shifted out of his bed whilst only wearing boxers and made his way to the bathroom. He cleaned himself up, and whilst brushing his teeth, a messenger pigeon with a small scroll tied to its legs flew through his open window and rushed straight towards the open bathroom door before colliding headfirst into it with a reverberating sound as it slowly slid to the ground. Naruto finished up brushing his teeth and knelt down to the dazed bird prior to undoing the scroll attached to it. He repressed a laugh at the declining quality of the methods used by the Hokage to send messages to shinobi. He let the recovered pigeon fly through his window whilst he opened the scroll, making his way towards the petite kitchen of his abode. It was a simple summoning from the Hokage which required for him to be present at her office later in the evening. The scroll was burnt as the standard procedure required before he started eating breakfast and donned his usual black and orange attire. The young shinobi had already thought of the techniques he planned to refine and decided to gain better control of his elemental affinity of wind. The sun had finally risen, showering the streets of Konoha with light as Naruto made his way to his chosen training spot. The villagers were not expected to be awake at such an early time, however shinobis were accustomed to rising with the sun as it helped improve their awareness of the time and stopped them from developing a habit of laziness. However, this didn't help his masked sensei with his tradition of always being late. Naruto had finally arrived at the same training ground he was in a few weeks ago whilst training with Kakashi. The trees were flowing with the gentle breeze and the weather was perfect for training. He stared at magnificent waterfall created by Yamato by one of his demonstrations of elemental control. The flourishing green vegetation that had been created on the sides of the waterfall was still as lush as when he first saw it. He had decided to use this training ground as it was out of the way and isolated, therefore there was a small chance of him being interrupted whilst training. It also had what was necessary for his training, especially the waterfall, as it would help him further elevate his chakra control to what he hoped would be cage level. It had been a day since he had hardened his resolve and he decided to train as soon as possible, considering that he didn't have much time. He was going to use the same method of training Kakashi had taught him, since it would help him gain large amounts of experience in a short amount of time. He would use the Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to create a large amount of clones and give them each separate tasks to perform. In the end, when he would release the jutsu, he would gain all the knowledge and experience of the clones. However, he needed to be careful when performing this training, as excessive mental fatigue could damage his mind. Hence he was going to slowly increase the time he would spend using this particular form of training slowly over time. He performed the hand seals necessary before a mass of clones popped up as the large cloud of smoke dispersed. The clones standing in front of him observed him, eagerly awaiting his instructions, as they all were prepared to try their hardest. The miniature army of 1,000 looked at Naruto when he addressed them. "All right, I want all of you to break into 10 even groups." No sooner had he said that, the clones quickly began to shuffle when several minutes later 10 groups of Narutos stood in front of him. "All right, now I'm going to hand out each group different tasks to perform. You may have to understand how to use a jutsu better, or you may have to improve your chakra control. The tasks will vary and some may be harder than others, but they're all equally important." The groups were named from 1 to 10 before Naruto proceeded to handing them their objectives. The small army of Narutos immediately began training once they knew what they were supposed to be doing. Group 1 had to try and walk up the waterfall using their feet in order to improve their chakra control and understanding. At first they completely failed and none of them could understand how to even walk up 1 foot of the waterfall. However, they soon started working together and now most of the clones were capable of making it 5 feet up the waterfall before they lost control. Group 2 were struggling with their task as they had to practice meditation in order to be able to communicate with the Kyuubi without losing awareness of their surroundings. This was extremely hard, as whenever they attempted to converse with the demon fox they ended up in the sewer-like abode he was caged in. Group 3's task involved developing their kenjutsu skills by using the Kase no Yaiba jutsu. This would give Naruto a weapon, and he also needed them to find out how long they were able to maintain the technique before the chakra drain became significant. Most of the clones were doing well and managed to retain the Blade of Wind's shape and practiced their control with it. However, there were some clones that couldn't control the amount of chakra they pushed into the blade, resulting in one clone accidentally extending the sword and striking down a fellow clone. Group 4 was figuring out attack formations that Naruto could use in battle whenever he used the Kage Bunshin technique. They were finding it hard, having only come out with one formation that would be of any use so far. Group 5 had to try and develop their understanding of the element of wind so that Naruto would be able to use it as efficiently as possible without wasting chakra. The 100 clones were sitting whilst contemplating some of their discoveries and some were talking together about it. Group 6 were currently attempting to perform the techniques they already knew with one hand. This task was extremely hard and the whole group attempted easier techniques such as the Bunshin no Jutsu and Kawarimi no Jutsu. Group 7 had the task of finding out how they could make themselves explode. The idea originally came to Naruto when he saw Uchiha Itachi using the technique in his battle against Sasuke and Kakashi. The group had split into 2 parties. The first party, which had 75 clones, would give the remaining 25 clones ideas on how to explode before they would attempt them, seeing if they were successful. Group 8's task was to jump the final hurdle in mastering the rasengan. This group was having the most success so far as they already understood all the basic principles of the technique. Group 9 had the task of building their genjutsu defense since it was Naruto's weakest attribute. He decided that even if he didn't have any attacking genjutsu, he would still need an unyielding resistance against them. The final group of Naruto clones had the assignment of gaining more control of the newest technique that Naruto had added to his arsenal. This was an original technique which he had created whilst training with Kakashi, and it was extremely destructive in power, resulting in it being named a S-class technique. He had named it Yashikachu. He released a large amount of chakra when utilizing this technique, and it was also the strongest technique he knew. Naruto continued training ruthlessly for 2 hours straight before he finally released the Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The knowledge gained from the clone's experiences bombarded Naruto's mind as he felt himself drifting into unconsciousness. However, he never hit the ground as a hand gripped the collar of his jacket, stopping him momentarily before. In the dark confines of a cave, 5 figures stood together in a meeting due to the recent developments. The members of Akatsuki all had serious demeanors. So, all 3 of them were killed, the leader of the organization stated as he was covered by the shadows of the cave, refusing to reveal his appearance. The man with the Venus flytrap-like structure around his body and went by the name of Zetsu spoke, "I have retrieved all 4 rings like you asked for." He then threw the rings to the leader, who quickly caught them before replying, "As long as we have the rings, their death is no great loss." The man with the orange mask quickly spoke energetically, "I thought Kisame was quite cool. It's a shame he had to die, but that's part of the job, This quickly earned him a smack from his blonde hair partner. "You idiot, pay attention to what's important, yeah." Deidara glared daggers at Toby whilst he said this. Zetsu looked at the two with conflicting opinions before the leader of the organization continued. "What about the Kyuubi container? Has he shown any development?" "His skills have increased largely, especially his ninjutsu capabilities, and from his battle with the summoned Yondaime I learnt that he is now able to withstand 6 tails of the Kyuubi's power. However, he can't control himself whilst in the transformed state." The leader contemplated the new information. "Well, we shall delay capturing him for now. There are 3 months remaining until the chosen day. That is the time we have remaining to capture the other bijus. Deidara and Toby, you are to capture the Rokubi. Zetsu, your task is still the same, retrieve the container of the Shichibi." The leader then looked towards the only other member of Akatsuki who had yet to speak. She stood with her arms folded across her chest and her face hidden in the shadows. "Have you located the container of the Hachibi yet?" The mysterious woman simply shook her head before she spoke. "He has escaped me once again. I will be sure to capture him within the designated time." The leader nodded his head before Toby asked him a question. "So now that Itachi and Kisame are dead, who's going to capture the Kyuubi vessel?" "After you have accomplished your designated task, you are to travel to the Fire Country to capture him. With the upcoming Chunin exams that are to be held in Konoha, it will be easy to infiltrate the village." Deidara and Toby nodded in understanding before the mysterious figure finished, "And just in case, I will accompany you. After all, it has been a long time since I've seen my native land." Naruto slowly opened his eyes as the blurred details of the landscape slowly began to focus. He found himself lying under the shade of a tree. "So you're finally awake. I was beginning to wonder how long it would take." Naruto jumped a bit at the voice as he was not expecting anyone else to be here. He looked to his side, finding the infamous super pervert Jiraiya sitting cross-legged on the grass. "Ero Sennin, what are you doing here, and how long was I out cold?" "You've been out for 2 hours. So this is the training method Kakashi thought up for you, I presume?" "Yeah." His response was simple and short. "Quite ingenious, it is something to expect from someone of his intelligence." Jiraiya paused for a moment. "So, why are you training so hard?" "I need to become stronger." "You are already quite strong. From what Kakashi has told me and from what I have seen, you are already at Junin level and your ninjutsu surpasses even Kakashi's. I'm still not strong enough to be able to defeat them." Jiraiya's face had a perplexed expression before he realized who he was talking about. "I see, the promise you made yesterday. You are planning on defeating Akatsuki." The frog hermit ignored the surprised Naruto and continued, "In that case you have a long way to go." Naruto quickly spoke, "You saw me while I was at the old man's grave." His face turned solemn. "Why are you spying on me?" Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, I'm just worried." He tightened his grip. "I want to help you." The legendary Sannin removed his hand to his side before leaning back against the bark of the tree. "You know, Naruto, maybe you should let the old hag examine you, she might be able to do something." "No." Naruto looked down as he was reminded of his impending death. "No operation or medicine can fix the damage that has been done. The Kyuubi is constantly using his chakra to stop me from falling apart inside. It'll only be so long before it happens." The remaining threads of hope in Jiraiya were broken as he heard this. "You haven't told her?" She's already suffered because she felt helpless about her brother and Dan. I don't want her to feel pain again. Naruto, she'll be hurt deeply by your death. She has a right to know beforehand. The blonde genin looked towards his mentor. Promise me you won't tell her. Jiraiya looked taken aback at the statement of his student before he steeled his resolve. Fine, I promise. But I trust in you to do the right thing. A few minutes of silence passed between the two as the wind blew past them. Jiraiya moved his hand to his pouch, which promptly earned the attention of his protege. He pulled his hand out from his pouch, revealing a long yellow scroll with an elegant red ribbon tied around its center. What's with the scroll? Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya sighed before handing the scroll over to Naruto. You are finally ready. I don't understand. The blonde eyed the scroll in his hands. Before the Chunin exams 3 years ago, the old man gave me that scroll. I was informed to give it to you when I believed you were ready to learn what is inside. I'm guessing the old man knew that he didn't have long left. Naruto felt a great happiness fill within him as he thought about the old man, that was given to the old man by the Yondaime himself. The blonde turned his head towards his mentor as soon as he said that. His dying wish was for you to receive that scroll when you would be responsible enough to learn the technique inside. The Jinchuriki asked his sensei a simple question, why me? The Yondaime didn't have any family. He had no known relatives. He had nothing to leave behind except for the technique which led to him being recognized as the Yellow Flash. When he chose you to be the container, he knew that he was placing a great burden upon you, but in his heart he truly felt that you would be accepted by the people. This scroll was left behind to help you protect this village. He was the only one who knew this technique and left a detailed scroll on how he created it and how to use it. That is what you are holding in your hands right now. Naruto looked at the graceful scroll in his possession in awe. The Yondaime was a great man who gave his life to protect this village. What helped him become one of the best will now help you achieve your final ambition. Naruto felt himself overjoyed that the legendary shinobi had chosen him to be the receiver of his famous technique. The technique which had helped Konoha acquire the advantage in the Third Great Ninja War. Jiraiya stood up slowly before brushing the dirt off his pants. He looked at Naruto with pride. Every generation a special shinobi is born. Naruto, you are the true inheritor of the will of fire and his legacy. Naruto untied the ribbon around the scroll before gradually opening it and looking at the detailed inscriptions inside. He stared at the writing with wonder before looking back at his mentor with a silent, thank you. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel better at the young blonde's resolve. Even though he was about to lose everything, he was prepared to do anything for his village. That technique takes a great toll on the body. In order for you to be able to successfully accomplish it, you need to physically improve. The vessel of the Kyuubi listened attentively before his sensei continued. As I'm sure you have realized, Kakashi's method of training helps you gain knowledge and develop your understanding of ninjutsu really quickly. It even helps with chakra control, however it doesn't physically improve your body. That is why your speed and strength are still lacking. Yeah, I know. The blonde looked gloomy as he said this, knowing that he needed to improve his physical condition in order to stand up against members of Akatsuki. Even though I'm better than Kakashi-sensei in ninjutsu, he can still beat me in an all-out fight when I'm not using Kyuubi's chakra. That is where I will help you. Naruto felt relief and gratitude towards his sensei. I have a training method that will increase your physical attributes at an exponential rate. Naruto looked tremendously happy. All right. Now you're talking, Ero Sennin. I knew you'd have something up your sleeve. Naruto stopped and began stroking his chin, contemplating something before he spoke up again. Did you just come out with it recently? The white-haired Sannin replied in a serious manner. Actually, I've known about it for a long time. The blonde looked shocked at the revelation before he had a small outburst. Nani? Why didn't you teach it to me when we were on our training trip? Jiraiya laughed at the blonde genin. Because it's a forbidden method. Sakura walked towards her team's normal meeting place. Ever since Sasuke had returned, everything had to a great extent returned to normal. She felt happy knowing that in the end Naruto had kept his promise and Sasuke himself wasn't as distant as he was before he left. Although he still avoided starting conversations, he wouldn't grunt and turn away whenever he was asked his opinion on matters. Team 7 was reunited and it felt just like the old times when they were together. She saw the bridge up ahead and was surprised to see that only the Uchiha was there and Naruto was nowhere to be seen. This was peculiar as he would normally be the first one there. She hadn't seen the blonde genin a lot in recent times and had got concerned when he didn't appear at the celebration of Orochimaru's death. She felt relieved when she had talked to Ino the day before, having been informed by her friend that the hyperactive ninja was just recovering from his grueling battle. She walked onto the bridge over the flowing stream. "Ohio, Sakuke-kun." The young Uchiha was leaning onto the railing of the bridge looking into the water below as the fish jumped. He looked towards the pink-haired medic upon her greeting and gave her a nod of acknowledgement. "I see Naruto hasn't arrived yet." Tsunade's student decided to walk over to the railing near Sasuke and leaned against it. "No, he hasn't." The Uchiha expressed his surplus retort. He carried on staring into the water, which was sparkling due to the sunlight bouncing off its surface, and continued, "I haven't seen much of him lately." The black-haired young man was deep in thought about his companion's strange behavior as of late. "Neither have I." She frowned when saying this but quickly had a smile plastered across her face. "I wouldn't worry about it. He was at the Yamenka's flower shop yesterday. He told Ino that he was just tired from the battle 2 weeks ago." Sasuke straightened up and folded his arms across his chest. "He was at a flower shop. Did Ino happen to say why he was there?" His question was nonchalant. Sakura looked at him with a confused expression. "To buy flowers most likely. Why does it matter that he decided to buy flowers?" The calm young man looked at her. "The question is not whether he bought the flowers but for whom." The pink-haired girl was thinking inquiringly about her teammate's words. A series of situations began to run through her mind before she stopped at a particular one. Could he have found a special girl? Suddenly the young kunoichi felt her insides twinge with a bizarre feeling towards Naruto. She couldn't understand what she was feeling towards the blonde, but she felt angry nonetheless. "Shanaru, Naruto, I'll freaking kill you." The air was filled with a familiar poof and the entrance of their perverted sensei. He gave them a relaxed wave followed by his usual greeting, "Yo." He looked in the direction of his two students and found the stoic Uchiha glaring at him whilst the medic of his team spoke in an icy tone, "You're late, Kakashi-sensei." "Heh. You see, I was excited at the fact that we were to have our first team meeting in such a long time. I overslept." Sakura looked at the Junin confused as to what exactly to make of the excuse. Whereas Sasuke just raised his left eyebrow slightly, showing the ex-Anbu that he was skeptical also. The Junin simply cleared his throat. "Since Sasuke's not allowed to leave the village, for the time being our missions as a team are constricted to being within Konoha's boundaries. Hence our first mission as a team is to fill in at the academy." He looked at them with his trademark lazy eye. Sakura swiftly spoke, "Naruto, that baka, isn't here yet." She looked towards the entranceway to the bridge, half expecting him to pop up at any minute. The lazy Junin answered the young kunoichi as realization dawned on his face. "Oh, the other reason why I was late was because I was summoned to the Hokage's office this morning, being informed that Naruto wouldn't be partaking in missions until later as he is still recovering from exhaustion." Sasuke smirked whilst inside he was perplexed, since he knew that Naruto would take missions even if he was beaten half to death, especially one as simple as this. Sakura purely spoke her thoughts. "That seems strange." Kakashi dismissed his students. "Don't worry about it, I'm sure he'll be better in no time. I hope," he added as an afterthought to himself. "Come on, we have a mission to complete." With that said, the three ninjas made their way to the academy. "Forbidden." The blonde's voice hinted at his confusion and eagerness. "Why is it forbidden?" Jiraiya merely continued in a professional manner of speaking. "This form of training is better than any performance-enhancing drugs or method which would boost your physical capabilities in a short period of time. This, combined with the method that Kakashi has taught you, will propel you to a level which I would struggle against. It is a combined creation of mine and the Yondaime's. He was the only one who has ever used this form of training." Naruto had numerous questions that needed answering. "Yeah, but if it can help a ninja become strong so fast, why would it be forbidden? This training method is good for a shinobi in the short term. The long-term effects are devastating, to say the least. It puts a great strain on your body, thus in the long run your body would become damaged to the point where you would no longer be able to remain a shinobi. Because of this the Yondaime and I decided it would be best not to use this particular method considering the fact sacrificing a person's body for a short-term spree of power is not clever. Wait, you said the Yondaime used this method. Wasn't he affected by it? The vessel was impatient for an answer. Yes, I did. He only used it for a few days. When he stopped he was bedridden for 2 days. However, his strength and speed increased by a large amount that would not be possible if he was training normally. He wasn't affected by it because he stopped before overusing it. We decided after that putting a continuous strain like that on your body would damage your muscles in the long term. The blonde who was now sitting cross-legged quickly absorbed the information. I understand. You're teaching me because since I don't have long left as it is, the negative points of the method don't apply to me. The frog hermit gave his student a heart-warming smile. Precisely. It will help you gain the power you need. So what is it? By this time his blue eyes showed the willingness and hunger he was feeling inside as he waited to hear his mentor's words. It is a seal that alters the effect of gravity on your body. The older man kept his eyes pointing away from the younger shinobi as he explained. Wait, rasengan, isn't that the same as using chakra weights? Jiraiya started laughing at his student's lack of understanding. There is a big difference, Gaki. When you use chakra weights they don't affect your body equally. If you place weights on your arms and legs, the muscles in those parts of your body will be a lot stronger than the ones in your chest, neck, stomach and the other parts that didn't carry any weights. As you should know, the force that gravity exerts on our bodies is balanced. There is not too much of it so it isn't hard to move about and there isn't too less of it so that we float. Naruto nodded his head absorbing all the information like the proverbial sponge while the Ika author continued. The seal I will place on you can only be done by someone who is a master of seals. It will tip the balance of the forces so gravity is dominating largely. It will affect every single muscle in your body and you will feel like the ground is pulling you in. There is no respite from this method. Chakra weights only affect you when you move. This will affect you when you attempt to sit down, when you go to sleep. You will always feel the constant effect of being pulled in. Your muscles will never rest whilst you have the seal activated. It takes a great deal of willpower to be able to sustain this form of training, but I believe in you to be able to do it. Naruto knew that this would be the single hardest form of training he would ever experience, however he had to partake in it to become strong enough to finish off the Akatsuki. I understand, I'm ready whenever you are. Jiraiya had a smile on his face as he nodded. Before I place the seal I'll teach you how to deactivate it since it'll be a lot harder for you to listen when I've put it on. Deactivate. I thought I would keep it on continuously. Jiraiya looked at his student as if he was stupid. Baka. Haven't you been listening? Your muscles will never get the chance to rest whilst the seal is activated. It is important for you to deactivate the seal for a full 24 hours once a week so you can rest up and get used to your body's improvements. Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Gomen, no need to get worked up. When you have to deactivate the seal, channel some chakra into your hand before placing it over where your heart is and say Jushin Fuin Kai. Jiraiya told Naruto to take off his jacket and shirt as he gave him his final instruction. As soon as I place the seal, be ready to fight with everything you've got. If you're not careful, this method could kill you. Be aware at all times. Naruto got ready, placing himself directly in front of Jiraiya before a glow began to appear on the Sanin's hand. Jushin Tonkyu Fuin. The legendary ninja drove his hand into the blonde's chest above where his heart was. Naruto found himself flying backwards from the force of the technique used on him and landed on his back. He turned onto his hands and knees before remarking, "That wasn't so b." He couldn't finish his sentence as there was a small flash on his left pectoral before an intricate set of patterns appeared and he felt himself be pulled into the ground. He collapsed under the pressure, falling face first into the ground with heavy impact. Naruto! Jiraiya cried out in concern. Nara Shikamaru was on the porch of his house playing a game of shugi with his sensei. The lazy Chunin kept a laid-back expression on his face before making his move. He liked to relax and was lazy by nature, however after the mission where he fought against Hidan he savored the moments where he would play shugi regardless of whether they weren't much of a challenge. You know, sensei. I still don't understand what you meant. Sarutobi Asuma took another drag of his cigarette before he contemplated on making his move. I thought you would have figured it out by now. He looked at the board intently whilst trying to make a suitable move that his student wouldn't easily counter. He had never beaten the young genius in a game of shugi, however he would sometimes put on a rare performance resulting in a close game. If the king is taken, it means checkmate. The game is over, however if the Hokage isn't the king that we should all protect, then what is? Asuma blew out the smoke from his mouth before re-entering his cigarette. He made his move as he answered the first chunin of the Rookie 9. In what light do you see this village? What does it stand for? What is so important that it can't be replaced? After you can answer those questions for yourself, you will understand. Shikamaru began analyzing the questions he would need to answer in order to understand fully the concept that his sensei was trying to drive into his head. They continued playing shugi whilst Shikamaru tried to solve what in his mind was the hardest problem he had ever come across. Jiraiya moved forward but stopped when he saw Naruto struggle against the force being applied on him. The blonde tried his hardest but felt as if all his muscles would be ripped from his body. He was feeling pain all over his body as he slowly moved his hands into a press-up position to try and hoist himself back onto his feet. The white-haired ninja stepped around Naruto so he was standing a few feet away from his head. He bent down on his knees before addressing his apprentice who was sprawled out on the ground. Don't become impatient, Naruto. Take your time to understand how to work around the seal. Even the Yondaime couldn't get to his feet until a good 7 or 8 hours had passed. The blonde moved slowly, inches of his body were complying with his commands. He felt as if half the bones in his face had been broken. His fall into the ground at such a fast rate had left a small crater around his body. He knew that this would take everything he had and would be tremendously hard. Sweat drifted from all parts of his body as the minutes dragged on by, while he was feeling as he was fighting for his life. He found himself experiencing a variety of emotions shifting from helplessness to anger and then to defeat. No, he couldn't give up as the very path he had walked his whole life prevented him to do so. He wouldn't go against his nindo. Through all of his strength he moved his legs upwards to try and put his knees below him. He managed to get his right knee under himself while his left leg was still behind him. Jiraiya looked on at his student with awe and admiration at his determination. You've suffered so much, Naruto. His eyes drifted to Naruto's face, which had now become visible as the blood slowly dripped from various cuts on his visage. The blonde's nose looked as if it had been crushed. But you've never given up even after life throws so many obstacles in your way. After struggling for a few more minutes, the blonde managed to get both his knees underneath himself as he tried to lift one of his knees so that his foot would be flat on the ground. Kuso, the genin had another burst of energy and he threw all of it into moving his foot onto the ground in a flat position before attempting to stand. The legendary Sannin looked on proudly at the container's progress. He had in 3/4 of an hour got into a position to nearly stand up, a feat which had taken the Yondaime himself 3 hours to accomplish. No matter what the villagers have said, slowly they are all beginning to realize. I believe in you. Jiraiya looked at his student keenly as he began to speak. Made a promise, the blonde was now trying his hardest to get his legs straight before he could straighten out his back and stand. Toji-izan. He managed to get both his legs under him but was now fighting to straighten out his back. I won't go back on my words. That's my way of the ninja. The perverted hermit had a large smile on his face as he felt the feeling of joy run through him. Show them all, Naruto. The blonde screamed out of frustration and large effort. I won't break my final promise. With all his remaining energy and determination, Naruto sprang up, straightening his back and finally stood upright. His upper body glistened with the sweat that had left trails all over his body. The articles of clothing that remained had become drenched with sweat as he panted heavily from all his exhaustion. What it means to be a true shinobi. Naruto strode through the streets of Konoha as the people rushed around completing their daily tasks. He had after a few hours gotten used enough to the seal placed on him by Jiraiya that he was capable of walking without feeling too much of a strain on his body. He still couldn't run, as at his first attempt he ended up slamming his foot into the ground too hard and injured his knee for a brief period of time. The injuries he had sustained due to the rigorous training had now healed up enough so that he didn't look as he had just been beaten half to death. The cuts had cleared and his nose was in a better condition so that it didn't look disfigured. Before Jiraiya had left, there was another interesting development as he found that the scroll that the Yondaime had left him also held a special three-pronged kunai sealed inside. The kunai looked different from the normal kunais he was used to, and it was also heavier. Jiraiya had told him that the kunai was made specifically for this technique and was obviously the only one left. Due to this information, Naruto had decided he would get the owner of the weapon store to duplicate at least another additional 50 kunais like the one currently in his pouch. He decided to have this done as soon as possible lest he didn't have the time required for it later. He knew that learning the Yondaime's prized technique would be an extremely difficult task. He carried on walking through the streets, receiving a mixture of looks from the residents of Konoha. Some looked at him with appreciation, whereas others who still couldn't understand the difference between him and his prisoner had an aura of disgust radiating off them. He opened the door to the weapons shop, resounding in a high-pitched chime, alerting the store owner that someone had entered the store. The blonde genin looked at the store with awe as he realized that it had changed largely over the past few years. This was the first time he visited the store after his return to Konoha from his training trip. He looked to the counter to see a familiar kunoichi with a smile plastered across her face, giving him a small wave before addressing him. "Ohayo Naruto-kun, what brings you here?" Tenten was looking directly at the blonde shinobi who was currently standing at the entranceway of the shop. He walked towards her, giving her a greeting while he had his usual foxy smile across his facade. "You work here?" "Hi, when I'm not training. I'm learning craftsmanship from Tu-san. He said the best way would be to work here with him and he would teach me alongside learning how to care for the shop." She twisted a kunai in her hands whilst engaging in the conversation. The younger shinobi of the two gave a small laugh. "That explains how you managed to get all those weapons. A normal person would go bankrupt." The kunoichi smiled. "So what would you like?" Naruto put his hand into his pouch, withdrawing the three-pronged kunai and put it onto the counter. "I need another 50 kunai like this one." Tenten picked up the kunai and began to survey it, turning it around in her hand, checking its weight and balance. "I don't think we have any other kunai like this." "You don't?" Tenten looked a little shocked at his statement. "I need you to make me another 50 kunai like that one." Tenten gave him a nod. "I understand." She retreated to the back of the store, leaving Naruto to observe his surroundings. The blonde looked at the various ornaments littered around the store. There were an assortment of shinobi tools ranging from such items like food pills and shuriken to exploding tags and various types of bombs which differed from gas to light. However, two weapons in particular caught his eye. They were twin blades of katanas, no doubt to be used in conjunction with other. The Jinchuriki started to contemplate on his Kei's no Yaiba jutsu and how he could possibly modify it. He never realized Tenten walk in from the rear of the shop with an older man who was now holding the kunai that Naruto attained from Yondaime's scroll. The older man looked at the blonde before giving a small chuckle, alerting the said shinobi of his presence. "Long time no see, Naruto, something caught your eye." Naruto looked at the old man with smile of his own. "Not really." He walked towards the counter again before he was right in front of it. "So will you be able to make more?" The old man laughed before his expression turned into a more serious one. "Of course. This is not the first time that I have been asked to duplicate such a kunai. There used to be a shinobi that came here who would ask for the same thing." He gave Naruto a knowing look, all the while his daughter looked on, trying to understand what the two were talking about. "How long will it take?" "I need them done as soon as possible. It's important." "Do you think you will be able to afford this, Naruto?" The craftsman's question was simple and resulted in Naruto placing 25,000 yen on the table in front of the older man's eyes. The older man gave him a smile before handing him 5,000 yen back. "I'll give you a discount since it'll be my personal honor to make a kunai like this again. If you are going to use this kunai for what I'm assuming, then I will have to craft them personally. It is important that the kunais have no faults. Come back in 2 weeks and I'll have them ready for you." Naruto thanked him before heading out of the shop, leaving a happy craftsman and a curious young kunoichi. Tenten looked at her father, eager to receive an answer from him. "Why is that kunai so important?" The old man looked at his daughter. "The only other man to ask me to make this kunai was the Yondaime himself." He walked to the back of his shop, leaving his stunned daughter behind. Tenten was shocked beyond comprehension and looked towards the door where Naruto had left moments before, and a small smile graced her face. Sakura had been a chunin for some time now, and even though she had more administrative duties such as sorting the Godime's paperwork and helping in handing out assignments, she had never taught a class of eager wannabe ninjas. She stood at the center of a loud class wherein the students shouted and laughed, causing an absurd amount of noise. She never realized teaching was this hard and now understood why her fellow chunin companion Shikamaru would always complain about it being troublesome. She tried to collect the building anger inside her, however she was failing, resulting in her having a large outburst. Shanaru. Shut the hell up. The class of children no older than 10 looked at one of their substitute instructors with shock and fear and quieted down instantly. One of the young boys ran behind Kakashi, trying to find protection in the form of the masked man who had stayed laid back throughout the morning, engaged in reading the yet-to-be-released Ika title that he had received from Naruto as a present. He averted his lazy eye from his book to look at the pink-haired girl who was seething with anger. Sakura, maybe you should calm down. The kids are terrified. The medic nin looked at Kakashi, trying her utmost to calm her currently volatile state. You know I'm not the only one who's supposed to be teaching these kids. You two are meant to help out as well. Sasuke, who was leaning back against a wall a few feet across from Kakashi with his arms folded across his chest, opened his previously shut eyes before addressing his fellow teammate. It was your idea to leave the more practical part of teaching to Kakashi-sensei and me. You said you would be able to handle the rest. Sasuke stared at the pink-haired kunoichi, not buckling under the death glare he was receiving from her. I know what I said, but that doesn't mean you can't help out even a little. Sasuke had a smirk across his face whilst Sakura attempted to speak again. She was interrupted by Kakashi. He's right, Sakura. Like we agreed, you handle explaining about chakra whilst I and Sasuke will teach them about shurikens and the use of exploding tags. Sakura gave up on convincing her fellow shinobis and turned back to the students before Kakashi returned to reading his orange book, giving small perverted giggles every now and again. Sasuke remained against his wall as stoic as ever before. A small smile crept across his face. You would have enjoyed seeing Sakura like this, Naruto. What exactly are you doing, Dobi? Sakura taught the children the basics of chakra use whilst they listened, not daring to speak out of line or become inattentive as they feared another outburst from the beautiful yet deadly medic. An hour passed by before Sakura had completed her part in teaching and turned to Sasuke as it was his turn to address them in the use of shuriken before Kakashi would explain about the uses of exploding tag. The kunoichi sat down before the black-haired Uchiha made his way to the front of the class. He looked at the class, who had erupted into bouts of conversation yet again before looking back towards his kunoichi teammate who had an evil glint in her eyes. Sasuke reached into his pouch, withdrawing several shuriken before throwing them at the students' desks. They landed on several desks, instantly reducing the noise of the class to silence. Sakura's jaw was hitting the ground before looking towards her perverted sensei, expecting him to reprimand the Uchiha. He can't do that. The children must be. She never had the chance to finish her sentence as a young girl quickly spoke. Wow. That was so cool. Sakura had to stop herself from falling over as Sasuke had a victorious smirk spread across his face. Sakura couldn't believe what had just transpired in front of her, leaving her even more confused on how to handle teaching. Shanaru. What the hell? The container of the Kyuubi walked towards the Hokage tower to speak with the Godime as she had requested of him by sending a messenger bird in the earlier hours of the morning. He stopped upon seeing the grandson of the past Sandaime staring up at the Hokage monument. He knew the younger ninja was staring at the face of the Sandaime in particular. He walked up beside the younger boy and placed a hand on his shoulder. Konohamaru looked startled at first before seeing who it was. Naruto spoke first. You miss him a lot, don't you? The blonde shinobi stared at the monument alongside his younger companion. Konohamaru sighed before adorning a more serious expression. A ninja must not show any emotions. Naruto listened to the young genin whom he had come to consider as a younger brother. Hey, there's nothing wrong with showing emotions. I miss him too. We're supposed to be tools that don't have any feelings. Ebisu-sensei says that whoever breaks the rules in the shinobi world is trash. Naruto looked at the smaller boy before addressing him. We're not just tools, Konohamaru. We have feelings, happiness, and sadness. That is what makes us human. A person must be able to realize the difference between right and wrong. One who breaks the rules in the shinobi world is trash, but whoever abandons their friends is worse than trash. The bonds we have with our precious people are what give us true strength. Protect and cherish such bonds at whatever the cost. The Sarutobi looked at the blonde, absorbing all the wisdom he received from him. Konohamaru held a high respect for Naruto as he had been the first one to acknowledge him for who he was. The older shinobi had always helped him whenever he had needed it. A genuine smile spread across his face. Arigato, Naruto-nichan. I need to train hard and prove myself worthy of entering the Chunin exams in 2 months. I want the old man to be proud of me. I'm sure he would be proud of you. You're going to be a great ninja, Konohamaru. I just don't want to fail him. I want to prove that I'm worthy of being his legacy. The worry and gloom was evident in his voice. The strongest weapon a shinobi has is the will to believe in himself. You would be surprised what one can accomplish when he wills himself to. Konohamaru looked at the blonde. Have faith in yourself and try your hardest. He gave his trademark foxy smile to his smaller friend before ruffling his hair and heading towards the Hokage Tower. A warm feeling swept through the younger boy, making him happy. Arigato nichan. Deidara and Toby were currently heading west towards the country of lightning. The 2 Akatsuki members jumped through the river, dividing the border whilst remaining alert of their surroundings. They knew that due to their recent exploits in capturing Jinchurikis and Bijus, as well as Deidara's attack on Sunagaka, resulted in the other countries having higher security than usual. Deidara, already in a foul mood from Toba's constant questions, was ready to unleash hell on his next opponent. He ran as fast as he could whilst desperately trying to ignore his companion's constant muttering. Hey, senpai, I've got a serious question for you. The orange mask-wearing criminal asked his blonde partner with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Deidara scoffed before replying, you said that 10 minutes ago before asking me whether orange was the best color for your mask. Deidara collected his building anger before running along the edge of the river and jumping into the trees. No, this time it's concerning the meeting we had a while ago. Deidara's ears perked to the words of Toby as his curiosity was piqued. I've been thinking about it for a while now, but I can't seem to figure it out. Deidara looked back at Toby, giving him a nod as a go-ahead to explain further. Toby hastened his pace so that he was running alongside his partner. Zetsu-senpai bought back the rings of Itachi, Kisame, Hidan and Orochimaru. However, he also gave an analysis on the Kyuubi brat's skills. This means that he was there when the others were fighting, but he didn't involve himself in the fight. If he did, then the others most likely wouldn't have died and they would have succeeded in the Jinchuriki's capture. I know Zetsu-senpai doesn't trust anyone except himself, but it seems out of character for him not to assist fellow members when we're working towards a common goal. Deidara instantly stopped his movement, contemplating this new piece of information. He didn't understand how he managed to overlook such details. You're right, yeah. Toby became surprised at his blonde companion's admittance. He would usually expect to get reprimanded in some form. Deidara continued with a pensive expression on his face, there's definitely something wrong, yeah. He paused for a few minutes, we should remain cautious of the others. The leaf shinobi being in Orochimaru's lair is something we wouldn't normally overlook. We usually make sure that our plans go ahead without many problems. It almost seems that Itachi, Kisame and Hidan were sent to their death, yeah. Toby couldn't believe what was transcending before his eyes. He gave his partner a nod before speaking, one last question, senpai. Deidara looked back towards the newest member of Akatsuki. You really think that green wouldn't look better on the mask? A swift scream echoed throughout the forest. Naruto opened the door between him and the Hokage's office. He released a heavy sigh before walking in. He hadn't seen the woman he had come to consider as a mother for a few days now. The words of his pervert sensei were still heavy on his mind. The blonde knew that he should tell the older woman about his condition, but found it hard to break the news to her. He looked at the Godime, who seemed to be observing him closely with keen eyes. The young genin gave her a large smile. Tsunade Bachan, what did you call me for? The Hokage cleared her throat, flushing away any anger, and controlled the twitch in her right eye at being called an old lady. Even though Naruto used the name in all of their encounters, she still couldn't get accustomed to the fact. I was going to personally ask you about your health and whether you were ready to take missions with your team again. Naruto grew nervous as he began to think that she may know. He put on a nonchalant act. Why do you ask that? Tsunade leaned back in her chair. Jiraiya told me you were still feeling the effects from your fight with the summoned Yondaime. Naruto tried to determine whether he should tell her the truth but opted to lie instead. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Although I must ask that I am put off any further missions for the next few weeks. He knew that he needed to dedicate as much time as he could towards his training. The Hokage raised one of her eyebrows at the younger boy's request. She knew that it was greatly out of character for the genin to refuse missions, let alone ask personally to be put off them for a while. Why, may I ask, do you want that? Naruto began scratching the back of his head, trying to quickly come up with a suitable excuse. Haha, I just wanted to take a break from the work. A vacation would do me good. Tsunade looked at the boy from head to toe. Is that so? Do you care to explain how it seems that you've been training even though you want a break from work? Ah, a shinobi must always remain fit. He eagerly waited to see whether his reply had worked. Tsunade gave him a nod confirming his request. The young blonde made his way to the exit. Naruto, the Jinchuriki stopped at hearing his name called. The older woman's tone was soft like that of a caring mother. Would you lie to me? Naruto's hand unconsciously moved towards the necklace that he had received from the Godime, clutching it between his hands. He felt the guilt build within him, knowing that what he was doing was wrong. I'm sorry, I already have. He turned to face her, his eyes showed the sorrow contained within them. The Hokage was standing also. I didn't want to upset you. Tsunade began to think about the various meanings that his words could have held, but she knew what the blonde was talking about in particular. She felt hurt inside. You lied about your health to me, didn't you? You're far from fine. She looked at the boy who was now facing the floor. How bad is it? She waited for an answer from the demon container. Naruto, look at me, please, how bad? The blonde looked at her, showing the few tears flowing down his face. I'm so sorry, Tsunade-bachan. The meaning behind his words hit her like a ton of bricks. She grabbed her chest, feeling her heart aching like it had never done before. The deaths of her younger brother and lover had a profound impact on her. Her heart had become cold and she held undying hatred towards her home village. However, an encounter with the hyperactive blonde had changed her. He had melted the ice surrounding her heart and made her accept the embrace of living for the future again. The tears flowed down her face as she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Until I become Hokage, I will not die. She remembered his words when he had put his life at stake to protect her from harm. She tried her hardest from keeping her voice from breaking. No, tell me this is a joke. What about your dream? Naruto looked at the older woman who was now crying openly. This was exactly what he wanted to avoid doing to her. He knew that she was hurting deeply inside and it pained him to see her like this. Some dreams can't be made to come true. He walked towards the woman whom he considered a mother. Please don't cry. The older woman quickly pulled him into an embrace, now crying harder, soaking his shirt. He put his arms around her, returning the hug. I have accepted my fate, but I'm not going to wallow in my misery. This was something bound to happen at one time or another. Tsunade pulled back a little, controlling herself. But your future? It's all right, I'm happy to be here with my friends. He paused before continuing. Tsunade-bachan, I want you to stay as you are. The people of this village need a strong leader like you. You give them hope. No matter what I do in the future, promise me you won't lose faith. The Godime began to think about what the blonde may be planning, but she had trust in him. I believe you will do the right thing and I promise you I'll protect this village with my life. The two gave each other a heart-warming smile before the older woman gave him a kiss on his forehead. He remembered Iruka's words, allowing one last teardrop to fall from his cerulean eyes. Many people die in missions and wars. They die in easy and surprisingly simple ways. Sakura stepped out of the shower with a towel wrapped around her body. The window to her room was open, letting the wind blow into her room, giving a cool breeze. She walked towards her wardrobe before adorning clothes suitable for sleeping in. She sat in front of her mirror before fixing up her hair. It had been a week since the newly reunited Team 7 had begun to perform their missions. Most of the missions assigned to them included administrative duties and helping the Godime with her paperwork. The Hokage had seemed extremely different lately, as it was quite apparent to the pink kunoichi that she had some big issues dwelling on her mind, not that Sakura knew what they were. She was intrigued as to what could have resulted in the sudden change in behavior for her mentor. Team 7 itself didn't feel as it should have due to the notable absence of a certain hyperactive blonde. Neither of the members of the team had seen Naruto for over a week now. His usual liveliness and merriment was being missed heavily by Sakura as she realized how dull and boring it could become at times. Although she and Sasuke had tried to locate him on several occasions, they failed terribly. They had checked in on his apartment, however he was never in whenever they went. The only comfort she felt was from knowing that he was still regularly visiting the ramen stand for his monstrous meal devouring, and from being told by the owner that he was happy and cheerful as always. The Godime herself had reassured her that everything was fine, but Sakura found herself disbelieving of her words. She had finished tying her hair with a ribbon and looked at the recent team picture that they had taken after rescuing Sasuke and defeating Orochimaru. She picked it up and observed it closely. Naruto was standing in the middle with a large smile plastered across his face, with one of his hands in the victory sign while his other was wrapped around Sasuke's neck, strangling him a little, much to the Uchiha's chagrin. Sakura herself was looking at the two, laughing while Kakashi had stood behind his team. The only thing notifying them of his smile was the form his eye had taken. She had enjoyed that day immensely, as it had been the first day that they had all spent together after such a long time. A smile spread across her pretty face as she felt the warmth inside her spread. On the other hand, she had also noticed that Naruto seemed to grow more distant from his team not much later after that day. The blonde became increasingly tenser and seemed to be mulling over things. The return of her black-haired team and reunion of their team was something she had wished for over 2 years. However, her love for the Uchiha had largely diminished over the years, and she found that she wasn't as attracted to the stoic teen like she used to be. She had become more open around him and acted much like her usual self instead of trying to please him with each of her minor actions. She lied down into the warm confines of her blanket whilst staring at the ceiling. So much had happened to their team that it was amazing that they had survived. Sasuke had returned, which brought her tremendous happiness. However, she was still worried about her blonde teammate. The organization of Akatsuki was still on the prowl even though they had lost 3 members. She had tried her hardest to find out the objective behind the Akatsuki capturing all the bijus, but she couldn't find a grain of information that could help her. The organization itself was shrouded in mystery, as the only known information about them was that they consisted of a group of S-class missing nin who were capturing the tailed beasts. The power of the tailed demons was something that had scared her immensely, as she had witnessed Naruto unleashing some of the terrifying chakra of the Kyuubi, which was known to be the strongest biju. She couldn't forget the sight she had witnessed when Naruto's desperation had him unleash enough chakra that he transformed into a 6-tailed miniature form of the kitsune. The spectacle was something that nobody present would forget, as the blonde's appearance changed radically. However, Sakura's fear was largely overwhelmed by the concern and worry she had for her blonde friend. She wanted more than anything to somehow stop him and help him, but she couldn't. After his battle had concluded, she felt as if her heart was being ripped out from her chest. Never before had she seen the genin in such a physically devastated form. His body was significantly disfigured as he was covered in pools of his own blood. Sakura began crying, praying for the best as her mentor worked as hard as humanly possible to repair the damaged blonde. Sakura herself had attempted to help, however she was prevented by Jiraiya being told that she would die of chakra depletion as she only had a small amount remaining. She had seen the hesitance in the Sanin's eyes along with the trepidation and dread. The pink-haired girl found that her cheeks had become wet from droplets of tears from reliving the experience again. The revelation that Naruto was the container of the Kyuubi had showered him in a new light to the kunoichi. She felt great admiration for the shinobi as she realized how painful and lonely his existence must have been. Yet he had endured it and persevered, never giving up hope and always attempting to cheer others up. She couldn't help but feel that she didn't know the real Naruto. Had it all been a facade? What was behind the mask? She finally realized that she wanted to find out and help him in any way possible before drifting to a peaceful slumber. Jiraiya was currently at Konoha's bathhouse, mounted in a tree, peeking and admiring the voluptuous curves of the women currently bathing whilst hidden under the shadows. He had a small amount of drool emanating from the corners of his mouth whilst he gave small giggles every now and again. Due to his intense concentration pertaining to his Research, he failed to recognize the presence of a blonde woman looking at him indifferently from the ground below. How did I know that I would find your perverted ass here? The rhetorical question caught the frog hermit's attention as he looked towards the person interrupting his peeking session. He felt fear rush through the core of his being as he realized that the godime was standing a few feet from the base of the tree he was currently occupying. He had received a few beatings from the large busted woman for his perverted sessions of peeking at the bathhouses. He knew that Tsunade greatly despised perverts and wouldn't hesitate to once again beat him into oblivion since he had been caught red-handed. He began to wave his hands in front of him. "Ah, Tsunade, I can explain." "You see," the pervert was interrupted from his droning. "I don't care, we need to talk." Tsunade looked directly into the eyes of her ex-teammate, not blinking. Saying Jiraiya was shocked would be an understatement as he couldn't understand why he wasn't feeling the woman's wrath. He then noticed the distinct look of sadness etched deep within her eyes. "Okay." He jumped towards the blonde's side before the two of them began to walk away from the bathhouse. Jiraiya decided to break the silence. "I'm guessing he has told you." Tsunade released a sigh. "How long has it been since you knew?" Jiraiya had a serious expression. "The day of the celebration." He turned to see that the Tsunade was currently staring at the ground. "Do you know where he is?" The blonde woman was eager and curious as to the genin's whereabouts. "He's probably at his training ground. I was going to go there myself later on, but guess I'll take you there now." Tsunade gave the white-haired pervert a nod before they headed towards Naruto's position. Naruto was currently sitting under the shade of a large tree with numerous scrolls littered around his position. It had been a week since he implemented the gravity training and today was his day for relaxation. The seal was currently inactive and he found himself appreciating the rest his muscles were having. The seal had helped tremendously as Naruto found himself faster and more agile than he had ever felt before. He was more than twice his original speed. He also realized that his muscles had become a lot more defined and he felt a lot stronger physically. The seal had done an excellent job, however it had been a hellish week as his Tajukage Bunshin training was also affected by the seal. He still couldn't run at his maximum speed with the seal activated. This caused conundrums for the clones that were doing the chakra control training as they couldn't get a running start to climb the waterfall. However, on the whole his training had gone really well. The clones, even with the added handicap of the gravity seal, had still managed to reach halfway up the waterfall. Naruto knew that it would only be a matter of time before he'd be capable of traveling the full length of the waterfall. However, due to the seal, some of the clones would be dispelled as they lost their footing and fell into the plunge pool below with resonating impacts. The second group had completed their objective successfully as Naruto was now able to mentally communicate with the Kyuubi whilst remaining aware of what was happening around him. The Kyuubi himself wasn't too happy with being annoyed by the blonde, hence Naruto hadn't tried to talk with the demon since the first test try. He had refined his skills with the Kei's no Yaiba technique and knew the basics well, however he would need to get someone to teach him if he wanted to understand fully how to fight with his weapons of wind and increase his current skill level in Kenjutsu. He had improved the jutsu so that he was now able to wield two blades at once. He received the idea by seeing the twin swords at the weapons store. He had named the new technique Suansha Heijin. His clones had also managed to create 47 attack formations. Naruto had looked through the list and chose 5 that he knew would be the most successful and decided to use them in future battles. Additionally, he had finally mastered his elemental affinity. He fully understood how to implement the positives of the element and how to avoid wasting chakra. This had also helped him with his Yasha Kachu technique as he could execute it better now than before. Being caught by this overwhelming technique would definitely spell the end for his enemies. Also, he was now capable of performing all the D-class and C-class techniques he knew with one-handed seals. The speed at which he performed the seals was now extremely fast due to the seal and his constant practice. Jiraiya wasn't joking when he said the seal affected every muscle in his body. He could carry out the seals within a second. His genjutsu defense had increased solidly and he was now confident that he would be able to deflect all genjutsu except the high-level ones. However, due to the mental link he could create with the Kyuubi, he realized that he could never get caught in a genjutsu since his demon inhabitant was immune to such techniques. The demon was more than capable of preventing Naruto from becoming trapped in one as long as the link was present. However, the question was whether the kitsune would. Although an inadvertent development, Naruto was exceedingly happy. The blonde had also mastered the rasengan and was now capable of performing the Utama rasengan with one hand. This gave the blonde 2 devastating finishing maneuvers. The exploding clone trials had also been completed, with Naruto realizing what he had to do to create exploding clones. He had to create imperfect clones that didn't have their inner coils as developed as much as they should be, resulting in volatile chakra which would make them explode. The Bunshin Daibukua was a technique that Naruto knew would be of great help to him due to his large chakra level and monstrous stamina. He had accomplished most of the tasks he had set out to complete at the beginning of the week, only having to improve his kenjutsu skills, chakra control, and learning to execute the rest of his remaining techniques with one hand. Consequently, he was currently trying to brainstorm fresh ideas. He was failing, and he was scanning his brain as hard as possible to come up with new objectives. He raised his head as he sensed 2 chakra levels heading towards his position. The rigidness of his body instantly relaxed as he recognized who they were. In the distance, 2 people had landed and were now heading towards him. A large smile spread across his face before he shouted, "Ero Sennin, Tsunade Bachan." Jiraiya instantly grimaced at being called his nickname and began to mumble under his breath about the deteriorating respect that the youth showed their elders. Tsunade simply smiled at seeing the blonde act his usual self. She had only seen the blonde once since he broke the news to her. At first she was highly depressed, but she felt happier when she was in the Jinchuriki's presence, as he always managed to cheer her up. They quickly arrived at the tree where Naruto was. Tsunade walked up to the blonde and gave him a strike to his head. "How many times have I told you not to call me that?" Naruto began to whine while he smiled inwardly at seeing the older woman acting more like her customary self. Jiraiya simply looked at Naruto, still seemingly upset at being called a pervert by the young genin. He had made it clear to him that he was a super pervert on more than one occasion. "Gaki, what's with all the scrolls?" The perverted Sannin looked at the various scrolls around the blonde boy, which had writing scribbled all over them. Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head, giving a small laugh. "Hey, I'm trying to come up with some new things to practice, but I can't." He gave a death glare to the scrolls upon finishing his sentence. Tsunade smiled at seeing his childish behavior. Jiraiya began to laugh at his student. His full-blown laughter didn't die down and became even more maniacal in nature as the minutes passed by. Tsunade, irritated by the frog hermit's behavior, quickly got up and punched him across his face, launching him into a nearby tree. Naruto was the one to begin laughing as he saw his mentor soar through the air. Jiraiya quickly recovered and made his way back to the 2 blondes sitting under the shade of the tree. The perverted Sannin gave a steely look to his ex-teammate but instantly cowered upon receiving one back. "Ahem, before I was rudely interrupted, I was going to offer you some help." Tsunade raised her eyebrow, by laughing like a senile old woman. Jiraiya ignored her comment and pulled out 5 large scrolls from his pouch. Each of the scrolls was a different color. They were colored red, blue, brown, white and purple. Before Naruto could ask what they were, Jiraiya began to speak. "Kaden, Suiden, Doden, Futon and Raiden, the 5 elements. You have mastered your elemental affinity, but it is good for a ninja to know a variety of skills, as that will help increase his defensive and offensive power as well as developing his understanding of the elements. Over the next few weeks, learn how to manipulate each of the separate elements and learn the techniques inscribed within the scrolls." Jiraiya handed the scrolls to Naruto before the blonde gave him an appreciative smile. Tsunade didn't understand what was happening. "Wait, why are you giving him those scrolls? And why are you training so much, Naruto?" The blonde remained silent as a signal for his mentor to answer the Hokage's question. Before his passing, he plans on defeating the Akatsuki. Tsunade looked at the blonde who was eyeing the scrolls in his possession. "You don't have to do that. Live the rest of your days in peace." Naruto looked at the older woman and gave her a warm smile. "I have to do this. It's my final promise. I won't break it." Tsunade couldn't believe the words of the blonde. The younger boy's determination hadn't faded. If anything, he had strengthened his resolve upon learning of his coming death. She couldn't help but smile at the younger boy and gave him a hug. "I believe in you. And we'll be right there to help you." Jiraiya gave a touching smile and began to walk away to leave the training grounds but was stopped upon hearing his protégé's words, "Where are you going, Ero Sennin?" Jiraiya laughed it off, "I'm going to investigate what Akatsuki is doing. I'm leaving Konoha for a while to meet up with my informant. I'll return in 2 weeks." Naruto nodded before Jiraiya waved to them and left. The remaining 2 blondes began to talk. Naruto kept the Godime entertained as he began to talk and felt overjoyed by the fact that the defeat of Akatsuki by his hands was becoming more plausible as time went by. Tsunade enjoyed the younger boy's company as she knew that she wouldn't be experiencing such moments after some time. She decided to leave the paperwork that she had to complete and continued conversing with the boy whom she considered a brother as she felt it more important to spend time with him. However, what she didn't know was that her personal assistant Shizune was currently running over various places around Konoha in a desperate attempt to find her in order to complete her duties. Before they realized the sun had begun to set and Naruto felt his stomach rumble viciously asking for food. The 2 walked into the city as Naruto went to his favorite ramen stand and Tsunade made her way back to the Hokage Tower. Sasuke was currently sitting in the deserted Uchiha district. The setting brought back painful memories of the past, yet he found himself attached as it also helped him remember the times of happiness. It was the last remaining remnant of the Uchiha clan like him. The district was desolate, giving an aura of eeriness, but the black-haired teenager also recognized the tranquility in the air. He was presently seated in the backyard of his superior-sized dwelling whilst having his evening meal. The sun was setting, leaving a red tinge in the clear sky. Even though he wouldn't admit it openly, he was happy to have returned to Konoha, although many shinobi were still distrusting of him due to his willing departure to Orochimaru. The path he had led after the fateful day of the Uchiha massacre was one of hate and blinded by revenge. The pain of having the one person he admired as a child and aspired to become destroying all he held dear and loved had emotionally driven him to the brink of destruction. Due to what was his sole reason for existence during that period of time, he failed to realize that he had untied the strings around his carefully protected isolation and allowed new bonds to grow. The bonds he held with his team had strengthened over time until he finally began to enjoy life, momentarily forgetting revenge as his sole driving purpose for living. The choices he had made in his life nearly cost him what was most important, however he was saved from his fate by the one ninja who truly understood the Uchiha. His initial return had been met with some distasteful comments from the majority of the shinobi populace. However, Sasuke knew that he had invited such suspicions upon himself due to his actions. Yet he also realized that, through all the disbelieving glares directed towards him, Naruto stood by his side defending him. He had nearly killed the blonde on more than one occasion, yet the genin still protected him from the glares and hate of the shinobi, which he rightly deserved. The blonde was an enigma to the Uchiha at first, as the only common bond they shared was of loneliness. When Sasuke had discovered his blonde friend as the jailer of the Kyuubi, the hate and hardships that he must have endured were more recognizable to the Uchiha. The words the Jinchuriki had spoken at their encounter at the Valley of the End had shown the sorrow and sadness that Naruto withheld from his comrades on numerous occasions. "Why, Naruto? Why would you go this far for me?" The question he had asked Naruto on that day and the answer he had received was now a lot clearer. He realized that he had not lost everything, as he still had his friends. Naruto stood by his side after everything that had occurred. He had never before had a friend. He was used to being admired and ogled at, yet he only now understood how deep his bond with Naruto went. They had both suffered immense emotional pain and the tormenting isolation of having nothing. He was truly happy that the blonde had not given up hope on him, although he wouldn't tell him that. Sasuke rose from his position on the soft grass beneath him before walking into his house. He placed the empty bowl of food into the sink, deciding to clean it up later. He hadn't encountered the blonde at all over the past week and realized the awkwardness he displayed the last time he had seen him. Walking towards the front entrance of his house, he put on his sandals before walking out to find the hyperactive blonde ninja. Shikamaru found himself walking through the streets of Konoha with his common lazy demeanor on display, tired from attempting to locate the number one most surprising ninja in Konoha. He was enjoying surveying the clouds earlier during the day before he was interrupted by Ino. Shikamaru didn't bother opposing the girl's request, as he knew that he would end up doing it eventually. The only problem pertaining to this task was the fact that he scarcely had any time to himself due to the preparations for the upcoming Chunin exams, hence he treasured his cloud-watching sessions. The shadow user was ultimately incapable of locating the blonde ninja. He had spent over 3 hours searching for the genin but was unsuccessful. Currently he was heading home as he had given up on tracking the blonde. He was about to turn the corner before he heard a rather large yell which sounded surprisingly familiar. He looked behind him to see Naruto yelling incoherent words with the occasional comprehensible few words about ramen thrown in. He smiled before muttering, "So troublesome." He turned around and headed towards the blonde's direction. The shadow user walked up behind the blonde silently, not giving any signs of his approaching presence. He had reached within a few feet of his target before the blonde spun around on his feet and shouted, "Shikamaru." Shikamaru nearly fell over from the volume of the unorthodox greeting. "Naruto, why do you have to be so troublesome?" His comment didn't faze the blonde as he stood there with a dumbfounded expression. Huh? The two looked at each other in silence, both confused momentarily. Shikamaru shook himself out of his stupor. Forget about that, Naruto. Shikamaru walked beside the blonde as he headed towards the destination for his meal. "Naruto, we're holding a gathering of friends in a few days. I was told to find and inform you to attend." Naruto gave a small laugh, "And they asked your lazy, cloud-watching ass to come and find me." Shikamaru remarkably felt a little sting at the cloud-watching remark. "Anyways, I've spent the last 3 hours looking for you." The Jinchuriki's eyes visibly widened at this. "Nani? 3 hours? How did you manage that?" Shikamaru kept his lazy expression. "It was troublesome." The Chunin then proceeded to pull out a piece of paper from his vest pocket before handing it to the genin. It contained the invitation to the get-together as it was a private party for shinobis. It also had information on the location and time. The shadow user continued walking with the blonde. "So, Shikamaru, which test are you the examiner for?" Shikamaru instantaneously grimaced upon being reminded that he was going to be an examiner at the forthcoming exam. "The written exam, so troublesome." Naruto laughed at him before patting him on his back. "Come on, all you have to do is stand there. You could just as easily look at the clouds through the window." Shikamaru inwardly smiled whilst his blonde friend attempted to cheer him up. "Aren't you entering, Naruto?" The shadow user noticed the poignant look that spread across his comrade's visage, but it vanished as quickly as it came. The demon container scratched the back of his head. "Haha, I think it would be unfair if I entered. I'll probably take one of the later ones. I've got other matters to attend to first." The Nara was apprehensive of the blonde's statements. Naruto was one of the ninjas who valued their shinobi careers beyond anything else. However, what piqued the Chunin's curiosity was what the blonde had stated last. He knew that Akatsuki was currently after him, although he didn't know for what reason exactly. However, he was sure that Naruto could compete in the Chunin exams as he was safe within the boundaries of Konoha. Also, from what he knew, the genin wasn't currently taking any missions with his team either. They continued walking until they finally stood outside of Naruto's favorite ramen stand. Naruto walked in and took a seat. The shadow user said his goodbyes before beginning to head to the direction of his home. He realized that he was now further from his home than he was initially, so troublesome. Zetsu was at present traveling through the country of Rain hot on the trail of the Shichibi container. His infiltration into the country had been moderately trouble-free as the Akatsuki member was specialized in stealth due to his unique abilities to merge with his surroundings. The man who had a Venus flytrap structure enclosing his body was not personally known by any of the other Akatsuki members, and his origin was a mystery to everyone excluding the leader of the organization himself. Not much was known about him except that he was the second member to have become part of the notorious organization. Zetsu separated himself from the ground before looking around the desolate plains that he was standing in. The area looked as if it had been completely destroyed. The only remains were that of shattered pieces of rocks and numerous craters. Zetsu continued to observe his surroundings with emotionless eyes. "Having trouble controlling our powers, are we?" He quickly determined which direction his designated target had taken before once again continuing his hunt. Naruto had just finished his second bowl of miso ramen and showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Although unknown to others, he enjoyed spending time at the stand for other reasons than just the food. This had been the location where he had experienced the first act of kindness towards him. His first meeting with the Sandame had been in this ramen stand when the old man had offered to treat the young blonde. Ironically, this was also the place where the two shinobi would experience their final encounter with each other. Naruto remembered the last day he spent with the man who he looked towards as a grandfather. It was during the month of preparation given to candidates before the Chunin exam finals. Flashback. The genin was excitedly gulping down numerous bowls of ramen. The training he had taken up with Jiraiya took a lot of energy out of him, therefore he found himself enjoying the noodle soup even more than he would generally. "Hey, old man, another one." The eccentric ninja slammed his chopsticks on the counter before he eagerly awaited the arrival of his next bowl. "Ah, Naruto-kun, I see you're enjoying yourself." The blonde looked behind him to see the Sandame looking at him with a smile across his face. "Hey, Ojiazan, what are you doing here?" The older man gave a small laugh at the blonde's hyperactiveness. "I was just taking a walk. Mind if I join you?" The blonde nodded his head whilst giving a glacé towards the cook to see whether his ramen was cooked yet. The Hokage of Konoha took a seat next to the young boy before placing his order. "I'll have a miso ramen." The owner of the ramen stand quickly replied, "Hi, Hokage-sama, right away." The cook immediately took to preparing the meal for the most respected person in Konoha. The Sandame drew his attention back towards the blonde to his left. "So, are you training hard for the finals?" "Yeah, I've even got a great sensei. He helped me with my chakra control. But he concentrates too much on peeping at women." Sandame's eyes widened in recognition at this remark. "Baka, Ero Sennin." He chuckled as he realized the name the young genin had given to one of the legendary three. The blonde continued with his animated rant. "You just watch me, Ojiazan. I'm going to show everyone how far I've come. I'm going to win the finals. Then it's only a matter of time before you have to give your position as Hokage to me." The Sandame decided now would be the best time to impart some of his wisdom onto the enthusiastic young ninja, Naruto. The Sandame's serious demeanor instantly caught the attention of the rookie genin. Becoming Hokage means putting the benefits of the people of the village before your own. This village has had some great leaders, the latest of whom met an early and tragic end. He looked towards the blonde who had a downcast expression. The old man continued, "The Shadaime used to say, the comrades in Konoha are parts of my body. The villagers believe in me, and I believe in them. That is what a Hokage is supposed to do. This is one of the first things he taught me." The blonde gave the older man his undivided attention. "Not everyone is capable of becoming Hokage. Strength is not what determines the rightful person for such a position. The person chosen to lead the village must have a great heart also. The Hokage is someone who must protect our country's ideals and our way of life." The blonde had an expression of sorrow as well as determination within his sapphire eyes. "That is why I must become Hokage." The Sandame turned to look at the boy upon his last statement. "I've been alone for all my life. The pain, the anguish, and the sadness, all these things they hurt so much." The older man felt his insides jolt with pain as he knew the blonde didn't deserve such a fate. The ramen shop owner and his daughter Ayame listened to the blonde's mournful words. The genin sighed before continuing. "I want to prove to these people that no matter what they think, I love this village and would protect it with my life. Protect the ones who love the village and believe in you. That is what I learned when reading about the Nadaime." The youth paused for a few moments before he continued. "The pain I've suffered, I don't want anyone else to feel that pain. That is why I must become greater than any of the Hokages." The genin's eyes were full of unbridled resolve. The ramen chef and his daughter wiped away the few stray tears from their face. The Hokage looked at the boy filled with pleasure. He placed a hand on the young boy's shoulder. "I believe in you, Naruto. Become a Hokage like there has never been before." End flashback. Naruto had a large smile spread across his face as a single solitary tear trickled down his face before he abruptly wiped it away. "Ojiazan, I won't fail you. I may not become Hokage, but I'll make sure that nothing happens to Konoha." "So, this is where you were." Naruto turned to see Sasuke looking at him. He adopted a huge grin across his whiskered face. "I never expected you to be actually looking for people to socialize with." He gave a small laugh. "You must be getting soft." The Uchiha smirked at his friend. Whatever, Dobi, walk with me. The blonde nodded and got ready to pay for his food. He was stopped by a Yame who simply smiled at him and told him it was on the house. He gave her an appreciative nod and left. It was a peaceful night and most of the shops around Konoha had closed for the day as it was nearing midnight. This added to the already serene atmosphere. The two newly reunited friends walked in silence, neither speaking but rather enjoying their surroundings. Naruto hadn't seen his friends for some time due to the fact that he was so engaged with his training that he appreciated the fact Sasuke had come looking for him. Although, the two hadn't talked with each other very openly since the Uchiha's return, Sasuke wanted to understand why Naruto went so far to return him. The two eventually ended up at their team's regular meeting place. Sasuke made his way over to the railing of the bridge before looking over the side into the water below. Naruto walked to the rail opposite Sasuke and sat on top facing toward the black-haired teenager's back whilst letting his legs hang haphazardly. "You've been training." The Sharingan user's statement was simple and to the point. Naruto looked up towards the sky. "You noticed, huh?" The blonde's carefree gaze remained upon the dark sky of Konoha. "Kakashi-sensei informed us that you wouldn't be taking missions with us since you're still recovering." The stoic teenager looked into the water below, which was extremely calm. Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Hey, that's not the entire truth, but Kakashi-sensei doesn't know that. I'm probably not going to be doing any missions for another couple of months. Think of it as a long break." Sasuke wondered what would make Naruto take such a long leave of absence from shinobi duty. The minutes passed by in silence as both shinobis continued to observe the environment, captivated by the calm night. Sasuke released a heavy sigh. "How?" The Jinchuriki looked towards his friend. "How did you not lose hope in me?" Naruto jumped off his railing before walking towards where the Uchiha stood and mimicked his position. "Even in the depths of darkness, there is still light. If one never gives up, there is always hope." The shinobis stared at the few fish in the water swim around carelessly. "When did you become so wise?" The Uchiha gave a sad chuckle. "After everything I've done, you stand by me as if nothing happened." Sasuke looked at his comrade who was staring intently into the sparkling water below. "Why, Naruto?" Naruto looked up at the sky as the stars shimmered, illuminating the night sky. "Because of you all." A smile spread across his whiskered face. "I never gave in to hate." Sasuke looked at the blonde with slight shock as he never knew that the Kyuubi container came close to breaking. He realized now that his happiness was mask covering his true feelings. The smile was still on the Genin's visage. "Before you all came along, I was beginning to lose hope, but then I found friends, those who acknowledged me, those who understood me." Sasuke felt the twinge of loneliness sting at his heart. He was familiar with his friend's ache. "Our bond was one of the first ones I've ever had. When you left, so did a part of me." The Uchiha looked towards his blonde friend, the guilt clearly written across his face. "I'm sorry, Naruto." The Jinchuriki looked towards the Sharingan user whilst a warm smile spread across his face. He placed his hand on his shoulder. "Everything is all right now though. That's what matters." Sasuke stared into his friend's eyes. He saw the genuine happiness, yet it was concealing another emotion. He looked towards the sky and felt peace inside him after a vastly elongated period of time. "Arigato, Naruto." He turned to walk towards the direction of his home but was stopped by the blonde's voice. "What are friends for?" A smile spread across his face before he continued towards his abode. Naruto stood there looking at the Uchiha's back as he faded into the darkness of the trees. Everything had seemingly returned to as normal as possible except he hadn't told them about his approaching death. He decided he would wait until he was ready. Looking up at the specks of sparkling lights in the sky, he closed his eyes, inhaling the various smells and freshness of the air. The thoughts of Konoha spread through his mind, the villagers with their duties, the innocent children playing, and the shinobi as their protectors. He remembered the Sandaime and how he gave his life to protect what he loved. "I understand Ojiazan, Konoha, everything, we are one." Naruto looked at the 1,000 clones before him working unremittingly at their given tasks. He was now beginning his second week of training and the gravity seal was activated once again. He found that since his muscles had gained the sufficient amount of rest that he was a lot more accustomed to the seal and its physics. He was capable of jogging with relative ease, although he still couldn't run at his maximum speed. Due to the recent scrolls he had received from Jiraiya, he now had 7 groups of clones. There were 5 groups of 100, each practicing their given scroll. The scrolls gave detailed instructions on how to accomplish manipulation of their particular element before going on to describe how to perform techniques. From what he knew of the scrolls, they were made by Jiraiya personally, and he could effortlessly tell that the frog hermit had acquired a vast amount of knowledge on his travels. He was grateful towards his perverted sensei for all the help he had given him over the past week. He knew that his growth wouldn't be increasing at such a substantial pace without his help. He looked towards the proximity of the raging waterfall where the remaining 2 groups were practicing. They were divided into 2 groups of 250 clones each, as he wanted them to finish their tasks as quickly as possible so they could join the remaining groups in learning how to manipulate the different elements. He saw one of his clones manage to travel over halfway up the waterfall before losing his balance and falling towards the plunge pool below. He looked in the direction of the remaining group that was attempting to refine the techniques he knew so that he could execute them with one-handed seals. He knew that several techniques would not be capable of being performed with one-handed seals, however he wanted to know all the ones that could be. Leaving his shadow clones to their training, he prepared to leave to see the Godime in order to find a sensei to teach him kenjutsu. The wind blew past him roughly as the weather was going through changes due to the season of autumn that had arrived. He looked around at the trees that were once a luscious green, now decaying, and their once bright green leaves crumpling to the ground. He walked forward, about to leave the vicinity of the tree he had been standing under prior to a rotting leaf falling in front of his oceanic eyes. He reached out his hand so it safely landed in his warm touch. He took in the leaf's characteristics. What was once an organism with an abundance of beauty and strength was now nothing more than a putrefying piece of vegetation losing all its quality. He crushed the leaf with a reverberating crunch before throwing it to the soft ground below and continued onwards to his destination. Sakura walked into the Yamanaka's flower shop in order to meet with her friend. The kunoichi felt comfortable around the various flowers as it was one of her favorite activities to learn about the striking organisms. Once being appointed as Tsunade's apprentice, she had learned about the different qualities of various herbs to understand how to concoct medicines that could be used efficiently for healing purposes. Ohio, the Yamanaka looked towards the entranceway. Sakura, shouldn't you be on a mission? Ino asked her pink-haired friend rather loudly. The medic nin walked until she was standing directly in front of the blonde girl with only the counter separating the two. Yeah, I have to meet up with the team in about 20 minutes. I'm not expecting much of a mission since we're restricted to Konoha. Ino nodded, knowing about Sasuke's punishment. What brings you here? Were you getting lonely? Ino laughed as she said this. Sakura was quick to raise an eyebrow, however instead of erupting into one of her usual anger-filled tirades, she crossed her arms over her chest. She quickly began to think about how she would tell her friend the real reason for being here without being overly embarrassed. The kunoichi continued contemplating, not noticing her friend's annoyance at her descent into her own personal world. Ino poked the medic's forehead. Hey, are you feeling alright? You didn't get angry or anything. Sakura slapped the blonde's hand away before clearing her throat. Yeah, I'm fine. I just needed to ask you something. Her fellow kunoichi stared at her nails with an impartial look on her face. About what? Sakura gave out a nervous laugh before continuing. It's about Naruto. The blonde rapidly faced the blonde before a playing smile appeared across her pretty face. What, is forehead girl falling for the loudmouth boy? Sakura quickly vented her anger. No, it's nothing like that. Fine, no need to get angry. She resumed, looking at her nails. What is it then? Sakura didn't understand what drove her to ask this from her friend, however she felt she had to know. You said he bought flowers from you. Ino's face had a saddened look upon it which didn't go unnoticed by Sakura. I just wanted to know whether he said for who. The blonde looked at her friend, all traces of her previous expression having faded. He said it was for someone he's lost. The pink-haired girl looked a little taken aback, suddenly feeling slightly ashamed of her inquisitiveness. Oh, she gave her friend a small smile before turning towards the exit. She was interrupted from leaving by Ino's voice. You know, you sure are interested in his flower buying habits. Worried it was for some girl. Ino had a knowing smile on her face which the other kunoichi couldn't see due to having her back towards the blonde. Sakura didn't fully understand the blonde kunoichi's insinuation, rather dwelling more on why she was so curious to know the recipient of Naruto's flower. She felt a little relieved knowing that it wasn't for some girl but couldn't entirely understand the feeling she had in the pit of her stomach. She had been feeling like this towards the blonde a lot more often recently. She shook herself out of her thoughts before looking back at her friend with a smile across her face. Whatever, Ino pig. I'll see you at the get-together. The medic nin left the shop whilst Ino had an annoyed glint in her eye, the feeling of lividness building within her. Naruto had now been patiently waiting for nearly an hour whilst the Hokage handed out missions to the shinobis that came. Nonetheless, his urge for an excessive outburst was slowly collecting within him as he hadn't got an opportunity to talk to the blonde gambler due to the amount of shinobis arriving consistently every minute, either for an assignment or to report the completion of a mission. He heard the Hokage mumble something about some stupid ninjas that should have here by now helping her, followed by some low-voiced profanities that he couldn't make out clearly due to his distance from her position. A relieved sigh escaped his mouth upon seeing the last shinobi leaving with their mission. He made a move towards the desk of the Godime before the door burst open with a Junin and his genin team following behind. Naruto felt his patience eradicated as a new feeling of anger rose within him. Hell no. You all are going to wait while I go first. There's no way I'm standing for this anymore. The Junin instantly had a twitch within his eye at the volume of the loudmouthed blonde whilst his newly appointed team of genin cowered behind him. Naruto felt his rage deflate upon seeing the actions of the fresh genin as the Hokage stifled a laugh at his childish actions. Shizune on the other hand looked on in confused shock. The Jinchuriki scratched the back of his head. Sorry about that. He quickly turned to face the Hokage as his apology only had a mild effect on the status of the children. He quickly walked forward so he was standing a few feet away from the large desk. Tsunade Bachan, the Junin and his team looked at the Hokage awkwardly upon hearing the blonde's informal greeting whilst she glared back with a look that said, "You try that and you'll regret it. I was wondering whether I could get a Kenjutsu teacher." The Godime had a thoughtful look upon her face before she looked through a few papers. Found it. She pulled out a blank paper. Naruto merely looked puzzled before the Godime proceeded to write something on the paper and handed it to the blonde genin. Go to the Junin lounge and ask for Shiranui Genma. Give him this note and he'll understand. The blonde nodded before hearing distinct voices approaching the room they were in. The door opened to reveal none other than Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Tsunade Shiso, sorry the pink-haired medic stopped when her vision took in the blonde shinobi standing with a paper in hand. Naruto. The hyperactive ninja had a large smile across his face. Hey, Sakura-chan, he stopped, what are you all doing here? Sakura instantly felt angry at his remark. Baka. We haven't seen you in over a week and that's all you have to say. The Junin and his team moved out of the way, backing into a wall on the side. I saw Sasuke yesterday. The Uchiha wiped the smirk from his face upon being dragged into the combustible situation. The pink-haired medic looked at her nonchalant teammate who gave her a simple nod after clearing his throat. Sakura looked back at the blonde, the fire in her eyes washed out, but I didn't. Naruto looked at the kunoichi who had a hurt expression in her eyes. The blonde felt dire upon making her feel in such a way but didn't realize she would react this way. Gomen, Sakura-chan, I've been busy. Sakura felt calmed at seeing the blonde act like his usual self and reassured by his words. She gave him a smile and shook her head. It's all right. The pink-haired medic felt her cheeks become a little warm before asking her next question. Naruto, are you going to be coming to the party? The Uchiha felt a smile cultivate his normally expressionless visage whereas the unperturbed Kakashi had a smirk underneath his mask. He lowered his orange book and focused his attention towards the medic and blonde. Naruto looked up towards the ceiling. He hadn't thought much of the invitation and wasn't really planning on going since he was preoccupying his time with training. I'm not sure. Sakura felt her mood change and the smile drop from her beautiful face. Oh. Tsunade, noticing her apprentice's obvious change in demeanor, quickly slapped the back of Naruto's head. Itai. He glared at the Hokage caressing the spot upon which he was stricken. Tsunade resumed with an unbothered expression, "Come here, brat." Naruto cautiously moved forward until Tsunade spoke to him so that he would be the only one to hear. "I understand your training, but you should really spend time with your friends. There's nothing wrong with enjoying yourself once in a while." The Jinchuriki moved backwards, standing still for a few moments. He made his way towards the way out but was gripped by Sakura's hand on his jacket as he passed her. He immediately halted his movement whilst the kunoichi stared into his sapphire eyes. Sakura saw his normally vibrant eyes lacking the usual passion and warmth. She quickly realized her actions and let go, muttering a soft apology. The pink-haired kunoichi began assessing what she observed. She knew that something wasn't right. His eyes seemed like a veil desperately attempting to hide something. She was broken out of her thoughts abruptly by a familiar sound, "I'll see you all there." Sakura forgot all her preceding thoughts as she stared at the position the blonde had been a few seconds before. Unknowingly an uplifting smile was across her face. In front of the haphazard blonde were numerous shinobi. Some were standing whilst others were seated, however all were engaged in some sort of activity ranging from conversations to playing cards. Naruto had never been in the Junin lounge before, but it was a large room with an assortment of furniture as well as a table to the side with basic refreshments. Originally he was planning on shouting for the man named Genma, but now realized that there were too many shinobi and he didn't know many of them. Shouting could result in a few kunai thrown his way out of instinct. Observing the people in the room, he searched for someone familiar, and in the corner was Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and none other than Hyuga Neji. The blonde walked through the crowd of Junins and made his way over to the three Junins that were far from the commotion. Asuma took out his cigarette from his mouth and blew out smoke whilst his eyes fixed upon a blonde figure standing a few feet away from him. "Asuma-sensei." Asuma quickly had a smirk across his face whilst the Genjutsu mistress and Hyuga simply nodded. The Sarutobi reinserted his cigarette into his mouth. "Naruto, how can I help you?" Naruto quickly remembered his reason for coming here. "I'm looking for Shiranui Genma." The Genjutsu mistress was the one to speak. "Genma. Why are you looking for him?" "I need a Kenjutsu teacher." The blonde sat down and put his elbows on his knees, relaxing a little from traveling with the seal for so long. The Hyuga raised an eyebrow, noticing the tense figure of the Jinchuriki. He decided not to ask but kept an eye on him nonetheless. Asuma decided to reply, "Genma's currently out on a mission, and he should be coming back soon." Naruto leaned back, "I guess I'll just wait." The branch member of the Hyuga household decided on a new topic, "I'm assuming you have received an invitation." "Yeah." The blonde continued observing his surroundings. Asuma, throwing his finished cigarette into the trash, pulled out another and lit it. "So, you're coming." Naruto looked towards the bearded Junin. "Yeah, and I'm guessing you're all going to be there also." He directed his attention towards the calm Hyuga. "And you are too." Neji scoffed at being the center of attention and knowing that it was uncharacteristic for him to participate in such occasions. However, since his loss to the younger blonde, he had mellowed out and enjoyed spending time with his teammates once in a while. "Guy-sensei and Lee can be very convincing." His simple reply brought out a laugh from Naruto. "Speaking of Guy-sensei, where is he?" Upon the end of Naruto's words, the door to the Junin lounge flew open, revealing the man clad in his green spandex glory. The enigmatic guy ran through the room and arrived upon the location of his student before he realized a certain blonde seated. His mind quickly went to work, coming to a drastic conclusion. "Yosh. Naruto-kun has made Junin. The fire within you truly burns brightly." He ended his loud speech with a blinding smile. The other's sweat dropped whilst Naruto gave out a nervous laugh. Actually, I'm not Junin. I'm just waiting for someone here." Guy's face faltered. "Do not worry, young one, your youth will propel you to new levels." He gave Naruto a thumbs up, attempting to lighten the mood before turning his attention to Neji. "Our youthful team has received a mission. Come Neji, we must leave." Naruto saw the energetic sensei leave with his student before turning his awareness towards the other two Junin. An hour passed until a Junin chewing on a senbon entered the lounge and sat opposite Asuma, greeting the other shinobi. "So you've finally returned, Genma." The smoker's speech broke Naruto out of his daydream as he looked at the senbon chewing Junin. You're Genma. The blonde recognized the Junin's familiar appearance. Wait, you're the one who was a referee in the finals of the Chunin exams that I was a part of. Genma rolled the senbon from one side of his mouth to the other. Yeah, that's right. Naruto searched through his pockets before pulling out the piece of paper he received from the Godime and handed it to the relaxed Junin. Genma took the paper and began to read its contents. Upon reading, his eyebrows raised and he finally put the paper in his own pocket. He nodded to the Jinchuriki before signaling him to follow. The two shinobi left the Junin lounge and walked through the streets of Konoha and arrived at a training ground. The Kyuubi vessel realized that he had never been in this training ground before and observed its dull setting. There were a few trees and the rest was just hard ground. Genma stopped Naruto and walked ahead, standing opposite the vessel. I've been assigned to teach you Kenjutsu. This is my mission for the next few weeks. However, from what I can see, you have no weapon to train with. Naruto had a foxy grin planted across his whiskered face before performing the Suansha Heijin technique. Two swords made of wind materialized from thin air, slowly taking shape around his hands. Genma had to stop his senbon needle falling from his mouth. The control the blonde was showing over his elemental affinity was something a lot of Junins struggled with. He also recognized that he had seen a familiar technique when he fought Baki from Suna. However, the Suna nin was only capable of creating one weapon of wind. He cleared his throat. Quite ingenious. Weapons created from your element, no doubt. He raised his index finger and continued, however, to sustain such a technique would drain a lot of chakra. I've got a lot of chakra, so that's not really a problem. The blonde stood focused with his weapons giving off a hissing sound. Genma began to think about how he could teach the genin Kenjutsu. He removed his hand from his chin. Teaching you how to use Kenjutsu with that technique rather than a regular sword will be quite different and is probably not possible. Naruto deactivated his technique with a downcast expression. Genma quickly resumed, however, if you were to get regular weapons, I could teach you the art of Kenjutsu and you could apply the principles you learned to your technique. The senbon chewing ninja removed his weapon from its sheath before throwing it to the Kyuubi vessel. Naruto caught the weapon in his right hand. He observed the katana with interest, noting its significant appearance within his mind. When fighting with a sword, you must always remember to think of it as an extension of yourself. When your mind adapts to such a concept, you'll find that you're a lot more adept at utilizing your sword. The Junin rolled the senbon whilst the blonde carefully listened to his words. However, to truly master such an art, it takes years of practice and hard work. The fact you were already utilizing weapons of wind must mean that you have a solid grasp of the basics. This'll save us some time and we can move on to the more complicated concepts. Naruto nodded with a steel look of determination. Genma smirked before turning to face him. Then let us begin. Naruto stood in front of a large building which was bright enough to provide light for the whole street. He had never been in the posh districts of Konoha often, especially at night. However, it was an amazing sight to behold. He took a quick look at his invitation to make sure this was the right place. A smile crept across his face as he walked through the entrance. He was in a large lobby with a few people walking around attending to their own personal business. He walked to the front desk with a confused expression as he had no idea where to go in this humongous structure. The Leaf Nin was dressed in more casual attire than his ordinary shinobi wear. He wore a tight-fitting red top accentuating his well-defined body as well as pitch-black trousers which were loose around his legs. His head protector was tied around his right arm, letting his golden hair fall down from their usual pointed position. The Jinchuriki handed his invitation to the receptionist, hoping for some help. The worker quickly took a look at the paper and handed it back before directing him where to go. He thanked him before heading to the second floor. Walking through a few hallways, he came upon a large set of doors with two men standing in front. The two let him through, aware of the head protector he proudly wore. Naruto's eyes were threatening to fall out as he stared in awe at the hall he had walked into. It was of gargantuan proportions with a large amount of distance between the floor and ceiling. The ceiling was made of pure crystal glass, allowing the people to look at the wondrous and beautiful sky outside. The golden lights in the white chandeliers perfectly lit the chamber. There were elegantly patterned columns around the room supporting the ceiling and the floor was covered in majestic marble. There was a dance floor in the center of the room whilst musicians played classical music using instruments varying from the violin to the piano. He let the soothing music enter his ears, fully appreciating its calm quality. A large table which hosted fresh hors d'oeuvres was present along with numerous tables for people to sit at. Observing his surroundings, he realized that there were well over 100 people attending the party. All the shinobi were wearing casual clothes and some were even in finely tailored suits. He looked at the shinobi who looked anomalous, attired in such gentlemanly clothes. He choked as he tried to stop himself from bursting out in full-blown laughter. He knew such a thing wouldn't be appreciated since he was already over an hour late. "Would you like a drink?" Naruto turned his attention to a cute brunette waitress no older than 20 standing in front of him. She carried a tray with her upon which there were slender glasses full of wine. No thanks, I'm too young." "Oh, my mistake." The brunette quickly bowed. He could tell that she was new to her job. "Hey, no problem, miss." He flashed a foxy grin, noticing the blush which appeared across her thin face before she walked away. The blonde placed his hand on his chin. "Haha, I must look good." "So you've finally arrived." The whiskered boy broke out of his musings upon turning to face the bearer of the lazy voice. The sight before him foiled all his previous effort in stifling his laughter as he let his vocal cords loose. "Troublesome." The Nara shook his head as Naruto laughed at his apparel. The shadow user was fully clothed in a fine tuxedo, letting his shirt hang loose, attributing to his lazy posture. "Are you done?" Naruto wiped the few tears from his eyes before addressing his friend. "Sorry, Shikamaru, it's just that." The Jinchuriki let a few more chuckles escape. "I would have never believed you would dress up in such a way if I hadn't seen it myself." Shikamaru looked at his energetic friend who was already enjoying the party. "Stop being so troublesome, you're already late." Naruto waved his hands defensively. "Sorry about that, I lost track of time whilst training. Genma can be a slave driver." The Nara merely continued in his usual tone. "Genma's been present for a while now." The blonde raised an eyebrow. "Hey, I was the one doing most of the training. He just helped out every now and again." He failed to add mention of his unconscious state due to mental fatigue upon dispelling his clones. "Ohio, Naruto." The demon container twisted to see his large Akamichi friend with a plate of food in his hand. However, what he instantly recognized was his similar appearance to the shadow user. He broke out into a fit of laughter again whilst Choji looked on, unaware of what was so funny. After finally containing his laughter, the genin finally spoke. "Is anybody else dressed like this? You've got to tell me in advance or I might die." He quickly coughed, realizing his mistake of laughter. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Choji gazed at the delicacy within his grasp before entering it into his mouth, whilst the Nara kept his lazy demeanor, all the while inwardly contemplating his friend's peculiar words. "There are a few others. We can continue this troublesome discussion elsewhere. I'll show you to where the rest are." "I knew wearing this was a bad idea, Kasen, such a troublesome woman." Naruto smiled before wrapping his arms around his two companions' shoulders. "Lead the way." The three shinobi headed in the direction of their companions. Sakura sat at a table whilst talking with her fellow kunoichis, the most animated of which was her childhood friend Ino. However, her mind was still on the hyperactive ninja. She was dressed in a fine white kimono made of the softest silk entailed with patterns of roses running along the side. She played with her short pink hair, twirling it with her fingers. It had been an hour since the party had gotten underway and there was still no sign of the blonde knucklehead. Previously she thought that he would be late, but as time went by she began to realize that he may not be coming at all. "Shanaru Naruto, you said you would come. I'm going to kick your ass when I see you." "Hell yeah." She let out a sigh before she noticed the large entrance doors open. Her worry flushed away as she saw the familiar ninja walk through and into the grand hall. The shinobi looked different from what Sakura was normally accustomed to seeing. She realized that he looked a lot better when he wore something that wasn't such an eyesore. A smile was across her face before she realized a cute brunette waitress talking to him. She knew that it was their job to serve the guests, but she felt a twinge within her and a growing feeling of anger. The medic nin rose from her seat about to walk to their location, but was interrupted by a loud voice. "Oi, Sakura." The 16-year-old turned to see her noisy friend looking at her. "Where are you going?" The Yamanaka gazed past her friend's figure, noticing Naruto laughing at Shikamaru and Choji. A knowing smile appeared across her face before she whispered into her friend's ear. You know, it's better to make him wait. Sakura looked at her, an impression of confusion imprinted on her attractive facade. Huh? What are you talking about? Ino let out a sigh. Never mind. The medic nin looked at her annoyed friend before realization of her implication dawned upon her. Wait. It's nothing like that. Ino turned from her friend preparing to walk towards the hoarder's table. Sure. The Godime's apprentice was irritated with her friend's casual manner. She looked back towards Naruto seeing him walk off with the shadow user and Akamichi. She didn't comprehend the mixture of feelings she was experiencing, but what gripped her attention was Ino's implication. Sakura, you coming? The medic nin, broken from her thoughts, followed her fellow chunin. Naruto, already having his insides hurting from laughing too much, was glad to see that the rest of his friends didn't look too out of place with their chosen garments. Neji was dressed in traditional Hyuga garb and Shino was wearing clothes similar to his standard attire. Asuma was dressed up in a tuxedo just like his student, and to his left Kurenai wore a striking purple kimono. He saw that Sasuke was sitting with his arms crossed over his chest dressed in a black and blue ensemble, and next to him Kakashi was wearing a black tuxedo and his mask in its regular position. Amazingly, the tuxedo suited the masked pervert well, looking smooth Kakashi-sensei. He got a smile in return before being greeted by his friends. He was pulled into a seat by the Godime. Good to see you made it. We needed another player. He turned to the Hokage of the village who was dressed in a radiant green dress. He voiced his confusion at the situation. Yosh. Now we can finally begin. Kakashi, prepare to suffer at my youthful hands. The energetic speech caused Naruto to turn towards its bearer, and a shudder drifted along his spine when he saw the blinding sight. The enigmatic Maida Guy and his student Rock Lee were dressed in matching green tuxedos. Kakashi, who was shuffling a deck of cards in his hands, looked at his fellow Junin with his lazy eye. Huh? You say something, Guy. Guy instantly rose from his position. Damn you Hatake with your modern attitude. Kakashi continued shuffling the cards, oblivious of the taijutsu specialist screaming. Naruto realized that they were about to play a game of cards, but why did they need another player? Tsunade Bachan, why do you need me? Asuma was the one to answer his question. We're playing in teams of 2. Naruto looked at the positions of the people around the circular table. Everyone was indeed in pairs of 2. To his right were the senseis of teams 8 and 10. Next to them were the taijutsu specialists, Guy and Lee. Sasuke was paired with his Ika reading teacher, and Neji was paired with the equally silent Shino. The only person remaining was the legendary Sucker herself. He realized that he was her partner. He shrugged, deciding not to protest at the teams, knowing that they would most likely be the first ones to be eliminated. Kakashi handed out the cards before adjusting his lazy eye in the direction of the standing Nara and Akamichi. Last chance. Shikamaru shook his head. This game is too troublesome. He walked away with Choji, who now had an empty plate of food. Naruto picked up his cards, looking at his relatively good hand. Yosh. Guy-sensei, I have received great cards. Lee was standing with sparkles in his eyes. Excellent, my youthful student. Guy focused on his eternal rival. Kakashi, after this, the score will be 68-67 in my favor. The ex-Anbu merely continued to alter the cards in his hands. What was that? Guy's eyes were lit with fire. Kakashi. I will show you the blinding fire of my youth. Everyone surrounding the table sweat dropped as they saw the unfathomable blue beast of Konoha scream incoherently. Naruto chuckled. Maybe we won't be the first ones to be knocked out. An hour later, Tsunade let out a frustrated sigh as she punched the table, destroying it. The remaining shinobi inched away from the decimated structure of wood, aware of the Hokage's volatile state. Naruto had a disappointed look on his face. So much for not being eliminated first. The current leaders in the game were the stoic Hyuga and Aburame, as both had expressionless faces, making it impossible to figure out whether they had received a good hand or not. Surprisingly, Guy and his passionate student were close behind, leaving Asuma and Kurenai in third place and the 2 members of Team 7 in second to last place. Tsunade, frustrated from losing so much money, quickly left the vicinity of the card game in search of some sake. Naruto gave a nervous laugh before hearing his stomach rumble. He hadn't eaten any food since the morning. Deciding to fill himself up, he left the remaining participants of the card game to pick up the pieces and relocate to another table. Naruto had to stop himself from drooling as he saw the delicious assortment of food along the massive table. Carrying an empty plate, he picked out a mixture of cakes and sweets. Although the food was mouth-watering, he couldn't find his favorite dish of ramen. He resigned himself to what he already had and took a seat at a nearby table. Engaged with eating, he failed to notice a kunoichi calling him. The kunoichi walked up to him and poked him on his head. Naruto-kun. He looked up to see Tenten smiling at him. You really do zone out when eating, huh? The chunin dressed in a light yellow dress sat down at the table. Sorry about that. Would you like some? Tenten shook her head. Tusen said that he'd have the kunais ready soon, so come and pick them up in another 3 days. Naruto nodded, acknowledging her statement. Genma tells me that you're training in kenjutsu. Naruto tried to stop himself from choking but was failing, resorting to gulping down a full glass of water. He told you that? The weapon mistress laughed at him. Hi, why are you acting like it's such a big deal? No reason. You just took me with surprise. He continued eating his food. Tenten adopted a more serious tone of voice with a hint of curiosity. The kunai. Naruto's ears twitched. Is it really the one that the Yondaime used? The Kyuubi vessel finished swallowing the piece of chocolate cake that was in his mouth. Yeah, he told you. He was referring to her father. The kunoichi nodded. So you're learning it, his prized technique. Tenten had taken up the task about learning the significance of the kunai that Naruto had handed in to be duplicated because of her father's interesting statements. She had looked through a few books about the Yondaime, eventually finding out that the kunai was used for his most lethal technique. Naruto grinned, letting her know that she was correct in her assumptions. She got up from her seat, addressing the boy for the final time. If you need a sparring partner to practice your sword skills, let me know. Genma said it would be good to have you practice with a variety of people so you're not surprised by people whilst in battle. She gave the blonde a smile before leaving. Naruto rested his chin on his hands before looking through the shinobi populace in the hall, attempting to locate the rest of his friends. His eyes darted around the room before they fell on the Godaime's apprentice. Sakura was standing with Ino and Hinata on the other side of the room, talking and laughing. However, his attention was solely focused on the pink beauty as he found her to be enchanting. The white kimono she wore starkly contrasted from the color of her hair, drawing the observer's attention to her pretty face. Naruto's feelings for his teammate were still quite strong, however he had accepted that he wouldn't win the kunoichi's heart as he thought that she would always be in love with the black-haired Uchiha. However, he realized that the pink-haired medic wasn't chasing Sasuke around like she used to during her earlier days as a genin. Maybe he had a chance. Something caught your eye. Naruto nearly fell over as he saw Sasuke looking at him with a smirk. What are you doing here? The Sharingan user placed his plate of food on the table before taking a seat. We got knocked out. His answer caused Naruto to scan the room for his sensei. Surely enough, the masked and tuxedo-wearing pervert was leaning against a wall reading his orange book. He sighed before turning back to his calm friend. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi was keeping a keen eye on him, paying attention to any unusual mannerisms that he might display. He had been curious about Naruto's behavior recently and brushed it off as just a phase before he learnt from Sasuke that the blonde was training even though he was taking a break from missions due to overtiredness. So, you're playing card games now. What's next? A wife and kids. The unresponsive form of the Uchiha was enough to make Naruto burst out in laughter. Sasuke glared at his friend. Shut up, Dobi. Quickly collecting himself, Naruto addressed the teen. What? It's not my fault. I mean, you never even paid attention to girls and now you're set on getting one. He laughed once again. Sasuke ate some more of his sushi. I have to revive my clan. And I never said that I would be finding a suitable wife straight away. It'll probably be another few years before I decide to do anything. He took another mouthful of his delectable food, noticing that Naruto's vision had once again drifted to their other teammate. Not that I can say the same for you. Naruto instantly stared in the direction of the Uchiha. What's that supposed to mean? The Uchiha smirked, knowing he had the blonde in the palm of his hand. A cherry blossom comes to mind. He nodded towards the direction of their teammate. Naruto looked at Sakura before his cheeks reddened. He laughed nervously, trying quickly to come up with a response, having been caught red-handed staring at her earlier on. Failing to think of anything, he changed the topic. I needed a partner to help with my kenjutsu training. Can you help? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, aware of the Uzumaki dodging his insinuation. I guess so. It's been a while since I trained with my Kusanagi. That's great, come to the Junin training grounds at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Naruto didn't want him to see his other training method, as the Uchiha would definitely become suspicious of his activities. Why there? Sasuke wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and pushed his empty plate away from himself. I'm learning kenjutsu from a Junin. That's the training ground we use. Sasuke nodded whilst they both sat in silence for a few minutes. Naruto let his gaze wander to Sakura again. She was sitting at a table and Lee was talking to her. He saw the animated green beast of Konoha jump around before Sakura said something. The taijutsu specialist walked away with a disappointed look. He rose from his seat, heading towards her direction, leaving his friend. Sakura was sitting at a table by herself. Hinata had left with her little sister to see their father. Ino went to search for someone to dance with, as the rest of the rookie 9 were either too lazy or didn't want to dance in the case of Neji or Shino. It was satisfying and funny to see her fellow kunoichi become so frustrated. She was going to speak with Naruto when he was eating, but was interrupted by Ino and Hinata. She decided she would wait since she saw him speaking with Sasuke. Occupied with her wandering thoughts, she didn't notice the presence of the hyperactive ninja to her side. Sakura-chan. She turned to see Naruto smiling at her. She got up filled with anger. Baka. Why were you so late? Naruto took a few steps back and waved his hands in front of him. Gomen, I got distracted. He began to sweat under the glare he was receiving, knowing full well of the kunoichi's wrath. Sakura sighed before a smile was plastered across her face. It doesn't matter. So tell me, how do I look? She gave a little twirl for added affect. Naruto couldn't help but blush before stuttering out, You look good. Sakura sat back down before the Jinchuriki pulled out a chair sitting next to her whilst they faced the dancing couples in the middle of the chamber. Are you enjoying the party? It's been interesting. Sakura gave a little laugh. Tsunade Shiso blames you for the loss at the card game. Me. She's the legendary sucker. Naruto pouted and crossed his arms over his chest. Sakura laughed at him. No need to get upset. It's not that bad. Naruto pulled out his frog-shaped wallet from his pocket. He opened it and showed the emptiness within. Look what she did to Gama-chan. Sakura noticed the lack of money. Naruto put the wallet back into his pocket. Naruto, he looked towards the pink-haired medic, recognizing the worry in her voice whilst her eyes were fixed on the ground below. Is it because of the transformation? He was taken aback at the suddenness of the question. Naruto's eyes widened. Did she know? That shouldn't be possible, as he had only told Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sakura continued, the exhaustion. Naruto inwardly sighed, relieved she didn't know of his coming death, as he wasn't ready to tell her just yet. Yeah, I'll be better in no time, Sakura-chan. He smiled at her. Guarantee it. He was beginning to become uncomfortable, as he had nearly made a promise that he knew he couldn't keep. So, what happened to Lee? He looked quite down. Sakura felt embarrassed but knew she couldn't avoid answering it. He asked me for a dance and I said no. She let out a tense laugh after finishing. Naruto scratched his head, feeling sorry for Lee but was also happy. So, why'd you turn him down? Sakura coughed a little before muttering something. Naruto didn't understand what she said, so asked her to repeat it. Sakura sighed, I don't know how to dance. The Leaf Nin looked at her incredulously before he began to laugh. The pink-haired girl slapped him hardly across the back of his head. Baka. What's so funny? Naruto rubbed his head. That's it. Sakura folded her arms. What's that supposed to mean? Not like you know how to either. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Actually, I do. Sakura had to stop herself from screaming, She was boiling with fury secretly. Shanaru. What the hell? Even he knows. Naruto raised his index finger, going into his lecture mode. Ero Sennin thought it mandatory for me to know how to court a woman in the proper way if I was to. He was tentative of continuing. If you were to what? She curiously waited for him answer. If I was to be taught by the man who has women swooning over him at every angle and looks that make girls die of blood loss. Both the shinobi began to laugh wholeheartedly as they thought of the perverted Sannin holding himself in such high esteem. They enclosed their laughter and resumed sitting in silence as they looked at the couples on the dance floor. The song was finishing and the musicians were arranging to start another. He looked at the beauty to his left, noticing the longing look in her eyes as she stared at the dance floor. A sweet smile appeared across his face and an idea in his mind. He got up from his seat before grasping her hand and pulling her up with him. A warm sensation traveled through both their bodies when their skin touched. Sakura, shocked by his actions, was still feeling her hand tingling. "Naruto, what are you doing?" He didn't answer, instead pulling her behind him towards the dance floor. She was surprised and ultimately frightened of embarrassing herself when she realized that he was leading her to the core of the dance floor. She didn't get a chance to protest as they came to a halt. He turned and their eyes made contact. She took in the full beauty of the deepness within them. "Trust me." He placed her right hand on his shoulder before clutching her left hand with his right. Finally placing his left hand on her waist, he spoke in a soft voice, "Follow my lead." She nodded, taking note of their closeness, and began to redden. The musicians started to play again, a slow rhythmic piece of classical music. The romantic piece sent a warm sensation throughout her body. She had never been this close to the blonde before and recognized the peaceful smile across his handsome face. His hand was warm and his skin astonishingly smooth. Naruto stared into the emerald eyes which had captivated and captured his heart on so many occasions. He enjoyed being this close to the medic nin and felt pleased with knowing that he was the first person she danced with. All his previous feelings of anxiety and worry about messing up washed away as he let the soft caring music guide him in the dance. The two shinobi danced slowly as Naruto tried to let the stunning girl in his arms get accustomed to the movements. He gave a smile, "See, it's not that hard." Sakura gave him a warm smile back, "Thank you." Naruto gave a small laugh, "It's my pleasure." They continued to dance as Sakura grew more comfortable with the art form. Naruto span her around once and pulled her back into him. Sakura, a little taken back with the force, crashed into him. Naruto chuckled lightly. "Baka, what was that for?" "Just keeping you on your toes." The two continued dancing unaware of everything else. All the other couples moved out of the way on order of the godime as she looked at the blonde with a caring smile. She could tell that he was enjoying himself and she hadn't felt this peaceful inside since his announcement to her. The music became softer and slower as Sakura wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and rested her head against his shoulder. The genin wrapped his defined arms around her waist before continuing to dance slowly. The lights above them shone brightly, illuminating the dance floor with a dazzling golden color reflecting the inner feelings of happiness that the two shinobi were experiencing. Naruto gave out a soft chuckle before whispering, "I would have never thought I would get the opportunity to dance with you." Naruto felt her breath through his red top, sending a nice feeling through his body. He could tell that she was smiling. Life is full of surprises. He sighed sorrowfully, feeling desolate inside. Isn't that the truth? Closing his eyes, he inhaled the fresh smell of her hair. "Arigato, Sakura-chan." The musicians slowly came to a stop as the two parted, feeling the warmth escape from their bodies after being separated. Sakura stared into his bright blue eyes as he gave an affectionate smile. Their faces inched closer before the sound of clapping broke them from their actions. They turned to realize that they were the only ones on the dance floor with the rest of the shinobi staring at them. The onlookers broke out into applause as Sakura and Naruto blushed, feeling embarrassed at having an intimate moment observed by so many people. They heard a wolf whistle, noticing the familiar voice break out through the crowd. "Go Naruto. I knew you had it in you." The voice was accompanied with what sounded like happy barks. Naruto turned to see Kiba grinning at him whilst sitting on his faithful companion Akamaru. He scratched the back of his head and led Sakura off the dance floor and away from the attention. The kunoichi was swamped by her friends who started talking to her whilst the rest of the shinobi resumed normally. Naruto smiled in the direction of Sakura, who was now facing away from him. Sakura accepted all the compliments wholeheartedly and couldn't stop blushing as she realized that she had been so close to the hyperactive ninja and everybody had seen it. She turned to where he was but couldn't find him. Looking around the room, the genin was nowhere in sight. Naruto let out a heavy sigh as he stood on the balcony. He had left all the commotion inside by going through the glass doors which led outside. The full moon shone vibrantly accompanied with the sparkling stars. The water below glittered as it reflected the night sky. He looked into the distance at the Hokage monument, being reminded of his duty. Nice dance. The ex-Anbu walked forwards until he was standing next to his student. Naruto closed his eyes, thanks Kakashi-sensei. They both remained in silence, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere which was a stark contrast from the hectic party. So, how are you doing? Kakashi keenly awaited his student's response. A smile broke out across the vessel's face. Quite good. Not receiving the answer he wanted, Kakashi continued, whenever I'm not feeling well inside or if there is something that I am finding hard to cope with, I look towards nature to provide peace within me. He gazed at the beautiful scenery in front of him. It's amazing what a person feels when he takes his time to see the natural beauty of the world we live in. It's calm and comforting. He turned to face his student who still had his eyes shut. Is that why you're here? Naruto opened his eyes as he sighed. He could tell Kakashi knew that not everything was right with the genin, but he wasn't sure that he should tell him. He looked at the masked Junin. I should probably get some rest. It's past midnight. The Jinchuriki made his way towards the glass doors. Friends support each other, Naruto. You can always rely on us. Naruto waved before continuing, a genuine smile across his visage. He reached towards the glass doors but stopped when somebody from inside pulled them open. The Hokage walked onto the balcony, giving the younger boy a smile. Get some rest. He smiled at the older woman before leaving. The Godime, after knowing that the Leaf Nin had left the vicinity, looked towards his sensei who seemed troubled. She walked forwards and rested her arms against the railing of the balcony. She hesitated for a few moments. There is something you should know. Naruto had now successfully completed 2 weeks of training without much difficulty. His clones had mastered chakra control to the extent that he was now capable of reaching the top of the tremendous waterfall. The ones who were trying to perform one-handed seals had done as much possible with the current techniques that he knew, so he decided that he would let all 1,000 of his shadow clones concentrate solely on learning manipulation of the elements, as the task was proving to be a lot more complicated than he formerly thought it would be. He had already mastered the wind element as it was his affinity, consequently his clones were rapidly progressing in learning the futon techniques. Manipulation of the earth element was proving to be the easiest of the remaining 4 elements, and he could perform some of the lower level techniques. His manipulation of the water element was coming along at a steady pace, having already mastered the basic techniques required. However, the 2 elements proving to be the most difficult were fire and lightning. His development with the 2 particular elements was very slow, and he was finding it extremely hard to apply the basics of manipulation to them. His Kenjutsu training was extremely successful, especially after the addition of Sasuke as his training partner. The Uchiha pushed Naruto to his limits, making him work twice as hard to keep up with him since he was being affected by the gravity seal. Although becoming more accustomed to the pull on his body, there was still a long way to go before he would be able to fully utilize his skills whilst under the affect of the seal. However, having the Sharingan user as his partner was also quite dangerous, as he was becoming suspicious of why Naruto had to try so hard yet still fail to put up much of a threat, as the Kyuubi vessel had not told him about his forbidden training method. Genma had taught him well on how to use swords in combat, showing him the ideal distances and motions to deal the most devastating affect. The Junin was also going to teach him how to perform the shadow dance techniques once he was far enough in his skills. Having deactivated his seal and going through his customary relaxation, he was currently writing up the required seal in order to perform the Yondaime's most treasured jutsu. He had gone to the weapons shop earlier on and received the finished kunais, which looked perfect and showed the quality of craftsmanship. However, before moving on to using the kunai to perform the technique, he would have to understand the mechanics of the seal used. The seal was a vital factor in the success of the technique as it summoned its user. A blank scroll was in front of Naruto as he delicately drew the intricate seal pattern, making sure not to make any mistakes. A high risk was involved as the technique granted the user control over space and time through the use of summoning, so he could instantly appear wherever the seal was placed. However, he had to be careful in making sure that he didn't mess up whilst drawing, as the consequences would be fatal. He finished the seal before imprinting his insignia on it with his blood. Since he wasn't meant to be training on the days he had to rest, Naruto decided he would prepare the seals for when he would start learning the Hiraishin no Jutsu. He continued drawing the seals as the morning was slowly coming to an end. Finally finishing, he gathered his scrolls, deciding to drop them off home before going to his favorite ramen stand. However, before he left his training ground, a glimpse of pink caught his attention. He looked towards the cherry tree in the distance. Walking towards it, he realized that unlike the rest of the trees which had lost all their luscious nature, it was still blossoming as the leaves gave off a vibrant pink. He looked towards the leaves, being reminded of his dance 3 days earlier. The party had been blissful and Naruto was ultimately glad that he had attended. However, his mind focused on his childhood crush. They had gotten closer than they had ever been. He was sure that they might have ended up kissing if they had not been interrupted. But the more he thought about it, he realized that this wasn't what he wanted to happen. Growing closer to Sakura now was something he couldn't afford because of his impending death. It would serve to provide them both with unneeded sorrow. He gave out a sad sigh. Why now? That's enough for now. The Hokage addressed her student with a raised hand. We should get some rest before continuing. Sakura, panting from her strict training regiment, quickly nodded. Hi, Tsunade Shiso. The medic nins reached for their water, replenishing themselves with much needed refreshment. The Godime, feeling a little tired but not as much as the younger medic, made her way over to nearby bench before sitting down. Sakura, following her teacher, sat next to her before slowly drifting to her thoughts. She trained with the Hokage, improving her combat and medical skills whenever her team didn't go on missions. As of late, the atmosphere whilst on missions was awkward, as Kakashi had began to arrive later than usual and wasn't as focused on the objective at hand. She could see that he was hiding something and would often read his orange book a lot more than he would regularly. Apart from training and completing her missions with her team, her mind focused on the hyperactive ninja, especially after their dance at the party. She had enjoyed the touch of his skin and the warm feeling whilst in his arms. Her heart leapt every time she thought about their intimate dance, now understanding why Ino kept teasing her about her feelings. She hadn't seen the blonde since the dance and was herself dreading meeting him again, as she was unsure of what to say. The strength of feelings she was feeling were far beyond simple attraction, they were a lot deeper, and she was confused as to what to make of them. Tsunade, aware of the uncomfortable presence of her apprentice, voiced her question, "Is something the matter?" Sakura sighed before responding, "I'm not sure." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the unusual answer. "I'll take that as a yes." The older woman of the two averted her gaze from the kunoichi, opting to stare at the demolished training grounds. Tsunade Shiso, she paused as her mentor turned to look at her. Does a person know when they're in love? Her question came as an initial surprise to Tsunade, but she understood the complexity of feelings she must be experiencing. She had fallen for the hyperactive ninja without even realizing it, and she was coming to terms with her feelings after the dance. However, since it was so unexpected, she didn't know what to do. The gambling Hokage chose her words carefully, as she was now one of 3 people who knew about Naruto's condition and didn't believe it was her place to tell the pink-haired medic. A person never knows when they fall in love. She remembered her lover. It's a feeling that builds up over time. A smile was across her face before she continued, the only way to understand your feelings is to confront them. Sakura stared into the hard ground with her emerald eyes, absorbing her teacher's words. What if you are afraid? Tsunade laughed at her apprentice, causing the kunoichi to look up in confusion. You really like him, don't you? Sakura, understanding her accusation, reddened a bit before muttering her answer, yeah. The Godime adopted a more serious tone of voice before continuing. She knew that Sakura would have to figure out her feelings, as Naruto didn't have much time. The Hokage understood that allowing the two shinobi to become close now would result in an even deepened feeling of sadness when the time for departure came, so she chose her words carefully when she began to address her apprentice. The life of a shinobi is perilous, make use of the time that you have. Her answer applied to all ninja, however she was specifically talking about Naruto's upcoming death, not that the pink-haired medic knew. Sakura nodded at the older woman, the clearness of her decision reflected in her bright green eyes. Naruto finished his 8th bowl of ramen, having finally satisfied his hunger to its fullest degree. He observed Chuki and his daughter Ayame work before placing his money on the counter and leaving. It was now in the middle of the afternoon and he didn't have much left to do. Deciding that letting his muscles rest would be the best course of action, he headed in the direction of his home. He was satisfied with the rate at which his training was progressing, fully confident that he would be capable of defeating the Akatsuki soon. He was broken from his thoughts as he heard someone walking up behind him. Naruto. The familiar voice sent a twinge to his heart, both of happiness and sadness. He turned to face the apprentice of the Hokage. He adopted his mask rather quickly, attempting to hide the confusion of feelings brewing within him. Sakura-chan. The kunoichi nodded whilst falling in pace with him. The two shared an awkward silence, well aware of their last encounter. Naruto, trying not to think too much, quickly started a conversation. So how are the missions lately? Sakura continued walking, her eyes directed in front of her. Simple, we're not allowed to leave the village, so most of them are lending a hand with handing out assignments or filling in at the academy. Lately though, we've been asked to help with the preparations of the Chunin exams since they're going to be starting in another 2 weeks. Naruto laughed. Sasuke's probably not happy with such missions. As for Kakashi-sensei, well, he probably doesn't care. Sakura's mood changed upon the mention of their sensei, something Naruto picked up on. Kakashi-sensei has been weird lately. Naruto's curiosity was piqued with her intriguing words. He seems distracted, ever since the party. The Leaf Nin began to contemplate what could have caused a change in behavior for their usually undeterred sensei. He was interrupted by Sakura. Naruto, he turned to look at the older girl whose hair was moving slightly from the soft blow of the wind. Sakura hesitated for a moment, not sure how to ask him, would you like to get together sometime? Naruto's expression displayed his confusion. Nani? We just had a party. Sakura became irritated of his obliviousness, as it was hard enough for her to ask in the first place. Baka. I meant just the two of us. She began blushing, realizing what she had just shouted at him. Naruto was shocked beyond comprehension. He didn't think the kunoichi would ever willingly ask to go out with him. They had recently gone to eat together on a couple of occasions, however it was always him who asked, and even then it was just an outing of friends. The blonde wasn't sure of what to do. He didn't want to get too close to the girl at this time, knowing it wasn't the brightest idea since he had been deliberately trying to avoid being with his friends as much as possible without giving them a reason for suspicion. Knowing of Sakura's high intelligence, he was sure that she would pick on something being wrong if he refused. Yeah, sure. Looking towards the kunoichi, he could see the lightest tint of red grace her soft cheeks. Sakura, happy with his answer, quickly answered, pick me up in 2 days at 7. She gave him a smile before parting ways in the direction of her house. Naruto, looking at her leave, knew he would probably come to regret his answer. A roar of thunder was heard from the sky above as darkened clouds began to gather, preparing for a downpour. Not paying attention to the changing weather, his mind focused on his Junin sensei. The last time he had seen him was when they were talking at the balcony, trying to understand the reason for Kakashi's strange behavior. His eyes widened in realization, remembering the Godime as the last person to have talked to him on the day of the party. Did she? Forsaking his original plan of returning home, he took off to search for the masked pervert, ignoring the droplets of rain which began to soak his golden hair. Zetsu threw the beaten form of the Jinchuriki across the hard surface of the floor. His body was relatively unharmed, however he had sustained a few bruises at the hands of the container of the Shichibi. Observing the bloody figure in front of him, he showed no remorse for his actions. He had left the Jinchuriki alive, but just enough so that the extraction process would be successful. The battle had gone relatively easy for the green-haired Akatsuki member until his target began to harness the power of his Biju. Underestimating his opponent's abilities, even if it was for a mere couple of seconds, had resulted in him being caught in one of his techniques. Luckily, the technique did not carry the full force of the Biju, so it didn't break his defense. The battleground for their encounter was now in ruins. The ground had been ripped open, leaving several craters scattered, and the nearby forest had also been extinguished. The Shichibi granted its container control over the element of earth, giving him an advantage in using the land for his techniques. However, since Zetsu was adept at using his surroundings for cover and his own attacks, he comfortably walked away with the victory. The Akatsuki member picked the Jinchuriki up via his hair, preparing to return to the base for the extraction. Naruto had looked in numerous places over Konoha where his Junin sensei could have been. Having not found him anywhere, he traveled to the only other location he could think of, Team 7's former training ground. The rain continued to pour as his clothes had now been soaked entirely, leaving a cold feeling running through his body. Surely enough, he could see Kakashi standing next to the memorial stone, staring intently at the names carved on its surface. Walking forwards, he reached the log to which he had been tied to when Kakashi had given them the bell test. The Junin was standing drenched, his hair flattened from the rain and now partially covering his face. The blonde looked at his sensei, having never seen him like this before. He spoke with a calm, clear voice, "You know, huh?" He awaited a response from the older ninja, however it didn't come, knowing his silence meant a yes. He continued staring at his sensei, who had his back turned due to facing the memorial stone. The weather had not relinquished its brutality in throwing the cold droplets of water from the black clouds above. Naruto sighed, knowing that he should have told the Junin about his condition, as he felt a wave of guilt pass through him. Kakashi spoke in soft, monotonous voice, "The day I became a Junin." The masked shinobi paused as his student looked towards him. "I lead my first mission as a leader of a team." Naruto listened attentively to his words. "I didn't understand what it meant to have friends." His sorrow-filled eye continued staring at the names carved on the monument. "I never thought much of my teammates, and prioritized the mission above everything else." Naruto listened carefully, noticing the sadness in his teacher's words. He had never heard his sensei talk about his past and never knew anything about it himself. "One of my teammates was captured." The Junin sighed, feeling angry with his older self. "I was prepared to abandon her, but I was stopped by the one person I looked down upon as a weak shinobi. Whoever breaks the rules is trash, but whoever abandons their friends is worse than trash." Naruto listened to Kakashi's words. That had been the first thing he had learnt from the Junin and fully took to his heart. The ex-Anbu continued, "Those words that he said to me have stayed with me since. We managed to get our other teammate back, but I lost my eye in the process." Kakashi's vision blurred as he let a tear escape his drooped eye, quickly mixing with the wetness of his mask. "But before we could get to safety, we were attacked a final time. He saved my life, at the cost of his own." The tears continued rolling from his one exposed eye. "His dying gift to me was his Sharingan." Naruto's eyes widened as he finally understood where Kakashi had received his Sharingan, but he was quickly filled with sorrow upon hearing of the white-haired Junin's past. "That day I finally understood what it meant to have a friend. After everything I had said to him, he gave his life for me. I lost everything precious to me." A few minutes of silence passed as the two ninjas stood. The sky roared as the sound of thunder impacted, sending a chilling feeling of remorse through Naruto's spine. Kakashi broke the silence. "The day I finally took a genin team, I finally thought that I would be able to make up for my past mistakes by raising shinobis who understood the importance of friendship." A smile was across Kakashi's face as he remembered the bell test. "I finally found people that were important to me again." He sighed before turning to face the genin. His voice began to break. "I'm sorry I have failed you. If I could have helped you, this wouldn't have happened." Naruto, whose eyes had began to water, only being hidden by the rain, walked forwards until he was standing next to his sensei. "You didn't fail me, Kakashi-sensei." He looked at the older ninja with a smile. "You never have." The Jinchuriki stared at the memorial stone. Every ninja experiences sorrow. He remembered the heartbreaking expression of Haku. Every ninja has a past that they want to forget. Sasuke's visage flashed through his mind, and everyone makes mistakes. Kakashi listened to his student convey wisdom he would have never thought he had. The past may define who we were, but it is the present which shapes who we will become. The rain calmed as the Kyuubi container continued. "When I die, I don't want you to stay like this." Kakashi looked at his student with a mixture of surprise and grief. Naruto's eyes showed his resolve. "Death is a part of life. You don't want to fail me." Kakashi looked at his student with curiosity. Then, instead of living in the past, live for the future. Turning towards Kakashi, he had a genuine smile across his countenance. Kakashi looked into the eyes of the younger ninja, who even after everything that had occurred still held his determination and refused to give in to misery. A smile graced his face. Finally, for the first time in 3 days, a sense of peace entered his heart. The sun had set, leaving the dark sky. Through the relatively quiet streets Naruto walked towards his destination in order to pick up Sakura for their date. He was tired from a hard day of training but still had enough energy remaining. His mind was in haywire with conflicting thoughts. He wanted to enjoy this time as he knew that he wouldn't get such chances often, however he also knew that he couldn't let this outing get out of control, so had to make sure that nothing happened. He was clothed in dark red trousers with a tight-fitting long-sleeved black top. He wasn't wearing a jacket as it was a warm atmosphere. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he had arrived at Sakura's house quickly. Swallowing a lump in his throat and giving out a sigh, he knocked on the door. Waiting for a few minutes, he could hear someone approaching the door from the other side before opening it. Trying his hardest to stop his eyes falling out of their sockets, he failed to recognize his hanging mouth. Sakura stood in front of him attired in an extravagant dark blue kimono with patterns of light pink cherry blossoms. His attention was drawn to the sparkling earrings she was wearing. He had never seen her wear them before, as such accessories were a distraction and a hazard for kunoichis. Sakura had a knowing smile across her face. That must mean I look really good. The Jinchuriki coughed, realizing his momentary stupor. Haha, yeah you do. Sakura couldn't help but rage with happiness inside. Hell yeah. Quickly coming out of her thoughts, she addressed the shinobi in front of her. So, where would you like to go first? Naruto's stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten during the day, preserving his humongous appetite for the evening. How about we eat? The medic nin stepped outside, closing the door behind her. The two began to walk, embarking on their date. Sakura's thoughts were concentrated solely on her feelings for the leaf nin next to her. They continued walking, leaving the residential district and arriving in the more lit-up area of Konoha. Naruto stared at the dazzling display of lights, not noticing the running flashes of green approaching him and Sakura. Yosh! These two young shinobi are truly enjoying the springtime of youth. Guy finished his loud speech with a thumbs up and a blinding smile. The eccentric volume startled Naruto, who wasn't prepared for such an outburst. His attention was quickly directed towards the energetic blue beast of Konoha's student, who was standing with fire burning in his eyes. Naruto-kun, I, the beautiful green beast of Konoha, challenge you for Sakura-chan's heart. Sakura's eyes widened as Naruto's sweat dropped. Nani? Sakura laughed nervously, slowly inching closer to the blonde. Lee continued in a determined tone, I have vowed to win Sa. The green spandex-clad youth was stopped from finishing as a hand clasped itself around his mouth. Tenten stood behind Lee with a firm grasp across his animated mouth. Neji slowly walked up behind his teammates, obviously embarrassed by the two taijutsu specialists' actions. Good to see you, Naruto, Sakura-san. Naruto and Sakura nodded, acknowledging his greeting. Tenten finally relinquished her hold on Lee. Looking towards the young couple, she bowed before speaking, sorry about Lee. Naruto scratched the back of his head, it's alright, I think. The unfathomable guy looked in the direction of Naruto. Yosh! You are finally embracing the blazing yet kind fire of your youth. Naruto had a dumbfounded expression, not fully comprehending the meaning of his words. His thoughts corresponded with Sakura, who was even more perplexed. Shanaru. What the hell does that even mean? Lee had tears brimming in his eyes as Guy exclaimed his passionate words, Guy-sensei, there is none more youthful than you. Maida Guy turned towards the younger taijutsu specialist and gave him his trademark smile. Of course, my youthful student. Now come, we must continue with our energetic laps around the wondrous beauty that is Konoha. Naruto and Sakura stared as the green spandex-wearing males ran down the street, not entirely sure of what had transpired in front of them. Neji followed slowly with an annoyed look. Well, I should leave you to your, anyways, Tenten laughed before waving and following her teammates. Naruto inwardly smiled at his friend's antics. He was going to miss all this when the time came. He led Sakura to a high-class restaurant, knowing that going to eat at a ramen stand wasn't the greatest of ideas, especially since she had spent time preparing herself. Walking into the reasonably large building, they came upon one of the employees. Naruto addressed the tuxedo-wearing gentleman, we'd like a table for two. The short man recognized Sakura, who was the apprentice of the Hokage. Clearing his throat, he quickly replied, of course. Right this way, young sir, madam. Giving the two shinobi a courteous bow, he took them to their table before handing them menus. Sakura glanced at Naruto, who was intently focused on his menu and the list of food, no doubt trying to find his favorite dish of ramen. She was glad that he had taken her to a fine restaurant, which meant he had thought about the date. She gave a small chuckle as she realized the genin would be complaining about the state of his Gama-chan after a few days because of the amount of money he would be paying on their date. She picked up her menu to begin browsing but saw Naruto staring at her awkwardly. "What? Do I look that nice?" A smile appeared across her face as she spoke. Naruto shook his head, receiving a raised eyebrow from Sakura. "No, it's not that, it's…" Sakura seethed inside at what he had said, interrupting him from finishing. "Baka. What's that supposed to mean?" Naruto began to sweat, noticing the unfortunate misuse of his words. "Gomen, Sakura-chan. I didn't mean it like that." The pink-haired medic paid no attention to his rambling, instead scouring through her menu. The blonde, acknowledging his failing attempts at reconciliation, sighed before resuming looking through his own menu. The minutes passed by in silence as they finally ordered their food. Sakura ordered kaiseki, a traditional delicacy made with the rarest variety of ingredients. The Jinchuriki ordered his usual miso ramen, awaiting his meal with eagerness. Looking back at the beauty in front of him, he decided to try and lighten up the discomfited atmosphere. "So, Sakura-chan, how was your day?" Sakura, slightly happy with his attempts for trying to make for his mistake, responded, but made sure she wasn't too reactive so he didn't think that he was off the hook already. "Fine." She could visibly see her one-word answer to Naruto had the desired effect. Their meal arrived and the two ate in silence for the majority of the duration, with Naruto making his unique jokes to try and brighten Sakura's mood. His attempts ultimately failed in his eyes, whereas the pink-haired Kunoichi was enjoying his desperate frame of mind at trying to make her laugh, feeling he was cute when in such a situation. Finishing their meal, Naruto left the payment before following Sakura outside. "Sakura-chan, I really didn't mean it. You look great. Seriously, I haven't seen anyone looking better." Naruto walked behind Sakura, who was a few feet ahead of him. Sakura stopped as she blushed from the Leaf Nin's comment, only hidden due to the direction she was facing. Regaining her composure, she turned to face him. "Well, how are you going to make up for it?" Naruto began thinking with his hand on his chin as the minutes flew by. Sakura became irritated at the lengthy process. "Shanaru, does it really take you that long?" A light bulb lit up in Naruto's mind as he thought of a brilliant idea. Rushing towards Sakura, startling her a little, he grabbed her hand and ran towards their destination. A warm feeling pulsed through Sakura at the unanticipated contact. She enjoyed the familiar feeling and continued following the energetic blonde. Arriving in front of the movie theater, Naruto felt a wave of fear rush through him as he saw the poster for the latest Ica Ica Paradise movie. He turned towards Sakura, who was cracking her knuckles and had a menacing look in her eyes. "This is your idea?" Naruto began to slowly back away from the volatile Kunoichi. "Wait, I thought the latest movie Princess Koyuki made was being shown." He began to worry, noticing the lack of effect from his words. "What's going on here?" Kakashi looked at his students with a keen eye. Observing their attire and the situation of them being together, he drew the right conclusion swiftly. "So they're finally dating." Naruto sighed in relief at seeing his sensei. Kakashi was feeling a lot better after his talk with the genin 2 days prior. He was at the theater to see the adaptation of his favorite novel. A sinister yet amusing plan came to his mind as he bought 3 tickets. Walking forwards, he grabbed his students, dragging them into the screening room against their will. Naruto's eyes widened as he began to curse his luck and dread meeting the masked pervert. The 2 young shinobi were seated in front of Kakashi. The masked Junin had a smirk across his face as he saw the uncomfortable couple. Naruto, who was now sweating profusely, took a glance at Sakura to his right. Noticing her abnormal demeanor, he sighed, knowing she wouldn't punch him anytime soon. Standing from his seat in order to leave, he was stopped as Kakashi had a hand on his shoulder and made him sit back down. "What's the rush, Naruto? The movie hasn't even started yet." Sakura fidgeted uneasily as the movie began to start. Her anger for Naruto was now displaced and she was more focused on the fact that she was about to watch a perverted movie. "Shanaru, I will have my revenge, Kakashi-sensei." She blushed uncontrollably as the movie got underway. The intimate scenes were making her extremely uncomfortable as she kept having flashes of Naruto through her mind in intriguing positions to say the least. Naruto wasn't faring very well either as a small trickle blood escaped his nose. He knew of the perverted nature of Jiraiya's novels and had even read some of them. However, reading the erotic scenes and experiencing them being performed, whilst you were with a girl you were highly attracted to, were very different situations. Trying to flush away the impure thoughts of Sakura rushing through his mind constantly, he head-butted the seat in front of him. Kakashi was trying to refrain himself from laughing as he concentrated more on the actions of the young shinobi couple rather than the mature movie he initially came to view. He was enjoying the humorous display and was beginning to wonder whether this was becoming too much for them as he saw Naruto head-butt the seat in front of him hardly. They were old enough to understand about the intimate moments between a man and a woman, however he knew that they weren't expecting to see such scenes their first date. Sakura, beginning to lose herself to her implicit thoughts, rose from her position and grabbed Naruto running out of the theater. Kakashi merely looked at the two leave, not trying to stop them, deciding that they had endured enough. He smiled hoping they wouldn't refrain from anything before continuing to watch the Ika Ika Paradise movie that was halfway through its course. Sakura and Naruto had finally left the theater and the kunoichi let go of the Kyuubi container's hand as quickly as possible. Her thoughts were racing and she sighed out of relief, being free from the perverted torture that was Ika Ika Paradise. Naruto wiped the blood from his nose and looked at Sakura but quickly turned away as more impure thoughts corrupted his mind. Coughing rather loudly he addressed the gorgeous yet scary 16-year-old, "We should be on our way." Sakura nodded and walked beside Naruto as they traveled through one of Konoha's stunning parks. Coming close to a small lake, Naruto took a seat on the soft grass below. Tsunade's apprentice sat down next to him, enjoying the view of the majestic river sparkling in front of their eyes. The stars had at last come out, glittering as vibrantly as ever, adding to the already romantic and peaceful atmosphere. Naruto had a heart-warming smile across his face and a feeling of tranquility within himself. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Sakura was amazed at where Naruto had led them. Due to the genin's usual hyperactive behavior and loudness, she never knew that he enjoyed such serene things. Smiling softly, she scooted closer to Naruto and placed her head on his shoulder before replying, "Yeah." Naruto was taken aback by the suddenness of Sakura's action and knew that he had to be careful as to not let anything happen. A few minutes passed as a smile graced his whiskered face. "I've never seen you so calm before. You're normally always different." Sakura lifted her head from his shoulder. "Baka. Don't you like me when I'm like this?" Naruto stood up, walking closer towards the water. Looking over the calm water he answered, "I like you however you are." Sakura smiled as she heard his words, a comforting feeling entering her stomach. Kicking off his sandals, Naruto walked onto the lake, keeping himself afloat with his chakra. A soothing feeling entered his body as the initial chilliness left upon his bare feet touching the water. He walked forwards as the water underneath him swayed. The kunoichi gazed at Naruto, who seemed so peaceful yet so sad in his movements. She was broken from her thoughts as the Uzumaki spoke, "Try it, Sakura." Rising from her location on the ground, she walked towards the water and took off her own sandals. She placed her foot onto the water as an icy feeling entered her body, making her shiver. Naruto chuckled as he saw her. Sakura walked forward, trying to get accustomed to the coldness. Walking a few more steps, she realized that it was pleasant to walk on the water as her skin enjoyed the sensation. She made her way over to where Naruto was standing. The blonde had managed to make it into the middle of the lake and was standing calmly as he stared at the sky above. Sakura jumped back as she felt something wriggle underneath her feet. What was that? Naruto, diverting his attention to his date, laughed as he saw her jump back with her eyes racing at the water below. Sakura glared at Naruto. "Baka. What's so funny?" "Nothing to worry about, it was probably just a fish." Sakura, embarrassed from her over-weariness, quickly reddened. "Oh." Walking towards the hyperactive ninja, she stood in front of him before he suddenly fell through into the water. Losing sight of his figure, a worried expression appeared across her pretty face. "Naruto." She bent down before looking more clearly into the water. "Naruto, are you alright?" The desperation was evident in her voice as she attempted to locate the Jinchuriki. Being too immersed in the situation, she failed to recognize a set of hands slowly appear from the water below and wrap themselves around her ankles. Sakura snapped out of her search as she felt something clasp her ankles, however she was too late to act as she was pulled into the water below. The water completely submerged her body, sending an overwhelming cold shudder throughout her. She quickly rose from the water and began to shiver. Her hair was drenched as were her clothes. Droplets of water surrounded her face. However, she instantly became angry as she realized what had just happened. Naruto. I'm going to beat you senseless. Really? The kunoichi turned around to face the blonde, who was equally soaked with water. His golden hair was flattened from its drenched state and his clothes were dripping. He laughed. Come on, it's not that bad, is it? Shivering from the cold, Sakura walked forward before hugging Naruto. She wrapped her arms around his waist in an attempt to become warm. The tight hug sent Naruto into confusion. He was enjoying the feeling but was afraid of the closeness at the same time. The chest-height water completely covered their bodies as Naruto slowly placed his arms around Sakura, returning the hug. Staying stationary for a few moments, their bodies started to become warm, feeding off each other's heat. Sakura's eyes were closed as she leaned her head on his shoulder. A mystifying feeling ran throughout her body, making her feel exceedingly pleasant. She spoke in a soft voice, "Arigato, Naruto." Sakura leaned backwards, escaping his embrace. She looked at the shinobi in front of her as the water slowly trickled from his hair down his handsome face. Mesmerized by his enchanting cerulean eyes, she felt comfort at the peacefulness within them. I finally understand. She smiled as she began to lean in towards his face. Naruto gazed into the kunoichi's emerald eyes as he slowly became captivated by her beauty. Everything was happening so perfectly. He sighed sadly inside, but at the wrong time, he could feel Sakura's refreshing breath on his lips before he turned his face to the side. Sakura's kiss landed on his wet cheek. Her face had a befuddled expression as she didn't understand. She looked at the blonde, who was now staring at the serene water. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto's eyes revealed the sadness within them as he replied softly, I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, I can't do this. He turned to leave but was stopped as Sakura grabbed his hand. Why? Naruto's feelings were in turmoil as he contemplated on telling her the truth. He desperately tried to find the right words but couldn't bring himself to tell her. Releasing his hand from her grasp, a tear escaped his eye as he left. Sakura gazed at the genin as he walked away from her. The water felt a lot colder as she was left in shock. The stars shimmered less and the lake appeared dark. A tear escaped her green eye, falling into the water below with a resonating sound as her heart shattered on the inside. Sighing, Naruto stared at the seal in front of him. Trying to think of what he was doing wrong, he couldn't find a reasonable solution. He had completed the 3rd week of his training and was sitting in his training ground attempting to understand how he could perform the Hiraishin no Jutsu, as he had been unsuccessful throughout the week. Practicing the technique for the whole week had not gotten him further than he was when he started. At the moment he wasn't using the special kunais since he decided that he would have to, first, be able to perform the technique whilst the seal was stationary. He had pinned a seal on one of the many trees and had attempted to summon himself to the seal. However, the simple sounding process was a lot more complicated than he initially thought. Fortunately, his training as a whole was progressing well. He had now finished learning all the techniques within the Futon scroll and was close to completing the Doden and Suiten scrolls. His development with the Raiden and Kaden techniques had been steadily improving once he figured out how to manipulate the two elements. He was sure that he would finish learning all the techniques inscribed within the scrolls over the next week. He fell back from his seated position so that he was lying down on the grass. Staring at the clear blue sky, he felt some comfort enter him, which was infrequent since his date. The sound of the waterfall was soothing to his ears as he closed his eyes to relax. Over the past few days, his concentration had dwindled since he found himself constantly being drawn to his thoughts of Sakura. He had not been in contact with the medic nin since their date, afraid of meeting her. He believed it was better to avoid her for the time being since he had already hurt her, however he was hoping that she wasn't too angry with him. Brushing away the painful thoughts, his mind focused on the significance of this day. It had been 16 years ago today that the Kyuubi had attacked Konoha and ended up sealed within him. The anniversary of Kyuubi's defeat had always reminded him of his loneliness, and the reason why once he was told of the demon fox being inside him. Usually he would draw determination from this occasion, strengthening his resolve to become Hokage. He inwardly smiled dejectedly at the fact he didn't know what to think, as he wasn't definitely going to become the leader of Konoha now. He was interrupted from his thoughts as he felt a familiar presence land a few feet away from him. A smile graced his visage as he opened his eyes to see a figure looming over him. After I'm out there working hard in order to find out about Akatsuki, I come back to see you lying around, doing nothing. The large white-haired man sat down next to the Jinchuriki. Naruto rose to a seated position and brushed away the grass from the back of his blonde hair. The seal's not activated. Jiraiya nodded, understanding that he was taking his required rest from the seal training. That means you've been capable of having the seal activated over the past 2 weeks while I've been gone. Naruto laughed proudly. Yeah, it hasn't been that hard. He ended by folding his arms and a smile across his whiskered face. The perverted hermit turned to his student before slapping him across the back of his head. Don't become overconfident, Gaki. It's most likely due to the Kyuubi's healing abilities that you're not as fatigued as a normal person would be. The leaf nin rubbed the now sore spot on his head before replying, there's no need to slap me over it, Ero Sennin. Jiraiya shook his head. Here I was hoping you would have developed some respect while I was gone. He sighed overdramatically. Guess I was wishing for too much. Naruto laughed as they proceeded to sit in silence, enjoying the bright day with the sun shining spectacularly. So, did you meet with your informant? Jiraiya was sitting cross-legged with his chin resting on his hands. No, but he left me some information. Naruto looked at the legendary Sannin, waiting for him to continue, and Jiraiya coughed. Right. Well, from what it seems, all the members of Akatsuki are currently out hunting down the other bijus. Since the death of Itachi and Kisame, they have delayed trying to capture you. The blonde absorbed the information. I see. The Ika author continued speaking. Apparently their plan at the moment is to infiltrate Konoha whilst the Chunin exams are occurring. Naruto's eyes widened. Nani? But they're starting next week. Jiraiya shook his head, waving away the Jinchuriki's worry. They will wait until the finals. Infiltrating Konoha at the beginning of the Chunin exams wouldn't be a wise decision on their part, as the shinobi populace isn't as occupied as it would be during the final matches. Naruto, slightly embarrassed from his outburst, reddened a bit. Oh. The frog hermit still had a serious demeanor. Whilst the finals are occurring this time, there will be extra preparations, as the cage will be making an appearance alongside the several feudal lords. Naruto nodded in understanding. Gaara. Jiraiya rose and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. I need to see how far you have grown. Next week, it will have been a month since you have undertook this training. As a result, I am going to test your abilities whilst the seal is inactive. Naruto understood his sensei's reasoning. He rose from his position before standing next to his mentor. I'll make sure I'm ready. I plan on beating you. Jiraiya laughed before his face turned solemn. He waited for a few minutes before addressing the younger shinobi to his side. Naruto. Naruto noted his sudden change in mood. Yeah. Jiraiya stood still in an uncomfortable silence before speaking. About that jutsu. The hyperactive ninja removed his jacket slowly prior to showing his left forearm to the older ninja. Jiraiya looked at his defined forearm, but his attention was solely on the complicated pattern that was entrenched upon his skin. Naruto spoke. It's still there. Jiraiya nodded before speaking. Have you talked to Kyuubi about this since you found out about your condition? Naruto put his jacket back on. No, I thought everything was alright since it hasn't disappeared. Now that you mention it, I probably should. Jiraiya looked away from the genin, instead staring at the sun, which was at the highest point in the sky. He sighed before continuing. I know that I can't forbid you from using it now. But try not to utilize it unless you absolutely have to. Naruto noticed the genuine request from the Sannin. I understand, Jiraiya-sensei. The author of the infamous Ika series had a smile on his mature face. Hopefully, after this training, you won't have the need for it. He turned to leave. Guessing from my assessment, you have 5 weeks left until Akatsuki arrives. Even if I'm wrong and they come sooner than expected, we're here to help. The frog hermit made his leave in order to inform the Godime of his discoveries. Naruto stared after his teacher who had now left the training ground. His eyes held fortitude. This is something that I have to do with my own strength. I can't rely on others, not this time. Deidara and Toby were situated in the mountains of the country of lightning, having finally tracked their designated target. The trek to the high peaks of the lightning country had gone trouble-free as the blonde Akatsuki member used his capability of flying to transport himself and his partner to encounter the Rokubi. The S-class criminal found himself amidst a thunderstorm as he dodged the lightning bolts shooting from the sky. Looking towards his clumsy partner, he found him confronting the wild Biju they had to capture. Toby leapt aside as the aggressive Rokubi flew past him in a flash of tremendous power which would have injured him severely. The appearance of the Biju was intimidating and fit its status as the master of lightning. Its yellow fur stood on end as its 6 tails looked dangerously like thunderbolts. It snarled viciously as it opened its mouth. Deidara observed closely, trying to find a weakness that he could exploit as a sizzling sound protruded from the weasel-like creature's mouth. Toby took a step back as he realized what the 6-tailed demon was about to execute. The orange mask-wearing criminal jumped out of the way as a ball of sparkling lightning impacted on the ground where he was previously standing, resulting in a large explosion. Quickly regaining his fighting stance, he looked at the Rokubi, which had once again begun to charge its deadly maneuver. Deciding against attacking him head-on, the black-haired man ran across the rugged terrain as consecutive attacks were shot at him. Looking towards his comrade, who was busy avoiding various lightning bolts from the sky, he screamed, "Why won't you help me?" Deidara heard the newest member of their organization's plea of help. Turning around in the air on his transport, he rushed towards the Rokubi, which was obsessed with attacking Toby. Quickly forming one of his explosive artworks, he pushed some chakra into it, adding to its destructive nature before launching it at the preoccupied Biju. It connected as the formidable creature wailed in pain. The most powerful force is art, yeah. The Akatsuki members prepared to capture the Rokubi as they launched their final attack. Naruto passed through the streets of Konoha deeply engaged in his thoughts whilst holding both his hands behind his head. He recognized the mournful atmosphere as people were obviously remembering the fateful day from 16 years ago. "Oi, Naruto." The leaf nin snapped out of his thoughts as he turned to face the direction from which he heard his name being called. Iruka-sensei. His eyes widened as he saw the Chunin run up to him before stopping a few feet away from him. The academy teacher looked at the younger ninja. "I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?" "In Konoha." His simple response didn't satisfy Iruka's question. "Baka. That's not what I meant." He crossed his arms across his chest. "Anyways, come on, I'll treat you to some ramen." Naruto instantly smiled upon hearing of ramen. "Haha. Don't complain when I eat too much." Iruka laughed at the genin. "Of course not. This is a special occasion." Naruto's face displayed his curiosity as well as his confusion at the older mon's statement. "It is." Iruka grabbed the boy in a headlock before ruffling his hair. Don't tell me you don't know. Baka, you turned 16 today." He let go of the younger boy. Naruto straightened with a large smile plastered across his whiskered face as well as a sense of gratification towards the academy teacher. He was happy that Iruka had remembered such an occasion and decided to treat him even though his parents had died in the Kyuubi attack. Naruto looked up to Iruka as a father since he had been the only person apart from the Hokage to truly understand him when he was alone during his childhood. He owed the academy teacher a lot more than the older man knew due to the fact that he had ultimately been the main factor in stopping Naruto from breaking. Being with him made him forget his recent troubles as he began to appreciate the company. "Arigato, Iruka-sensei, but you don't have to do this." Iruka looked towards the younger boy whom he considered as the only family he had left. He laughed embarrassedly at the unusual characteristics the blonde was displaying. Rubbing his scarred nose he spoke, "Don't worry about it, I want to. I haven't seen you since you left the hospital. You're hard to find lately." Naruto scratched the back of his head nervously. "Well, I've been busy." Iruka grinned mischievously. "I know." Naruto turned to the Chunin with a puzzled face. "I heard about the dance. Looks like she's finally recognizing you, He slapped the Jinchuriki's back in a friendly manner. Naruto grimaced upon being reminded. as his mind instantly reverted to thoughts of the pink-haired girl and his last encounter with her. Yeah, she is. Iruka raised an eyebrow as he noticed the solemn mood of the Uzumaki, which he found abnormal since he thought that he would be jumping for joy. Deciding not to pry any further, he walked in silence until reaching Ichiraku's ramen. During Naruto's spree of eating, his demeanor returned to normal as he talked with the academy teacher. They caught up with each other as Naruto remained careful of not revealing too many details of what he was doing. Iruka stood in shock as he nearly emptied his wallet of its contents when the time to pay came. Leaving the ramen stand, the two shinobi walked towards the Hokage monument. I told you not to be upset if I eat too much. Naruto laughed as he spoke. Iruka merely spoke in dignified tone, you said not to complain. You didn't say anything about me being upset. Naruto laughed harder at the Chunin's brooding as he enjoyed himself to an extent which was very rare as of late. Iruka snorted, seriously, Naruto, 20 bowls of ramen in one sitting. I've never seen you eat that much. Naruto spoke proudly as he wore his trademark foxy grin, Gomen, Iruka-sensei. But I think I've set a new record. Iruka waved off the genin's pride in himself as they arrived at the bottom of the Hokage monument. Naruto looked at the stairs which led to the top of large monument. How about a race? Iruka wore a confident smirk. You may be stronger than me, Naruto, but I've been practicing quite hard lately. Don't be surprised if I beat you in speed. Naruto inwardly scoffed since he knew that his current speed was tremendous due to his SEAL training. Deciding he would take it easy, he replied to Iruka, whatever. First one to the top is the winner. Both ninjas began to run up the long staircase as they tried to run past each other. Naruto smirked before jumping off the staircase and onto the side of the mountain before proceeding to run upwards whilst holding his grip with chakra. Iruka, shocked by his actions, quickly shouted, Oi! Naruto! Slapping his forehead at being tricked so easily, the scarred man jumped onto the side of the mountain following suit. Naruto merely laughed as he reached the top, leaving Iruka glaring behind him. A few seconds later, Iruka reached the top, staring daggers into the leaf nin. Naruto wore a victorious smirk. Well, I guess your training didn't help that much. He rubbed his nose. Iruka took a seat on the ground muttering, Baka. You cheated. Naruto walked towards the edge of the mountain looking over the astounding village of Konoha. Silence consumed the two as the blonde continued looking over the village, captivated by the amazing sight before him. The large sun in the distance was easy to the eye as the sky was tinged with red. He stared at the setting ball of fire as a flock of birds flew overhead. Their whistling was calm as he enjoyed the undisturbed ambience of the environment. Iruka broke the silence in a composed voice, It's been a while since we came up here. Naruto nodded. I can still remember Ojiazen's funeral so clearly. Iruka knew that he was talking about the late Sandaime. That day it rained so much, I thought the sky was crying. He closed his eyes as images of the deceased protector of Konoha came to his mind. I felt like that on the inside, my heart hurt like never before. He kept his eyes closed as he reminisced. A ninja mustn't show his emotions in any situation. A ninja must prioritize his mission first and must not show any tears. He tried his hardest to stop his voice from breaking or failing him. Those teachings don't take away the pain a person feels. Iruka was surprised with the usually optimistic and cheerful genin act so remorseful and concerted. He felt a jolt inside him warning him of something terrible. Naruto continued, Do you remember what I asked you that day? Iruka replied, still curious as to why the younger ninja was talking about such things. Hi, you asked why people risk their lives for others. The scarred male listened attentively as his heart panged for an unknown reason. Naruto opened his eyes admiring the peaceful view. When one person dies, he disappears. His heart throbbed with pain as he said this, along with his past, current lifestyle and his future. Iruka rose from his position as he heard the young ninja utter those words. His heartbeat increased rapidly as he began to dread what he was going to ask next. Why? What are you trying to say? He stared at the blonde's back waiting for a reply as his throat began to dry. Answer me, Naruto. The Kyuubi vessel turned to face the man he considered a father, the tears showing in his clear sapphire eyes. The eyes that were normally vibrant and full of life answered Iruka's question, however he still held hope that his dire assumption was wrong. Naruto spoke, ignoring his itching throat as he stood facing one of the most precious people alive to him. Will you forget me, Iruka-sensei? The last threads of hope that Iruka held broke as he heard the genin ask him that question. He felt a great deal of pain entering his heart and hurting him. His eyes began to water as the tears trickled down his face. He found himself incapable of speaking as his throat blocked his voice from coming out. Walking forwards, he pulled the boy into a hug tightly. Trying his hardest to speak, he managed in a broken voice, "Why, Naruto? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Naruto let a few tears escape his eyes as he responded, "The worst feeling is when you hurt those dear to you." Iruka felt his heart being torn to shreds as his tears fell onto the younger ninja's shoulders. "I would never forget the boy, who is like my son." Sakura walked into the Godime's office with a stack of papers. The Chunin exams were beginning tomorrow and all the applicants' details needed to be checked and approved. It had been over a week since her date with Naruto and she hadn't seen the genin since. The fact that he had left her there without an explanation hurt her deeply. She constantly tried to think of something else, but her mind kept drifting back to that day. Walking forwards, she placed the stack of papers on the desk of the Hokage. "These are all the papers they gave me, Tsunade Shiso." The medic nin was returning from the academy, having gone there by request of the Hokage. Team 7 had no missions for the day, however Sakura found herself participating in anything possible to help take her mind off Naruto. Tsunade looked at the large stack of papers before slapping her forehead. "I always hate doing this." The busty blonde pulled the stack of papers towards her and began to look through them. She sighed as she checked the details of the first applicant to make sure everything was in order. She was interrupted as Sakura spoke. "Tsunade Shiso, is there anything else I can do?" The Hokage put her chin on her folded hands as she observed her apprentice. She knew that her date with the Jinchuriki had not gone well. Originally, when she noticed her somber mood, she assumed Naruto had told her. She was soon proven wrong, discovering that Naruto had rejected Sakura without providing any explanation as to why. The significant impact on the pink-haired girl was visible even if she tried to hide it. Sakura constantly overworked herself and would now always request missions or some form of assignment to keep herself occupied. Leaning backwards in her chair, Tsunade replied, "I think you should get some rest." Sakura was surprised by the answer, "I'm not tired yet." Tsunade shook her head. "Sakura," she made sure she was careful in how she approached the younger ninja, "you haven't taken a break for over a week now." Sakura laughed half-heartedly, "That's because I don't need one. When I do, I'll take it." Tsunade felt sorry for the girl. Sighing, she decided to give her advice, "Even if you try to keep yourself busy, once it's over the thoughts always come back." Sakura looked away from her mentor. "I don't understand what you're trying to say." "Sakura," she looked at the medic who continued staring at the floor with a downcast expression, "talk to him." Tsunade noticed the pain that flashed through her student's eyes as she spoke. He said no. "There's nothing to really talk about. He's probably hurting as much as you are." The Godime hoped her words would have some effect. "You said yourself that he didn't tell you why. That means there's a reason, make him tell you." Sakura listened attentively to the Hokage. Her feelings were haywire as she still felt for Naruto, but at the same time her heart had been broken. Maybe he doesn't feel the same way anymore. Tsunade used all her willpower to not tell Sakura the truth. She knew that it wasn't her place. If that was really true, he wouldn't have gone on the date in the first place. Sakura folded her arms. "What makes you so sure?" Tsunade began to sweat at the suddenness of the question. She avoided it by asking one of her own, "Why have you given up?" Sakura felt guilty at the words the Hokage spoke. "I haven't given up." Her voice displayed her uncertainty. Tsunade smirked, knowing that Sakura had fell for her trap. "Then prove it. Confront him about your feelings." Naruto tapped his foot impatiently, waiting for his mentor to arrive. His arms were folded across his chest as his eye twitched out of irritation. The past week had passed really quickly as he trained extremely hard to get ready for his match with Jiraiya. He had a proud aura surrounding him as he had finally completed each of the element scrolls he had received from the perverted hermit. Nonetheless, as successful as part of his training had been, he had failed in progressing with the Hiraishin no Jutsu. This was causing him to worry as he wanted to learn the legendary technique as quickly as he could, since he wasn't sure of when the Akatsuki could attack. Even though it was most probable they would wait until the finals of the Chunin exams, they could just as easily decide to come earlier. Silently, he was hoping they wouldn't arrive yet as he was planning to exclusively concentrate on the difficult technique over the next month. His kenjutsu training had been progressing at a rapid rate and he found himself able to stay on par with Sasuke in his spars. The Uchiha was pushing Naruto to his limits, but the blonde was also worried about the inquiring eyes his friend had shown him at their last encounter. He was sure the black-haired teenager was getting increasingly suspicious of him. Snapping out of his thoughts, he felt the familiar presence of his perverted mentor approaching him. About time. Jiraiya landed a few feet away from his protégé, quickly straightening from his bent-down position. Naruto felt his anger rise before it exploded from out his throat. "What took you so long, Arrow Sennin?" Jiraiya waved his hands in front of him. "Calm down, Naruto. I would have been on time, but I got distracted with something important." He started giggling. Naruto shook his head out of frustration, knowing full well that he meant he was peeping at the bathhouse and lost track of time. "It doesn't matter. Let's begin already." Jiraiya smiled inwardly at the Jinchuriki's eagerness. "You're certainly excited, aren't you?" Naruto grinned as a confirmation towards his opponent. He had been anticipating this battle for a long and tiring 6 days, training twice as hard. This was the moment he would understand how far his training had brought him. Jiraiya was the measuring stick for him to compare his growth to. He knew that the Sannin was around the level of the Akatsuki, so he needed to be able to defeat him in order to stand a realistic chance against the formidable organization. He readied himself as a tingling sensation went throughout his body, filling him with exhilaration. Jiraiya continued staring into the eyes of the younger ninja, not daring to divert his attention. He knew that the SEAL training would have propelled his speed to higher level than his own, and his advantage in this battle would be his extensive knowledge and experience. The wind blew slowly, ruffling the hair of the two ninja. The entire training ground was in complete silence, only the sounds of nature protruding through the intense atmosphere. A few decaying leaf blew past Naruto's eyes as he made his move. Instantly the blonde vanished from his position. Jiraiya, noticing his highly rapid movement, brought his right arm up to the side of his head, blocking Naruto's punch as it impacted against him. A smirk was across the genin's face as he quickly turned, attempting to deliver a kick to the other side of Jiraiya's temple. Anticipating the move, the Sannin ducked underneath before sending his right leg towards Naruto, sweeping him off his feet. He tried to follow with a palm strike to the young ninja's chin, but Naruto quickly positioned his hand underneath him, flipping away from the upcoming attack, landing a few feet away from his opponent. Naruto once again launched himself at his mentor, throwing another punch. Jiraiya caught the strike in the palm of his hand before blocking the following kick to his leg. Naruto smiled, which caused the Sannin to become surprised as he realized another hand speeding towards his face from the side, connecting hard. Jiraiya stopped himself from falling on his back as he flipped to an upright position in midair. Landing on the hard ground, he gave a smirk as he saw two Narutos staring back at him. "Impressive. When I caught his hand, he distracted me with the following kick. He must have created the clone with his free hand. But if he can do one-handed seals, I should be more careful." Naruto and his clone maneuvered themselves so they were on each side of the Sannin. Jiraiya stood cautiously with one eye on each of them. The shadow clone ran forward, throwing a kunai, which Jiraiya dodged by moving his head. He stopped a few feet from Jiraiya before jumping to the side. Futon Daitapa. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he heard the real Naruto yell. Turning around as quickly as possible, he put his hands in a guard position, blocking the damage of the technique. However, the incoming gust of wind blew him off his feet as he flew backwards. The shadow clone jumped towards Jiraiya as he passed him, aiming a kick at his face. Jiraiya grabbed the clone's ankle in midair and turned to plant his elbow in its stomach, dispelling it. Landing on his feet, he realized Naruto was nowhere to be seen. He quickly looked around, trying to locate him with his keen eyes. Doden Shinju Zanshu no Justu. A pair of hands grabbed Jiraiya's ankles as they emerged from the ground below. Quickly forming seals, the Sannin yelled, "Doden Gido Sabariru." The ground underneath Jiraiya turned into mud, moving forwards at a rapid pace. The Sannin jumped out of harm's way when he felt Naruto's hands loosen around his ankle. He heard a familiar poof as he realized the Naruto in his earth technique was a clone. He must have had a clone there all along waiting for me. Not bad, you're thinking ahead. Turning around, he caught Naruto's punch which had been aimed at his head. But you have to do better in order to beat me. Quickly forming a firm grasp around his student's arm, he threw him in the direction of the waterfall. Naruto drifted through the air before he flipped, landing on top of the plunge pool. He looked towards Jiraiya with a smirk. So you figured it out, huh? Jiraiya replied, of course, I am one of the legendary Sannin after all. You didn't create one clone but two. One of them hid while you and the other one lured me to where he was. Naruto scratched the back of his head, laughing before adopting a more staid demeanor. Time to get serious. Jiraiya nodded as he began to run. Naruto awaited the perverted hermit as he approached. The Sannin ran across the water, throwing a palm strike to the genin's chest. Naruto blocked it and sent his own fist soaring towards the older shinobi. Jiraiya turned, avoiding it, and drove his right foot into Naruto's stomach, sending him flying backwards through the waterfall. The Sannin jumped backwards onto the land as he waited defensively, knowing that the Jinchuriki was far from finished, especially since he had only received one blow. Suddenly 5 Narutos jumped out from behind the tremendous waterfall, shouting, Kaden Gokaku no Jutsu. The 5 blazing fireballs approached the Sannin as he formed seals within seconds. Doden Doroku Geishi, Jiraiya struck his hands on the hard ground, raising a large wall made of earth to protect him from the incoming fireballs. He placed both his hands onto the wall, reinforcing its structure with chakra to make sure it could withstand the force of the fireballs. The balls of fire connected with a resounding impact, but not being able to break through the defense. Jiraiya began to sweat as he felt the heat, but quickly shifted his head to the side as a fist flew past him into the wall made of earth. Naruto, having missed with his initial attack, raised his knee, striking the older man in the back. He continued with a punch to the side of his face and a kick to the back of his leg, sending the Sannin to the ground, followed by a stiff elbow which drove Jiraiya's face into the tough wall made of earth. Naruto attacked again with another fast punch, but his hand met rock as he felt a jolt of pain run through his knuckles. Kawarimi. He was broken roughly from his thoughts as he felt a violent crash into his ribs. Jiraiya followed his punch with a well-placed upwards palm strike to the genin's chin, sending him a few feet into the air. Naruto attempted to counter by kicking the Sannin after being lifted off the ground, however the experienced shinobi moved around the strike, delivering one of his own deadly kicks to his chest, sending Naruto sprawling to the ground. Quickly regaining his footing, Naruto stared intently at the Sannin, who was bleeding from his nose. He felt a sour taste in his own mouth before some blood dripped out onto his chin. Jiraiya stood alert, aware of the fact that there were still 5 clones hiding somewhere. He used his clones to attack me, remaining behind the waterfall himself. When I defended myself, he capitalized on the distraction to sneak behind me. His skill with his clones is amazing. Jiraiya's attention was directly attracted towards Naruto as he slowly reached into his pouch. The Sannin's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the Kyuubi vessel draw a 3-pronged kunai along with a special seal tied around it. He's already learned it, this quick, which means he may have put the seal on me. No, he couldn't have, or else he would have used the opportunity by now. Jiraiya keenly observed his student as he knew that it was near enough impossible to stop from being fatally attacked when that technique was used. He was going to rely on his instincts as he readied himself. Naruto threw the kunai at his mentor before launching himself into the air. Shock flowed through Jiraiya as there was no flash and the kunai flew past him. He realized he had been tricked as a cry filled the air, sweet and tepidama. Naruto shot a ball of water from his mouth towards Jiraiya. The Sannin rolled to his left, avoiding the incoming attack before being kicked from behind by a reappearing clone of Naruto. He went flying forwards as he met an uppercut, sending him into the air. 2 more clones jumped at him from each side, attempting to drive their feet into his stomach and back at the same time. Jiraiya, twisting slightly, avoided the attack as the clones hit each other, ending up destroyed. He took out 2 shuriken, swiftly throwing them at the other 2 clones on the ground and hitting them. You forgot about me. Jiraiya turned to see the final clone approaching from on top, performing a spinning axe kick into his back, increasing his rate of descent. Coming within a few feet of the hard surface, Jiraiya was stopped from contact as the real Naruto rushed forward, somersault kicking him in the face, making him spin. Pain rushed through the frog hermit's face as he released another shuriken from his hand in mid-spin straight towards the clone, which was descending from the air, destroying him. Recovering from the well-arranged attack, Jiraiya quickly moved back, placing some distance between himself and his student. Naruto stared at his mentor as he regained his stance. He's really good. So far it's been equal, but somehow I have to win this. The wind blew roughly past both the shinobi as they once again charged one another. They exchanged numerous blows as Naruto connected with the first attack. Jiraiya, recovering instantly, ducked underneath his following punch as he spun, landing a sickening elbow to Naruto's stomach. He followed by tripping Naruto so he fell backwards. Bringing his foot down, he stamped Naruto in his ribs, which made him sputter. Naruto ignored the blood that escaped his mouth, grabbing Jiraiya's leg firmly before kicking the Sannin in the stomach, sending him flying back. Naruto flipped backwards onto his feet, following the soaring frog hermit. Jiraiya drew a kunai from his pouch, flinging it at the oncoming Jinchuriki. Naruto dodged the kunai and threw his own. Landing on his feet, Jiraiya wasn't quick enough to avoid the fast-approaching kunai as it skimmed his shoulder, drawing a trickle of blood. Naruto threw a flurry of punches at the Sannin. Jiraiya guarded the punches, but his arms were beginning to hurt at the amount of force Naruto put behind them. He stopped guarding them, resorting to dodging instead since his arms were beginning to ache. Naruto grinned as he saw the Sannin drop his guard and begin to dodge. The SEAL training had improved his power as well as his speed. The Uzumaki knew that the older ninja wouldn't be able to dodge for too long due to his speed. Surely enough, after dodging the first 6 punches, Jiraiya was caught with a hard strike to his jaw, reeling him a little. Naruto continued the onslaught, landing several blows into his mentor's stomach and face before finishing the combination with powerful kick. Jiraiya was sent rolling across the floor. The Sannin got back to his feet, staring back at the younger ninja. He's got too much stamina. I have to end this now. Naruto ran towards Jiraiya as quickly as he could, but his eyes widened as he saw Jiraiya perform hand seals. Doden Yomi Numa. A large wave of muddy water rose from all angles as it neared to swallow up Naruto. Naruto quickly formed his own hand seals, Arikurukas. Throwing his hands out, a rampant wind circled him before exploding in all directions to stop the wave of water from engulfing him. It was an amazing sight as the wind blew down the rising water away from him, submerging the entire training grounds. Jiraiya jumped out of the way as the water crashed down, eventually calming. Looking back in the direction of Naruto, he saw him standing with a grin across his face, unscathed from the Sannin's technique. Jiraiya raised his hand when he saw Naruto preparing to attack again. That's enough. The Jinchuriki had to stop himself from falling over. Nani? Why? Jiraiya shook his head at Naruto. This was a test to see how far you have come. I can make a clear assessment of your skills now. There's no need to continue. Naruto scratched the back of his head. But I thought we'd fight until there was a winner. Jiraiya raised his fist as he shouted, Baka. Have you forgotten that you're meant to let your muscles rest once a week? Don't overexert yourself. Naruto laughed nervously at his lack of insight. Gomen, I guess I got a little too excited. Looking around, his mouth fell open when he saw the state of his training ground. Ah, look what you did, Ero Sennin. Jiraiya looked at the surrounding environment, which was covered in muddy water, ruining the trees and other vegetation. He reddened and began to wave his hands. I'm sure it'll be fine after a day or two. Naruto glared at his mentor. Where am I going to train now? This was the perfect spot. I can't train in Konoha. This is because of you, Ero Sennin. He fell to his knees before mumbling to himself about perverted hermits. Jiraiya frowned, thinking of how he could change the subject. His mind lit up. Come on. Stop crying and I'll treat you to some ramen. Naruto rose to his feet, pointing a finger at the frog hermit. I'm not cryy, ramen. He started laughing before running past his mentor. Jiraiya inwardly smiled that his plan had worked. Naruto looked back at the perverted shinobi. You're paying though. Naruto continued running, heading for his favorite ramen stand. Jiraiya glowered. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. He followed the hyperactive ninja. Sasuke stood leaning against a wall outside one of Konoha's many restaurants. His eyes were closed and his arms folded. He could hear the people walking past him engaged in their own business. Opening his eyes, he saw the person he had been waiting for to arrive. Yo! Kakashi held his Ika Paradise book in one hand, waving with the other. He looked at the restaurant Sasuke was standing outside. I thought you didn't like natto and sweets. Sasuke ignored his upbeat demeanor, standing straight. I don't. We need to talk. Both shinobis began to walk away from the open restaurant. Kakashi, reading his precious book, turned a page as he spoke. About what? Sasuke stopped. His hands were in his pockets as he looked at the Junin. About Naruto. Naruto viciously ate his bowl of miso ramen, much to the disdain and disgust of his mentor, who was trying his hardest to avoid being sprayed by bits of food. Take it easy, Naruto. The Jinchuriki looked up from his eating endeavor with noodles dangling from his mouth. Swallowing them, he turned to his teacher. I am taking it easy. I've only ate 4 bowls so far. Jiraiya slapped his head at the lack of understanding shown by the leaf nin. Never mind. The Sannin began to stare at the ramen chef's daughter with his prying eyes as she worked. Naruto, finishing his bowl of ramen, put his chopsticks down and ordered another bowl. Hey, Ero Sennin. Iyame's ears twitched when she heard Naruto utter the peculiar words. Jiraiya, noticing the change in mood, slammed his hand over the unsuspecting Genin's mouth, preventing him from speaking further. He leaned in to whisper to him, Ero Sennin, Ero Sennin. How many times have I told you not to call me that in public? You're going to get me in trouble and ruin my reputation. Naruto removed the older ninja's hand of his mouth. People deserve to know the truth. He paused for a moment. And what reputation? Jiraiya, ignoring his words, looked at Ayame, who was staring at him. Hey, don't mind us. You continue with your work. He chuckled nervously. Naruto took off his jacket and placed it on the stool next to him, leaving him in a black t-shirt. He looked on as Ayame began to prepare his next bowl of ramen. Having satisfied the majority of his hunger, he decided to talk to Jiraiya. So, how far have I come? Jiraiya folded his arms and closed his eyes, effectively entering his lecture mode. Well, you are near enough at my level. Naruto began to laugh, punching his fist in the air. He was extremely happy with the words the legendary Sannin had spoken. He was broken from his celebrating when the frog hermit continued. But, Naruto turned to look at the author of the Ika Paradise series. But what? He awaited his answer anxiously. There are still a few things you have to improve on. Your manipulation of the elements you used was quite good. Nonetheless, the techniques aren't as effective as they could be. Jiraiya nodded his head in a knowing manner. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I don't understand. What's wrong with them? When your clones used the Kaden Gokaku no Jutsu, it wasn't as powerful as it should have been. The defense I raised should have realistically crumbled before 5 attacks of that caliber, even if I did reinforce the wall with my chakra. Naruto understood what the hermit was implying, so I need to practice them more. Jiraiya had a smile across his face. Hi, practice makes perfect. It's quite obvious that you don't need to train with the futon techniques since you've mastered that element. However, for the others, keep performing the techniques and your execution of them will improve. Naruto had a determined look across his face. I'll make sure that I know them to the best of my ability. Jiraiya rested his arms on the counter. How are you doing with the Hiraishin no Jutsu? Jiraiya recognized the change in demeanor of the blonde upon his question. He took the silence as a sign that he wasn't doing very well. Deciding to motivate him a little, he talked. Don't worry too much about it. You've got a whole month ahead of you to learn it. If this training raised you from the level of Kakashi to my own in such a short time, then there is no doubt in my mind that you'll be ready to take on Akatsuki by the time they arrive. Naruto smiled, hearing the shinobi's words. I won't fail. Jiraiya was proud of Naruto's determination and resolve, but gave him a final piece of advice. Remember one important thing, Naruto. Power doesn't always determine the victor in battle. The location of where you are fighting as well as your understanding and experience can determine who has the advantage. The Akatsuki has a lot more experience in battle situations than you, but you have determination as well as the heart to never give up. Let them be your driving force. The Jinchuriki nodded before answering, yeah. Ayame placed Naruto's bowl of ramen in front of him, giving a smile. Naruto picked up his chopsticks to begin eating but was interrupted by a recognizable voice. Why didn't I come here in the first place? Naruto turned to see the Hokage of Konoha staring down at him, Tsunade Bachan. Tsunade picked up the ninja's jacket and sat on the stool. Naruto began to eat his ramen at a speed only capable of him and the clan of the Akamichis. Tsunade observed the two shinobi's dirty clothes. What have you been doing? Naruto stopped eating his ramen to answer, I fought Rasengan. Tsunade had to stop herself from falling off the stool. What do you mean fought? Jiraiya introduced himself into the conversation to make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding. He means I tested him on his abilities. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, and how did he do? Naruto finished his ramen, pointing his chopsticks in the face of the god, I'm making her lean back in order to not get poked in the eye. I'm at the level of a Sani now. Tsunade quickly slapped him across his head, Baka. You nearly took my eye out. Naruto rubbed his head, which had been hit more times than he could remember. Gomen. Jiraiya, interrupting the little scene created by the two blondes, spoke, why are you here? Tsunade folded Naruto's jacket, placing it on her lap. I'm here to talk to Naruto. Naruto had a confused expression. You are? Why? Tsunade cleared her throat, knowing of the sensitive topic she was bringing up. I wanted to talk to you about Sakura. Realization dawned on Naruto. Oh. You're breaking her heart, Naruto. She could see the pain in the genin's eyes. Naruto sighed, this is for the best. Tsunade continued, I understand your reasoning, but she doesn't know why you're doing this. Tell her and let her make her own decision. Naruto stared at the dull counter in front of him, contemplating and dwelling on his thoughts. Tsunade's voice turned soft like that of a caring mother. I know you don't want to hurt her, but she's hurting right now, and she'll continue hurting until you tell her. Naruto got up from his seat. I need time to think. He reached for the jacket in Tsunade's lap with his left arm. However, the gambling addict noticed the peculiar seal on his left forearm and grabbed his arm before he could pull away. She inspected the pattern. She had never seen anything like it before. What's this? Naruto pulled his hand back and began to laugh loudly. The legendary sucker stared at him, unaware of what was so funny. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, still laughing, to see the super pervert looking at him awkwardly. Coughing slightly, he raised a finger as if to explain. Waiting a few moments, he ran out of the ramen stand. Tsunade quickly shouted behind him, Oi, Naruto. She glared at Jiraiya, daring him to make a similar move. Explain. Jiraiya began to sweat. First, you're going to want something to drink. Ordering some sake, he picked up 2 cups and gave one to the Hokage. Baka, Naruto. Why do you always leave me in these situations? Sasuke was sitting on the wooden pier he had always come to when he was a child to find solace. The sun was setting, leaving a tinge of red in the sky, and the clear lake, in front of him, was making soft soothing sounds as it calmly moved. The Uchiha rested his elbows on his thighs whilst his legs hanged off the end. He reflected over what he had been told by Kakashi. Letting his mind drift back to thoughts of this morning, he closed his eyes. Flashback. Sasuke and Kakashi had ended up at their team's meeting place. The Uchiha went to lean against the railing as he waited for an answer from the Junin. Kakashi pocketed his precious orange book, adopting a more serious tone. Why do you think there is something wrong with Naruto? Sasuke sighed as Kakashi didn't directly answer his question, opting instead to ask one of his own, his recent behavior. Not to mention what happened between him and Sakura, he would never hurt her, so this makes me think he had a significant reason to do so. Is that good enough? Kakashi had a smirk underneath his mask, very perceptive. But why do you think I know the reason? Sasuke folded his arms. At the party, after his dance. I saw you two talking on the balcony. I also noted how, for a period of time after that, you seemed disturbed. Kakashi looked at the Uchiha, amazed by the fact that he had been observing them so much. It would be best if you asked Naruto for yourself. Sasuke closed his eyes. I would, but it's near enough impossible to find him. Kakashi turned away from his student, staring across the river. Sighing, he decided to answer the persistent Uchiha. When he fought the resurrected Yondaime. You saw his transformation. Sasuke opened his eyes, absorbing the information. Yeah. The Kyuubi's chakra is something which can't be controlled. It is toxic by nature and damages Naruto every time he uses it. Kakashi put his hands on the railing, pausing for a few moments. Sasuke looked at the Junin's back, trying to figure out where he could be heading with this. His attention returned to Kakashi as he spoke again. Out of desperation, he used too much of the Kyuubi's chakra, 2/3 to be exact if the number of tails was an indication. You saw the shroud surrounding his body, but there is also chakra rushing inside of him at the same time. He has no control when in such a state and will remain in it until his body can't take it anymore or if someone stops him. Out of all the people there, Jiraiya-sama was the only one who was capable of calming him. But he was too busy with Orochimaru at the time. You saw his state after the battle. Sasuke stood straight as he addressed the ex-Anbu. What does this have to do with anything? Hokage-sama cured him right after. Kakashi turned to face the Uchiha, the sorrow showing in his exposed eye. No, Sasuke, she just delayed the inevitable. End flashback. Sasuke opened his eyes as the memorable pain of loss entered his heart. These past few weeks, he was slowly getting accustomed to being back in Konoha. He knew that things would never return to normal as they had been in the past because of his betrayal. Nonetheless, he still had the trust of his friends. He looked across the lake, remembering his blonde companion. He couldn't understand how this could have happened. His remaining hope for things to turn out well had crumbled upon hearing of his coming death. He felt the familiar feeling of loneliness once again creep up on him and leave him broken. He couldn't explain it, but the torturing pain of losing his family once again clouded his senses as he felt his heart aching. His mind was drawn back to his encounter with the Jinchuriki at the Valley of the End. He had released his frustration when Naruto had tried to change his mind about leaving. What do you know about me, with no siblings and parents? You were alone from the start. What the hell do you know? Remembering the words he had said to the genin made him feel a wave of regret and guilt rush over him. He felt a watery substance cloud his vision as he attempted to hold it from escaping. The Jinchuriki's reply invaded his thoughts. It's true that I don't know anything about parents or siblings, but, when I'm with Iruka-sensei, I wonder if this is what it's like having a dad. Sasuke looked at the sparkling water below him, not seeing his own reflection but the face of Naruto from 3 years prior. He stared, taken aback at the image. The normally blue eyes were replaced with a fierce crimson color as they stared back. But behind them was the pain of solitude and sorrow. His hands moved to the side of the wooden pier supporting him as he leaned forward, looking into the eyes of his friend. And when I'm with you, if this is what it's like having a brother. Sasuke gritted his teeth as his grip around the pier tightened, his nails digging into the wood. His vision was completely obscured as he let 2 tears fall from his eyes to the water below. He saw the cheerless face of his friend disappear as the droplets of grief landed in his crimson eyes, sending a ripple through the water. Letting go of his emotions, his arms shook as he fully understood what was going to happen. Realizing that if he hadn't gone to Orochimaru this wouldn't have happened, he felt angry with himself. Naruto had sacrificed his life just to bring him back from darkness. Rising from his position, he headed off to confront the dying ninja. Sakura walked up the stairs which led to Naruto's apartment. The sun had set, leaving the night sky as well as the bright stars. She had decided to talk with the Leaf Nin and tell him how she felt. Thinking about her mentor's words throughout the morning, she realized the best course of action would be to talk to the hyperactive ninja. Reaching the top, she walked forward towards his apartment door. There was no light from the inside as far as she could tell. She knocked on the door, awaiting a response. Nobody answered and she knew that he wasn't home at the moment. She didn't know what to do. It had taken her all her courage to come here and talk to him, but there was no one here. Knowing that it would be a mistake if she left now, she decided to wait for his arrival since he had to come home sooner or later. Naruto whistled as he walked with his hands folded across the back of his head. He looked around and found himself at Team 7's meeting place. He walked onto the bridge as the night sky covered the area in darkness, the only light being given from the glittering stars shining elegantly. He reached the middle of the bridge, looking over the rail into the water below. It was quite dark, but he could make the outlines of the fish swimming in the shallow river. He let a smile dawn his face as he enjoyed the undisturbed atmosphere. His attention was aroused as he felt a presence. Turning, his eyes landed on the figure of his friend, Sasuke. He looked at the usually unperturbed ninja who seemed different. Glancing at his eyes he saw the disturbance behind them. Walking forwards a little he spoke, "Are you Alri?" He was stopped from finishing as the Sharingan wielder charged forwards throwing a punch at his face. Naruto saw the strike approaching but made no attempt at blocking it, taking the hard hit head-on. He fell on his back at the force of the blow, leaving him staring at the stars above. Sasuke looked at his blonde friend as he calmly lay on his back. "Were you even going to tell me?" Naruto realized that the Uchiha knew. He closed his eyes as he thought of an appropriate response. "We suffer because of our bonds." Sasuke stepped back upon hearing his words, since that was the exact thing he had said to the Jinchuriki when they fought at the Valley of the End. Sasuke shook his head. "You were planning on dying, without even letting me know." Naruto opened his eyes as he sat up. He brought one of his knees towards himself as he rested his arm on it. "Yeah." Sasuke gritted his teeth, feeling desolate inside. "Why?" Naruto looked towards the floor of the bridge they were situated on. "You were right." Sasuke looked at the sitting shinobi. "Right." Naruto continued in a calm voice, "At that time, I didn't know what it felt like to lose someone, but after, I understood." He was talking about their encounter at the Valley of the End. Sasuke realized what the genin was saying as he remembered his words from a few weeks ago. "When you left, so did a part of me." Naruto raised his face to look at the black-haired teenager, the tears suppressed within his eyes and his voice broken. "The pain of being alone hurts, but the pain of losing someone slowly kills you inside." The tears fell from his whiskered visage onto the floor. "That's what it felt like, didn't it, Sasuke, when you lost your family?" Sasuke tore away his face from looking at Naruto, now fully understanding how Naruto felt when he had left. He couldn't handle seeing the sorrow within his eyes. His own tears trickled down his face before he spoke. "Is this why you were willing to sacrifice yourself, just to save me?" Naruto had a heart-warming smile across his face as he stared at the Uchiha's downcast form. Everyone deserves some peace, a break from the darkness, an embrace from the light. Sasuke looked at his friend, his hair no longer covering his mourning face as the unforgiving wave of sorrow crept up his back. "So you sacrificed your own happiness, to bring me peace." He felt anger build within him. "You think that's right? You think I deserve that?" He stared at the unresponsive form of his friend. "Answer me, Naruto." Naruto kept on smiling as he looked at the panting Uchiha. "The people who suffer, they all deserve a chance for contentment." Sasuke looked on disbelievingly. "What about your happiness, Naruto?" Naruto's eyes showed distress but fortitude also. "A good Hokage puts the benefit of his people before himself, but a great Hokage puts the benefits of everyone before himself. I find happiness in knowing I haven't failed those who needed me." Sasuke fell back onto the wood below him. He couldn't believe what was happening. The same pain and heartache from the day he lost his family threatened to choke him. Speaking in a wrecked voice he asked the shinobi a simple question, "How long?" Naruto gave a poignant sigh. 6 or 7 months, a year if I get lucky." Sasuke punched the floor causing it to break a little. "Why? The Kyuubi should have enough chakra to keep you alive longer than that." Naruto looked at the stars as they sparkled. "He has enough chakra to keep me alive for over 100 years. The Sharingan wielder spoke in a penitent tone. "How do you have so little time left then?" Naruto closed his eyes, inhaling the scent of the air. "His chakra is toxic. Right now it's surrounding all the chakra coils in my body, keeping them in one piece. The only problem is that my coils haven't developed to take his chakra at a continuous rate. Having him give me a small amount of chakra constantly over a long period of time is the same as him giving me a lot of chakra at once. It'll damage me. Eventually his chakra will begin to do the opposite of what it's doing now." Naruto rose from his position and rubbed his jaw. He walked past the Uchiha before looking back with a genuine smile across his countenance. "You've got another chance, a new beginning, make the most of it." Sasuke looked at the disappearing form of his friend, his eyes dropped to the ground. "Yeah, but it came at a cost." Tsunade put down her cup of sake and began to rub her forehead. She wasn't pleased with what she had been told by her ex-teammate but was also, at the same time, apprehensive of how such a thing could have happened. "I don't understand this." Jiraiya moved the cup in his hand, slowly sending the sake inside, spiraling before gulping it down. Refilling his empty cup, he spoke, "The first time Naruto told me about it, I found it hard to believe as well." Tsunade sighed, speaking in a low voice so only Jiraiya would hear, "Are you sure the Kyuubi didn't ask for anything?" Jiraiya had a serious demeanor as he spoke calmly. "From what Naruto told me," he readily agreed. The two Sannin sat quietly watching the old man and his daughter clean up. There were no other customers apart from them. The sun had disappeared a long time ago. Time seemed to be still for the Hokage as she contemplated the new piece of information she had received. The Godime broke the silence. "The seal is weakening, which means the fox has been busy trying to escape." Jiraiya nodded at the woman's words before she continued, "But then he agrees to something like this. Naruto must have done something incredible to persuade him." Jiraiya put down his cup of sake, shaking his head. "No, he didn't do anything. Kyuubi is a proud demon and he can't be convinced, particularly by the kind that he loathes. Naruto told me of his threats. He would destroy us the first chance he got." Jiraiya stared at the counter intently. "He knows something." Tsunade stared at the white-haired hermit upon his last statement. "What makes you say that?" Jiraiya spoke in a serious tone. "From what we know of the Kyuubi, he wouldn't ever do something like this, especially if he was close to escaping. If Naruto dies, so does he. He's been forced to stop attempting to weaken the seal even more than it already is because of the state Naruto is in. His pact with Naruto was forged long before the battle with Orochimaru. He has an idea of what could happen." Tsunade felt the hair on the back of her neck rise up, leaving her with a feeling of dread. "This is bad." She sighed, finishing another cup of sake. Jiraiya ran his hand through his long hair. "Yeah, and the one who may have an idea of what's going on would never tell us." Naruto slowly walked up the stairs to his apartment, his encounter with Sasuke fresh on his mind. He felt guilty about not telling the Uchiha and letting him find out elsewhere. He let the calm wind ruffle his hair, enjoying its cooling presence. Reaching the top, he walked forwards only to stop in his tracks when he saw familiar emerald eyes looking in his direction. "Sakura-chan." He looked at the medic nin, who quickly faced towards the ground. Sakura had been waiting for over an hour for the blonde to arrive and was glad that he finally came, but she felt her courage slip from her when she faced him. She was confused, not knowing how to exactly respond. Naruto, noting her somber mood, knew that it was his fault. "I owe you an explanation." Sakura looked at the genin, relieved that he had made the first move since she felt a little awkward. "I needed to say something as well." Naruto scratched the back of his head, not entirely sure of how to begin. This was the moment he would have to reveal his condition to her. He couldn't let her find out the same way Sasuke did. He stumbled for words as he felt the wind pick up, blowing past him roughly. Sakura felt a cold shudder flow through her as the air around her dropped in temperature. Naruto, noticing her reaction to the weather as well as the fact that they were still outside, reddened from embarrassment. "Maybe we should go inside." He walked towards his apartment door, opening it, and led the pink-haired medic inside. Sakura felt grateful as she entered the relatively small abode, letting the warmth encase her body. Naruto closed the door behind them before walking in the direction of his kitchen. Sakura followed the Jinchuriki and took a seat at the small table. Naruto poured himself some water. Turning, he looked at Sakura, who had her attention strictly on him. "Would you like some?" Sakura nodded, letting a smile appear across her face. "Hi." Naruto felt a pleasing sensation run through him at seeing the kunoichi's smile. His whiskered face adopted a smile of its own, which he quickly removed due to what he was planning on telling her. Giving Sakura her water, he sat down opposite her quietly. Sakura downed the liquid quickly, moistening her dry throat. Putting her glass down, she saw Naruto looking at her. The leaf nin averted his gaze upon being caught. "Gomen, I didn't mean to stare." She couldn't help but inwardly smile at his antics. Strengthening her resolve, she decided to speak first. "Before you give me an explanation, I wanted to let you know." Her voice broke off, stopping her from finishing. She didn't understand why it was so hard to speak to the hyperactive ninja. Naruto was curious as to what she exactly meant. "Know what?" Sakura spoke in a whisper, her eyes on the wooden table she was seated at. "My feelings." Naruto felt his breath leave him when he heard her response. They had been getting closer ever since his return from his training trip with Jiraiya, and in recent weeks their relationship was escalating to a new level. He felt delight at hearing those words but knew that it would be harder to tell her. He gave a nod to the kunoichi, who was now looking at him, as a signal to continue elaborating. Sakura stared into his sapphire eyes, speaking in a quiet voice. When I first met you, I always thought you deliberately tried to annoy me. She felt guilty as she spoke but continued. But as we started spending more time together, I began to see who you really were. Everything people said about you, they were wrong. Naruto looked at her with a mix of surprise and sympathy. He had never seen the kunoichi in such a manner. Sakura looked away from Naruto before continuing. That day when you made your promise, do you remember what you said? Right now, you're in pain. A pain I know well. Naruto's words flashed through his mind before he replied, "Hi." Sakura spoke softly. I realized that day, how well you really understood me. Naruto looked down, a sweet smile across his face. You don't have to say more. Sakura felt her heart aching as she shook her head. You always tried to help me, but I pushed you away. She felt culpable. The day we became a team you asked me what I thought of you. I gave you an answer not knowing who you really were, but I'll give you my real reply now. Naruto was shocked by her words as he realized what she meant. She knew that it was him asking her, when he transformed into Sasuke. He looked into her pain-filled eyes. Sakura held back her tears as she spoke. You're kind, thoughtful, loving, you always think about others before yourself. Naruto closed his eyes since he couldn't look at the kunoichi. A feeling of bliss swelled up inside him as she spoke. Sakura smiled. Whenever I'm with you, I forget everything that's bothering me, I feel safe. Naruto rose from his seat at the table, walking over to the window and looking outside to the sky above. He couldn't handle looking at the confessing girl, opting instead to stare at the twinkling stars. Sakura stared at Naruto as he looked outside, continuing, for a long time now, you made me feel something that I had never felt before. I wasn't sure what it was. Naruto felt his eyes begin to water, dreading what she was going to say next. Sakura smiled, but I understand now. She felt the courage build within her. I love you. Naruto felt his heart breaking, knowing that this wouldn't work out. For the first time in the past month, the news of his death hurt him more deeply than he could have imagined. Sakura clasped her hands, putting them in her lap before speaking in a soft, regretful tone. It hurts though, to know I was late, that you don't feel the same way anymore. Her voice became a whisper before she finished. That's all I wanted to say. Naruto calmed himself. My feelings never changed. Sakura looked at him as he turned to face her. His eyes were filled with a deep anguish as he spoke. The circumstances did. Sakura didn't comprehend the meaning of his words. She felt elated at hearing him say that he still felt the same. However, she could feel a weird sensation building within her, attempting to stop her from asking her next question. For some reason she began to dread the upcoming answer she might receive. She asked with a hint of obvious hesitation, if you still feel the same, then what does it matter? Naruto sat back on the windowsill, speaking in a composed voice. That's why it matters. Sakura was confused with his answer as he continued. When I made that promise, it was because I never wanted to see you like that again, to see you in that much pain. I don't want you to be upset when I leave. Sakura rose from her seat, walking forward so she was only a few feet away from Naruto. What are you trying to say? Something was wrong with the way he spoke. She couldn't understand why he would be leaving. Naruto closed his eyes. You remember when I fought the Yondaime? Sakura could feel her heart become uneasy, not liking where the Jinchuriki could be heading with this. Of course, how could I forget? The hyperactive ninja nodded before speaking once again. You saw my condition after that. Sakura felt a pain within her, being reminded of his fatal state on that night. Even though I could feel my life slipping away, I saw you, crying as you looked at me. It felt as if I had broken my promise, but I came back, didn't I? Sakura felt the realness of the day flash through her memories as she struggled to repress a tear. Naruto, why are you bringing this up? Naruto opened his eyes as he saw the girl in front of him looking towards the ground. He abandoned his seat on the windowsill, walking forwards, towards her. Bringing his hand to her face, he wiped the solitary tear away. This time, Sakura looked at him. There's no coming back. Sakura felt her already disturbed heart shatter into pieces as she understood what he was saying. She gazed into his deep eyes hoping that he was joking. But she knew her hope was misplaced as the shinobi's face revealed his seriousness in the matter. All her dreams about everything turning out well in the end with the reunion of her team were destroyed. Her emerald eyes began to water as she let the tears of grief break out. She quickly hugged the blonde, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, crying into his chest. Naruto stared at the pink-haired medic hugging him before slowly wrapping his own arms around her. It would hurt a lot more if we were together. Sakura heard his words before pushing him away. The tears streaked down her face. Baka. Is this what's stopping you? Why would it hurt more? I'm already in love with you. Naruto looked guiltily at the kunoichi as he hadn't imagined she would react this way. He honestly believed it would be better to not get closer now. Sakura walked nearer to him, her voice soft and the tears still visible. I don't care, I'd rather know what could have been, than to live the rest of my life in regret. Naruto looked into her captivating eyes. Sakura-chan. Sakura stood in front of the unsuspecting genin as she looked deeply into his sapphire eyes. You've always tried to make me happy. It hurt me that I couldn't do anything for you. But this time, I want to return the favor. Naruto let a smile appear across his visage as a tear leaked from his eye. I want to be there, by your side, until the end. He gazed at the kunoichi, a warming feeling radiating from her. He had a smile across his face as he spoke. How can you be so sure that it would be better this way? She slowly wrapped her arms around his neck. It's easier when you share the pain. The two shinobi looked at each other, a renewed understanding between them as they fully acknowledged their true selves. They leaned forward, their faces inching closer. Naruto felt a whirlwind of feelings flow through him, but they ultimately ended with a sense of contentment brewing within him. Somehow, you always make me feel at peace. He felt her breath before they kissed. A new sensation passed through him as he enjoyed the touch of her soft lips. His insides were buzzing with happiness as he let his arms coil around her waist, embracing her. Sakura relished the new experience as she enjoyed her first kiss. After a few moments they parted, slowly looking into each other's eyes. Naruto reddened, his worries leaving him. That was, he scratched the back of his head. Arigato, Sakura-chan. Sakura had a smile across her pretty face. She felt a little more comfort at having been in the blonde's embrace. She grabbed a hold of his hand, leading him through the apartment. Naruto, broken out of his stupor, spoke, "Where are you going?" Sakura looked at the bedroom across the living room. She led the hyperactive ninja through the room as he stumbled across the various things strewn on the floor. As they both entered the bedroom, Sakura closed the door. Naruto realized the situation and turned to face the kunoichi. I don't think this is. He was broken from his speech as Sakura once again locked lips with him. He immediately began to enjoy the pleasure of feeling her smooth lips. His arms went around her, pulling her in close. He felt her tongue slither across his lips, asking for entrance. He gladly complied, letting her roaming tongue into his mouth, enjoying the succulent taste he felt. An immense wave of bliss drifted through his body as he savored the moment. His hold over her tightened when he deepened the kiss. They continued their activity passionately for a few minutes before Naruto broke the kiss, taking a breath. Sakura moved her hands to his jacket, slowly taking it off. Naruto, initially surprised, quickly spoke his thoughts. Sakura-chan, are you sure you want this? Sakura's mind drifted back to her mentor's words. A person never knows when they fall in love, it's a feeling that builds up over time. Sakura smiled and nodded. Her insides were tingling as she realized what she was about to do. A red tint appeared on her cheeks as she answered, "Hi." Naruto discarded his jacket and kicked off his sandals as he took the girl in his arms. They once again exchanged a series of passionate kisses as they let their desire for each other cloud their senses. Naruto let his hands wander her body as they slowly moved lower. He grabbed her rear tightly, which earned a gasp out of the beauty in his arms. He continued caressing the curved figure as their tongues danced, eliciting moans of pleasure. Sakura pushed him onto the relatively small bed as she proceeded to get rid of her boots. Taking a position on top of him, her hips straddled his waist. She could feel his hardened state as she bent over to place kisses on his whiskered face. Naruto's hands moved to her thighs as Sakura shivered slightly from the cold touch. Quickly placing their lips in sync, he entered her mouth, enjoying her sweet taste all the while stroking her smooth skin. Sakura moved back before licking his cheek, earning a shudder out of the Jinchuriki. She moved her hands to the zip on her vest. Naruto stared with eyes wide, anticipating her move, growing harder as each second passed. Sakura slowly unzipped the vest, revealing more skin, much to Naruto's delight. The moonlight clearly reflected her gorgeous features as her creamy skin shined, her breasts only concealed by the red bra she was wearing. Naruto, with a clear view, couldn't help himself as he rose to sitting position. He grabbed her as he began to place kisses on her neck. Sakura held his hair as she felt an arousing feeling of excitement build with each of his kisses. Letting his animalistic side get the better of him, Naruto bit down on her neck, earning a gasp which quickly turned into a pleasing moan. He proceeded to lick her soft skin as he left a trail of kisses slowly leading to her chin. Sakura, feeling the hardness of his member underneath her, was becoming wet. Her hands still in his hair, she planted a rough kiss on his lips. Their passionate dance followed, with Sakura letting her hands move underneath his black t-shirt. Naruto felt himself become even more aroused as her soft hands roamed his well-defined body. Sakura pulled the shirt over his head before pushing him onto his back. Leaning over him, she brushed her knee against his hardened figure in the middle of his legs. She was delighted when she heard the moan escape the blonde's mouth. She slowly planted kisses on his stomach, teasing him. Moving around his hardened stomach, she began to lick his chest before kissing his hardened nipple. Naruto gave a moan of extreme pleasure as the pink-haired girl worked his defined figure. He had never experienced anything like this before and had a vast amount of rapture running through the muscles of his body. Moving his hand behind her as she kissed his built pectorals, he unclasped her bra before throwing it to a side. Sakura's startled reaction quickly changed into a smile. Naruto reversed their positions so he was in between her legs. He looked at her voluptuous breasts before moving down and licking the nipple of one of them. Sakura moaned in response to his actions as she clenched the sheets of his bed. Naruto, satisfied with the results he was receiving, moved his hand up to fondle one of her breasts whilst he licked the other one. He could feel her wetness as his hardened member pushed against her. The sound of her moans only made him even more excited as he continued fondling her breast. Giving a final wet slithering of his tongue around her nipple, he moved back. His hands moved to the side of Sakura's shorts as he slowly began to pull them off. His desire grew more as he discarded the last piece of her clothing, revealing all her womanly features. Sakura looked at him with a blush across her face, the feeling of ecstasy still present. She spoke in a sultry voice, attempting to tease him. "What? Do I look that nice?" Naruto realized the familiarity of the phrase as he leaned in towards her. Their eyes locked as they were closer than ever before. Gazing into her enthralling eyes, he gave a soft reply, "No, not just nice, you're beautiful." She gave him a smile, pulling him in for another wet kiss. As their mouths sparkled with enjoyment, her hand moved to his member. Naruto gave a growl as she stroked him, while at the same time keeping him busy with her tongue. His own hands moved towards the last piece of apparel he had on, removing them as quickly as he could. He looked at her before giving a final kiss. "Are you ready?" Sakura nodded as Naruto moved in between her legs. Placing his member at her entrance, he pushed, only entering the tip. Sakura gasped in momentary pain as her hands tightened on the bed sheets. Naruto quickly grew concerned over her reaction. "Are you alright, Sakura-chan?" Sakura smiled before moving her hands to his neck. "Hi." Naruto began to slowly move as he felt the warm feeling of being inside her. The wetness as well as the tightness proceeded to make him even hungrier as he felt an unmatchable wave of ecstasy build within him. Sakura felt the initial pain leave her, being replaced with a growing feeling of pleasure. She wrapped her legs around his sweating body. His thrusts into her gave her mounting elation as she moaned. Her hands held his hair tightly as she felt herself become lost in the feeling of bliss. Naruto, aroused by her moans and confident that she had become accustomed to his size, increased the pace of his thrusts. He kept entering her repeatedly before Sakura rose from on her back. The kunoichi pushed him onto his back, placing her hands on his stomach as she thrust herself onto his member. Growing even more daring with each grinding of his hips, she came down onto him, hardly pushing his hardened figure fully into her. She moaned loudly with reverberating satisfaction as Naruto brushed her hands away, making her fall towards him. Sakura quickly supported herself by placing her hands above his head. Naruto's mouth cupped her dangling breast as his hands moved to her toned rear. Sakura continued thrusting onto him as he caressed her backside. Naruto could feel himself nearing his climax. He bit down on her luscious breast, causing her to scream in approval. Sakura's walls tightened around his large member as she felt herself reaching her limit. Each thrust increased the amount of ecstasy they were feeling as their sweaty bodies reached their maximum. Naruto removed his mouth from Sakura's breast as his hardened member felt like it was about to explode. Sakura moved back, giving a final thrust as they both erupted within each other, sending a riveting feeling of pure heaven throughout them. Sakura moaned loudly as she convulsed around Naruto's member. The orgasm was nothing like they had ever experienced. Sakura fell forwards as Naruto quickly grabbed her. They stared into each other's eyes, their sweat-covered bodies glistening due to the moonlight seeping through the window. Naruto smiled as his eyes showed the love and care he felt for the girl with whom he had connected. Sakura moved down, giving him a kiss as she took sanctuary in his embrace. Her eyes slowly closed as she relished the warmth of being together with him. Drifting into slumber along with the blonde shinobi, one thought was running through her mind: I'll find a way, I promise you. Naruto slowly opened his eyes as the sun shone brightly through his bedroom window. His vision focusing, he realized that he wasn't alone in his small bed. Looking down, he saw a head with pink hair resting against his chest. Memories from the previous night flushed his mind as his face acquired a tinge of red. The minutes passed as he continued staring at the kunoichi who was wrapped tightly around him under the blankets. A smile was across his face as he felt relatively peaceful inside. He diverted his attention from the girl, staring at the ceiling as he began to think of where he could train for the day. Due to his bout with Jiraiya, his current training ground was going to be unfit for use for at least another 2 days. He was broken from his thoughts as he felt the kunoichi stir. Sakura awoke into consciousness, becoming aware of her surroundings. Her head was resting on something hard as she relished the warmth she was receiving. Her eyes shot open in realization, noticing the body she was lying on. Lifting her head, her eyes came into contact with a sapphire color gazing right back at her. Naruto gave the kunoichi a foxy grin, finally woke up, huh? Sakura rose oblivious to her undressed state, replying, hi. Naruto looked away as he felt a nosebleed beginning. Sakura-chan, not that it really matters anymore, but, he stopped to point at her naked state. Sakura quickly realized his implication, their night of passion replaying in her mind. She moved back, sitting next to Naruto, putting the blanket over herself. She moved inwards to Naruto, deciding to tease him. What's the matter, can't contain yourself? Naruto gave an awkward laugh, shaking his head. I'm just not used to these types of things. Sakura looked at Naruto, who was calmly staring through the window at the village outside. His revelation from the previous night quickly clogged her thoughts as she began to understand how serious things were. She knew time was of the essence and she wanted to find out anything possible to be able to help. Naruto tapped his chin as he began to speak. Sakura-chan. Sakura turned to the blonde upon being addressed. Naruto continued in a contemplative tone. Aren't the Chunin exams starting today? Sakura's eyes widened as she realized the genin was indeed right. She looked through the window as the sun was quite high in the sky. I think they've already started. Naruto looked at his clock. It was late in the morning. You're a Chunin, right? Won't they need you? Sakura nodded her head, but her mind wasn't currently on whether she had to be at the exams. They do, but... Naruto placed his hands behind him before tilting his head in Sakura's direction. But what? Sakura sighed. But first, I want you to tell me. The Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow before the medic continued. Everything about your condition. Sasuke observed all the genin preoccupied with their written exam, with keen eyes, as he tried to locate the ones obviously cheating. He was one of many people seated on the side, who were overlooking the written exam. The Sharingan wielder noticed a boy attempting to take a look at the paper of the girl next to her. Instantly, he threw a kunai which landed on the desk, startling the boy as well as others seated around him. He didn't say anything, instead staring with an intimidating look. The genin rose from his position with his teammates before leaving the classroom. The black-haired teen's mind was still in disarray from the previous night. His encounter with Naruto was deeply engraved in his thoughts and he could remember every detail of it. He shook his head in order to rid himself of any drowsiness as he hadn't been able to sleep at all during the night. He found it difficult to remain on task with so many issues dominating his thoughts. He still didn't know why Naruto was training so much, especially if he had such little time left. However, the one thing he still couldn't come to terms with was the fact that Naruto was going to die. Scanning through the crowd of examinees, he drew 2 kunai, throwing them to the desks of a few more genin he had caught. Watching them leave, he knew that his presence as a proctor was unfair since he could easily see how the majority of the class was attempting to cheat. He singled out those whose methods of information gathering were not up to a sufficient degree. Feeling himself being watched, he turned to the front of the classroom and into the eyes of Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru diverted his concentration elsewhere upon being noticed. He could sense the lingering eyes of the Uchiha on him. He coughed as he kept his lazy demeanor, staring at the participants of the exam. The number of people left had been drastically reduced mainly due to Sasuke. The exam had started with over 40 teams, but they were now down to only 13. His mind quickly left the genins taking the exam and started to analyze the actions of the Uchiha. He was indifferent to the Sharingan wielder. The retrieval mission of Sasuke from 3 years prior was something he wouldn't forget anytime soon. He had almost lost his best friend as well as coming close to being killed himself. He wasn't concerned that Sasuke returned after his betrayal because it had ultimately brought calm to Naruto, who he saw as a friend. Even though most people couldn't realize, he knew the blonde was finally happy that he had returned his best friend. Nonetheless, something about Naruto's recent behavior had made him suspicious of what was going on. The mission to defeat Orochimaru was something that he could explicitly remember. It was his second time crossing paths with Akatsuki and the first time he had seen the legendary Snake Sanin. His mind loitered on the notorious organization whose motives were unknown to him. It was apparent on that day that they were there to kill Orochimaru, but when they realized the presence of Naruto, they wanted to capture him as well. He didn't know what made the S-class criminals want to capture his friend, but he thought it might be to do with his transformation. The frightening sight of Naruto once he had undergone that radical change made him freeze with shock. The power he had seen being radiated was amazing, but the most disturbing thing was that the chakra surrounding him gave a menacing vibe. He quickly glanced at Sasuke to see that he was once again resuming his duties. Shikamaru knew that the Uchiha was being bothered by something. He had never seen Sasuke seem so troubled. His mind analyzed the recent events with Naruto as well as the uneasy presence of Sasuke. He couldn't help but feel that they were connected in some shape or form. He needed some more evidence in order to be completely sure of his speculation. Naruto and Sakura walked towards the Hokage Tower. He had told her everything about his condition as well as the amount of time he had remaining. After having gotten cleaned up and getting something to eat, he decided to go with Sakura to see Tsunade since there was a possibility of him getting a training ground which was out of the way. He had his hands behind his head as he walked side by side with the kunoichi. Sakura had a neutral expression on her face, but she was inwardly trying to think of any way to solve Naruto's problem. They continued walking until they saw 3 figures heading towards them in the distance. Naruto voiced his thoughts, "Who's that?" Sakura looked closer as she could make out the boy in the middle waving at them. She couldn't believe they couldn't tell who it was since the large white dog was a dead giveaway. Naruto took a step back as he realized a rushing white blur heading for him. Whoa, wait. He put his hands out as Akamaru stopped immediately in front of him. Kiba jumped off the back of his companion as his teammates caught up to him. Looking at the blonde, he gave a greeting, "Oi, Naruto. Where have you been, You should keep in contact with your friends." Hinata gave a short bow to the 2 shinobi, with a red face. Good to see you, Naruto-kun, Sakura-san. Shino merely gave a nod acknowledging their presence. Naruto patted Akamaru's head as the dog enjoyed the feeling. "Gomen, I don't get much time these days." Kiba, not really understanding what he meant, looked at Sakura to his side. A grin formed across his face. "So, looks like you've finally hooked up." He rubbed his nose trying to get a rise out of the Jinchuriki. Hinata gave a small gasp believing the words of the dog user. Shino turned to Kiba, speaking, Kiba, this mission is time-based. We should get going. Kiba waved off the bug user, I know. We can spare a few minutes. Shino looked nonchalant behind his hood and glasses, no, we can't. Kiba ignored the aburame and was about to tease the blonde again before he realized a red mark on Sakura's neck. He pointed realizing the obvious bite mark, wait, you really have hooked up. Naruto had a smirk across his face whereas Sakura had a blush across hers before pulling up her vest as much as she could, to cover up the telltale sign. Hinata looked at the couple understanding that they had actually gotten together as well as the bite mark, a sign of their intimacy. She could feel herself becoming lightheaded before falling backwards, fainting from the shock. Kiba quickly caught the Hyuga stopping her from making contact with the ground. Naruto was surprised with what was happening, Hinata. Kiba gave a laugh, don't worry she'll be fine. Naruto sighed oblivious as to why she fainted. Shino stood indifferent to the odd occurrence before speaking, Kiba, need I remind you? Kiba, struggling to place Hinata on Akamaru's back properly, quickly answered interrupting him from finishing, I know. Shino remained calm as he watched alongside with Naruto and Sakura. Kiba, finally having appropriately positioned Hinata, realized his dog's awkward demeanor. Akamaru was looking at Naruto intently with disturbed eyes before he gave out a whimper, what's wrong Akamaru? Naruto looked at the dog who was staring at him. He sweated knowing that this was bad. Moving down he stroked Akamaru's fur, don't worry. I'm going to be fine. Kiba had a raised eyebrow questioning the genin, What are you talking about? Naruto grabbed Sakura walking past their friends. Looking back he gave a wave, it's nothing. We should get going, you don't want Shino reminding you again. Shino felt a sting at the remark but stood with a calm manner. Kiba scratched the back of his head, that's weird. Come on, it's time to leave. Shino looked at his friend take off with Akamaru following. Turning back towards Naruto's direction, he saw him nearing the Hokage Tower. He wasn't used to seeing Akamaru act in such behavior, but when he did then there was a cause for concern. Shrugging it off for later he went in the direction of his teammates. Deidara jumped through the trees at an incredible pace, he could see the end of the forest approaching. The Akatsuki members were currently traveling through the country of grass. Tobi who was trailing behind, and quite tired, quickly spoke, hey, senpai, can't we use that thing to fly? He was referring to the bird made of clay. Deidara looked back towards the orange-masked man, that thing takes a lot of chakra. Your legs are there for a damn reason yeah. The annoyance was evident by his speech. Tobi sighed before pushing himself to catch up with his partner, we've been running for a full day non-stop. We didn't even get time to recover from the fight with the Rokubi. Deidara ignored the newest member's pleas staring straight ahead. Stop complaining yeah. Tobi tried again, why are you in such a rush anyway? We've got 4 weeks until the Chunin exam finals. There's plenty of time. Deidara shook his head, there isn't plenty of time. We've only extracted the Shichibi. There's still the Rokubi and the Hachibi left yeah. Tobi scratched his head, I know but Zetsu-senpai took the Rokubi from us yesterday. He'll be back at the base tomorrow and the Hachibi's been collected as well. Both the extractions together would only take around 6 days which still leaves us with 3 weeks. Tobi looked around before noticing something, and I think we're going the opposite way from Konoha. Deidara felt his anger build upon having the mask-wearing member make such a detailed analysis. He was also a little perturbed as to the fact the normally idiotic criminal had seen through his lie rather quickly. Waving a hand at his partner he spoke, we are going the opposite way. I thought we should head to the country of Waterfall. We'll get some rest and relax for a bit before heading for Konoha. Toba's mood brightened however unfortunately due to his tiredness he ended up falling over the next branch and to the hard ground below, face first. Deidara landed next to his partner now having exited the forest. Get up you idiot. Tobi rolled onto his back, I can't go on. Deidara began to become irritated but knew that he was exhausted. The blonde criminal was feeling tired himself but he wanted to reach the country of Waterfall by the end of the day. He kicked the lying Tobi in his side, the hell you can't yeah. Tobi cringed from the swift kick, why can't we rest here for a bit? Deidara walked towards the river staring at the various stones pointing out, "We have to get to our destination by the end of today." Toby sat up rubbing his side, "Senpai, what's so important that we have to get there this urgently?" Deidara was fractious by the amount of questions his partner was asking, but he knew that he would have to answer. Coughing, he replied in a barely audible voice, "There's a art exhibition taking place." A smirk was across his face before he finished, "The explosive kind, yeah." Toby was confused as to what to think. "Huh. That's it." Deidara glared with anger in his eyes, "The hell? Stop pissing me off, yeah." Toby was surprised as Deidara suddenly jumped at him, grabbing his cloak. The art-appreciating criminal began to drag his partner through the river, making him bounce off the various rocks. Toby quickly protested, "Gomen, I didn't mean it. I'm not tired, I can go by myself." His leg grazed the rock as his cloak was soaked. "Ah." Tsunade rubbed her head as she looked through her paperwork. She began to stamp the papers, approving of what she read. She heard a knock on the door before looking up. She heard a voice behind it, "Tsunade Shiso, can we?" The voice was interrupted from finishing as the door flew open, revealing Naruto and Sakura. Naruto walked into the office ignorant of the death glare he was receiving from the Hokage. "There's no need to be so formal, Sakura-chan." Sakura walked in knowing full well of Tsunade's tendency to become irritated when she wasn't treated with the proper respect. She slapped Naruto's head, "Baka. She's the Hokage." Naruto laughed, "She's just Tsunade Bachan." Tsunade's eye twitched with anger upon being referred to like that. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" Naruto walked near the desk. "I wanted a training ground, since Senen's kind of ruined mine for the time being." Tsunade looked at him quizzically before leaning back in her chair. She began to think of a suitable way to help him. After a few minutes, she pulled out a piece of paper from her desk and began to draw on it. Sakura and Naruto leaned forward, curious as to what she was doing. They saw her scribbling on the previously blank piece of paper before looking up, satisfied with her work. Naruto tilted his head, trying to understand what she had drawn. Tsunade spoke as the attention of the two ninjas was directed towards her. "As you know, the Chunin exams have started today. The exam is split into 3 stages, the written test, the survival test, and finally the main tournament." Naruto folded his arms. "What does this have to do with me?" Tsunade smirked. "The written test will probably be finishing soon. The survival test is next. This time, we're going to utilize a test that hasn't ever been used before and was created by one of Konoha's Junin." She pointed at the genin. "You're going to be one of the examiners." Sakura had to stop herself from falling over as Naruto stumbled, "Nani? What does that have to do with me getting a training ground?" Tsunade shook her head. "The location for the test is Training Area 56, or in other words," she paused before continuing, "the Land of Doom." Naruto's eyes widened. What is it with these names, Forest of Death and Land of Doom? Why can't you pick normal names? Naruto finished staring at the busty Hokage. Tsunade coughed. The creator of the test wanted to call it the Land of Blazing Youth, but I didn't think it was appropriate. Anyways, you'll meet him soon enough, since he's the one who is the main examiner for the survival test. Naruto was at a loss for words, since he still didn't see how this solved his problem. Tsunade recognized the confusion etched across his face. "Baka. You wanted a place to train and I gave you one." Naruto stroked his chin, realizing that he would have a lot of space to train. However, something else entered his thoughts as he smiled. "Sugoi, I'm the first genin ever to examine a Chunin test." He began to laugh. Tsunade sighed. "Actually, you're not." Naruto stopped his laughing. "Nani?" Tsunade rested her chin on her hands. "Sasuke is." She ignored the stunned Uzumaki. "Since he can't take the Chunin exams until his punishment is completed, I put him as an examiner in the written test. There was nothing else for him to do." Tsunade handed Naruto the piece of paper on her desk. "This is a map of the area you're going to be in for the next 5 days. Head for the academy and you can go with everybody to the training area at once." Naruto glanced at the paper before bursting out, "You just drew this?" He paused before shouting again, "And I can't understand this." Sakura laughed at the Kyuubi vessel as Tsunade looked displeased. "Stop complaining, brat. You're too stupid to understand a real map, so I made it easier for you." Naruto pouted before turning to leave. "Fine." He gave Sakura a smile. "I'll see you in 5 days." Sakura stopped him from leaving and gave him a kiss. Naruto, initially surprised, relaxed into it before finishing. Tsunade watched the two happily knowing that they had sorted out their differences. Naruto separated before coughing, laters. He walked outside of the office with a shade of red on his face. Sakura turned towards the Hokage who had a grin across her visage. Tsunade spoke in a joking tone, "I see things turned out well, huh?" Sakura nodded blushing, "Hi." Her face changed to a more serious expression. "Tsunade Shiso, I wanted permission to use your personal library." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at her request. "I see, so he's told you." She looked at the unresponsive form of the kunoichi taking it as a confirmation. "You have an idea then?" Sakura replied in an analytical manner, "At first I thought that we could do an operation to fix his chakra coils. But his whole body has been damaged internally. To do such an operation, it would take over 15 hours. Tsunade nodded, proud of her apprentice's diagnostic ability. "The real problem is that we would have to operate when the Kyuubi is not feeding him chakra, however if he stops then Naruto would die within the hour. Thus we can't do that." Tsunade let out a sad sigh since she already knew of this. Sakura continued, "But something Naruto said intrigued me. The Godime looked at her apprentice. The seal he has was meant to slowly merge his and the Kyuubi's chakra. Kyuubi could heal him but his body can't withstand too much of his chakra at its current state." Tsunade smiled, realizing where she was going with this. "So if we were to somehow boost the growth of his coils to their fully matured state then the Kyuubi could simply heal him completely." Sakura answered, "Hi." Tsunade began to think deeply into the matter. She rested her elbows on the desk before speaking. "Something like this is unprecedented. It is also highly unlikely to be possible, but," she smiled as she realized, "there is still a small chance it could work." Sakura felt her mood brighten knowing that there was a possibility. Her determination was as strong as ever and her hope had amplified. Naruto walked through the corridors of the academy bringing back past memories. He had taken a detour home to pick up some scrolls that he needed for training before eventually heading for the academy. Walking through the final corridor he came across a familiar set of doors. He had taken his own written exam in the same location. Opening the doors he walked into the large classroom as everyone directed their attention towards him. From what he could see, there were less than 10 teams remaining. The doors shut behind him as he looked to the opposite side at the seated proctors. He found Sasuke with his attention on him. The troubled state of the Uchiha was clearly visible. Naruto, noticing it, adopted a smile and gave him a wave. Directing his attention to the genins remaining, he was relieved to find the Konohamaru Corps still seated and in the case of their leader a merry expression across his face. Scratching the back of his head, he greeted everyone. "Heh, how's it going?" Sasuke looked at the optimistic blonde. He could feel his insides becoming distressed with the demeanor his friend was displaying. Ignoring everything else in the room, his attention was solely focused on the Jinchuriki. He knew that Naruto was bothered by what he was going through, evident by their encounter the day before. However, he didn't understand why he was acting overly happy around others. Shikamaru, inwardly confused by Naruto's unexpected appearance, kept his lazy posture. Glancing around the room, his eyes fixed on Sasuke who, visibly, seemed upset upon seeing Naruto. His previous speculation was proved correct as he realized that the Uchiha's state was connected to Naruto. He began to dwell on his thoughts, thinking of what could be happening with Naruto that would make the unflinching Sharingan wielder show any signs of disturbance. He was broken from his trance as Naruto addressed him. "Oi, Shikamaru. What's going on, have you finished?" Shikamaru turned to the genin. "Yeah, we're waiting for the second examiner." "What are you doing here?" Naruto grinned but was interrupted from speaking as a yell of "dynamic entry" filled the air. The doors behind Naruto blasted open, making contact with the unsuspecting vessel, sending him rolling across the floor. Naruto sat up, rubbing his back as his vision was blinded by green. In front of him stood the unfathomable Guy with his hands on his hips and his trademark smile. The participants in the room sweat dropped upon seeing the awkward display in front of them, whereas Naruto seethed with anger. Guy spoke, unaware of what he had done. "The time has come, for I Guy, to see." He was stopped from finishing as a wooden piece, of the now broken entrance doors, connected with his head. At least apologize. Guy rubbed his head before facing the standing offensive Leaf Nin. His eyes widened as he saw Naruto glaring at him. The youthful shinobi that is Naruto, what are you doing here? Naruto shouted at the Junin, I was going to say what I was doing here until you broke that door on my back. Guy gave a nervous laugh at the accusing teen, Gomen. But, we must not let such little things take away from our prideful selves. Naruto ignored him before turning to Shikamaru. Guy nearly fell over as he saw the disregard for his comments shown by the ninja. Curse you, Kakashi. You have passed on your hip ways to your students. Naruto talked to the shadow user, like I was about to say, I'm a proctor for the second exam. Shikamaru lost his usual demeanor upon hearing that as Guy stopped with his animated rant. The green spandex-wearing Junin swiftly spoke with a loud voice, I see, so you are the youthful third examiner for my brilliant creation. Naruto instantly faced the taijutsu specialist, Nani. You're wait, you're the main examiner. Guy gave a thumbs up followed by a sparkling smile, of course. Naruto was left speechless as Guy walked past him to address the whole of the class. The remaining genin in this room are the ones who have passed on to the second stage. This first test assessed your information gathering skills and how effective they are. He pointed his finger out at the participants, but this next exam will determine who truly possesses the passion to ascend to the next level of ninja and maybe one day become as youthful as even I. He pointed at himself with his thumb upon finishing and gave a smile. Naruto had to stop himself from faltering as Konohamaru began to speak, what's the point of the second test? Guy laughed before answering the Sarutobi's question, a brilliant question. It is simple, for the next 5 days you are going to survive in a dangerous environment without any outside assistance and your objective is, he pulled out 3 scrolls from his pouch holding them up for everyone to see, to obtain a scroll from one of the 3 examiners. Whoever still has a scroll at the end of 5 days, proceeds to the final test. Everybody listened intently as the Junin continued in a serious manner, this test will pit you against other ninja, and in the case of some of you, against your fellow Leaf comrades. You or ninja however do not kill each other meaninglessly. Hopefully you will take this advice to heart. Naruto listened to the taijutsu specialist impressed with his words. Guy nodded to Shikamaru as a signal to begin handing out forms which would take the responsibility off the Hokage if any of the shinobis were to die. Walking to Naruto he gave him a scroll, your task is to protect this scroll from falling in their hands. If they are able to retrieve the scroll from you then you're not allowed to try and get it back. How you decide to test these candidates is entirely up to you. They don't necessarily have to defeat you. Naruto nodded pocketing the scroll. Naruto felt proud of having such a responsibility upon his shoulders. A smile was across his face as Guy began to speak, follow me, to our destination where the strength of your inner passion will be determined. Let us go to the land of blazing youth. He gave a sparkling smile. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the last statement, Isn't it meant to be the land of doom? Guy laughed nervously. Yeah, it is. Naruto ignored the weird Junin as his insides buzzed with excitement. He knew that the next 5 days were going to be interesting. A day had passed since the beginning of the survival test. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead as the rest of his clones continued working. He didn't want to draw attention to his location, hence having produced only 100 clones, half of which were working on the Hiraishin no Jutsu and the rest practicing the elemental techniques he knew. Falling back on the grass below him, he took out the map that Tsunade gave him. Unfolding the paper, he looked at the basic map. It was drawn very simply, a round circle wherein there were pictures illustrating various landmarks. There were, altogether 15 entrances, and the examiners were allowed a head start of 5 minutes. At the top there was a river which headed straight through from north to south, however it broke off into 3 parts when it reached the middle. To the top right was a picture of a canyon and bridge surrounded by what looked like poorly drawn traps. The top left, there was a picture of a bamboo forest. The rest of the area was covered in a traditional forest with trees that were over 30 meters in height. Naruto's attention drifted to the bottom right of the map where he had drawn a picture of himself with the victory sign to signify his position. The map, although undemanding, had taken him half of the previous day to understand fully. His position was quite comfortable as he chose to set camp near one of the three forks of the river. He knew it wasn't wise to have a set base for where to live, but he was confident of the defense he had built. Staying near a river was an ideal choice since most ninjas wouldn't bother checking those areas, believing no one to be stupid enough to situate there. Naruto inwardly smiled at his psychological tactic. He rose from his seat and walked to the river, washing his face. Having freshened up, he decided to check out the genin teams. He hadn't encountered anyone since he had been here and thought it would be an excellent idea to see how good the teams were. He was also curious to see what the Konohamaru Corps were doing. As far as he knew, there were 7 teams and 3 examiners in the training area. He was one of the examiners as well as Guy, but he didn't know the identity of the remaining one since he was late to the start of the exam. Naruto stretched his muscles, proud to find that the gravity seal wasn't a problem anymore. He wasn't capable of fighting at his maximum capability, but he was still superior to most Junins in speed. He began to run but stopped abruptly as a fireball passed in front of him, missing him by inches. He turned to his left, an angry expression on his face. "Baka. Watch what you're doing." The clone scratched the back of his head upon being reprimanded. "Gomen." Naruto shook his head, leaving the clones to their training. As he left the clearing, Guy ran through the canyon, making sure to avoid any traps. He was being pursued by a team of rain nin. The enigmatic Junin had decided to test the teams in various ways. Currently he wanted to see how good their tracking skills were. He had enjoyed his time so far immensely, finding himself to be enthusiastic as well as passionate towards his work. He ran closer to the side of the canyon before jumping on the rugged rock and making his way upwards to the top. The canyon was extremely dry, covered completely in hard rock, and the surface was boiling after having the sun shine on it for so long. Guy flipped to the side, making sure to stick with his chakra as a kunai flew past him. He looked at the 3 shinobi at the base of the canyon, all intently staring at him. "Your tracking skills are strong, however you will have to do a lot better if you want to obtain a scroll from the Master of Youth." He smiled, giving a sparkle which added to the effect of the already blinding sun. Turning, he began to run straight to the top as the genin team began to chase him. Avoiding the numerous shuriken, he jumped to his right, straight at one of the genins, before delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him to the canyon floor. Guy quickly grabbed the side of the canyon before beginning to run up it once again, laughing. "No one is as youthful as I. No one." Naruto jumped through the dense forest swiftly, making sure that his movements made as little sound as possible. He kept an eye on his surroundings to locate any signs of a genin team. As he jumped onto a branch, he stopped. He pulled out the kunai which was embedded into the thick wood. Examining it, he realized that the kunai had just recently been used. He smiled before looking around at the vegetation for any more signs. As he scanned the area, he found an explosive tag attached to one of the trees across from him, as well as a thin piece of string a few feet ahead of him. He threw the kunai, which he had acquired moments ago, at the piece of string, cutting it. Instantly a thick log flew past him into the tree with the explosive note attached, resulting in a deafening explosion. Naruto jumped out of the way as the tree had a domino effect, making a few more trees collapse along with it, including the one he was standing on. Landing on the ground, he sighed since he would have jumped into the path of the trap if he hadn't stopped. That was close. He was broken from his musings as he turned to catch 3 shuriken in his hand. Quickly flipping to the side, he threw the shuriken back in the direction where they came from. He heard 2 thuds before a muffled gasp followed by the sound of splattering. He focused himself since he knew that he wasn't alone. "It's no point in hiding. You gave away your position with your attack." Waiting a few moments, he heard rustling as 3 ninja appeared around him. One of them was injured. Naruto's eyes threatened to fall out as he stared at the attackers who had unveiled themselves. He couldn't believe that he had not recognized their presence in the written exam since they seemed to stick out clearly. Collecting himself, he spoke, "Are you genins?" The 3 shinobi looked at him quizzically before the leader of the team spoke, "Of course. What makes you think we aren't?" Naruto coughed as he replied, "You look a little old to be genin." He stared at the leaf nin, who were all visibly very old compared to the other participants in the exam. The leader of the team was dressed in brown trousers and a white shirt. He covered it up with a green tie and sleeveless sweater. The most distinguishing features were his glasses as well as his thick mustache. He spoke in a calm voice, "My name is Akamon Manabu, I am 41 years old." Naruto's mouth fell on the floor, 41 years old. Manabu straightened his forehead protector which he was wearing on his head, "Yes." Naruto shook his head, "How long have you been taking this exam?" The older shinobi replied in a matured voice, "I am a 21-year veteran of the Chunin exam." Naruto felt his heart rate increase, not believing the amount of shock he was going through. "You haven't passed in 21 years. Manabu closed his eyes, pushing his glasses upwards. "This isn't the first time we have met. I was also a part of the Chunin exam 3 years ago which you took." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "You were?" Manabu nodded. "You were the loudest ninja there." Naruto raised an eyebrow at what he was assuming was an insult. "Is that so?" Inwardly he knew that it was true. Manabu got into a battle stance. "You weren't who we were after, but your scroll is as good as any." Naruto looked at the 3 shinobi who slowly began to circle him. He remained calm as they each threw a kunai at him. Ducking, he let all the kunai pass him overhead, before jumping to his left and delivering a swift kick to one of the genins, making him lose his balance. Quickly taking advantage, he drew his own kunai before grabbing the older shinobi and holding his weapon to his neck. Naruto looked past his hostage at Manabu and the other remaining genin. "Your biggest mistake was revealing yourselves at the beginning. It is obvious that the examiners weren't going to be easy to beat head-on. You should have kept the element of surprise since I'm far stronger than you." Manabu smirked before speaking, "That hostage does you no good. You wouldn't kill him." Naruto loosened his grip, bringing his kunai back. "You're right." He delivered a hard elbow to the neck of the unsuspecting genin, knocking him out instantaneously. "But I am going to kick your asses." The unconscious Leaf Nin fell to the ground. As his body impacted, Naruto disappeared from his position, appearing next to Manabu and his comrade holding a kunai to each of their necks. 21 years and you still haven't learned not to drop your guard." He turned his kunais the opposite way, showing the blunt ends before hitting both the remaining shinobi hardly in their heads. Naruto saw the genin lose consciousness as he put his kunai back into his pouch. He folded his arms, smiling, "I must have looked so cool." He quickly turned, realizing another presence. His eyes widened as he looked at a familiar Junin sitting on a tree branch with his precious orange book in his hand. "Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here?" The Konohamaru Corps had spent the last hour roaming the bamboo forest, which they were now regretting entering. Udon walked forwards, moving the bamboo tree out of his way. "I think we're back where we started." Konohamaru instantly stopped in his tracks. He turned, pointing at his glasses-wearing friend. "Kuso, we've been going in circles for, I don't know, but you're supposed to be good at these things." Udon pushed up his glasses. "This forest is like a maze. It's hard to understand where to go." They could go straight, however they found that the forest would get extremely dense if you continued in one direction. It seemed as if it was deliberately set up to test their navigational skills. Moegi played with her hair. "Konohamaru-kun, don't worry. I'm sure we'll get out of here." The Sarutobi ignored the girl before sitting down. "At this rate, we'll have to fight one of the other teams to get a scroll." He punched the ground. "I wanted to fight Naruto Nichin." Udon folded his arms. "I don't think we have to worry about fighting other teams. It seems that the specific reason for us to try and acquire a scroll from one of the examiners is to see whether we really have the potential to be Chunins." Konohamaru looked at the glasses-wearing genin. "Baka. What if all the teams in here have the potential? We'll have to fight them then, wouldn't we?" Moegi began to think. "I'm not sure everyone could have the potential. And why is Naruto Nichin an examiner? I think he became one to test us." Konohamaru slapped his head. "Of course. It's the job of the examiners to test us." Udon shook his head, disagreeing with their team leader. "I think Moegi means that Naruto specifically wants to test us. It is weird for another genin to be an examiner, isn't it?" Konohamaru looked around whilst thinking over their words. He got to his feet, throwing his long blue scarf around him. "Hey, I think you're right. There's no way Naruto Nichin would pass anyone else. If anybody's going to get his scroll, it's going to be us." Pulling out a kunai, the Sarutobi walked to the bamboo tree before slashing at it and making it fall. Udon looked at the genin with curiosity. "What are you doing?" Konohamaru rubbed his nose. "I'm going straight through this damn forest. And I don't care if I have to take down half of it with me. He cut a few more trees, making them fall in different directions. Jumping over them, he began to slash as many trees as he could. His arm was beginning to ache. Udon, Moegi. Stop standing there and help out. He never got a response. The genin turned to find his friends looking at something which he couldn't see due to some fallen trees obstructing his view. Walking over towards them, he wanted to see what had caught their attention. His eyes widened as he saw 3-leaf nin tied up and unconscious. Nani? Udon turned to his friend. I'm guessing they encountered one of the examiners. Konohamaru scratched his head. We should take advantage of this. Moegi raised an eyebrow as she looked at the team leader questioningly. Konohamaru waved off the weird expressions of his friends. We should see if they've got anything valuable that we could use. We'll untie them after so they can make their own way out eventually. The three nodded before salvaging any useful items from the unconscious team. Kakashi looked towards the blonde, giving a small wave. Yo, he jumped off the branch to the ground before walking towards Naruto, still engrossed in his book. I'm an examiner. Naruto was visibly confused. They made you an examiner. A chunin would have been enough. The ex-Anbu nodded. You're right, but Guy insisted that I take part. The copy nin turned a page in his book. You know, you've just knocked out the genin team I was planning on testing. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Gomen, they did attack me first though. Kakashi looked up from his book with his one exposed eye. That is true. He looked at the unconscious leaf nin. If you continue like this, you're not going to pass anyone. Naruto shook his head. I've already got my sights set on a particular team. If I'm going to pass anyone, it's going to be them. Kakashi turned his attention back to his book to continue reading. I see. Naruto stared at the Junin. What about you? Kakashi sighed before speaking. Well, I came across 2 teams yesterday, but I don't think they were ready. A few hours ago I was in the canyon when a team of rain nin began a fight with me. All was going well until Guy showed up. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and Kakashi stared intently at the pages of his mature novel. Well, he said something about the youthfulness of green spandex to them. I wasn't really listening, but soon after the rain nin began to chase him, leaving me to go find another team. Naruto laughed as he thought of the taijutsu specialist. He scratched his head. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi walked towards a tree before leaning against it. Yeah. Naruto tapped his chin. I was wondering why they didn't use the Forest of Death like all the other times. Kakashi continued reading whilst he spoke. The last time it was used, a lot of events occurred which were uncontrollable. Orochimaru's interference was something that no one will ever forget. It was decided soon after Tsunade-sama became Hokage, that the survival test would have to change in order for us to have more direct control over what happens. Naruto clenched his teeth as he heard of the now-dead Sannin. He ignored his growing anger as Kakashi resumed speaking. I think out of all the tests that we've used over the past 2 years, this one is the best. Having 3 examiners inside the testing area allows us to make sure everything is in order, as well as deciding who really has the potential to become a chunin. Naruto was surprised to hear those words come from the masked mon's mouth. He adopted a serious expression. Guy-sensei deserves the credit he'll receive for thinking of this. Kakashi nodded as both shinobi turned their attention towards the trees, feeling a large chakra signature heading towards them. A few moments later a green blur jumped out of the trees, landing in the middle of the small decimated clearing. Guy smiled, giving a vibrant sparkle. Kakashi, my eternal rival, finally I have found you. He noticed Naruto looking at him. Ah. This is great. Naruto-kun is also here. This saves me a lot of time. Naruto didn't understand what was going on, whereas Kakashi wasn't paying any attention. Both shinobi replied concurrently and obliviously, huh. The enigmatic Guy quickly recoiled. Why must you be so hip? Naruto stared at the taijutsu specialist as he slowly collected himself. Guy spoke in a sincere tone. I have come to challenge both of you. Naruto fell over when he heard the eccentric Junin. Kakashi abandoned his position, walking towards the 2 shinobi. I don't think we have time to take challenges. We have a task to do. Guy folded his arms. That is correct, my youthful rival, but this challenge relates to our duties as examiners. Naruto got up from the ground. dusting the dirt from his clothes. What kind of challenge is it? Guy smiled before pointing at the two ninja. Whoever holds onto their scroll the longest is the winner. Naruto brightened over the idea. Sugoi, haha, I'll leave you both in the ground. Kakashi gave a wave. Sounds reasonable. Guy gave a thumbs up knowing they had accepted the idea. However, he stopped himself from leaving upon noticing the mature novel that Kakashi was reading. He quickly pointed at the recognizable book. No. My eternal rival has resorted to reading such unbecoming books. Kakashi looked up from his book. It's quite good. You should read it. He moved the book forward to the taijutsu specialist. Guy couldn't believe what he had just heard the Sharingan user suggest. He gripped his hair with his hands. Oh my god. Naruto took a bite out of the apple he was eating. There wasn't much to eat in the training area and he found himself only having some fruit and fish to eat. Luckily for him, his impatience with the food would end today since it was the last day of the survival test. The Jinchuriki continued jumping through the trees towards his base. The past week had certainly been interesting ever since finding the Konohamaru core on his second day as an examiner. He couldn't help but laugh at the genins when he found them in the bamboo forest. From the state that the trees were in, he assumed that they had tried to slash their way straight through the maze-like jungle. However, their plan had backfired with them completely blocking the way out from one side due to the entanglement of the vegetation. He had taunted the genins to make them pursue him. He had enjoyed that day immensely as he made them give up out of exhaustion. Their game of chase had lasted for over 4 hours before the sun had begun to set. Naruto had decided to head back to camp since it was getting so late, but being the kind person he was, he led the Konohamaru core out of the forest before eventually returning to his base. Nonetheless, his actions weighed heavily on Konohamaru's mind as the team of rookie genin had once again found him the day after. Naruto was already occupied with another team of Leaf Nin when they came to exact revenge upon him. He had gotten out of the predicament by making both teams an offer. Whoever won in a head-to-head fight would receive Naruto's scroll. The Konohamaru core showed great teamwork and it was their familiarity and understanding of each other that helped them win. Nevertheless, Naruto didn't give them the scroll seeing as he didn't believe strength really determined who should become a chunin. That had really angered Konohamaru, who ended up giving a verbal tirade about fairness. Naruto laughed it off and ran away from them once again. Yesterday, he had set up extra traps in the canyon to add to the 50 or so traps already there. He then went to find the Sarutobi and his team to lure them to his creation. The only problem was that after having looked around the area for 2 hours, he couldn't find the team anywhere. He ended up going back to his original location in the canyon and sure enough he found the Sarutobi in the midst of his well-placed traps. Naruto just ended up laughing at them and leaving to train for the rest of the day. Luckily for him, he didn't have many problems with people discovering his training location. He had set up a few clones to patrol and they had got rid of any teams that were getting too close to his base, either by luring them away or engaging them in a fight. As for his fellow examiners, he had only met them on a few occasions. They all still had their scrolls. Kakashi seemed to be interested in the team from Sunagaku, whereas Guy was still being targeted by a team of Rain Nin. He didn't know what made the foreign ninja so hostile towards the taijutsu specialist, but he was guessing they weren't happy with whatever Guy had done or suggested to them. He looked at the sky, where the sun had still to reach the highest point. He needed to hurry up. He wanted to head back to his base and see how the clones were proceeding with the training so he could quickly find the Konohamaru core. Last he had seen them today, they had tried to ambush him, but Naruto quickly turned the tables on them and threw them in the large river. He didn't know where the current had taken them, but he would have to find them and proceed in giving them his final test since time was of the essence. Jumping through a few more trees, he stopped as he felt a rush of information flash through his mind. His eyes widened as he realized what had happened. One of his clones had dispelled himself to inform him of the situation at his base. It looked like the current had sent the Sandame's grandson and his team to his training area. They had succeeded in destroying one of his clones. He didn't see what happened after because that was when the clone dispelled himself. He quickened his pace. Kuso, what did my clones ever do to you? The Kyuubi vessel jumped as fast as he could whilst the seal was active to reach his base. He had a serious demeanor as he saw the end of the forest ahead. Avoiding his traps, he jumped past the last tree, propelling himself into his base. He looked towards his clones, finding them all circled around something. He counted how many there were and was relieved to find that only two were missing, the one that had been destroyed and the one that had dispelled himself. He walked towards their location, hearing screams from in the middle. All the clones moved out of the way on his instruction, revealing the Konohamaru core being held down. Naruto laughed. What happened? He spoke mockingly. Konohamaru had his arms held behind his back and was lying on his front, unable to move. I'm going to kick your ass, Naruto-nichan. Naruto waved off the angriness of the genin. Really? It seems to me you've already had your ass kicked. Udon spoke to calm down his team leader. I don't think it's wise to make threats. We're in no position to do so. Konohamaru turned his head slightly to glare at his teammate. Shut up, you wimp. Naruto laughed at him again, which only caused the Sarutobi to become even more incensed. You should listen to him. Moegi, who was also incapable of moving, attempted to defuse the situation. Konohamaru-kun, I'm sure everything will be alright. Konohamaru couldn't believe this. They had been tricked repeatedly by the Uzumaki and he still hadn't got a chance to test his skills against him. Fight me, Naruto-nichan. I'm sick of your games. His teammates looked on, not sure of whether that was a good idea, whereas Naruto raised an eyebrow. You still haven't learnt. Konohamaru had a confused expression. Huh? Naruto shook his head. Who said I've been playing games? The genin team listened intently as he resumed. Everything I've done so far has been to test you. Moegi was the one to ask a question. What do you mean, Naruto-nichan? In the bamboo forest, I wanted to see your determination and how strong your will to never give up is. When you fought against the other genin team, I was hoping you would realize that strength isn't the only requirement to become a chunin. And the traps at the canyon were to see how well you worked together with your friends. The fact that you remained alive means your trust between each other is strong. The Konohamaru core looked astounded as they hadn't realized each of their encounters had a hidden meaning behind them. Naruto closed his eyes as he continued speaking. You did well in 2 of the tests and totally missed the point in one of them. That isn't too bad, but the most important test is now. Naruto nodded to the clone holding Konohamaru down. The clone moved away from the Sarutobi, allowing him to move. Naruto turned to the rest of his miniature army, telling them to resume their training, only leaving him and the 2 clones that held Konohamaru's teammates. Konohamaru straightened his scarf. What about Udon and Moegi? Naruto smirked before his clones picked up the 2 genins and held a kunai to their throats. Konohamaru was shocked with the blonde's actions. What are you doing? Naruto had a serious expression. This is the final test. Fight me like your team's life depended on it. Konohamaru didn't have time to protest as Naruto instantly appeared next to him, punching him in the face. The unsuspecting genin fell a few feet back from the force of the punch as his teammates looked on, worried for him. Konohamaru slowly rose to his feet. He wiped the blood that had begun to protrude from his mouth before looking at the boy he admired. Naruto stood with a stern expression, his usual joking attitude nowhere to be seen. The Jinchuriki spoke calmly. What's wrong? You wanted to fight me, didn't you? Konohamaru looked on, determined. Before running towards the blonde, he began to throw punches at Naruto, hoping to connect. Naruto dodged the punches, making sure he wasn't hit before he sidestepped the Sarutobi and grabbed his arm. He smirked as he threw him. Konohamaru was taken by surprise as he felt himself being launched away through the air. He grabbed his scarf before throwing it around Naruto's neck. The blue scarf took a tight hold around the blonde's neck as the Sarutobi pulled himself back to land a punch. Naruto didn't suspect the scarf to be used in such a way, but his shock didn't last long. He withdrew a kunai, quickly slashing the scarf into 2 pieces. Konohamaru was still heading towards Naruto and threw a punch to his face. Naruto simply turned before kicking him, hardly sending him sprawling across the ground. Naruto formed seals within seconds before calling out, Kaden Hosenka no Jutsu. Multiple balls of fire were shot from his mouth towards Konohamaru. He looked on, anxious to see what the Sarutobi was capable of. Konohamaru was shocked to see the multiple targets heading towards him. Not having time to do a technique of his own, he began to evade as many as he could. Unfortunately for him, one still managed to strike him on his arm, burning him. Naruto took out 3 shuriken and threw them at the distracted shinobi who was now holding his arm gasping in pain. The weapons cut him across his legs making him fall to his knees. Konohamaru's body was racked with pain as he struggled to stand. His teammates looked on fearful for their team leader and friend. Naruto folded his arms. Is that all you have? Is that all you can give for your friends? Konohamaru couldn't believe what was happening. He was being decimated and Naruto wasn't taking it easy on him at all. He moved his hands to the shuriken embedded in his legs, pulling them out and causing his blood to spatter. He slowly struggled to his feet as he remembered the sandame, I will prove myself worthy. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the younger ninja charged him ignoring the pain. Konohamaru put all his strength into his punches as he tried to hit the Jinchuriki. Naruto was inwardly smiling at the younger ninja's determination. He dodged an oncoming punch before trying to sweep his legs from under him. Konohamaru jumped up before spinning and trying to land one of his own kicks. Naruto brought his elbow up defending the attack before driving his fist into the Sarutobi's stomach. Not giving Konohamaru a chance to recover, he grabbed his leg and threw him resounding in a large impact when the 12-year-old made contact with the ground. Naruto looked at the unmoving genin, I've got a proposal for you. Konohamaru turned onto his front as he pulled up his knees to help him stand. He faced Naruto, staggering a little. Blood leaked from his nose and mouth. What kind of proposal? Naruto smiled, I'll give you the scroll and you'll make it to the tournament. Udon and Moegi's eyes widened whereas Konohamaru knew there was a catch, what's the price? Naruto pointed back at his teammates with his thumb, they won't make it through, only you. Udon looked at his friend to find him staring in the direction of him and Moegi. He cleared his voice before speaking, take it. Konohamaru's mouth fell open but he didn't have time to protest as Moegi spoke, he's right. This is more important to you. We'll always have next year. Naruto looked at the younger genin waiting for him to make a decision. Inwardly he was proud of Udon and Moegi and the support they were showing their comrade. All that remained was the Sarutobi's decision, well. Konohamaru looked at the ground. Bringing his hand up to his mouth he wiped away the blood. He looked at Naruto. No, Naruto stared impassively while Udon and Moegi were astonished by what he had done. Whoever breaks the rules in the shinobi world is trash, but whoever abandons their friends is worse than trash. Naruto smiled as he heard the genin, we got this far as a team and we'll finish this as a team. Naruto stared at the boy he considered a younger brother. He felt content that he understood the importance of friendship. Reaching into his pouch he took out the scroll before throwing it at his feet. Konohamaru gazed at the still scroll, confused. He was broken from his thoughts as Naruto spoke, you all pass. The Konohamaru corps all had awkward expressions on their faces. Konohamaru addressed the older shinobi, why? Naruto closed his eyes as he spoke, as your rank increases so does the responsibility on your shoulders. He opened his eyes resuming, if you don't understand how important it is not to leave your friends behind, what good will you be as a leader on a mission? His shadow clones let go of the Konohamaru's teammates. Udon and Moegi showed you support even if it meant they wouldn't get through to the final stage of the exams. He walked towards them smiling, it takes courage to be selfless. The Konohamaru corps listened to the older shinobi. They had never seen him talk so seriously but their respect for the person they considered as their older brother increased as they listened. Naruto walked towards Konohamaru, you wanted to make it to the finals more than anything, you wanted to remind everyone that you are proud to be a Sarutobi, even though you wanted it so badly, you were willing to let go of your desires for your friends. He placed his hand on the younger shinobi's shoulder, Ojiazan would be proud to have you as his legacy. Konohamaru looked at Naruto as he finished, there isn't anyone better that could have been named after Konoha. Konohamaru's eyes began to water as he looked at Naruto who had a heart-warming smile across his face. Naruto looked at the sky realizing the sun was nearing the highest point. We should go. There isn't much time left. The Jinchuriki dispelled his clones shaking momentarily as all the experience they had attained rushed into him. Fortunately, he had only created 100 clones to train with so he didn't end up collapsing. He motioned for the Konohamaru corps to follow as he walked away from his momentary base. Konohamaru stared after his teammates and Naruto as they walked away. He felt happy inside and wiped away the tears from his eyes. His admiration and respect for Naruto had increased to a whole new level and he felt proud that he had met him. You're wrong Naruto Nichan, there is someone better, you. Deidara picked up his cup of sake to drink. Finishing, he placed it back on the table before pulling his hat down trying to cover his face. He stared at his partner who was busy polishing his newly acquired medal. Their trip to the art exhibition didn't go as planned. They arrived on time however Deidara, wanting to show off his art, performed a demonstration which the organizers weren't very fond of. Instead they ended up giving Toby a medal for visiting art extraordinaire, due to the design of his mask. This led to Deidara being infuriated even more than he was originally and destroying the whole exhibition which resulted in the country of Waterfall knowing of the Akatsuki's presence and hence sending lots of shinobi after them. The Akatsuki members decided to retreat since they didn't want to start a war. They ended up returning to the country of grass and were currently in a restaurant in one of the many small villages. Deidara looked at his criminal partner, put that damn thing away yeah. Toby looked at him with confusion, I'm just polishing it. Deidara snorted, you're attracting unwanted attention. The blonde shifted slightly in his seat. Toby didn't understand and looked past his partner to see a young girl pulling at her mother's dress and pointing at him. Toby waved at the girl, causing his art-appreciating partner to speak, what the hell are you doing idiot? Toby attached his medal to his cloak before responding, nothing. Deidara shook his head before he felt someone approaching. He looked from the corner of his eye to see the little girl make her way over to them. His eyes widened before he spoke to Toby heatedly, you dumbass, look what you did yeah. Toby ignored him as the girl approached. She stopped at their table before he spoke, how can I help you? Deidara scoffed but remained silent and turned to the side not wanting to include himself. The young girl fidgeted before she spoke in a quiet voice, I was wondering, if, she looked directly at the S-class criminal with a smile, I could have your mask. Deidara nearly fell over as he heard her request while Toby was taken aback. He couldn't believe what she had asked, he answered quickly, no. Deidara's eyes widened but he began to worry when he saw the young girl begin to water up. He knew that they couldn't afford attention directed towards them. Without thinking he formed one of his clay sculptures in the shape of a swan and gave it to the little girl. Forget about the crap that he's wearing. This is much better yeah. His insult caused Toby to point a finger at his medal but the criminal quickly realized the sculpture within the girl's hands. The girl thanked Deidara before pulling out her tongue at his partner and walking back to her mother merrily. Deidara left the restaurant whilst Toby stared at the sculpture stuttering. He rose from his seat running after his partner. He caught up to Deidara, Senpai, she's just a little girl. Deidara waved off his concern, don't worry, it's normal yeah. Toby sighed before laughing, I thought you were going to blow up everything again. Deidara turned to the eccentric criminal, shut up and put on your hat. That crap on your face is causing trouble yeah. Toby once again pointed at his medal which angered the blonde criminal. Deidara ripped the medal of his cloak before throwing it far away, that medal doesn't mean anything yeah. Toby stared at his medal flying through the air as he lost sight of it, no. Naruto and the Konohamaru exited the land of doom into a plain clearing of grass. The Jinchuriki was surprised to find that there was around 40 shinobi present including the Godime. He saw Kakashi standing and reading his book. Turning he spoke to the genin with him, hand in your scroll and they'll tell you what to do next. They nodded before making their way over to the Chunins. Naruto walked over to the masked pervert, oi, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi looked up from his book and gave a wave, yo. Naruto folded his arms, where's the rest of the teams? There's only 3 here. Kakashi continued reading, they've already left since they didn't get a scroll. Naruto nodded acknowledging his response but was cut off from speaking when he heard a cry fill the air, Kakashi. Naruto nearly fell over as Guy made his way over to the 2 shinobi. Kakashi turned a page in his special edition of Ika Ika Paradise, unfazed by the large volume of the Junin. Guy stopped in front of his fellow examiners before speaking, I am here in all my beauty, and confident that my blistering fire of youth has helped me win our challenge. Naruto shook his head not understanding what he had said whereas Kakashi ignored him preferring to read his book. Guy smiled, How long were you able to hold your scrolls, my comrades? Naruto scratched his head. Well, I passed mine on about 10 minutes ago. Kakashi sighed before speaking unemotionally. Guess that means I lost since I gave mine to the team from Sunagaku this morning. Silence passed over the three shinobi as no one spoke. Guy, still smiling, broke the peace. Is no one going to ask my youthful self? He continued, not giving them a chance to respond. It seems I am the winner because, he drew his scroll from his pouch giving a thumbs up, I still have my scroll. Naruto's eyes widened while Kakashi spoke in a knowing tone. You were meant to pass one of the team's Guy. Hokage-sama won't be pleased. Guy laughed nervously. That doesn't matter because, he looked around to find the team of Rain Nin giving him a death glare. Ah. I have found the team that I believe is youthful enough to receive a scroll from me, those who haven't stopped pursuing me since the beginning of these marvelous exams. Naruto saw Guy run to the team of Rain Nin and give them a scroll, however they didn't let up on their irate look. He shrugged and made his way over to where the Godime was since they were deciding the matchups for the main tournament. He stopped when a flash of pink caught his hair. In front of him was none other than the apprentice of the Godime with a smile across her face, Sakura-chan. What are you doing here? Sakura's visage lost its pleasantness upon the awkward greeting she received. Baka. I came here to see you. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Gomen, I didn't mean it like that. The medic Nin sighed. It doesn't matter. She was interrupted from resuming as a kunai flew past her towards Naruto. Naruto moved his head to the side as the kunai missed him but felt someone grab him from behind and hold another kunai to his neck. Is this what training with one of the legendary Sannin turned you into? I'm kind of disappointed. Naruto turned his head slightly and was greeted with purple hair belonging to an older woman. He instantly recognized her as the lady who oversaw his Chunin exam and had cut him. He shouted rather loudly, You. Enko grinned before licking his cheek. I just wanted to thank you for what you did to Orochimaru. Sakura eyes widened as she saw the special Junin lick Naruto. Shanaru. I'm going to rip that tongue out. The pink-haired ninja began to put on her gloves but stopped when she saw what Naruto had done. Enko wiped the smirk from her face as she felt something being pointed at her back. Huh. Her transitory distraction was all Naruto needed as he swiftly disarmed her before holding a kunai to her throat. He laughed. It's a shadow clone. Enko found herself in a predicament as she had a kunai being pointed at her spine as well as her throat. Naruto put away his kunai as his clone dispelled itself. It was Tsunade Bachan and Arrow Sennin who killed him, not me. Enko tapped her chin. That's true, but you're the one who stopped him from taking the other brat's body. It's good to know that he wasn't able to get what he wanted. Enko looked over to Sakura and found her glaring. She laughed before adopting a smirk. Are you angry that I touched your man? Naruto raised an eyebrow whereas Sakura looked ready to explode from her candor. She collected herself. Want to find out? Enko laughed before jumping back while Sakura finished putting on her gloves. Naruto, realizing what was about to happen, quickly moved in the way of Sakura, grabbing her. She's just trying to make you angry. The tense situation was diffused as the Godime made her way over to the three shinobi. Enko, stop wasting time and go help the others. Enko gave a wave to Naruto and Sakura before making her way over to the Chunins. Naruto wiped his forehead, sighing. That was close. Tsunade smiled at the genin. So how was it? Naruto realized that she was talking about the exams. He folded his arms. Piece of cake. Tsunade inwardly smiled. She could tell that he had enjoyed his time as an examiner. She was hoping that he would relax once in a while to enjoy himself rather than always indulge in training. She closed her eyes. I expected you to say that. Naruto laughed before he realized the demeanor of the kunoichi next to him. Sakura was visibly angry and glaring in the direction of Enko. Sakura-chan. She didn't respond, busy with glaring at the purple-haired special Junin who was now barking orders at some of the Chunin. Naruto's stomach rumbled before he grabbed Sakura and began to lead her away from the area. Looking back, he gave a wave to the Hokage, later Tsunade Bachan. Sakura was surprised to find herself being led away from everyone else. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto grinned before answering. Well, you came here to see me, didn't you? I'm hungry and I wanted some company while I eat. Sakura smiled before speaking teasingly, did you miss me that much? Naruto stopped, tilting his head, no, not really. He saw the kunoichi about to burst before he finished, I'm just kidding. Naruto fell to his hands and knees as the sweat glistened off his body. He panted, exhausted from his training. It had been 2 weeks since he had been an examiner for the survival test in the Chunin exams. Since then, his time had been spent training in order to improve his skills. His kenjutsu lessons with Genma were still proceeding and he was now applying the principles of kenjutsu to his Suansha Heijin technique. However, Sasuke had stopped coming to training ever since he found about the death of Naruto and was also a lot more distant. Naruto let a smile appear across his face before he began to laugh. His laughter increased as he rolled onto his back and looked at the base of the tree he was laying at. Following its bark up, his eyes set upon the special seal required in order to perform the Hiraishin no Jutsu. He let out a relaxed sigh, having finally performed the technique successfully after nearly 2 months of training. He was happy that he had completed the critical first step. Now he could easily figure out how to perform it while the seal was moving. He realized one problem which he hadn't foreseen at the beginning of his training. The seals were only capable of being used once, hence he would only be allowed to use a few kunai for practice. Altogether he had 51 of the special kunais required for the technique, consequently he had to make sure that he had enough remaining at the end of training since he could only use the seals with these special kunai. He closed his eyes, letting the sunlight hit his body, heating him up even more than he already was. His mind drifted to the Akatsuki and the fact that they would be here in a week. He could feel his insides boiling at the seriousness of the situation. Everything he had trained and worked so hard for would come to a head in a week's time. He got up from his position and walked over to his discarded shirt and jacket before putting them on. He decided to head home to freshen up before finding Sakura. Sakura rubbed her temples before turning another page in the book she was currently reading. She had spent the majority of her time occupied in the personal library of the Godime trying to discover some type of method to cure Naruto's condition. Her efforts had made little progress as there had been no recorded procedure or clue as to how to mature the coils of a person to their fully matured state. She closed the book, putting it aside before putting her head in her hands. She couldn't explain it, but she felt a lot more fatigued lately and her chest was giving her a tingling sensation. She began to massage the side of her head in an effort to try and awaken herself a little more. Although she was still as determined, she was beginning to lose hope. No progress, huh? The voice caused the pink-haired kunoichi to look at the doorway to the library. The Hokage made her way to the disorganized table and took a seat. Sakura sighed. No, she leaned back in her chair. If there is something in which an operation could help, it isn't in this library. Tsunade nodded. That means, we would have to start looking through Kenjutsu and find a way possibly to maybe even combine some ideas together. The legendary sucker put her chin on her palm before resuming, the case will be arriving in a week. I'm sure we could ask Sunagaker for a few books to do with medicine and maybe even Kenjutsu. Sakura looked at her teacher. Would they give us important things like that? Tsunade shrugged. I'll just tell him it's to do with Naruto. The council of his might put up resistance, but I'm sure he'll be able to succeed. Sakura felt some hope enter her as she smiled. She sighed, putting her head in her hands once again and closing her eyes. Tsunade looked at her apprentice awkwardly, realizing the odd behavior she was displaying. She spoke calmly, is everything all right? Sakura nodded her head before answering, it's nothing. I've just been feeling a lot more tired than usual lately. Tsunade raised an eyebrow since she knew that the medic nin would always be refreshed. Sakura had been spending large amounts of time studying lately, but there was still no reason to believe she would be this fatigued. How have you been feeling in the mornings? Sakura looked up at the busty blonde. Tsunade shook her head. Just answer the question. Sakura tucked her hair behind her ear, a little nauseous. I don't think it's anything to worry about. Tsunade's eyes widened as she felt her suspicions rise. She coughed, clearing her throat before she asked her next question, knowing it would cause the younger kunoichi to become embarrassed. What exactly did you and Naruto do that night? Sakura instantly looked at her mentor as she felt her cheeks become warm, tinting with the deepest of red. She began to stutter. Nothing. Tsunade gave out a small chuckle, sounds like you did something. Her expression turned serious, anxious of what kind of effect this could have on Naruto if her deduction turned out to be correct. I can't believe you couldn't figure this out on your own. Sakura recoiled at what she was assuming was an insult. Tsunade sighed, though I doubt you would have expected something like this to happen. She rose from her seat, walking towards the door. Come with me, we have a few tests to go through. Tsunade walked out into the hallway, her mind drifting to the most hyperactive ninja in Konoha. I should send a message to him. Sasuke sat cross-legged in the Uchiha shrine, his demeanor calm and his eyes contemplative. He stared at the scroll in front of him, thinking of his lost family, his father from whom he always wanted acceptance and attention, and his mother who would always smile at him and uplift his heart, his elder brother whom he admired more than anyone else and wanted to surpass. Even though his childhood innocence had been short-lived, he still had the memories deeply implanted in his mind. He cherished those times and he knew that he shouldn't let himself be brought down by the past anymore. However, his future now seemed bleak. His return from Orochimaru was hard enough due to the fact that many mistrusted him. The price that was paid by the one shinobi who was the closest bond he had, lingered on his conscience relentlessly. He sighed, looking at the scroll which held the darkest secrets of his clan and was the ultimate reason for the Uchiha massacre. The visage of Itachi flashed through his mind, but it wasn't the one he was accustomed to seeing recently. It was the one from his days as a child when he would always ask him to train him. Forgive me, Sasuke. Next time. The black-haired teen raised his hand, slowly touching his forehead as his fingertips brushed the spot where he would always get flicked by his older brother. He began to think of their final encounter as the Itachi that day starkly contrasted from the one he remembered from his childhood. His eyes were emotionless and cold. Sasuke had anticipated that moment from the day he strengthened his resolve to become an Avenger. Nonetheless, as much as he hated his brother, when his lifeless body fell into his arms after their epic battle, he found that there was no sense of accomplishment within him. Instead, he felt his heart breaking when he saw the smile on his inert face. Power causes you to become isolated and arrogant. That day he wept for him as he did for the rest of his family. He was left as the last Uchiha and the only legacy of his legendary clan. He found contentment in knowing that as much as he had lost, he had still gained people who were important to him. The impending death of Naruto tore the remaining hope he had. He rose from his position, staring at the scroll in his hands with deep hatred. He flung it at the wall as it impacted before it fell on the floor, resounding in an echo throughout the silent atmosphere. His eyes dropped to the ground as he sighed. Was it really worth it, Oni-san? Naruto walked through the familiar hallways as he approached the door to the Hokage's office. He had received notification through a bird messenger. It had taken him by surprise as he was just exiting the shower before it came screeching in and nearly crashed into his face. He had barely avoided it and let it go once it had become aware enough to fly. The message had told him to come to the Hokage due to an urgent matter. He whistled happily because of his success with his training. He opened the door but stopped when he saw that there were two occupants present. He smiled before calling out, "Sakura-chan. I was going to look for you when I was done here." He rubbed his nose. Well, this does save me time. Sakura walked to the hyperactive ninja, giving him a small kiss which caused him to turn red. Tsunade coughed, interrupting them. I should leave you two alone. She rose from her seat and walked to the exit. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Nani? You called me here and now you're just going to leave without even telling me why. Tsunade sighed, slapping her head. You'll know why soon enough, but not from me. She left the office, closing the door behind her. Naruto tilted his head, confused, but quickly formed a grin as he jumped over the Hokage's desk and sat down on her chair. He put his feet on the desk and leaned back in the chair with his hands behind his head. I always wondered what it would feel like to do this. He began to laugh. Sakura stared at the genin, thinking of how to break the news to him. When she had first learned of it a few hours earlier, she was scared but soon calmed down and accepted it. The only thing remaining was Naruto, and she didn't know what his reaction might be. She coughed, clearing her throat as Naruto fiddled with the various objects on the Godime's desk. Naruto. Naruto looked up. Sakura swallowed the lump in her throat. I need to talk to you about something important. Naruto looked at her expectantly as silence loomed between the two. Yeah. The medic nin gave a nervous chuckle thinking of how to bring up the topic. Do you remember when we, Naruto raised an eyebrow before he understood what she was saying. His face flushed. You mean a couple of days ago? Sakura shook her head. Baka, I meant the first time. Naruto held his nose trying to stop any blood that might try to break out as images flashed through his mind. Oh, yeah. Sakura knew that the blonde shinobi had no idea where she was heading with this. She walked towards him before taking a seat on the desk next to him. She sighed and let the distress show in her eyes. Naruto looked at the pink-haired beauty. What is it, Sakura-chan? Sakura stared into his oceanic eyes. I'm going to be a mother. Naruto's mouth fell open. Nani? He began to laugh at the kunoichi before jumping out of his seat and around the room. Sakura stared after the Jinchuriki as he flipped across the room, truly surprised by his reaction. Naruto landed on his feet but stopped as he fully understood what she just said. His eyes widened as he felt his heart bombarded with conflicting emotions. He stood there unmoving for a few minutes before speaking calmly, and I'm going to be a father. Sakura nodded. Hi. He turned to face her, a smile across his face, hiding what he was really feeling inside. Are you okay with this? Sakura got up from the desk, walking towards him, enveloping him in hug. Hi, a part of you will always be with me, we can be a family. Naruto wrapped his arms around her as his face was hidden from her view. The words family struck an emotion deep within his heart. I'm not going to be. He was cut off from finishing as Sakura shook her head in his embrace. You will be, I'll make sure of it. Naruto smiled as he stopped any tears from falling. He was happy to know that the medic was trying her hardest to try and save him, but he didn't expect anything. He was satisfied knowing that she cared. His mind currently lingered on his yet-to-be-born child. His heart panged with hurt as he tried to understand what he should do. He separated from Sakura before speaking. I have to do something, I'll see you later. He walked away from her to the window and gave a wave in her direction before jumping out. Sakura concentrated on his figure disappearing into the distance before she began to think of their unborn child. From what she could tell of the Jinchuriki's reaction, he was slightly disturbed with the news. She figured it was because of the fact that he wasn't planning on being here for long. Her hand moved to her stomach as she stroked it. I will find a way. The Akatsuki members each stood on the fingers of the statue of the king of the underworld, which corresponded with the rings they were wearing. In the place of where the other members, that were now dead, used to stand were their rings. The leader of the Akatsuki continued performing the FUNN Jutsu Genryu Kyufujin technique. The technique forcibly removed the spirit and the chakra of the tailed beast. He performed it on transferring it into the intimidating and towering statue. The 10 dragon-like energy figures surrounding the host of the Hachibi swirled around his body one last time before removing the tailed beast within. The energy flew into the statue before the mouthpiece fell back into place in its mouth. There were a total of 9 eyes on its frightening face. The 8th eye opened slowly, signaling the success of the jutsu. Only the eye in the center remained closed. The body of the Jinchuriki fell onto the floor hardly. Deidara sighed. That took long, yeah. Toby laughed. I didn't realize it that much. It must mean I'm getting stronger than you, senpai. The blonde criminal's gaze pierced his partner. Don't get ahead of yourself, yeah. The leader of the Akatsuki spoke in an authoritative tone. Stop your bickering. The two quieted down as they stared at their leader in silence. There is only one remaining. Deidara nodded. We'll be in Konoha for the finals, yeah. The leader of the notorious organization looked at Deidara and Toby. Make sure the plan proceeds flawlessly. Toby gave a victory sign with his hand as his and Deidara's forms faded, leaving only the 3 physically present figures in the cave. Zetsu jumped from his spot on the statue's finger onto the ground. He spoke emotionlessly. So you will be leaving for their positions soon. He took the silence as a confirmation. The female member of the Akatsuki ran her hand through her hair. Well, I've done my part. I'll be here for the final ceremony. She vanished from her position, leaving only Zetsu and the leader. The shadowed figure prepared to leave before turning back to face Zetsu. Get rid of her. Naruto looked across the village of Konoha from his spot on top of the Yondaimi's head. His heart was in turmoil and his mind was focused on his unborn child. The sun was lowering into the horizon, the light slowly fading. He had always been alone when he was a child and had never known who his parents were. The thought of where they were and why he was alone continuously ate him up on the inside. He would always look on in envy when the other children's parents would come to collect them from the academy. He would feel his heart breaking whenever he saw a father and his child sharing a bowl of food while they laughed. The feeling of loneliness would engulf him whenever he saw a mother pushing her daughter on a swing. It was hard to see them so comfortable and happy while he suffered because he never understood why he was in such a situation. He knew how hard it was to not know about your parents. He thought about his unborn child, wondering whether it would also share the same experience. He knew that Sakura would always be there, but would his absence cause pain? "I told you not to talk to him. Go away, monster." The words of the villagers stung his heart as he remembered them. Would his child be treated the same way because of their connection? The people of Konoha had slowly started accepting him, but there were still a lot who detested him because of the Kyuubi. A tear escaped his eye as he knew that he wouldn't ever see his own child's face. He had wanted a family ever since he was young. He had finally gotten together with the girl of his dreams and they were now going to have a child. But he wouldn't be there for its first steps, its first words or its first smile. He wiped the tears that were falling from his eyes, reaching into his pouch. He pulled out a thick book along with a pen. He knew that he wouldn't be there for him, but he would leave something behind so that his child would know who his father was. He didn't want it to experience the same ache that he had. Slowly opening the book to its first page, he brought his pen to its blank surface and began to write. "That's enough, we should stop." Genma lowered his katana as he spoke to Naruto. The Junin had been teaching Naruto for quite some time now and found that the Jinchuriki was very good at picking up the tips and advice he provided. Every time he looked into the younger shinobi's eyes, he could see a determined fire burning like no other. He coughed before sheathing his katana. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead with his forearm. "Haha, you were just worried that I was gaining the advantage." He turned to the side upon hearing a disapproving sound and saw Ten shaking her head. The kunoichi had become his sparring partner ever since Sasuke had stopped. He had primarily been reluctant to ask her but went ahead anyways since she did offer him help at the party over a month ago. She gladly accepted and began to help with his sessions of kenjutsu with Genma. "It seemed pretty even to me." Naruto laughed, canceling his technique as his weapons of wind slowly disappeared into the humid air surrounding him. "I have more stamina than the both of you. That's why Genma-sensei stopped." He looked at the Junin with a grin. "You were getting tired, weren't you?" Ten raised an eyebrow in the direction of the Senbon chewing shinobi. Genma coughed, aware of the scrutiny he was under. Rolling the Senbon needle in his mouth from one side to the other, he replied calmly, "Don't be so hasty." Naruto began to laugh at the older ninja's failing attempt to defend his pride. He clutched his stomach as he felt his insides about to rip apart. The expression on his face was priceless. His laughter was reciprocated by Ten, who let go of her unpleasantness at having the spar stopped. Genma's sweat dropped at the display but waved it off. "Whatever, I might have been getting tired, but the real reason I stopped was because it's close to noon." Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes, facing his teacher. "What does that matter? Normally we train for a lot longer." Ten stopped laughing as she became aware of the real reason why Genma stopped. She addressed Naruto, "You're the one who asked to stop at noon." Naruto looked at the weapons specialist quizzically. "I did." Genma sighed at his obliviousness. "Have you forgotten already?" The Junin assumed it was because of their training since Naruto seemed to concentrate extremely on their exercises and spars. "You wanted to greet Kasuke-sama when he arrives." Naruto's eyes widened as he slapped his head. He couldn't believe he had forgotten about that. He had been anticipating the leader of Tsunagaku's arrival ever since Sakura had informed him about the time of his expected advent. The last occasion he had met the former Jinchuriki was when he had been captured by Akatsuki and subsequently rescued by him and Kakashi. "Kuso, I'm going to be late." He turned running away from the training ground, waving back at Ten and Genma. The weapons specialist saw the eccentric blonde vanish from her line of sight before she turned to the Junin to her side. "Genma." The Junin fiddled the Senbon needle in his mouth. Ten folded her arms. "Don't you think he pushes himself too much?" She had been training with the hyperactive ninja for a month now and instantly realized the limits he would push himself to. At first she couldn't believe it, but Naruto was worse than Lee when it came to training. Their spars varied from a 2-on-1 against him or she, and Genma rotated constantly, taking turns. Naruto would continue without taking a rest. His stamina seemed to be monstrous, but she soon realized that he was just forcing himself to believe that he could continue, as he would collapse at the end of the day. Genma turned to look at the kunoichi, who had a worried expression across her face. He waited a few minutes before answering, "He does." The kunoichi rubbed the side of her arm where she had a bruise courtesy of one of Naruto's attacks. "Why though? I've never seen someone push themselves this much." He walks away from us nearly dead and comes back the next day as if nothing has happened. Genma rested his hand on the hilt of his katana. Only through dedication and perseverance can a person become strong. He paused slightly before resuming. "I found it strange as well when I received the mission to train him. I thought that there was an ulterior reason for him trying so hard, and yesterday my suspicions were confirmed." Tenten waited for the Junin to continue. "What suspicions?" Genma shook his head. "Gomen, I can't tell you why." The weapons specialist instantly protested. "Why not? It's classified information, but what I will say is that it's to do with all the shinobi in the village being put on high alert and reporting anything out of the ordinary." He began to walk to leave the training ground. He stopped, adopting a smile. "Naruto, it's amazing the person he has become, especially after all he has been through." His voice was calm. "I am proud to have been the teacher of a shinobi like him, even if it has been for a short amount of time." Tenten listened to Genma as he spoke, noticing the respect flowing in his voice. She dwelled on the Junin's last words. The one clear thing was that Naruto's diligence was connected to the village being on high alert. That meant the genin was expecting something. She made her way to leave, her mind on the most hyperactive ninja in Konoha. Gaara sat quietly with his arms folded and legs crossed. He was in a carriage bound for Konoha, much to his discontent. The red-haired teen preferred to travel the normal way, however his council insisted that he shouldn't. Their journey to the village of Konoha was prolonged by an extra 2 days due to the fact they had to stop many times in order for the horses pulling the carriage to rest. The environment was very calm and he could hear the various sounds from outside, including the singing of the birds as well as the horses' feet hitting the ground. The carriage rocked steadily as he remained seated on a relaxing cushion with his eyes closed. Tamari looked at her brother, who was tranquilly sitting without making a movement. She was always amazed at the amount of patience he had. She didn't like prolonged silences, but she had gotten used to such an atmosphere since going on missions with Gaara as a child. During her childhood, going against Gaara's wishes or disturbing him was a dangerous action, however she now stayed quiet out of respect for her younger brother. The title of Kage came with many responsibilities and Gaara was kept busy constantly with his workload, hence when he got time for some peace, she would readily coincide with his wishes and not perturb him. As cold as Gaara had been the past, he was steadily improving. There was now no need for her or Kankuro to fear approaching him, and they did so comfortably. They found that he would even attempt to strike conversations with them at times, even if they were just a few words on his part. Her mind drifted to the events from months prior when Gaara had been captured by the organization of Akatsuki. She was worried for her brother's safety deeply, and in the end everything was resolved for the better. Due to the efforts of the Leaf Nin, Gaara was saved from death. The shinobi who played a large role in his rescue as well as his resurrection was also the one who had inspired him to change in the first place. In her eyes, Naruto, at first, was just a noisy blonde with an enormous amount of energy, but she slowly began to understand how big of a heart he truly possessed. During the Chunin exams 3 years ago, Naruto had fought with the red-haired teen in order to save his friends' lives. Even though they had such a great battle, Naruto was ready to risk his own life to save Gaara before they had even encountered each other again. She gazed at her younger brother who had yet to make a move. She knew how high Gaara held the Uzumaki. She had learned from Kankuro about their conversation where Gaara had told him of Naruto being the reason why he wanted to change the way he lived. She respected the blonde shinobi a great deal for everything he had done for Gaara, but there was one thing she found intriguing. Gaara had said that Naruto had suffered like him. She wondered how he managed to stay as bright as he was if he experienced a similar childhood to that of Gaara's. The carriage slowed in pace before eventually coming to a halt. She heard some rustling before one of the escorts came to the door of the carriage. Kazekage-sama, we have arrived. Gaara opened his eyes, turning to the older man, okay. Temari picked up the large scroll next to her and her battle fan before exiting the carriage. Gaara followed suit, already equipped with everything he needed. He landed on the hard ground before turning to face the entrance gate of Konoha. The backdrop of Konoha greatly differed from that of Sunagaku. Its surrounding environment was covered in trees and vegetation, whereas the village of Suna was encircled by a desert and organic life was very rare. Gaara had been escorted by Temari and 5 Junin from his village. He walked towards the gate where the Godime and a few other shinobi stood. The team from Suna which had qualified for the finals was also present. Tsunade waited as the Kazekage approached. Well, they arrived exactly on the time they expected to. She looked to her side at her apprentice. I'm sure they've got the information we asked as well. Sakura tilted her head. Hi, hopefully. Tsunade took a glance around her. You said Naruto was coming. Where is he? Sakura gave a small laugh. He probably forgot. Tsunade wasn't surprised as such behavior was common for the genin. She turned to face the Kazekage and his escorts as they arrived at their position. She adopted a smile. You're not late, which is good. The escorts of Gaara were taken aback at the unorthodox greeting, whereas the Kazekage remained with an impassive expression. Yeah. Gaara looked at the shinobi surrounding the Hokage. He recognized Sakura, but the other two were unfamiliar. He looked to the side as the team of Suna bowed and their instructor spoke. Kazekage-sama, we will make our village proud. Gaara stared at the team and their Junin instructor. The genins participating were around his age. The female genin looked up towards him but quickly averted her gaze downwards when she realized him looking at her. A slight tint of red was across her cheeks. Try your hardest. Temari smiled as she heard him speak some encouraging words, though they were few in number. She faced Sakura before holding out a large scroll towards her. This is what you asked for. Sakura looked at the large scroll before taking it off the sand. Nin, a sealing scroll. Temari nodded. It's got a few books on medicine and some scrolls to do with kinjutsu. We'll be expecting them back. Sakura smiled, thanking her. No problem. Their conversation was cut short as they heard a yell from the distance. She turned to find Naruto running towards them at a rapid pace. Naruto paused seconds before he made contact with Sakura. Brushing himself, he failed to recognize a fist heading towards his head. Itai. Sakura pulled back her fist. Baka. Calm down. Naruto rubbed his head. Gomen, I thought I was late. He looked past the kunoichi to see Gaara, Temari and the rest of the escorts staring at him. He walked forwards coughing before putting out a hand towards Gaara. Welcome. Gaara took his hand, shaking it, appreciating the gesture. Tsunade inwardly smirked at Naruto. I think it's time we head off. We have things to discuss for the finals tomorrow. Gaara nodded before turning to the rest of his escorts. Take a break. Tsunade walked away from the people in the direction of her office. Gaara followed but stopped before turning to Naruto. He paused momentarily, finding the right words. Good seeing you. His words left the people of the sand stunned since they weren't used to him being pleasant with anyone. The Kazekage left them following the legendary sucker. Naruto scratched the back of his head. He's opening up slowly. Temari folded her arms. He is, but you're an exception. Naruto didn't understand what she was talking about but didn't pay much attention as he heard his stomach rumble. Heh, time to eat, I guess. He turned to the two kunoichi. You want to come? Temari shook her head. I'm going to go ahead to the Hokage. Gaara may want us to take a break, but it's best for me to be present. She walked away, leaving Naruto and Sakura. Naruto turned to Sakura. You're not going, are you? Sakura shook her head before wrapping her arms around his neck. Of course not. She gave a grin before leaning in to kiss him. Naruto gladly complied before deepening it. Their little escapade was cut short as they heard a loud shout. Naruto Nichin. The Konohamaru corps stopped, their eyes bulging as they took in the sight of their beloved leader embracing and kissing a girl. Naruto and Sakura separated and turned towards the three genin. Naruto stared at their unresponsive forms with a confused look. What? Konohamaru's countenance slowly turned into a sly grin. Very smooth, I knew she had the hots for you for a long time. Naruto began to sweat knowing exactly how Sakura would respond to such a statement. The pink-haired kunoichi had already put on her gloves, the scroll she was previously holding now on the ground. What did you say? Konohamaru regretted ever speaking, not believing he had forgotten the medic nin's temperament even if it had been for a few seconds. He pulled udon in the way to protect himself. Naruto swiftly moved to Sakura, grabbing her from behind. He concentrated on Konohamaru. Tell me what you want before she kills you. Konohamaru sweated as he saw Naruto try and control Sakura from breaking free. I just wanted to make sure you come to see my match tomorrow. Sakura struggled to break free from Naruto's iron grip. Shanaru. Let me go. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, I'll be there. The Konohamaru core smiled before waving and running away from the volatile kunoichi, aware of the dangerous atmosphere. Naruto smirked as he still had Sakura in his arms. Until you calm down, I'm not letting go. He leaned down, breathing on her neck and kissed it softly, and I don't mind holding you for a long time. Sakura sighed. Fine. Let me go now, baka. Naruto unenthusiastically let go of the pink-haired medic, a disappointed look on his whiskered visage. His stomach growled viciously. I need some ramen. Tsunade sat at her desk with a serious demeanor, having explained the situation to the cage. Jiraiya was also in attendance, standing against the wall. Gaara was intrigued with the information, but he outwardly appeared the same. Tsunade broke the silence. The whole village is on high alert and all Junins and Anbu know the full details of the situation. Gaara nodded, thinking over what he had been told. The same organization that had come after him was going to attack Konoha, and they were after Naruto. Everything fell into place as he realized Naruto wasn't just a lonely child, but just like him, he also had the burden of a tailed beast. Jiraiya rubbed his temple. I wasn't told what time exactly they'll attack in the letter my informant left for me. But I think the most likely time will be once the final matches have already started. A lot of people will be in attendance this year because of the old monk's grandson. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. I've put Junins on security to guard the village. The last thing we need is for them to get inside the village. Jiraiya closed his eyes. I doubt they'll be able to stop them for long. But if they make a big enough commotion to alert everyone else, that's good enough. According to my source, there are only 2 attackers coming. The plan could have easily changed though. Gaara listened intently, absorbing all the information. Does he know about this? Jiraiya understood he was talking about Naruto. He was the first person I told. Gaara turned to the Hokage. As our allies, you have my support. Tsunade smirked. I didn't expect anything less. She opened her drawer and placed a bottle of sake on the desk. Withdrawing a pack of cards, she looked at Jiraiya and Gaara. Who wants a game? Jiraiya shrugged before taking a seat and pouring himself some sake. Tsunade began to hand out cards as Jiraiya took a drink. Gaara sat still, confusion etched across his face. He wasn't used to such things, nor was he anticipating this to happen. As a kage, he spent most of his time completing paperwork and in meetings. He was kept busy constantly, and in his spare time he trained himself. Tsunade recognized the awkward demeanor of the cage. Jiraiya will explain the rules to you, it's simple. The frog hermit placed his cup of sake on the table, looking through his cards. You'll pick them up as you play. Gaara stared at the cards in front of him that he had yet to touch. He hadn't accepted to take part but was rather somehow dragged in. He slowly picked them up, observing the pictures drawn on them. He had no idea of what to do. The entrance door to the office opened, taking all the occupants by surprise. Tsunade didn't have enough time to react as she thought she had been caught red-handed by her assistant. She looked towards the doorway to find a kunoichi with blonde hair staring in their direction. Tamari didn't know what to make of the sight in front of her. Tsunade was wiping her forehead, sighing, whereas Jiraiya continued to drink, not bothered. What caught her attention was Gaara had a number of cards in his hand, holding them incorrectly. His expression was blank as he stared at his older sister. Tamari raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Tsunade sorted out her cards. You want to play? Sasuke stood leaning against one of the many stadium walls. His eyes were closed as he calmly awaited the arrival of the citizens of Konoha. The Uchiha had been placed as one of the many people guarding the stadium. He knew there was something awkward with the orders of the Hokage over the past few days. The whole village was put on high alert and all shinobi including genin were to report any findings which seemed unusual. However, not everyone was told the reasoning as to why such an order was implemented. He remembered fighting in the same stadium against Gaara. The locale remained the same as it had been 3 years ago but with visible refurbishing, no doubt to fix the damage from the previous battles held here. Sasuke. The voice caused the black-haired teen to open his eyes and fixate on the figure of a lazy Junin. In front of him stood Kakashi along with his recognizable orange book in hand. What are you here for? Kakashi did something very out of character as he closed his book and placed it in the safe confines of his vest pocket. He walked to the railings looking over the large stadium as a few people made their way to the stands. I came to talk to you. Sasuke observed the Junin suspiciously, noting the serious tone in his voice. Go ahead. Kakashi began to speak, his one exposed eye peering over the gathering crowd. You know of Konoha's current status. Sasuke kept his eyes on the lazy Hatake. You came to talk me about why. Kakashi nodded before resuming. The reason why is because we're expecting visitors. Sasuke folded his arms. Who? Kakashi looked to the stadium floor as a familiar Hyuga made his way to the middle. Akatsuki. Sasuke's eyes twitched in recognition as he realized what their objective must be. They're coming for Naruto. Kakashi turned to face his fellow Sharingan wielder. Correct, they might already be in the vicinity. Sasuke walked towards the railings. You weren't supposed to tell me. Kakashi put his hands in his trouser pockets. No, only Junin and Anbu know the full details of the situation. Sasuke shook his head. Why wasn't everyone told of this? Kakashi sighed. Akatsuki has become a well-known name amongst the shinobi now. Their recent exploits have shown how dangerous they are. The Godime couldn't risk letting too many people know since it could cause panic. Sasuke stared at the Junin who was the referee for the final matches. The Hyuga was standing in the middle of the stadium calmly. Does he know? Kakashi turned to where Sasuke was looking. His eyes came in contact with the form of Neji. No, the Sandame's law is still in effect. We aren't allowed to speak of Kyuubi to anyone of the younger generation. Letting him know would have caused too many questions. In the end he would have figured it out. He sighed, though, I think he's already suspicious since he was the only Junin not allowed in the meeting. Sasuke leaned against the railing, resting his arms. You let me know because I already am aware of the Kyuubi. Kakashi gave a lazy smile obscured by his face mask. Precisely. He turned to walk away, but, you are also one of few who would stand a chance against one of their members. The ex-Anbu walked away to resume his duties as a guard of the village. Sasuke closed his eyes as he understood a few more connections between Naruto's actions and the current events. Dobi, you've known all along. Naruto put on the necklace he had won from Tsunade 3 years prior when she challenged him to learning the technique rasengan within a week. His seal was inactive, leaving him at the best of his capability as well, giving his muscles their much-needed rest. It was still early in the morning and the sun was shining fiercely, illuminating everything its light touched. He focused knowing that the Akatsuki would be coming today. Letting out a deep sigh to calm himself, he picked up his jacket and put it on. He moved to the small drawer at the side of his bed. Kneeling down he opened one of the compartments. Inside was a scroll along with 6 of the special kunai he needed to perform the Hiraishin no Jutsu. He had stored the rest of the kunai within the scroll since he knew that carrying so many was imprudent due to the amount they weighed as well as how many there were. He retrieved only a single kunai from the miniature compartment before closing it. Putting the scroll in his pouch he performed his signature hand seal before a shadow clone appeared in front of him. The shadow clone had a serious demeanor just like Naruto. Clearing his throat, the Jinchuriki addressed the doppelganger, investigate the outskirts and make sure you're not destroyed. If you find anything out of the ordinary, let me know. The clone nodded before leaving his sight. Naruto heard his door close, signaling the clone's departure to begin exploring. He knew that security had been increased and it was a lot tighter than it had ever been, however he needed to send his own scout just in case there was something they had missed. Naruto heard cheers from the distance. They were a sign that the final matches were underway. It was time to leave for the stadium if he wanted to make it in time to see Konohamaru's match. He figured it would be the last one since everyone was eager to see how good of a ninja the Sandame's grandson was. Deidara coolly observed the scene in front of him. His eyes were wandering from the various shinobi on guard along Konoha's walls. "They've been expecting us, yeah." His statement caused his partner to turn to him. "What do you mean, senpai?" The blonde criminal had an angry fire within his eyes. "They knew we were coming, yeah." Toby looked towards the distance at the security present. "What makes you say that?" Deidara smacked the clueless criminal. "Are you blind, dumbass?" Toby rubbed his head. "Gomen, I mean, everyone has increased their security because of us. What makes them different?" Deidara slapped his head as he knew that he would have to explain. "Didn't you notice that we didn't even have to fly into the country? There were hardly any border guards unlike everywhere else. The reason why, is because most of the shinobi have been called back to guard the damn village, yeah." Toby looked at the wall of Konoha. "So." Deidara began to retreat deeper into the forest as his black-haired partner followed him. They jumped through the trees until they had a fair amount of distance between themselves and the village of Konoha. Deidara stopped at one of the trees before facing Toby. "Somebody let them know, yeah." Toby looked at the older shinobi. "We have a spy." Deidara folded his arms as he began to think about the problematic situation. "Maybe, if we do, there are only two possible candidates." Toby scratched his head. "Who?" Deidara sighed before speaking. "The only two who do their assignments alone. I doubt it's Zetsu since he was the second in this organization. There's no way a spy would have decided to enter Akatsuki all that time ago and remain undiscovered, yeah." Toby sat back on the branch of the tree he was standing on. "So it's not Zetsu-senpai." Deidara nodded his head. "Then it only leaves her." The art-appreciating criminal paused for a few seconds before resuming. "There's still too many problems, yeah." Toby shook his head. "I don't understand, senpai." Deidara stared at the floor of the forest. "Zetsu is the one who gathers our intel. Itachi, Kisame and Hidan went to kill Orochimaru on the information he had gathered. If we do have a spy and it isn't him, then that means we're being screwed from two sides, yeah." Toby stood up. "What are we going to do?" Deidara formed a sculpture in the form of a small bird. "I'm going to attack the village. I'll get the job done. You wait here just in case, yeah." Toby nodded before speaking. "What about a distraction, senpai?" Deidara shook his head. "You need to make sure you leave a trail for the little shit to follow, yeah. If you draw attention to yourself, then you won't be able to do that." The two criminals turned to the stare at the trees as they felt a faint chakra signal approaching. It was clear that whoever was approaching was trying to hide their chakra, but they didn't conceal it completely. Both of the Akatsuki members hid as the person revealed himself. Deidara's eyes widened as he recognized the mop of yellow hair as well as the whisker marks adorning his cheeks. He didn't make a move, wanting to see exactly what was going on. He looked in the direction of Toby, who was calmly observing the doppelganger on the ground. Naruto's shadow clone looked at the area before dispelling himself. Toby jumped onto the forest floor. "A shadow clone. I wonder who that was." Deidara landed on the hard ground next to his partner. "That was our target, yeah." Toby tilted his head. "He's the Jichuriki." Deidara let the bird sculpture in his hand onto the ground as a cloud of smoke engulfed the area. In place of the small bird figurine was now a large bird capable of transporting up to two people. Deidara jumped onto the bird's back. It looked like he was scouting. "They definitely knew we were coming, yeah." Toby sat back on the ground. "How do you know where to go?" Deidara smirked, preparing to fly. "Where I can make the biggest bang, yeah." Tsunade looked on as the third match of the first round finished. Originally there were 9 competitors after the second test, however Udon had got injured during the training month, hence being eliminated from the matchups. This led to having an equal amount of contestants, which was fine by the Hokage. The Leaf hadn't been doing very well as Moegi had got eliminated, letting her Suna opponent into the next round. The shinobis from the hidden village of Rain had the most success so far, with 2 of their shinobis advancing. The Godime had been dragged to the stadium early on due to her assistant Shizune and the fact that Gaara had already headed there. The fights so far had been very good, with none of the competitors forfeiting and fighting until they couldn't go on. She looked to the side at the cage. Well, your shinobi won the last match, but how much are you willing to bet that the leaf will be victorious in this battle? Shizune clutched onto Tun harder as the small pig squealed. Tsunade-sama, you shouldn't be betting during such serious situations. The Hokage ignored her frantic assistant as Gaara turned to face her, his expression as anonymous as always, I don't gamble. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the young cage whilst Shizune gave a relieved sigh. Whatever, I would have won. She looked through the crowds as the ground below was being prepared for the final match of the first round. Where are you, Naruto? An Anbu appeared in front of the busty blonde. Report, Hokage-sama. Tsunade leaned back in her uncomfortable chair before telling him to go ahead. The masked shinobi nodded. So far there have been no suspicious activities or signs that Akatsuki has appeared. However, there was an odd plume of smoke in a deeper region of the forest which is currently being investigated. That is all. Tsunade had a stern demeanor as she spoke. Very well, Tenzo. Make sure everyone remains alert. She sighed, now if only I knew where that baka was. Tenzo stopped himself from leaving. I saw Naruto entering the stands a few minutes ago, Hokage-sama. Performing a quick bow, the shinobi known to Team 7 as Yamato disappeared from sight, returning to his post. Naruto walked through the stands, the roar of the crowd filling his ears. He hoped he wasn't too late as began to descend the stairs to get a seat close to the front. He stopped as a flash of information flowed through his mind. He analyzed what he learned as his clone dispelled itself. There were no signs at all of the Akatsuki, however the Jinchuriki figured they must have covered up their whereabouts well. He was broken from his thoughts as he heard someone shout his name. Looking towards the front row, he saw Sakura waving at him along with Ino at her side. He smiled before making his way down the rest of the steps and eventually towards the kunoichis. Ohio, Sakura-chan. Leaning inwards he gave the pink-haired medic a quick kiss, much to the astonishment of the blonde kunoichi seated. Ino raised an eyebrow. When did this happen? Sakura gave a chuckle as the two shinobi sat down. About a month ago. Ino's mouth fell open as Naruto observed the surroundings. Why didn't you tell me? Sakura scratched her forehead. This is the first time we've had the chance to actually talk over the past month. I've been busy. Ino folded her legs as she looked at the stadium floor. Fine, but you could have told me a little earlier. Sakura shook her head. I'm surprised Hinata, Kiba or Shino didn't tell you. They were probably the first ones to know. Ino whirled around to face her friend. You told them before me. The kunoichi were stopped from continuing their conversation as Naruto spoke. Oi, what's Neji doing down there? Ino sighed. He's the referee for the matches. Naruto nodded, acknowledging her response as he saw Konohamaru make his way onto the clearing along with a sand nin. Did Moegi and Udon make it through? Sakura leaned back. Udon didn't enter since he got injured training and Moegi lost to a sand nin. She did well, but he had too much stamina for her to keep up. Naruto grinned. She tried her best though, right? He took in a deep breath before leaning over the railings. Kick his ass, Konohamaru. You hear me? Naruto's loud statement took everyone with shock as Konohamaru looked at the older shinobi with a grin and nodded. Sakura quickly pulled Naruto back into his seat. Control yourself. Naruto gave his trademark foxy grin before waiting for the match to start. He knew that Sakura had no idea of what he was expecting to happen today but thought it was for the best. Ino addressed the genin. Oi, Naruto, do you know anything about why the village is on high alert? Sakura listened intently, waiting for the energetic ninja to respond as she was curious also as to what the reason was. Naruto calmly spoke. It could be anything. I wasn't told why. Naruto knew that he wasn't telling the truth since he did know why, however it wasn't a complete lie due to the god I'm not actually telling him. He had found out from Jiraiya a month ago about Akatsuki's plans. The crowd around them erupted into cheer as the final bout of the first round began. Naruto keenly observed Konohamaru as he began to fight. The Sarutobi started by relying on his taijutsu capabilities, whereas the Suna Nin was fighting mostly with ninjutsu. His arsenal consisted mainly of Dodenjutsu. The people began to applaud as Konohamaru avoided a rock throw to plant a hard hit on the sand shinobi's face. Naruto smiled as he saw the younger genin begin a combination of punches to try and put an end to the fight as quickly as possible. Sakura looked on interested, he's quite good. Ino laughed before adding her own comment, yeah, looks like he can fight as big as he can talk. Naruto ran a hand through his spiky hair, this is important to Konohamaru. He isn't here just for himself. The kunoichis looked at him as he resumed, he's fighting for the honor of being a Sarutobi. There's no way he's going to lose. Sakura smiled at the blonde before looking towards the match again. Konohamaru had been sent sprawling across the ground courtesy of a Doden jutsu. He slowly rose with blood across his face. The match continued as a back-and-forth affair with both shinobi trying their hardest to overwhelm the other. The crowd continuously cheered appreciating the action-packed display. Naruto found his thoughts wandering to Akatsuki again. Kuso, what the hell is going on? He blinked as he looked towards Konohamaru who had now trapped the Sunanin via his blue scarf. He remembered the Sarutobi tried to apply a similar technique against him but it wasn't very effective, however the Sunanin was bound in countless spots rendering his arms immobile. Konohamaru unleashed a last attack pummeling the Sunanin with numerous punches and kicks. Naruto gave a victorious smirk as he saw the Sunanin flying through the air, it's over. Neji signaled the end of the match as the crowd began to cheer deafeningly for the young Sarutobi. Naruto got up from his seat giving a whistle as Sakura and Ino laughed and cheered at the great display. The Jinchuriki wiped the smile off his face as he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Looking towards Konohamaru he saw something descending towards the unsuspecting genin. His eyes widened, Konohamaru. He rapidly jumped from the stands through the air. His actions took everyone by surprise but other shinobi quickly understood what happened when they saw what he was trying to intercept. Naruto entered the path of the clay sculpture heading towards the genin below. Throwing out his hands he yelled, Arikurukas. A raving wind encircled him but before he could throw it outwards to decimate the approaching explosive, it contacted blasting him towards the stadium wall. A shadow loomed over the stadium as the crowd looked on afraid of what just had happened. Neji looked towards the sky as he saw the trademark cloak of the Akatsuki fluttering along with the wearer smirking at them down below. Deidara laughed, art is bang yeah. Deidara didn't give time for the shinobi to react as he swiftly threw a few more explosive art pieces at the walls of the stadium making them crumble. Tsunade was on her feet as Gaara looked at the stadium walls collapsing. He raised his hands as sand began to run across the walls to keep them stable. Concentrating harder, the ground began to change as he condensed the minerals in order to form more sand. The newly created sand quickly ran up the walls as he began to close off any openings so the spectators would be safe. Sasuke, who was in the highest part of the stands, began to run through the frantic crowd as they tried to escape harm. He saw the sand closing all possible means of the spectators being able to intrude on the battleground. Dodging the escaping people, he jumped over the railings as the sand closed off all gaps in the stadium. He landed on the hard ground as he looked towards the laughing blonde in the sky. Pulling out a few shuriken he launched them at the criminal in the sky. Deidara swerved avoiding the projectiles. Tsunade looked on at the carnage but gave a sigh of relief as the cage stopped everything from collapsing. She looked towards the young Kage who was visibly sweating. Turning her attention towards her assistant she spoke in a commanding tone, tell all guarding shinobi to focus on evacuating the people. He can't keep this up long. Shizune nodded as the Godime rolled up her sleeves to begin battling. Neji looked on as Sasuke ran up the stadium wall which was covered in sand. He looked towards Konohamaru, try not to get in the way. The Sarutobi nodded as he saw the Uchiha attempting to get close to the flying Akatsuki member. Neji activated his Byakugan before withdrawing a kunai. He saw Sasuke miss with his attack before falling back towards the ground and landing on his feet. Neji looked at the Uchiha and gave him a nod. They both began to run at the stadium wall before vertically climbing with their feet. Neji jumped backwards off the sand-covered wall flying through the air. Sasuke followed after having gone a little higher and was getting closer to Neji in midair. The Hyuga turned vertical so his head was facing the ground as Sasuke's feet landed on his. Neji put all his might into pushing the Uchiha upwards. Sasuke smirked as he received the boost needed to send him soaring towards his target. Approaching the clay bird, he clasped its ankle, jerking it back. Deidara, taken by surprise at the sudden jolt of movement, failed to see a kick heading his way. Sasuke connected with his leg on the blonde's face, throwing him off his transport. Jumping onto the bird, he followed after the falling Akatsuki and began to throw more punches at him. Deidara, who wasn't well versed in taijutsu, blocked as much as he could before kicking him away and landing on the hard ground. He quickly jumped out of the way as a punch impacted where he was standing, leaving a large crater. He looked at the Godime, who withdrew her fist from the now decimated rock beneath her. Deidara laughed as he saw the three shinobi surround him. It was a great welcoming party, yeah. Before they could do anything, he threw a few more explosives around him, blowing up the ground and covering the area in dust. His large transport swooped downwards as he jumped onto it. Flying towards the air, he molded a new shape in the form of a clay doll, which quickly became as large as the transport he was standing on. Gaara looked at the Akatsuki who had attacked him months ago. He recognized the shape of the clay doll as it had been the same technique that the blonde criminal attempted to destroy Tsunakaga with. He looked towards the ground where the dust was slowly clearing. Deidara shouted at the leaf nin, "Let's see what you can do against my specialty number 18. The clay doll began to descend towards the stadium ground at a rapid pace. Gaara knew that if it impacted, it would decimate the entire stadium to bits. He hoped that the spectators had been evacuated as he let go of the sand holding the walls up. Throwing out his hand, the sand rushed for the large explosive, swallowing it up in layers of thick sand. The clay doll exploded, making the ball of sand it was contained in expand tremendously. Gaara felt a lot of his chakra leave him as he controlled the explosion to make sure it couldn't escape. As it finished, he let go, resulting in the sand to slowly fall in the direction of the ground below. The Godime diverted her attention from the falling sand to the stadium walls as they began to crumble. She looked through the stands, sighing when she saw that the spectators were either out of harm's way or had been evacuated. Naruto slowly rose to his feet as he coughed. Blood fell onto the ground as he saw his damaged state. His jacket had been obliterated and his shirt had various holes in it. He looked at the carnage around him. Half of the stadium walls had turned into rubble and there were numerous holes over the floor. He panted, wiping the blood from his mouth, and turned his attention to the center of the ground where Sasuke, Neji and the Godime stood. Deidara had an angry expression across his face as his attempted deconstruction had been foiled. He looked to the side as he saw Naruto awaken, alert. "Hey shithead." His insult caught the Jinchuriki's attention. "Not so strong are you really? You can't protect anything, yeah." Neji, Sasuke and the Godime turned to where Deidara was talking to set their interest on a reawakened Naruto. Neji's eyes went wide as he stared at the sight of Naruto. He could clearly see all his coils as a menacing red chakra swirled around them relentlessly. He began to sweat as he recognized the ominous chakra as the same one that surrounded Naruto when he fought against the Yondaime. The strangest thing about it was that it seemed alive and was acting on its own. Naruto stared in disbelief at the familiar criminal in the sky. He thought he had been killed months before by Kakashi. His thoughts returned to the stadium and the condition everything was in. Kuso. Deidara laughed at the angry leaf nin before beginning to fly away from the stadium. Naruto's eyes were full of rage as he ran up the stadium wall to chase him. Neji shook away his stupor as he also began to run along with Sasuke. The Godime, recognizing the shinobi's actions, quickly spoke, "Wait." Both the Hyuga and Uchiha stopped as they were called by the Hokage. Tsunade, having got their attention, gave her order, "Sasuke, you continue with the pursuit and make sure they don't get Naruto, there might be another one of them." Sasuke nodded before taking off. "Neji, I need you to remain here just in case we require the Byakugan to diagnose any injuries." The Hyuga nodded as he began to analyze what he just heard from the Hokage. The Akatsuki had come for Naruto and were willing to attack the strongest shinobi village in the world for their objective. He didn't have time to continue thinking as Sakura made her way over to them. "Tsunade Shiso." The Godime looked at her apprentice. "How many injured are there?" Sakura stopped as she neared the Hokage. "We've got 4 critically injured and over 40 with minor injuries. Ino's already began treating them." Tsunade nodded as she began to make her way to the wounded spectators. "We should get to work." Sakura stared at her mentor walk away as she looked over the ground for a sign of Naruto. She was worried for him as the last thing she saw was him getting thrown into the now decimated walls. Where's Naruto? Neji was the one to answer her question. He's gone after the Akatsuki attacker. Sasuke has as well. Sakura stared at the proud Hyuga whose eyes were focused on the ground. He was clearly troubled by something as he was clenching his fists. She began to worry as to what might happen to the Jinchuriki having been told that he had ran after the S-class criminal. Naruto, be safe. Naruto jumped from building to building as he chased after Deidara, who was maniacally laughing at his efforts. His fists were clenched tightly as his anger was on the verge of exploding. He couldn't believe the damage one person could do to their village. Deidara had left a trail of destruction throughout the village thanks to his clay explosives in order to try and slow down the genin in pursuit. Even though some shinobi had joined the chase with Naruto, they had to stop and help citizens as the Akatsuki member continuously threw explosives to make sure there weren't too many people after him. Naruto didn't understand how the criminal had such an accurate aim from a large distance but believed it was to do with the scope in his left eye. Naruto put his hand into his pouch withdrawing the special kunai which he had been training with over the past week. He wasn't great at performing the Hiraishin no Jutsu but he could execute it nonetheless. Gripping it tightly, he knew that it was the only way he could get close enough to the flying criminal. Deidara crafted another of his deadly bombs before throwing it in the direction of Naruto. The Jinchuriki saw the descending clay form and jumped out of the way at the last second. Deidara looked behind him eagerly at the column of smoke that rose from where he attacked. Bringing his transport round, he headed closer to see where the genin had ran to. He formed another one of his artworks waiting for the dust to settle. His eyes went wide as he saw a kunai fly through the calming smoke straight at his head. He moved his head to the side avoiding the kunai, but a flash appeared in front of his eyes as his transport screeched, giving a sudden movement. Pain filled the blonde artist's senses as he looked to his right arm to see a kunai implanted deeply in his skin along with a furious Naruto staring at him. Naruto threw a punch at the criminal but Deidara pulled on his clay bird as it moved to the left, avoiding Naruto and leaving him to fall to the ground. Deidara pulled out the now blood-covered kunai out of his right arm, an enraged expression on his face. Bastard, I just had this reattached, yeah. Naruto landed onto the ground, instantly looking towards the sky at the S-class criminal. I'm going to rip every limb off your body. Deidara looked at the kunai in his hand, observing the strange seal tied around it. I don't think you have time to worry about fighting me yet. He smirked upon finishing. Naruto looked around him at the columns of smoke rising from various parts of Konoha. He gritted his teeth in anger. You came here for me, didn't you? Now you're telling me you don't have time to fight. Deidara pocketed the kunai with which he had been attacked. I'll come back for you, yeah. The missing nin moved to the side as shuriken flew past him, signaling the entrance of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke landed next to Naruto. It's not about you having time to fight. You're dying here. Deidara grinned as he looked at the Sharingan wielder. You can't even get close to me. I don't see how you're going to kill me yet. He turned his transport around before addressing Naruto. As long as you're here, expect us to return yet. With his last words said, he ascended higher into the air before flying off. Naruto closed his eyes, knowing it was futile to run after him. He had been preparing to fight the notorious organization for 2 months now, but they had just entered his village and left a path of devastation. Sasuke stared at his friend whom he had been in little contact with ever since he had found out about his death. He now realized that he failed to see how much of an effect this was having on Naruto. Contrary to the facade the Jinchuriki was displaying, it was evident now to the Uchiha how serious and desperate the situation was for him. He looked towards Naruto's hands, which were dripping with blood. All this training, it's for them, isn't it? His comment was a statement rather than a question. Naruto opened his eyes, his voice calm. Yeah. He turned to walk away from the Uchiha as he was contemplating a decision in his mind. Rubbing his left forearm, he walked in the direction of his home. Sasuke looked at the Uzumaki as he walked away into the distance. He knew that he was deep in thought from the expression on his visage. Turning around, he saw the state the village was in and knew that his help would be required. He took off in the direction of the stadium to report to the Hokage. Konoha was still in devastation over the attack it had suffered earlier in the day, with various people just now resting from helping to rebuild parts of the village that were destroyed. The damage, although not tremendous, was enough to keep them occupied for a few days. Tsunade sighed as she stared at the dark sky outside. Turning around, she sat down in her seat before looking at the three occupants of the room. The Hokage's advisors Mitokado Homura, Udatane Kaharu and the Kazekage were present. Gaara was seated in a chair a few feet away from the desk of the Hokage, whereas the advisors were standing. Homura adjusted the glasses on his face before speaking. What exactly are you suggesting? Tsunade leaned back in her chair. Once the repairs are done, we will continue with the finals. There is no need to completely abandon them. The old lady who went by the name of Kaharu spoke next. Is this fine by you, Kazekage-sama? Gaara answered nonchalantly, I came here for the finals of the Chunin exams. The council and Kankuro can handle Sunagaku for a few more days. His answer left them with no room for question. Homura cleared his throat. The weakness shown today has struck the people with fear. They know they aren't as safe as they believed themselves to be. Tsunade rubbed her forehead. We didn't anticipate an aerial attack. A ninja that can drop bombs on you from 100 feet in the sky isn't common, not to mention that this particular Akatsuki member was believed to be dead. Kaharu calmly addressed the Hokage. Indeed, we had his information collected. Deidara, an S-class missing nin, formerly of Iwagakure and now part of the Akatsuki for unknown reasons. Also, previously presumed dead at the hands of Hitaki Kakashi. Homura continued where his fellow advisor left. They are becoming very daring. They were prepared to attack us for their objective. He paused, knowing full well of the gravity of his next suggestion. We can't let them attain the Kyuubi, even if it means we have to do something about it. Tsunade raised her head to meet the old monk's eyes with a steely glare. What are you trying to say? Kaharu spoke on behalf of her comrade, that we should get rid of the Jinchuriki. Gaara's eyes twitched as his sand gradually became active. Tsunade felt her fury intensifying as she rose from her seat, slamming her hand on the desk. That will not happen while I am here. Gaara's sand slowly calmed, but he remained as attentive as ever to the discussion. Kaharu stood firm. The fact that they were willing to attack the strongest shinobi village in the world means that they are close to achieving whatever it is they are planning. The Godime spat out her words. They are in no way unbeatable and they've already lost 4 of their members. Homura remained in his calm demeanor. The important factor at the moment is them not acquiring Kyuubi. We have no idea why they are pursuing the power of bijus, but if they set them free, the Kitsune will surely be paying us another visit. We can't let that happen. Tsunade punched her desk, destroying it before shouting at the 2 advisors, then maybe we should concentrate on keeping Kyuubi away from them by protecting Naruto. The 2 advisors refrained from speaking as silence loomed over the office of the Hokage. Tsunade calmed herself. If I hear anything about an attempt to kill Naruto by Danzo's little squad, you will pay for overstepping your authority. Homura looked a little taken aback at the frankness of the Hokage. Are you threatening us? Tsunade grinned. I'm promising you. Her eyes held a determined fire, fully supporting her earlier comments. Gaara rose from his seat, walking towards the exit. The other 3 occupants stared at his retreating form, wondering what he was doing. Gaara controlled his sand to open the door of the office in order to leave. Before departing, he said his final words, I have heard all that I need to. He paused momentarily before resuming, if you attempt to kill him, consider your alliance with my village short-lived. Naruto stared at the book in his hands. The attack on the village weighed heavily on his mind. All the destruction happened because Akatsuki came for him. He sighed before placing the book in his pouch. He was sitting on his small bed. The moonlight reached through his window and illuminated parts of his shadowed room. He rose from his seat and walked over to his assortment of scrolls. He looked through them all before picking out a long yellow one. He had received the scroll from Jiraiya 2 months ago, before he began training. Pocketing the elegant scroll, he walked towards his door. He had already made his decision on what to do, and all that remained was to find the frog hermit. Looking through his pockets, he withdrew a small sachet of powder. He paused for a few moments looking at the white substance before he put it back in the safe confines of his trouser pocket. He walked towards his apartment door and opened it to leave. As he left his miniature apartment, he was taken by surprise when he came face to face with emerald eyes. Closing the door behind him, he spoke, voicing his curiosity, Sakura-chan. Sakura looked at the blonde, examining him from head to toe. She had been worried about his condition throughout the day, but she had been occupied with treating the injuries some of the citizens sustained earlier on during the attack. Sakura reached her hand forward, brushing the shirt the Jinchuriki was wearing. Naruto was still wearing the same attire as he did during the day. There was no jacket, only a torn black shirt and ruined trousers. I came to see how you were. Naruto tried to put on a smile but ultimately failed. Not too bad. My injuries have healed up. Sakura could see that the genin was disturbed. Trying to cheer him up, she put on a smile before speaking in a playing tone. You still need to clean up though, or do you like being dirty? She raised an eyebrow at him at the end of her comment. Naruto walked past her. I'm going to clean up later. Sakura walked behind the Uzumaki as he descended the stairs. Where are you going? Naruto headed onto the street as Sakura walked alongside him. I needed to find Ero Sennin. Sakura nodded. Do you know where to go? Naruto focused in front of him as he answered. He's always at Ichiraku's once he's done his research. Naruto knew that the only reason the perverted hermit would always be at the ramen stand was because of Ayame. Silence loomed over the pair as Naruto continued onwards to his destination. The streets were deserted, leaving only the two ninja walking in solitude. Sakura remained quiet, thinking of whether to ask her next question. She had been able to connect all the actions of the Jinchuriki, Naruto. Naruto put his hands behind his head as he continued, Sakura tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. You knew they were going to attack us, didn't you? Naruto stopped in his tracks. Yeah. Sakura looked at the ground. Why didn't you ask us for help? She looked upwards at the shinobi. What were you afraid of? Naruto turned to face the kunoichi. You have helped. He walked closer to her. You're going through a lot right now. What need is there to worry you? Sakura shook her head. I can handle it. Naruto closed his eyes before placing his hand on her stomach. Sakura stared at his hand before he spoke. There's someone else with you now. He opened his eyes looking at the kunoichi and gave a small laugh. Or have you forgotten? Sakura looked into his sapphire eyes, surprised by his joking demeanor. Of course I haven't. Naruto moved his hand before gently touching her soft cheek. Even though you beat the crap out of me, I still like everything about you. He stroked her chin with his thumb. Over the past month, every time we've been together, you made me forget about my training. I enjoyed spending that time with you. Those brief moments, I was happy. He leaned in towards her face. That helped me enough. He gave her a soft kiss on her lips. Sakura returned the gesture but couldn't help but feel torn inside. Naruto moved back. Get some rest, you look tired. Sakura didn't understand, but the Jinchuriki had left her without questions. She nodded before moving towards the direction of her own home. Looking back, the pink-haired medic called out one last time to Naruto, who had already began walking towards his destination. I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto waved as he continued onwards. He could see the lights of the ramen stand as well as the figure of someone seated at one of the many stools. Normally, it would be hard to identify someone just by seeing their legs, but Naruto could see the long white hair of his mentor. He walked into the ramen stand, having fun. Jiraiya, broken from his lecherous thoughts of Ayame, looked back into the face of Naruto. I was Gaki, until you came. Naruto didn't pay attention to his words and took a seat at the stool next to the older shinobi. I'll have a large bowl of miso ramen. Ayame nodded at the demon vessel, instantly getting to work. Jiraiya observed the condition of his student. Things didn't go too well, huh? Naruto rested his chin on his hands. No. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head. There were two of them, you know. Naruto looked towards his mentor. Are you sure? Jiraiya poured himself some sake. Yeah, I found 3 Anbu unconscious. That was after the attack had already started. Whoever took them out was there recently, so it couldn't have been the same one who attacked the village. Naruto moved back as Ayame placed the bowl of ramen in front of him. He picked up the chopsticks before beginning to eat. Do you know why he didn't join the attack? Jiraiya finished his cup of sake before pouring some more. I'm not sure, but I think they're just trying to lure you away from the village. Naruto swallowed the luscious noodles in his mouth. Is that so? Jiraiya nodded. So, what are you doing here? You came just to eat. Naruto finished his bowl of ramen, moving it away from him. I needed to talk to you, or rather I needed to ask you to do something for me. Jiraiya placed his cup on the counter. Go ahead. Naruto spoke cautiously, knowing of the perverted hermit's tendencies. You know, when a man and a woman, he drifted off as Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. The frog hermit began to think of what he could mean before his eyes widened. He pointed at the Jinchuriki frantically. And you call me Rasengan. He began to laugh excitedly. I always knew you were perverted. Great students always take after their teachers. Ayame looked from her work towards the only two customers in their stand. Her father's attention had also been aroused as he looked at one of the legendary Sannin curiously. Naruto noticed the prying eyes. Haha, he's had too much to drink. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, his face a slight shade of red. Arogaki. Naruto turned to the now eccentric hermit. Nani? Jiraiya laughed before looking at Kyuki. Hey, old man, get me a fresh jug of sake. He turned to face Naruto. Arogaki, that's what I'm going to call you from now on. Naruto shook his head. I'm not perverted. I love her. Jiraiya turned to face the Kyuubi vessel, a devilish grin on his face. So who's the lucky girl? Is it the mini Tsunade? Naruto sighed. Yeah, but that's not what I want to talk to you about. Kyuki placed the jug of sake in front of Jiraiya, who was laughing. Arogaki, you're the one who bought it up in the first place. Naruto noticed his mentor's condition. He knew he wouldn't get a better chance. He pulled Jiraiya's cup towards him as well as the jug of sake. Without the currently haphazard shinobi noticing, he emptied the contents of his sachet into the cup as well as filling it with sake. Glad that his actions didn't catch Jiraiya's attention, he pushed the jug away from him before slamming the cup in the hermit's mouth. Drink, so you shut up and let me speak. Jiraiya willingly accepted the cup of sweet sake, gulping it down unceremoniously. Naruto began to speak as the frog hermit was occupied. I need you to pass on something for me. Jiraiya slammed his cup of sake down on the counter. What are you talking about? Naruto watched Ayame and her father clean up. I'm going to be a father. Jiraiya stopped his refilled cup of sake, meeting his lips, turning to face his student. Naruto didn't meet his eyes, instead reaching into his pouch and withdrawing two items. One of which was a large black book and the other a familiar yellow scroll. He placed them on the counter in front of the curious pervert. Jiraiya picked up the scroll, recognizing it to be the one which contained the details of the Hiraishin no Jutsu. You've learned it. Naruto nodded, as Jiraiya picked up the black book, examining it intriguingly. When the time is right, he spoke in a whisper, give them to my child. Jiraiya observed the genin's behavior. He knew the pain Naruto had suffered through as a child. He could feel his heart aching as he saw the young shinobi. The frog hermit began to open the book but found his vision began to distort. He shook his head as Naruto rose from his position. The blonde walked behind his mentor, who was beginning to feel lightheaded. Forgive me, I didn't want things to end like this. Jiraiya felt a sharp pain in his neck as Naruto delivered a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. The sound of Jiraiya's head meeting the countertop drew the attention of Ayame and her father. They turned to face Naruto, who laughed, scratching the back of his head. I think he's drank enough for today. He pocketed the book and scroll before paying the money for the sake as well as his ramen. Placing Jiraiya's arm around himself, he left the stand in the direction of his house. He jumped from the top of the buildings towards his home, pausing momentarily as he landed close to Sakura's home. He stared at the window, able to see a silhouette of the person sleeping in the bed. Arigato for everything, Sakura-chan. He took off once again, silently speeding across Konoha before reaching his apartment. Walking towards his door, he kicked it open before making his way inside. He walked into the kitchen. The only sound was Jiraiya's feet being dragged across the wooden boards of his floor. He dropped the unconscious shinobi onto the chair next to his small table. Pulling out the book and elegant scroll from his pouch, he placed them on the table next to Jiraiya. The frog hermit's face was expressionless as he dwelled in nothingness. I know that I can't forbid you from using it now. But try not to utilize it unless you absolutely have to. The words of the legendary Sannin echoed in the corners of his mind. His hand brushed across the seal on his left forearm. Gomen, I might not have much of a choice. He turned, heading into the bedroom. Walking towards his small drawer of clothes, he opened the compartment at the bottom. He moved the articles of clothing out of the way, revealing an elegantly wrapped package. He picked it up, walking to his bed, not bothering to close the small compartment. He stared at the last gift he had received from the now deceased Sandame. His thoughts drifted to the day where he learnt an important lesson. Flashback. The Sandame chuckled as he saw the brooding young boy seated on the floor in front of him. Naruto had his face turned to the side, his legs crossed. The Sarutobi shook his head, before picking up a piece of paper from his desk. On it was a picture of the blonde Jinchuriki, but it had to be retaken so it looked more normal. It looks much better this way. Naruto paid no attention. It took me 3 hours to get it done the other way. He emphasized the word 3. The Sandame chuckled again at his childish behavior. He had seen the Genin's interaction with his grandson earlier in the day. They had departed ways just as the sun was beginning to set. On his way home, Naruto was intercepted by one of Konoha's Junin before being forced to retake his picture. The sun was still in the process of setting, changing the normally bright blue sky into a shade of red. There was a silence for a few minutes before the Sandame spoke. Most families reward their children when they graduate to become one of Konoha's shinobi. Naruto's eyes twitched, briefly letting show his uneasiness at the word family, but the revelation was gone as quick as it came. What's your point, old man? The Sandame rose from his position, picking up a package from the floor before walking towards the Genin. Naruto stared at the approaching Hokage as he sat down in front of him cross-legged. His attention was on the package in his hands. The Sandame placed it in the blonde's lap. This is my reward to you. Naruto looked at the package unmoving. He felt a range of emotions flow through him, ultimately ending in a sense of gratitude. He slowly undid the wrapping, exposing a set of clothes. He stared at the ensemble, a sleeveless black shirt with patterns of fire on its back as well as 3/4 trousers with similar patterns running up its sides. The Sandame looked at the Genin, who was curiously gazing at the clothes. What do you think? Naruto turned the set of clothes around, examining the fire design. They're too big for me. The Sandame gave another of one of his hearty chuckles before getting up and walking towards his desk. They should be. I received them when I was 17. They were a gift to me from the Shadaime Nadaime. Naruto looked up at the Hokage, the Shadaime Nadaime. The Sandame nodded. That's right. Naruto turned his attention back to the clothes in his hands. Why are you giving them to me? The Sandame turned to face the young Genin, a serious expression across his visage. The patterns on those clothes, they symbolize the will of fire. Naruto looked at the powerful flames. Will of fire. The Hokage walked towards him. The will to protect our village. The will to protect our ideals. The will to protect our precious people, even at the cost of our lives. Naruto listened to the words of wisdom before rising to his feet. That's the will of fire. The Sandame placed his hand on the shoulder of Naruto, smiling down at the young shinobi. Hi, there will come a time, Naruto, when you may have to stand up and fight even at the cost of your own life. What will you fight for? What is more important than anything else? I believe you will understand, at that time, wear these with pride like I did before you. Naruto looked at the old man whom he considered a grandfather, the tears in his eyes restrained partially. He moved forward, giving him a hug. The Sandame smiled, returning the embrace. End flashback. Naruto had a smile across his face as he remembered the Sandame. Discarding his current attire, he changed into the clothes that had been passed down from the founder of Konoha. He sat down on his bed, wrapping a set of bandages from his forearms to his wrist. Looking at the small cabinet to the side of his bed, he picked up the leaf headband placed on it. He rose from his position, tying it around his forehead. He walked towards his kitchen, picking up the bouquet of flowers he had bought earlier. Before leaving, he gave one last glance at the unconscious hermit and the book near him. Closing his eyes, he smiled before departing the small apartment and jumping across the rooftops towards his destination. The wind blew roughly, brushing his naked arms and ruffling his yellow hair. The stars shimmered gloriously next to the moon, brightening the dark streets of Konoha. He ran across the bridge where Team 7 would always meet before reaching his destination. He slowed in pace, walking towards the large grave of the man who died protecting Konoha. He stood calmly, the flowers still in his hands. The atmosphere was extremely peaceful, no sounds emanating except the whistling of the wind. He stared at the name carved on the grave before bending onto one knee and placing the beautiful flowers down. He remembered all the times he had spent with the Sandaime, every time they looked at the monument of the Hokages or those few days when they would eat ramen together. Naruto smiled. I never had the chance to tell you when you were alive, but everything you taught me, I'm grateful for all of it. He looked on as a butterfly flew in front of his eyes. He put out his finger as the small creature landed softly. Today, the people of this village felt fear, their hearts trembled. He rose to his feet, letting out his hand as the butterfly took off. I'll make sure their hearts fly, that feeling of peace, I'll bring it to them. He wiped a solitary tear from his eye. I won't fail you. The thoughts of his companions as well as the people of Konoha filled his mind, and I won't fail them. He turned to embark on his personal quest. A feeling of harmony and determination flowing through him and the words of the Sandaime in his mind, as he left the village of his birth. I believe in you, Naruto. Naruto jumped through the tall trees. The sky was beginning to elucidate as the darkness faded to reveal the light. He continued on his path. It had been over 6 hours since he left Konoha, and sure enough, Jiraiya was right in his assumption. The Jinchuriki could easily identify the clues left behind to lead him to where he was currently heading. The Akatsuki attack was just a ploy to make him leave the village, but he wondered whether they thought he would know. He jumped onto the floor, preferring to walk since he could see the end of the forest ahead. The birds were singing as they rose from their slumber and signaled the rising of the sun. Walking past the last tree, Naruto entered an extremely large plain which he was familiar with. The sound of the great waterfall crashing into the water below resonated throughout the colossal valley. He walked forward as the memories of his and Sasuke's battle surged through his mind. He continued to the edge of the rock, capable of seeing the two magnificently carved statues in the distance. The Kyuubi vessel leapt from his position to the bottom of the valley, descending rapidly as the air rushed past him. Landing hardly on his feet, he caused the dust to rise around him. He paid no attention to the irritating particles and walked forwards to the edge of the calm water in front of him. Smirking, he faced straight across the large span of water into the darkness. There's no point in hiding if you're not going to conceal your chakra completely. He waited a few moments before two people stepped out of the shadows of the huge rocks behind them, revealing the trademark Akatsuki cloaks. Deidara grinned. What took you so long, yeah? Naruto kept a staid demeanor as he gazed into the remorseless eyes of the S-class criminal. When you know where to go, why pressure yourself? Toby scratched his head as he saw his partner and the genin exchange words. You knew to come here. He tried to sound as ignorant as possible. Naruto shook his head. If you're going to leave tracks, at least make it seem like it was accidental. For a group of S-ranked criminals, you suck at planning. Deidara raised an eyebrow looking at Toby, who was the one that left the tracks leading to their location. Toby, on the other hand, stood still, not displaying any backlash at the insult. It got the job done, that's what counts. Naruto smirked. You won't live to regret this move. Deidara began to laugh before withdrawing a kunai from inside his cloak. He twirled the three-pronged kunai on his finger, looking at the special seal wrapped around it. I was wondering why what you did back there seemed so familiar, yeah. He stopped spinning the kunai, grasping it tightly in his hand. Then I realized. The stories I was told as a child, this technique was feared by so many of Iwagakure's shinobi, the jutsu which single-handedly helped that pathetic piece of crap turn the tables of the war in Konoha's favor, yeah. Naruto seethed with anger as he heard the criminal insult the deceased Yondaime. You're the one who's pathetic, running like a coward. Deidara smirked. You've been training, but don't be so confident that you can beat us. I know from your execution that you haven't mastered this technique yet. Naruto laughed at the art-appreciating criminal, much to his dismay. Unlike you, I don't rely on only one form of attack, dumbass. Toby looked on, intrigued by the heated confrontation. Deidara's eye twitched. What the hell did you call me, yeah? Naruto stayed silent, getting ready for whatever the criminal might do, whereas Toby continued staring indifferently. Deidara was about to make a move before a loud voice reverberated through the valley. That's enough. Deidara halted his actions upon hearing the commanding tone, whereas Naruto followed the trail of sound to the top of the valley. Naruto stared wide-eyed as he realized that there were 3 of the shinobis present. He initially thought that it would only be Deidara and one other after what Jiraiya told him. This didn't worry the Jinchuriki since he believed that he still stood a good chance of winning, but with another one of them present, the odds changed drastically. He looked at the newest company, taking note of his commanding aura. His orange hair was spiked and flowed with the wind. His masculine face and the small goatee from his chin showed signs of wisdom, however the nose plugs running from the side of his nose to underneath his eyes sent a menacing vibe. The leader of the Akatsuki stared directly towards Naruto, locking eyes with the alert shinobi. He smirked before jumping towards the ground. Landing silently, he rose to address the other two criminals. I see the plan went well. Naruto clenched his fists, wondering whether they would all attack him. He felt some of his confidence leave, noting the gravity of his predicament. He remained valiant, listening to the criminals' converse. Toby gave a laugh. Yep, we were awesome. Deidara smacked his partner around the head. What do you mean we? I was the one who attacked their crappy village. You had to leave tracks and you even made that too obvious, yeah. The leader of the Akatsuki turned to face the genin, ignoring their antics. Return to the base. I'll take care of this. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he heard the command. He began to wonder how confident this new arrival was, if he was willing to let the other two depart. Deidara nodded, not bothering to add anything. He formed another one of his sculptures in the form of a bird before it transformed into a larger size. He boarded the newly made transport as his black-haired partner followed suit, still rubbing his head. They took off into the air before their figures became indistinct in the horizon. An uncanny stillness loomed over the valley, only the sound of the waterfall thrashing making its way to the Jinchuriki's ears. Naruto stared at the orange-haired criminal across him, who was yet to make even the slightest of movements. You're the one who's behind everything, aren't you? The criminal didn't respond, instead walking towards the edge of the small plot of land and onto the river. Naruto took a defensive stance as the leader of the Akatsuki continued walking until he reached the middle of the clear water. The orange-haired criminal paused momentarily before taking a battle stance. He waved his hand in front of him before settling. Naruto glared in his direction, perfectly ready for anything he might attempt. He waited cautiously, but his eyes widened as he saw the sky slowly become red and the river in front of him distort. Genjutsu, when he waved his hand. He was broken roughly from his thoughts as a sharp pain entered his stomach, making him buckle over. Neji slowly walked up the steps leading to Naruto's apartment, his mind dwelling on what he had seen of the Uzumaki's coils the previous day. He didn't get the chance to approach Naruto since he was occupied with handling a few reports on the attack by Akatsuki. Reaching the platform at the top of the stairs, he walked towards the apartment but stopped when he saw the door was open and partially broken. He had never been in this part of Konoha before, and it was his first time ever going to Naruto's home. He wondered whether the door was always like this. Slowly pushing it open to make enough space, he walked into the small abode. He instantly recognized its plain appearance compared to his own home. There were a few pieces of rugged furniture and the boards across the floor were visibly in terrible shape. He looked around as he walked towards the kitchen. The scene in front of him was something that he didn't expect to encounter. Jiraiya was uncomfortably positioned in one of the chairs at the table while his head rested on the rough surface. It seemed as though the frog hermit was the only other occupant in the residence apart from himself. He moved forwards to the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya-sama. The legendary Sannin began to stir as his grogginess relieved itself. As he became aware of his consciousness, his eyes shot open before he rose as quickly as he could. Unfortunately, the effects of the drug Naruto had slipped into his sake had not fully disappeared, causing him to fall to the floor. Neji watched awkwardly, aware of the strange state. Is there something wrong? Jiraiya sat down on the floor looking up at Neji when he realized there was someone else present. Who are you? Neji didn't mind the obliviousness as he introduced himself, Hyuga Neji. Jiraiya struggled to his feet, trying to become accustomed to his condition. He realized that he must be the Hyuga prodigy that Naruto had told him of on their training trip. Jiraiya stared at the scroll and book on the table for a few moments. Forgive me, I didn't want things to end like this. Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh before placing the two items inside his red vest. It's not going to end like this, Gaki. I'm not going to let you do this. He turned to face Neji with a serious expression. I need you to take me to the Godime's office right now. Neji asked his own question thinking Jiraiya would know. Where's Naruto? Jiraiya shook his head. I'll tell you on the way there. Stop wasting time. Neji nodded, noting the hint of imperativeness in the frog hermit's voice. Jiraiya followed the Junin outside using the wall to support himself. As they exited the simple dwelling, Neji put Jiraiya's arm around his shoulder before taking off in the direction of the Hokage's office. Both shinobi failed to recognize another presence walking up the stairs and witnessing them leave. The stranger's black hair swayed with the wind as he walked to Naruto's apartment. As Neji jumped across the rooftops, he voiced his question, so where is he? Jiraiya watched the buildings fly by, impressed with the speed at which they were traveling. He could tell by the small display that the shinobi was definitely close to the higher-level Junins in Konoha, no longer here. Neji continued looking ahead as they neared the Hokage Tower. What do you mean? Jiraiya was thinking about the situation whilst answering Neji. You'll learn soon enough. I don't have time to explain everything. Neji didn't say anything but wasn't satisfied with the limited information that he had received. They landed near the window of the Hokage's office before Jiraiya began to walk on his own towards his preferred entranceway. He looked back momentarily. Follow me. Neji coughed slightly, knowing full well what kind of consequence interrupting the Hokage in such an unruly manner could hold. Jiraiya waved off his concern as the Hyuga followed him inside the office. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork at the two new people in her office. She was used to having Jiraiya interrupt her, however she didn't expect to find the Hyuga prodigy by his side. She glared at Neji before speaking. What are you doing here? And why aren't you using the normal entrance like everyone else? She raised an eyebrow as Neji looked away from her scrutinizing gaze. Jiraiya walked across the room before taking a seat in the chair across Tsunade's desk. I told him to follow me. There are more important matters at hand. Tsunade looked at her ex-teammate inquiringly. Explain. Neji spoke quickly, stopping their conversation from picking up. If you don't mind me asking. The two Sannin looked in his direction. I needed to know something about Naruto. Tsunade was late to answer as Jiraiya spoke first. Go ahead. The Hokage glared at Jiraiya as the Hyuga began to speak. Yesterday, when I had my Byakugan activated, I saw the condition of Naruto's inner coils. Tsunade inwardly hoped he wasn't able to discover anything about Naruto's secret. Such a thing is not normal, and there were two chakras inside of him. One of them seemed to have a mind of its own. I wanted to know whether you were aware of this and if you have an explanation. Jiraiya closed his eyes. You're as observant and as clever as Naruto said you were. Neji waited as the frog hermit resumed. Gather all his friends and return here. Everything will be explained to you. Tsunade's eyes widened. Jiraiya, it isn't our place to tell any of them. The frog hermit sighed. Fine, bring all your previous team leaders as well. They will determine whether you are fit to hear this news or not. Tsunade once again protested, wondering how that made anything better. That still doesn't make it right. Jiraiya opened his eyes, locking them with the busty blonde. The expression on his face was one that was extremely rare. The last time the Hokage had seen this type of demeanor was when the frog hermit and Naruto had came to convince her to become the Godime. The only person whose place it was to decide might not be coming back. Tsunade sighed, disliking what that insinuation could mean. She looked at Neji, deciding that the quicker he left she would know. Do what he said, but there's no need to involve Team 7. Neji nodded as he made his way find the rest of the Rookie 9 and his own team. Opening the door, he knew that whatever was going on was very important. The door closed behind the Junin, leaving the former teammates alone. Tsunade looked back at Jiraiya. Where's Naruto? Jiraiya leaned back in his chair. He's left Konoha. Tsunade's worst fears came to fruition as she felt her heart overcome with worry. What the hell do you mean left Konoha? Jiraiya closed his eyes, trying to focus his mind in order to counter the effects of the drug. He's gone after Akatsuki. Tsunade spontaneously rose from her seat. That baka. This is exactly what Homura and Kaharu needed. Jiraiya folded his arms, his eyes remaining closed. He's only doing this to protect Konoha. Tsunade sighed, not letting any tears escape as she feared for the worst consequence. We can protect Konoha with him here. She sat back in her seat as she began to think of the next best course of action. We've got to go after him. but if I deploy any shinobi now, they'll get suspicious. I can't let them know that he's left. Jiraiya opened his eyes feeling a little better, the only way they'll know is if too many go. I'm leaving as soon as I've regained all my chakra. The drug caused a lot of damage. Tsunade looked at him, he drugged you. How were you stupid enough to let him do that? Jiraiya looked at the floor aware of his mistake, he told me he was becoming a father, I let my guard down. Tsunade quieted down as she heard him. She could tell by his appearance that he was deeply affected by his momentary slip. At best, we've got 3 days. When the finals finish, his absence will become visible. The perverted hermit nodded, that's more than enough time. The attack was made to lure him away. That means they must have left some signs for him to follow. As long as I know where to go, I can catch up to him fast. Tsunade stared at her desk as she thought of the Jinchuriki, a range of emotions flowing through her. You're going to need someone to go with you. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair, I've already thought of who I'm going to take. Tsunade rested her chin on her hands as she thought of what she would have to tell all of Naruto's friends in a short while. Do you think they'll understand? Jiraiya looked up at the blonde Hokage. Naruto had faith in all of them, we'll now know whether they had it in him. Tsunade continued looking at the wooden desk in front of her that was brought in earlier in the morning. Her mind drifted to the boy that was the closest thing she had to a son. Please be safe, Naruto. Outside of the Hokage's office, a few feet away from the window, a Junin stood with a familiar orange book in his hand. His white hair became ruffled as the silent but strong wind blew. Closing the novel, he placed it in his pouch contemplating all the information he had just heard. Naruto closed his eyes instantly as the pain subsided. Focusing his mind, he quickly spoke, Kai. As he opened his eyes, he found the effects of the genjutsu had been lifted. He didn't have time to think for too long as a foot rapidly approached his head attempting to stamp him into the ground. He turned to the side barely avoiding it before flipping backwards out of the way. The leader of the Akatsuki remained expressionless as he saw the Jinchuriki jump backwards in order to build distance between the two. He straightened up turning in the direction of the genin. Naruto jumped back across the river making a few splashes as the water jumped up each time he contacted with it. Settling down once he had made a fair amount of distance between himself and his opponent, he stretched his arm, you're eager to start. The wind blew noiselessly, only making its presence felt as it contacted against the shinobi's skin. Naruto looked into the eyes of the orange-haired criminal, the fierce red eyes pierced him and showed great knowledge behind them. Naruto took a battle stance of his own, why are you after the Biju's power? He anxiously waited for the calm shinobi to speak. The head of the notorious organization grinned before uttering his response, his tone callous and solid, my reasons are my own, and you won't live to see the result. Tsunade rubbed her head as she awaited the arrival of Neji and the rest of Naruto's friends. Stamping another paper thus granting it her approval, she put it to a side before continuing to work. She tried to not let her mind drift to Naruto since every time she began to think about the Jinchuriki, she was overcome with worry. Jiraiya was standing against one of the walls having abandoned his seat. The past hour had been spent in silence as he was thinking of the situation while the Godime was working. He opened his eyes as he heard someone approaching the office of the Hokage. Tsunade looked up from her desk at the entrance to her office as the door slowly opened. The two figures entered the room making their way closer to the desk. The Godime raised an eyebrow at the unexpected arrival, can I help? Tamari took a seat in the chair across the desk of the Godime whereas Gaara continued towards the window of the office, stopping in front of it, before answering, there was nowhere else to go. The Godime looked puzzled for a moment since Konoha was a very large village. Tamari answered to clarify, we thought it would be best to come here since, well there's not really much else to do and we are your guests after all. Jiraiya smirked at the lackluster explanation as he folded his arms and tilted his head backwards to rest against the wall, it doesn't matter, you should probably be here for this as well. Tamari voiced her interest while Gaara resumed staring out of the window, be here for what? They could hear voices becoming louder as Tsunade knew that they had arrived. She turned to the Sand Nin, you'll know soon enough. Kurenai entered through the doors followed by Hinata. Shino walked in soon after as quiet and calm as usual. The Aburame walked towards the rest of his teammates standing next to Hinata while Kurenai stood behind them. Does that guy ever shut up? He's giving me a damn headache. Kiba walked into the office with an annoyed expression on his visage and a whimpering Akamaru by his side. The last member of Team 8 and his companion walked towards their former sensei. Neji entered followed by a screaming Lee, "Answer me, my rival. Is this a ploy by you to prevent me from propelling myself up the heavenly ladder of youth?" The Hyuga was clearly in agony, but only the most experienced of eyes could pick up his demeanor behind that stoic expression. He now regretted breaking up the green spandex-clad Chunin's training session. The weapons specialist of Team Guy followed her teammates, shaking her head at the display while their enigmatic mentor had tears in his eyes. Such competition. This will only serve to rocket them to greatness. This passion, it fortifies me. Guy had a fire burning in his eyes as he stood behind his former 3 students. Choji entered silently, only the sound of his mouth crunching the chips ruthlessly alerting everyone of his presence. Ino trailed behind her large teammate. I wonder what this is about. The Yamanaka stood next to the Akamichi as Shikamaru joined them at their side. He was unusually quiet and hadn't complained once about being interrupted from his cloud watching. Asuma walked in behind the 3 Chunin, lighting a fresh cigarette and taking a drag. We'll know soon enough. Tsunade looked at the 3 teams in front of her. Kiba was holding his head while Lee continued on with his animated rant, much to the irritation of the rest of the occupants. She shook her head. Ahem. Guy and Lee turned to the bearer of the voice, instantly standing at attention. They spoke simultaneously. Hi, Hokage-sama. Gaara turned his head, glaring at the newly arrived shinobi. His action caught the consideration of the shinobi as they recognized the Kazekage and his older sister were also present. As much as Gaara had loosened up, the younger generation of shinobi still disliked to displease him since it wasn't a very good idea. Tsunade sighed as everyone settled down and Gaara turned back to looking out of the window. Were you informed of why I have called you here? The 3 teams of shinobi shook their heads as Asuma blew out some smoke from his mouth. We were only told to come here since it was important. Tsunade nodded, glancing at the Hyuga prodigy. All of you are present to be informed of one of Konoha's secrets. The Rookie 9 and Team Guy listened intently. Your former senseis are here to confirm for me whether you are fit to hear this news. The teenagers looked on intrigued as the Godime addressed the standing Junin team leaders. Do you believe your students are ready to hear about the incident from 16 years ago? Kurenai spoke in a serious demeanor as she realized what incident the Godime was referring to. Why is there a need to tell them of this now? Jiraiya entered the conversation. The situation demands it. They have a right to know and decide. Naruto's companions keenly listened to the conversation, knowing that it was very important. Shikamaru began to track through his mind in order to understand what they could be referring to as Asuma spoke. My team is ready. Guy and Kurenai looked at the Junin. If they don't understand even now, then I have failed as a teacher. Guy raised his fist after hearing the Sarutobi's words. Yosh. I believe in my team. Team 10 and Team Guy looked at their leaders as they gave them approval, eagerly anticipating what they could be talking about. Tsunade turned to Kurenai. Well. Kurenai smirked. Hi. Tamari remained silent as she realized that she would be hearing of one of Konoha's secrets. She wondered what the Godime could be talking about as she looked at her brother, who seemed impassive of what was occurring. Jiraiya looked at the busty blonde, nodding before she began to speak. What you are going to hear must not be repeated by any of you to fellow friends or shinobi coming up in the ranks. The group nodded. You are being told because you are connected to whom this largely concerns. Ino spoke as she realized the absence of certain people. Hokage-sama. What about Team 7? Tsunade ran a hand through her golden hair. They already know of this. The group of shinobi looked slightly taken aback. What I'm going to tell you is to do with a member of their team. The group of shinobi waited anxiously as to who it may be while their previous team leaders observed them. Shikamaru kept a lazy demeanor but instantly began to contemplate whether this correlated with the strange behavior of Sasuke and Naruto. The Godime resumed. 16 years ago, this village suffered its greatest catastrophe when the Kyuubi attacked. Choji stopped the crisp in his hand inches from his mouth. Kyuubi. Tsunade nodded. In the academy you were all taught that he was killed. Neji began to piece together the small pieces of information, but he wasn't, was he? The Godime leaned back in her comfortable chair. The Kyuubi is immortal. The Yondaime was incapable of defeating it, so he did the best thing he could think of. He chose a newborn to become the container of the greatest of the tailed beasts. Neji's eyes widened as everything fell into place. He looked at the Hokage. He chose Naruto. The rest of the group stared at the Hyuga prodigy as he spoke, shocked by his words. Shikamaru closed his eyes, finally understanding the mysteriousness of Naruto, but this still didn't answer why he was behaving strangely. Tamari looked at her brother, knowing what he and the blonde genin had in common. Her respect for Naruto increased as she realized what he must have had to endure but still managed to stay as bright as he was. Tsunade stared at the stunned faces of the shinobi in front of her. For 16 years he has protected us by keeping the Kyuubi imprisoned. The group looked at the Hokage as she continued in a more emotional voice. For 16 years he was scorned by this village over something which he had no control over. For 16 years he fought this burden alone. The tears became visible in the eyes of the blonde. For 16 years he fought for acceptance. Her voice became a whisper as the tears fell down her soft cheeks. For 16 years, and now he has to pay a price that he shouldn't have to. Gaara's ears twitched as he heard the last words the older woman spoke. He learned that Naruto had the Kyuubi inside of him the day he had arrived in Konoha, but he didn't understand the last part of what the Hokage had just said. Choji stared at the crisp in his hand as he learnt of Naruto's past. He had been picked on as a child and knew how hard it was not being appreciated. However, he soon became friends with Shikamaru, and that pain slowly disappeared as their bond grew. His eyes dropped as he began to think of how hard it must have been for the Jinchuriki. Shino's face was covered by the hood of his jacket and his sunglasses. His relationship with Naruto hadn't been deep, but he considered the genin a friend and knew that such pain shouldn't have to be experienced by anyone. He pushed up his glasses, hiding his eyes as best as he could. Lee stood with tears brimming in his eyes as he brought up his hand, wiping them away. He had always perceived Naruto as a cheerful person who didn't have such inner torments. The departure of Sasuke had affected him just as it had Sakura, but he felt his heart go out to him in respect as he realized the many burdens he had to carry. Ino felt a wave of shame flow through her as she remembered her past and the way she used to treat the genin. During their time in the academy she would always degrade the Jinchuriki and constantly berate him on his actions. She felt the urge to apologize as quickly as she could, since she knew of how good of a person he really was. His fight to bring back his best friend for himself and because of the promise he made to Sakura showed the Yamanaka exactly how much passion and respect he carried for his comrades. She wished that she could repay the favor, wondering where the Jinchuriki was. Hinata's emotions were in confusion. She had always related to Naruto since both of them were underdogs, and she used his undying courage as inspiration to fuel her own heart. She now realized how insignificant her own struggle was compared to what the Uzumaki went through. Her heart ached as she thought of the pain he must have endured. Tenten unconsciously gripped a kunai in her hand, grasping it as tightly as she could. She never knew anything about the genin's past and had only recently got to know him closely. Her respect and admiration for the blonde increased as she realized how difficult it must have been for him to keep an energetic and encouraging attitude towards his friends after all he had been through. Shikamaru's hands were in his pockets as he stared at the floor of the office. His friendship with Naruto had been strengthening over the years. After the Akamichi, Naruto was the closest friend he had. He wondered why the genin never asked for help but encouraged others. The selfless act of Naruto made him feel saddened but ultimately angry with himself, believing he should have recognized earlier. Kiba pondered over his rivalry with the most hyperactive ninja born in Konoha. During their first meetings, the Inuzuka never respected Naruto, believing him to be weak. After their fight in the Chunin exams and Naruto's subsequent defeat of Neji, he acknowledged the Jinchuriki's strength. However, his respect for what he had to endure augmented. He looked down at Akamaru, who was whimpering. He gave a bittersweet smile before rubbing the big dog's head, inwardly angry at the villagers over their treatment of the genin. Neji clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth. He remembered his words to the Jinchuriki at their match in the Chunin exams 3 years ago. "You are nothing. Don't lecture me. People are born carrying an unchangeable fate, to carry a seal that can never be removed. A guy like you will never understand what it means." His heart ached as he realized how wrong his words were that day. A flood of guilt and pain rushed his mind as he realized that Naruto had been fighting against his fate just like him, and he continued to this day. His vision obscured as the floor in front of him blurred so he couldn't make out the details. "You're different from me. You're not a dropout." Incapable of holding them back any longer, the two tears of understanding fell from his eyes. The different feelings and emotions that spread across all the shinobi varied from their encounters with the genin. However, they all felt one thing in particular, and that was the illusion that they were close to the blonde. They now understood how far apart they had been from understanding the true form of their friend. They all felt saddened that they were so alienated from him. Hinata struggled to find her voice. Naruto-kun is, hero isn't he? Kurenai smiled as she heard her student speak, proud that she understood and accepted this. The team leaders looked at their students, glad to see that all of them seemed to have a higher opinion of Naruto now that they were told of his burden. Kiba couldn't contain his anger any longer. Why? Everyone looked at him as he spoke. Why the hell did they treat him like this? Jiraiya looked at the dog user before glancing at the Hokage. Tsunade was visibly upset and had marks of tears running down her face, which was noticeable by all the shinobi present. He closed his eyes, speaking, "I'll explain." The Rookie 9 and Team Guy turned their attention to the frog hermit who was calmly standing. "To fully understand the villagers' initial hatred, I'm going to tell you of how Konoha was founded." The team leaders remained silent as they knew of this, while the Kazekage and rest of the group listened. Originally, the Fire Country had a lot of clans, but they were all divided. The most prominent of these clans were the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Their quarrels and disputes stopped any unity from forming. Neji listened absorbedly as he heard of his clan's past. Eventually, the Fire Country was attacked and all the clans had to fight off the invaders, but due to their own personal disputes they were insufficient in fending off the attackers. He looked at the younger generation. What made the invaders so dangerous was that they carried a weapon like none other that had been witnessed before, a Jinchuriki. Shikamaru remained silent, analyzing what he was hearing while Ino spoke. "Is that why they hate Naruto? Because this Jinchuriki did so much damage?" Jiraiya shook his head. "I'll get to that. A lot of the clans suffered casualties and many were giving up hope since they couldn't find a way to stop the power of the tailed beast within the young boy." Kiba voiced his surprise. "Young boy?" Jiraiya nodded. "He was only 12. An emotionless weapon they had bred to destroy and kill. This was where the Shadaime played a vital factor. He had a strong friendship with the leader of the Uchiha clan and convinced him to join forces with the Hyuga. After much debate, an alliance was formed, and the other clans such as the Aburame joined as well after seeing the example displayed. Everyone united to fight the attackers off their birth land. Nonetheless, the power of the Jinchuriki was not something to be toyed with. After a tiring battle, the Shadaime managed to suppress the power of the beast within the young boy, giving his best friend the chance to stop him. The shinobis listened in awe, learning of the history of their village. After the Jinchuriki had been captured, the clans methodically pushed back the invaders and succeeded in defending their country. Shikamaru finally spoke. "What about the Jinchuriki?" The legendary Sannin crossed his feet. The Shadaime believed that he was innocent and that because of the way he was brought up in life, he didn't know. He decided to take him in as his own, but a lot disagreed with his decision, including his best friend. He refused to listen to their pleas to kill the boy, but their problem was quickly overshadowed when they heard that there may be another possible attack. He sighed. The Shadaime believed that in order for them to stand a chance they would have to remain united, and because of possible future threats, the best way was to form their own village. Leading them to through the Fire Country, they settled on this location to bring forth the establishment of Konoha. In a large part the effort was behind three men solely, the Shadaime, Nadaime and the leader of the Uchiha clan, for putting aside his differences to bring peace. Choji rubbed his head trying to understand everything, but that was a good thing, right? Jiraiya stared at Tsunade briefly, recognizing the sorrow in her eyes as he retold the story of her grandfather. It was a good thing. The attack never came and the village began to prosper. The Jinchuriki the Shadaime took in began to liven up. The young boy began to live, and slowly over the course of a few years, he gained the trust and respect of the people of Konoha. They believed that he was just like any other boy who had been starved of a family and consideration. Though there were those who accepted him, the leader of the Uchiha clan was still strongly against his presence and thought that he would betray us. Ten folded her arms acknowledging the history of Konoha. Something went wrong, didn't it? Jiraiya cleared his throat, resuming, "Hi, he went missing." As soon as the Shadaime was informed, he stepped down for his younger brother, the Nadaime, to take over. He left Konoha to search for the Jinchuriki who had become like a son to him. The people of the village waited for his return, and then one day, two figures approached the village gates. An unnatural feeling fell over the shinobi as Jiraiya spoke. It was the leader of the Uchiha clan, along with the corpse of the Shadaime. Neji's eyes widened as he began to slowly realize what might have happened. He was killed. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who had fresh tears on her face. Yeah, there was a battle between the Shadaime and the boy he took in as his own son, and he lost. The Shadaime's best friend was quick to avenge his death by killing the Jinchuriki. The battle scarred the land where the three main reasons for the establishment of Konoha came to a head. In commemoration of the Shadaime and his tragic loss, two statues were carved of him and the avenger of his death. Thus the battle-torn land became known as the Valley of the End, the place where the Leaf Legends fought, bled, and in the case of two of them, died. The revelation of the events caused a ripple of destruction throughout Konoha, and that was where the Sandaime became important. With the death of the Nadaime, he stepped up to the mantle. He smiled. The old man regenerated Konoha and brought hope to the people. If it hadn't been for him, Konoha wouldn't be here today. The events of that day affected him a great deal also. He not only lost his mentor, but he lost him at the hands of his most trusted friend. Ino's curiosity was at its peak. What was his name, the one the Shadaime took in? Jiraiya had a grim face. He was named for what the Shadaime saw in his heart, Yasuo, Uzumaki Yasuo. Naruto calmly waited for the shinobi across him to make a move. The wind began to pick up, making the water move slightly. The leader of the Akatsuki walked towards the river, stepping onto it before suddenly disappearing. Naruto grinned, jumping up as the criminal tried to sweep out his legs from under him. Turning in midair, he brought down his leg towards the criminal's head. The orange-haired male moved, avoiding the attack as he jumped back across the water. Naruto smiled as he saw him land. "What's wrong? I thought you'd be better than this." The criminal didn't respond, instead once again speeding at him and throwing a punch at his face. The Jinchuriki ducked under as it flew over him before bringing up his hands to defend against the following knee. Naruto moved to the side, placing an elbow in the ribs of the criminal before following up with an uppercut to his chin, which sent him a few feet into the air. Jumping up with the orange-haired male, he twisted, placing a hard kick into his stomach, sending him sprawling across the water. The leader of the notorious organization spirited across the cold water before quickly regaining his feet and forming hand seals, which Naruto found hard to detect, Kaden Meppo Kisaku. He let out a huge breath, forming multiple balls of fire. Throwing out his hands, they rushed at Naruto. Naruto formed hand seals of his own hastily, sweetened Jinsaku Sokushaho. Several balls of water instantly rose from the river before charging at the incoming fire. The opposing attacks connected, causing the fire to split into smaller parts and rain down. Naruto was surprised by the attack as he hadn't seen the particular technique before, nor was it written on the scroll Jiraiya had given to him. He flipped to the side as the leader of the Akatsuki flew past him, missing with his kick. Landing on his feet, Naruto charged at the criminal while the rain of fire continued. He threw several punches as they were parried or dodged. Putting all his strength into his right hand, he threw it at the stomach of the criminal, which was subsequently blocked, but he didn't hesitate before grabbing hold of the enemy's arm. Holding a tight grip, he pulled him forward and head-butted him before kneeing him across the face. He followed his onslaught with 3 well-placed punches in his ribs and finally a roundhouse kick to the head. He smirked as he saw blood escape the mouth of the criminal as he went soaring through the air. Naruto formed 2 clones before they ran at the flying criminal. The leader of the Akatsuki turned in midair, throwing a shuriken at one of the clones, causing him to explode and set off the other clone next to him. Naruto sighed at his failed attempt of connecting with his Bunshin Daibakua technique. He stared at the orange-haired criminal as he spat out blood from his mouth. "I'm guessing you regret sending the other 2 away now, huh?" The criminal tilted his head, stretching his neck as the blood dripped from his mouth. "No." Naruto raised an eyebrow at the calm demeanor of his opponent as well as his one-word dismissal. "Well, I'll make you regret it." Speeding across the water, he caused it to rise, before jumping at the head of the criminal and trying to kick him. The leader grinned, blocking it with his elbow before holding his leg tightly and swinging him around. Naruto formed hand seals, producing another 2 clones in mid-air as they instantly rushed at the orange-haired male. The criminal let go of Naruto, causing him to fly through the air towards the humongous waterfall before turning his attention to the attacking clones. He dodged the simultaneous attacks as they continued to throw multiple punches and kicks at him. Moving underneath one of their attacks, he pulled out a wire through his cloak before sending the sharp item through the clone's stomach, destroying it. He quickly jumped out of the way, avoiding a punch from the remaining clone before throwing the wire around its neck and pulling him inwards. The clone was taken by surprise at the display of strength, incapable of resisting as he met a hard fist head-on, ending its short life. The criminal smirked as he saw Naruto regain his footing and begin to charge at him. Forming a set of hand seals, he shouted, "Katen Kazanbai Mui." Ash flowed off the criminal, raising a large wall and concealing him behind it. Naruto stopped in his approach as he saw the large wall of ash which was sizzling. His eyes widened as it erupted into flames and charged at him like a frenzied animal. As quickly as he could, he performed hand seals of his own, Doden Doryu Joheiki. The sound of rumbling ensued as he used a large amount of chakra. The water parted as a large mass of earth rose from the depths of the river, intercepting the attack. Naruto sighed as he saw that it was large enough to cover the approaching flames, but his mouth fell open when he saw the tremendous wall in front of his burst into multiple directions, hitting the water with splashes. He let go of the chakra which was holding him to the surface of the river, falling into the cold water below as the flames rushed past him overhead. Naruto held his breath as he stared the flames above the water. He could feel the river heat up from their power. His concentration was broken as he felt someone rushing towards him. Naruto produced a clone which took the attack for him before turning to meet the crimson eyes of his opponent. Their speed only reduced a tiny amount due to the amount of force they were applying. Naruto blocked the combination with his hands before dropping in the water and attempting to kick the criminal in his stomach. The leader of Akatsuki saw the attack coming, hence turning upside down in the water and coming face to face with Naruto. Not wasting any time, he spun, kicking the Jinchuriki in the head. He didn't let the genin descend too much as he took a hold of his hair and began repeatedly punching him. Naruto gasped as he let his mouth open and struggled for breath. Knowing he couldn't continue taking the onslaught, he formed another of his volatile clones which came in between him and the criminal. The subsequent explosion sent them both in opposing directions as they went spinning through the water. Naruto tried his hardest to regain control before rushing to the surface of the water. As his head revealed itself from the cold liquid, he gasped to breathe before exiting and standing on top. He didn't have time to waste as a boulder flew past him and onto the land behind him. He looked at the leader who was grinning. "It's time to end this." He placed his hands in their signature position, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The 1,000 clones rushed at the enemy. The orange-haired criminal pulled out 2 kunai before beginning to slash his way through the huge mass of clones, but they eventually trapped him, holding his arms and legs as well his back, stopping him from moving completely. He stared in front of him as the real Naruto ran at him with a sphere of chakra in his hand. Naruto rammed the huge ball of devastation into the stomach of the smirking criminal, Udama Rasengan. The force of the attack destroyed all his clones and sent the leader of the notorious organization flying back onto the land and into the wall of the valley. The wall of earth crumbled slightly, causing lots of rock to fall to the ground at the impact. Naruto stared at the huge cloud of dust before walking towards the land. He coughed as he made his way over to where the rocks were. He could see a figure buried in the rock, the upper body and one arm visible. He stood in front of the carnage he had caused, waiting to get a clear view. The dust slowly cleared, revealing the body as it sent a wave of shock through the Jinchuriki's body. He stared unbelievingly at what lay in the rubble. What the hell? The rookie 9 froze as they heard him say the name of the Jinchuriki. Shino looked at the legendary Sannin. He was Naruto's ancestor. Jiraiya nodded. The Sandaime and him were best of friends. He was hurt a lot more deeply than others, but the strength he showed was a great example to the people and they took inspiration from it. As time went by, his heart also recovered until the Kyuubi attacked, and another Jinchuriki was created. The descendant of the first Jinchuriki in Konoha was chosen to bear the burden of the Kyuubi. To the old man, he saw this as an opportunity to change the perception of the people. He wanted to make sure Naruto was raised well in honor to Yasuo. To do this, he introduced a law forbidding anyone to speak of the Kyuubi so he could grow up like any other child. In addition, he changed the academy teachings so the history of Konoha wouldn't be taught and the label Jinchuriki would become just that, a label. Realization dawned upon the group of younger generation as they understood why the villagers had such a hard time accepting Naruto. Kiba, however, was still angry and appalled. What the hell does that have to do with Naruto? He's different. Jiraiya gave a bittersweet smile as he remembered what the Uzumaki was fighting for. You're right, he is different. And the villagers are slowly realizing that. The older generation is beginning to slowly change their attitude of him and the past of Konoha remains just a memory. Now you know why he was hated even though he was a hero, the people feared for a repetition of the past. This added to losing the Yondaime only fueled their anger towards him. The shinobi remained silent learning of the history of their village. They were equally shocked as they understood the sacrifices made by the legends of Konoha to bring prosperity. Gaara calmly stared through the window absorbing all the information. His thoughts lingered on the last words of the Godime before the frog hermit began to speak. He spoke nonchalantly, "What price?" Everyone directed their eyes at the standing cage as he repeated his question upon not receiving an answer. What price must Naruto pay? Tsunade wiped the tears from her face as Jiraiya found everyone turning to him for an answer. He closed his eyes speaking in a penitent tone, "Death." Everyone in the room felt themselves fill with surprise except the two legendary Sannin. Asuma blew out the smoke from his mouth. He's being punished. What's going on? The chakra surrounding Naruto's coils flashed through the Hyuga prodigy's mind. No, he sighed closing his eyes as his voice became really soft. He's dying. Neji could feel his heart tearing up inside as the revelation sunk in. Hinata's eyes began to water as she let the grief show plainly. She put her head in her hands as Kurenai placed a hand on her shoulder, a look of sympathy on the crimson-eyed woman's face. The Rookie 9 and Team Guy didn't believe what they were hearing. All the information was becoming too much to handle as they felt their hearts aching and breaking. Choji crushed the chip in his hand while Ino let the tears from her eyes flow down her soft skin. Lee's aura changed strongly from that of energy to understanding and grief. Shino glasses concealed his face well, however a solitary tear could be seen leaking down his cheek. Tenten instantly stopped playing with the kunai in her hand as she saw all the images of her and Naruto training through her mind. She wouldn't see that smiling and energetic face. Her emotions overwhelmed her as she too began to cry, grabbing the arm of Lee who stood unmoving. Shikamaru's lazy expression changed drastically as his insides were filled with pain. His thoughts went to the genin as he realized what all the strange behavior entailed. Naruto had known he was dying, yet he displayed a cheerful and energetic facade around others. He gritted his teeth, trying his hardest not to openly weep as the tears escaped his eyes. Why do you have to be so troublesome? Tamari looked at the floor as the feeling of injustice swept over her. She had just moments ago learnt of the genin's troubles and she realized how unfair his life had treated him. For some reason she felt herself comparing the pain to what it could be like if she lost her younger brother. She turned to see Gaara's unmoving posture, the sorrow showing. Gaara stared with wide eyes. Looking into his own reflection in the window, he saw something he was exceedingly unfamiliar with. He slowly raised his hand to his cheek, touching the fluid substance. Moving his hand away, he looked at the watery essence. I don't know why, but I understand your feelings so much, it actually hurts. A sharp jolt of unpleasantness struck him within his chest as it felt like it was going to explode. The feeling of isolation crept into his blood and veins as he tingled. The pain of being alone, it's completely out of this world, isn't it? The young Kage took a step back, clutching his chest and letting out a frightened gasp. Tamari quickly rose out of her seat. Gaara. The hold he had on his chest increased in strength as he tried to stop the crushing agony. Make it stop. Tamari clutched her brother as she tried to pry his hand from his chest, the patch of clothing darkening as it became stained with blood. Make it go away. Jiraiya instantly became alert as he realized the disturbed state of the young Kage. Before anyone could react, he appeared next to the shinobi and placed a well-directed strike to the back of his neck, causing him to drift into unconsciousness. Gaara fell into the arms of his sister as his eyes closed slowly. The shinobi looked on, understanding how hard it hurt. Jiraiya sighed as he stared at the still form of the cage. Kiba shook his head, not believing what was going on. He was refusing as hard as he could to stop the feeling of sorrow overcoming him as he spoke in a disbelieving and broken voice, "This is bullshit." Akamaru whimpered, "No way, why wouldn't he tell us?" The dog gave another sound as it caught the attention of its owner. Kiba stared in incredulity at his animal companion. He remembered the blonde talking to Akamaru. "Don't worry. I'm going to be fine." He fell back onto the floor as Akamaru sat down next to him. The Inuzuka punched the ground as he spoke, "Damn liar, he's known all this time." All the shinobi except Shikamaru looked at him as they heard him speak, not knowing that particular detail. Ino asked the question on the other ninjas' minds, "What do you mean he knew all this time?" Jiraiya spoke, inspecting the small wound on Gaara's chest. "He knew that he was dying, all that happiness, all those smiles, it was all a mask for your sake." Shikamaru ignored his crying comrades. "Where is he?" Jiraiya sighed, standing up. "He's gone after Akatsuki. All his training, it has been for this moment." Tenten froze as she heard the words training. Her spars with the genin came to mind as she realized why he seemed so desperate. She fell back onto the floor crying as everything about his situation sunk in cruelly. Guy tried to suppress the tears rolling down his face as he heard the tragic tale. He respected the young man for everything he had been through, and hearing he had gone after the enemy made him sniffle as he realized why. "Finally, one has arrived which makes my youth seem so insignificant. His death, this is injustice." Neji spoke calmly, "That guy yesterday, their whole organization, it's after the Kyuubi inside him, isn't it?" Tsunade was the one who answered, "Yeah, that's why he's gone after them, to finish this." Kiba gritted his teeth, "Alone. He's going to get himself killed." Shikamaru's mind clicked as Kiba's words made him realize the answer to the hardest question he had been posed with. He understands, the king. Confusion spread throughout the room except for the elder ninjas. To him it doesn't matter if he dies. He turned to Asuma. "At first I kept thinking in the literal sense, but I understand now." He faced his fellow companions. "What's more important than all of us, including the Hokage? It's this village, its ideals, our friends and family. He understands that and he's willing to die for it." He let another tear fall from his face. "He's fighting for everyone here, even those who hated him, because..." Jiraiya finished his sentence for him as he walked to the window, "Because that is what a Hokage would do." He turned back to the morning shinobi. "I know this is a lot of me to ask, but don't go after him." Neji was quick to protest, "Why? He's doing all this for us. It's only right that we help." Jiraiya smiled. "He would be happy that you all understand and show such care. Tsunade will explain why, but have faith in me, I'll make sure you meet at least once more." Feeling the majority of his chakra returned, Jiraiya prepared to leave to find the person he wanted to bring with him. "You know, whenever I used to train him, he would never give up." He closed his eyes. "When I asked him why, he told me because the strongest weapon a shinobi has is the will to believe in himself." He turned to the Jinchuriki's friends before he left. "Believe in him like he has in you." The frog hermit jumped through the window as the shinobi remained silent. Asuma had a minute smile across his face as he remembered the Sandame. "You did it, old man. You proved everyone wrong. People might never know, but he's become the greatest shinobi born in this village since the Yondaime himself." The visage of Naruto flashed through the Sarutobi's mind as he dropped the cigarette from his hand. Naruto stared bewildered at the body in the rubble. As the dust slowly cleared, revealing it completely, he shook his head as he realized a familiar occurrence with a certain Uchiha. In the decimated rock and earth lay the body of a blue-haired female with the cloak of an Akatsuki. A clapping sound resonated throughout the valley, garnering the attention of the Jinchuriki to the location of its source. Naruto followed the sound to the humongous waterfall where the two statues were carved facing each other. On the head of the statue opposite the Shadaime, stood the leader of the Akatsuki with a smirk across his face. Naruto sighed before making his way onto the river to get a better view of the criminal. "So, your partners are just sacrifices for you?" The leader of the notorious organization folded his arms before replying, "Everyone's existence serves a purpose." She fulfilled hers. The Jinchuriki stopped in the middle of the river, his anger growing as he heard the words of the criminal. He looked directly at his enemy. "This time, I'll make sure I kill you." His comment caused the S-ranked criminal to laugh. The laughter slowly died out as the leader fixed his crimson eyes on the leaf nin. That body of hers was only able to withstand half of my chakra, and with it I couldn't perform my strongest abilities. Naruto froze as he heard the criminal speak since his previous fight hadn't been entirely easy. From what he could tell, he wasn't stronger by the clone that much, and if the leader was really twice as strong in his original form, then he was in trouble. He refused to let his wariness show as he gritted his teeth and spoke, "I haven't shown the full extent of my abilities either, so don't be overconfident." The criminal displayed a serious demeanor as he responded, "It has been a long time since I've been forced to go this far. You should be honored to experience this." The black circles in his crimson eyes began to swirl rapidly before slowly settling. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked into the crimson and black marks of the last thing he expected to encounter when facing the remaining Akatsuki, Sharingan. The leader unfolded his arms before pointing to his eyes. "I only need these to keep up with your speed." He pointed to his head, "This is what you will fear." Naruto raised an eyebrow at the peculiar remarks, not understanding exactly what he was talking about. He didn't have time to contemplate as the criminal launched himself from the spot on top of the statue's head straight towards him. Naruto braced himself as he realized the velocity at which his opponent was approaching. He brought up his arm up to the side of his head, blocking the fierce kick, the force of which made him stumble a few steps to the side. The leader didn't relent as he quickly turned, trying to land another kick to the other side of his head. Naruto rapidly brought both hands to the other side of his head, once again successfully blocking, but he was forced to move back due to the impact. He quickly grabbed the criminal's leg while he was in the air, but was surprised when the orange-haired male simultaneously turned upside down and drove a fist into his stomach. Naruto coughed out blood as he was sent flying backwards and consequently letting go of his grip on the criminal's leg, leaving the leader to land softly on the water. The soaring blonde adjusted himself, landing on the river surface with his feet. He wiped the trickle of blood from his mouth, looking at the expressionless face of the criminal. "What happened?" "It's like he knew." Naruto shook himself out of his stupor as he charged at the still shinobi and began a combination of punches. He threw as many as he could, satisfied with the fact that it seemed their speed was on par with each other. As he saw an opening, he threw his fist at the criminal's head, but instead of connecting, the leader avoided it at the last second, ducking under it and placing one of his own in his ribs before following with an elbow to his face and finally a roundhouse kick, resulting in him rolling several feet across the water. Naruto regained his feet swiftly, producing 4 shadow clones to aid him. They all ran at the orange-haired male, throwing multiple combinations as the leader dodged and parried all of their attacks. He moved away from their fists and kicks at the last second before twisting and waiting for another of their attacks. Naruto tried to understand why the criminal could anticipate his attacks and move away from them at the last moment before they connected. As his mind was in haywire, he failed to recognize the criminal beginning his own onslaught and swiftly getting rid of his clones. His eyes widened as he realized that he was about to get hit. He dodged under the incoming fist only to meet a hard knee into his face before the criminal moved around him and kicked him in his back, making his face meet the surface of the water with a resounding impact. The leader of the Akatsuki didn't stop his combination as he jumped into the air, spinning several times before coming down with an axe kick into the Jinchuriki's back. Naruto let out a muffled scream into the water as the pain flowed through his body. Out of instinct, he twisted onto his front, rapidly forming seals, Suiden Daibikufu no Jutsu. The water around Naruto exploded as it rose and charged at his enemy. The orange-haired criminal began to jump backwards swiftly, in order to avoid the large amount of oncoming water. As he created enough distance to give him a few seconds, he formed his own hand seals, Chingo Fukikesu. He blew out a wall of blazing fire as it rose to conceal him behind it. The large volume of water rushed into the wall of fire, causing it to sizzle in protest as the rest of the water rushed past the criminal's defense. Naruto flipped onto his feet as he saw the frenzied water calm and reveal the guarding fire concealing his opponent. He tightened his fist as the flames slowly evaporated into the air, showing the unharmed criminal. The Sharingan wielder grinned as he saw the displeased state of the Jinchuriki. "Cheer up, you'll enjoy this next part, since you like to play with clones so much." Naruto prepared himself as fire began to flow off the body of his opponent before rushing to the valley walls. The mud from the walls slowly began to slide off and fuse with the flames as it split into four and the shapes began to form. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the flickering flames develop limbs of fire and stand upright. He could see the faint outline of someone behind the raging fire, but the only visible evidence that they weren't completely made of the deadly element were the crimson eyes staring at him as well as the pairs of feet. The four creations of earth and fire jumped towards their creator as they stood by his side. The Sharingan wielder spoke menacingly, "I call them the Ikijigoku." Naruto prepared himself as they charged at him. He began to dodge as they tried to punch him from various angles. Moving to the side of one of the clones, he avoided its punch, before promptly withdrawing a kunai and thrusting it in the space between his eyes. However, his attempt failed as he saw the kunai go through the fire as if there was no solid entity behind it. His momentary distraction resulted in him feeling a barrage of attacks from the remaining clones as the flames burnt him, but he quickly recovered before rolling underneath them and flipping to a distance. He panted as a cut was open above his right eye, causing the blood to flow down his face. His arms were burnt and scratched as the pain sent a tingling sensation inside his body. He looked at the four entities before turning his head to the side and looking at their creator who was watching the show. "What's going on? They're definitely solid, I can feel their punches, but why did my kunai go right through him like he was nothing?" He turned back to the beings that now seemed to fit their names perfectly. "They are solid," he said, "clones, and I saw mud mix with that fire, which means they're manipulating their bodies behind that fire." He hoped he was right in his assumption as he produced four shadow clones of his own immediately, before turning to them and nodding. He held out both his hands as the air around them began to change, Suansha Heijin. The weapons of wind materialized into his hands and took shape in the form of two swords as he jumped backwards and his clones stood in front of him. The Ikijigoku began to run across the surface of the water, hastily causing it to splash. The shadow clones of Naruto concurrently performed hand seals before shouting, "Suiten Suiryuden no Jutsu." Their techniques made four dragons of water rise out of the river before speeding to the attacking enemies and impacting against their bodies. Naruto waited to see what effect the water caused against the fire surrounding the creations of the Akatsuki leader. He gave a sigh of relief followed by a smirk as he saw a sign of brown mud behind the swirling dragons made of water. He ignored the blood trickling down his face as he brought up his weapons of wind and began to rapidly spin, Kagemi Kibatsu. The leader of the Akatsuki became alert as he realized what might happen. He focused on the spinning Naruto, but before he could make a move, the shinobi vanished. He instantly turned to where his creations were as he saw something appear near one of them and decapitate him. He knew that it was too late for them as he concentrated on the shadow clones of Naruto. Naruto continued after his first decapitation as he reappeared next to the other three clones and twisted, sending out a sharp wind from his blades towards them. He smiled as he saw the wind cut through them and leave the mud to fall into the water below. However, his smile disappeared when he heard the sounds his clones being dispelled, but not on his command, followed by a pain in his stomach as he saw the leader of the Akatsuki in front of him with his fist. The swords in his hand dematerialized due to the lack of concentration as Naruto grabbed the criminal's hand and pulled him upwards for a punch of his own. The orange-haired male avoided the attack at the last second before spinning and kicking his head. Naruto was swept off his feet at the force behind the kick as he felt another kick to his ribs, sending him forcefully into the water below. As the Jinchuriki recovered from the pain, he opened his eyes, drifting deeper into the river. He could see the figure of his opponent on the surface of the river. How is he doing that? It's like the blonde's thoughts flashed to when the Sharingan wielder pointed to his head, like he's reading my mind. He waits until I've made my decision on what to do, that's why he keeps dodging at the last second. He inwardly sighed as he only knew of one way that could possibly work against the criminal's frightening ability. He closed his eyes as he focused on creating a mental link with the demon inside of him. Kyuubi, are you there? He heard a growl in the depths of his mind as the mighty voice of the Kyuubi came to him. Fool, why do you disturb me? Naruto responded calmly, not wanting to infuriate the demon even more since he needed his cooperation. I need your help. He could feel the anger of the kitsune at his words. Pathetic weakling. Fight your own battles and don't come crawling to me as if I am at your every whim. Naruto shook his head. Kuso. I'm coming to you since you're the only one that can help. My mind is being invaded and I can't win at this rate. If I die, so do you, or have you forgotten? There was a silence in his head momentarily as the demon fox answered more coolly than before, who is your opponent? Naruto turned in the water as he began to swim to the top, the leader of the Akatsuki. The proud demon responded, so the time has come. Naruto continued swimming as he reached the surface of the river. He assumed the demon was willing to help him as he didn't argue even though the mental link was still present. Naruto exited the water and stood on top looking at the Sharingan wielder. The leader of the Akatsuki stretched his neck. I expected you to recover far quicker, maybe I have overestimated you. Naruto smirked as he replied, don't worry about that, I just needed a way to block against your mind-reading abilities. He could see a disturbance within the eyes of the criminal at his comment. Haha, I think you underestimated me. The orange-haired criminal stared at the genin for a few moments. He is helping you. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his comment, but he was taken by surprise as he felt himself be pulled inside his mind instantly. He looked around to see that he was in the dark location of the Kyuubi as the cage towered in front of him. He rose to his feet as he stared at the criminal to his left. How? His question wasn't answered as the menacing chakra hidden behind the metal bars walked forwards to have his appearance seen. The Kyuubi's chakra flared ferociously as he stared at the orange-haired male next to Naruto. Your appearance has changed, but there is no mistaking that chakra, the chakra of the king of the underworld. The leader of the Akatsuki looked at the bars holding the demon at bay before resuming staring into his crimson eyes. It seems that the greatest of the tailed beasts can be controlled. Naruto looked at the two, speak knowing by their words that they had previously met each other. The Kyuubi had an immense look of anger within his crimson eyes. I am surprised you managed to survive those injuries, coward. This time you will die. The demon threw out his paw from within the cage as it flew towards the Sharingan wielder. The criminal raised his hand, stopping the attack inches from himself. Why do you try when you know that I have power over all Jinchuriki? The Kyuubi withdrew his large paw back into his cage. If you were so confident, you would have finished our battle instead of running away after I decimated your pet. The criminal laughed at the kitsune. I was given power over Jinchuriki, not Biju. I merely made a tactical retreat. The demon spat out his words. For 50 years, pitiful and frail is all you are. Naruto was amazed as he heard the demon say the amount of time that had passed between their prior encounter. He observed the spiky-haired male who looked as if he was only 30. The leader of the Akatsuki ran a hand through his orange hair. You are the one who is pitiful, relying on a human for your survival. Rest assured your death is inevitable. Kyuubi bared his teeth as he looked down at the shinobi. You will fail, Uchiha Madara. Naruto was thrown out of his subconscious as he quickly regained awareness of his surroundings. He jumped to the side as Madara tried to hit him with his fist and returned with a punch of his own. Naruto smirked as he saw the criminal block his punch, knowing his mind-reading abilities were ineffective now. He increased in speed as he threw a flurry of punches at the Sharingan wielder. Madara dodged as much as he could before he was caught with one across his jaw, reeling him a little. Naruto capitalized on the distracted state of his enemy and unleashed a barrage of punches into his stomach, making him cough up blood before jumping up and kneeing him across the face. Unfinished with his attack, he landed behind Madara and drove his elbow into his spine before grabbing his hair and pulling him backwards. Putting all his strength into his leg, he swiftly kicked him across the face, sending him flying across the river and into the valley wall. Naruto dashed across the river before jumping with his leg outstretched into the stomach of Madara. He spun in midair to land another kick to his face, but the criminal ducked underneath before ruthlessly driving his fist into Naruto's precious place. Naruto felt an immense amount of pain vibrate through every part of his body as Madara grabbed his arm and jumped towards the ground below. The blonde's eyes began to glaze as he didn't pay attention to what was happening. Madara tightened his grip on the Jinchuriki's left arm as he approached the ground. Putting forward his knee, he drove the arm of the disillusioned genin across his leg backwards. The sound of Naruto's arm breaking coincided with their impact on the hard ground below. Naruto let out a blood-curdling scream as the new pain awakened him from his disturbed state. As quickly as he could, he swept the legs of the Uchiha from under him before flipping onto his feet and creating distance between the two. He panted, holding his arm as he felt the pain flow through his body. Grinding his teeth, he tried his hardest to not concentrate on the intense pain that he was feeling. Madara rose as he saw the weakened state of the Jinchuriki. The end is near, I believe. Naruto quickly thought of what to do next since he needed time to recover so that he could move properly. He bit his thumb as he shook his head, not yet. Slamming his hand into the ground, he shouted, Kuchio's number jutsu. A large amount of smoke enveloped the area before slowly fading away to reveal an orange toad who stood over 30 feet. He wore a dark green vest, leaving his arms revealed as well as a sword strapped to his side. The toad had a pipe in his mouth as he pulled it away, coughing. Blowing out the rest of the smoke, he threw the large pipe into the water, resulting in a huge splash. Pops was right, maybe I should wait before taking on that habit. The large toad looked around before his eyes set themselves on his summoner. It's been nearly a year since you summoned me. What happened to all that stuff about me being your personal summon? Is that, how? He stopped speaking as he realized the state the blonde was in. Naruto grinned, it's good to see you too, Gamakichi. The growing toad adopted a serious demeanor before he turned to face Madara. It is dishonorable for a summon to face a human. Naruto jumped onto the head of his friend as he continued to look into the crimson eyes of the Uchiha, but you'll pay for hurting the kid. Madara raised an eyebrow at the threat from the orange toad. Do you believe that I don't have a summon of my own? Not giving them time to answer, he bit his thumb before slamming it into the ground as another burst of smoke engulfed the area, blinding their view. A shriek filled the valley, echoing throughout it as Naruto grabbed his ears. From the top of the smoke, Madara's form began to rise as if he were standing on something. Moments later, the flapping of wings was heard as the creature carrying him flew into the sky, revealing its glorious appearance. The summon remained still in the air, staring down at the opponents it had been called to face, while its golden wings, the tips of which were flickering with flames, continued flapping to maintain flight. The golden bird, with highlights of a magnificent red flowing through his fur, narrowed his yellow eyes, the scars on his body visible as it seemed he had been through countless battles. Naruto's mouth was open as Gamakichi wore a similar expression. A phoenix is your summon. The toad raised his eyes, looking at Naruto. You called me to face that, are you crazy? The disbelieving eyes of Naruto focused on his own summon. I summoned you because I needed time to recover. How was I supposed to know something like that existed? Gamakichi placed his webbed hand on the hilt of his sword, making sure he was prepared. It is the fate of the strong to endure great battles. Naruto sat down on the toad's head. What are you talking about? Gamakichi coughed as he looked towards the sky at the glorious phoenix. Pops is making me learn all these codes of the warrior or something. Don't ruin the moment. Naruto shook his head as he also stared in the direction of his enemies. Madara stood on top his summon's head with pride as the phoenix, which was around twice the size of Gamakichi, spoke in its brusque voice. It has been a while, Madara, since the battle with the demon, I believe. You must be in trouble if you require my assistance. Madara wiped the blood slowly protruding from his mouth. The demon resides within the boy Zerenko. His words visibly caught the attention of the golden bird. This is your chance for revenge after all those injuries he gave you. Zerenko began to flap his wings, slowly ascending higher into the sky. Indeed, even for a being of resurrection like myself, I have still not fully recovered. I will enjoy this. Naruto listened to their conversation, feeling that they were talking about the Kyuubi. He was surprised to find that the kitsune was unusually quiet. Gamakichi broke him from his wandering thoughts. Here they come. Naruto steadied his grip on the toad's head as the flying phoenix twisted in the air, facing towards them, before propelling itself at a high speed. Gamakichi jumped to the side as the golden creature's head impacted where he was standing moments before. His landing on the river caused an enormous spray of water as he withdrew his blade from its sheath and jumped at the bird. Zerenko put out his clawed feet, blocking the blade as he swung one of his giant wings, causing a flame to emanate from it. Gamakichi swiftly pulled back his sword as he jumped back a great distance towards the waterfall and cut through the approaching flame, causing it to break in two. The two separate flames impacted against the two statues, cracking them and causing parts of rock to crumble into the water below. Naruto nodded his head, smiling. You've been training. I'm impressed. Gamakichi didn't reply as he leapt into the air, avoiding the balls of fire shot at him from Zerenko's mouth. He pulled up his blade as he descended towards the golden bird, slashing downwards in order to rip him in two. Zerenko opened its beak, catching the blade in between it. Naruto was taken aback as he held his broken arm whilst Gamakichi began to apply force to rip the blade right through the golden bird. As the two powers were at a stalemate, the toad took a breath before shouting, "Juyu Chikemuri." He shot large amounts of oil from his mouth covering the bird and his summoner with the thick substance. The golden bird began to flap his wings taking sanctuary in the air as the liquid blinded him and left his golden fur covered with taints of black. Gamakichi jumped into the air reaching the height of the legendary bird, now Kid. Naruto formed one-handed seals before putting his hand in front of his mouth, Kaden Gokaku no Jutsu. The fireball shot from his mouth crashed into the bird engulfing it in flames as it ignited the oil. The results spread across the bird and towards Madara whose appearance turned to that of the clones he had created before. Gamakichi landed on the statue of the Shadaime causing it to break and fall towards the opposite structure. The toad quickly jumped from his position to the river below more calmly. "You set a bird of fire on fire, that's not going to help." Naruto looked down at the toad. "What else was I supposed to do? Fire is best with oil." An angry scream filled the air as the now on fire Madara jumped off the phoenix to the river below, his descent increasing in speed before he plummeted into the water. Naruto smirked. "Hey, it did help." The conversing companions stopped as the Zerenko regained control of the flames and ascended higher into the sky. "Fools. You will pay for this mockery." Gamakichi looked at the water below before at the flying phoenix. "This is the only chance we have to end this. I'm not sure if that creep is dead yet but, I don't think I've got much else I can do." Naruto nodded acknowledging his statement as he began to think of a plan. Zerenko opened its beak as flames began to flow out of his mouth slowly taking shape. Gamakichi readied his sword. "Hurry up, I don't want to become a barbecued toad, that's a delicacy in some places." Naruto rose to his feet as the pain in his lower area had mostly subsided. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 clones popped up next to him as the Jinchuriki withdrew 4 special kunai from his pouch. He looked at the only remaining one before throwing the kunai at his clones. "The feet and the wings, that is your target." He held out his right hand as the wind formed around it resulting in another blade. "Gamakichi, I need you to get us closer. They won't be able to throw the kunai that far." The toad nodded as he jumped to the top of the valley walls before taking another gigantic leap towards the golden bird in the sky. Zerenko let the last of the flames escape his mouth joining the developing ball of fire which was now colossal in size, Choshinsei. He shot the gigantic orb which was now near the bulk of Gamakichi towards the approaching shinobi and summoned. Naruto looked towards the orange toad as he saw the attack. Gamakichi raised his sword so that it protected his face. "Don't worry." He nodded as his clones pulled back the kunai throwing them at their respective targets as the ball of fire neared them. Naruto felt the pull on himself before he vanished. The last thing he saw of Gamakichi was the scorching orb engulfing him. Zerenko's eyes lightened up as he saw the ball of flames connect but almost simultaneously, he saw flashes of yellow signaling the execution of the Hiraishin no Jutsu. The legendary creature felt his wings being ripped from his body and his feet sliced in two. He let out a shrill cry as Naruto finished his attack and began falling to the river below. The severed limbs of the phoenix turned into ash as the rest of his body disappeared leaving a strenuous amount of smoke behind. Naruto continued his descent from high in the air as he looked towards the ground and heard another popping sound. Gamakichi. The attack by the phoenix however crashed into the river below exploding in all directions as the water flew into the sky and the atmosphere was covered in a mixture of falling water and fire. Naruto didn't have time to admire the amazing sight as Madara flew past him before grabbing his hair. His cloak was torn and ragged and he was also hurting with various burn marks across the visible parts of his skin. Naruto drew a kunai from his pouch before attempting to drive it into the criminal's head. The Uchiha saw the attack coming as he punched Naruto's left arm making him lose concentration of his aim. Naruto pulled out the special 3-pronged kunai before shoving it in his mouth to have something to bite down on, due to the pain. Madara moved behind the Jinchuriki as they continued falling before disconnecting the pouch tied to his leg and kicking it to the valley walls. Naruto turned around facing his enemy before placing a ferocious kick in his stomach and then another to his chin. Blood escaped the Uchiha's mouth as he blocked the subsequent kick before turning and landing one of his own into Naruto's back causing them both to fly in opposite directions. Naruto flew towards the direction of the waterfall before he twisted and held on with his chakra. Steadying himself, he jumped to the fallen statues below, landing on their hard surface. Madara landed on the now decreased in volume river as the water kept pouring down as if it were raining. He looked at the blonde across him as he wiped the blood from his face. "I can't believe you've made me go this far." He lifted his hands to the plugs on the side of his nose before slowly pulling them out. Naruto bit down on the kunai in his mouth, trying to ignore the building pain in his arm as he saw the plugs thrown into the river and showing the holes behind them. The Jinchuriki looked on curiously at the abnormal sight. Madara's eyes began to change shape as the black swirls of the Sharingan began to unite with each other, revealing a whole new pattern. To obtain this technique, the user is forced to endure great pain because, when you execute it for the first time, it is forced out. As he said this, he pointed at the holes at the side of his nose and under his eyes. Due to being distracted, Naruto never saw two clones grab him from each side. The kunai in his mouth hushed his pained scream as one of the clones put a lot of pressure on his broken arm. Madara smirked as lighting began to emanate from the holes on his face as well as from his crimson eyes. Susanoo. A blast of lighting flashed from him as it rapidly approached Naruto. The Jinchuriki looked on in fright as he saw the incoming attack. He bit down onto his kunai hardly before pulling his left arm inwards to bring the clone towards himself. Ignoring the agonizing pain, he used the kunai in his mouth to slash the clone's throat as it turned into water. Jumping up, he drove his leg into the remaining clone's stomach, causing it turn into the water from which it was created also. As his right arm was freed, he ripped the kunai from his mouth and threw it as hard as he could into the distance. He vanished from his position seconds before Madara's attack connected and destroyed the remnants of the statues of the legends of Konoha. The ensuing rubble spread in all directions, falling everywhere. Naruto landed at the top of the valley walls as he saw the chaos caused by the attack of the Uchiha. He ignored the pain as he saw that the Sharingan wielder hadn't noticed his failed attack. Knowing this was his only chance, he forced his left arm upwards and began to form seals with both his hands. Finishing, he threw out his right hand in the direction of the leader of the Akatsuki, Yashikachu. The orange-haired criminal's ears twitched as he heard the shout of the Jinchuriki, but it was too late as the air around him instantly changed and began to whirl around his position. He looked around himself as the wind connected, leaving him with no view past it. He was in a perfect spherical shape as the wind began to spin relentlessly and pulling him into the sides of the sphere. He tried to resist strongly, but the force of the raging wind flung him into the sides of the sphere as he began to be thrown all around the sphere, causing his body to become cut and the blood to begin flowing. To add to the already devastating effect, the tormenting wind pulled up the water along with it as it felt he was being sliced and drowned at the same time. Naruto smiled as he began to constrict his hand, and the large sphere he had created also responded by tightening itself. "I said that you would regret sending the other two away." He prepared to close his hand completely in order to make the spherical shape of wind implode. Due to his drowsiness and diminished chakra, he failed to recognize another presence slowly reveal itself from the ground behind him. The Jinchuriki opened his hand completely before preparing to close it into a fist. However, an excruciating pain flowed through his spine as he felt something implanted deeply into his neck. Losing his concentration, he fell onto his knees as his technique began to fade. The last thing he saw before drifting into unconsciousness was the sight of yellow eyes looking down at him with a green structure surrounding the figure. Zetsu looked towards the calming sphere of wind and water in the valley as it faded to reveal the body of the leader of the Akatsuki. Madara coughed up blood as his clothes were torn and he had several lacerations across his skin. He struggled to get onto his feet on the water as he looked upwards to where the green-haired Akatsuki was present. "You've subdued him." Zetsu nodded as he spoke. "His strength is great, though I find it hard to believe he was such a problem for you." Madara shakily began to walk, stretching his neck. "He wouldn't have been, if it wasn't for the Kyuubi preventing my genjutsu and mind-reading abilities." He made his way to where Naruto was, surveying the carnage their battle caused. The rain of water began to slow down but continued nonetheless. The surrounding valley walls looked disfigured as the waterfall seemed plain and the statues were destroyed, leaving their scattered parts floating in the river. "Let's go, Zetsu." Zetsu nodded as he picked up Naruto and made his way towards the leader of the Akatsuki. Madara gazed at the river below as the head of the Shadaime's carved figure floated in the water, bringing back memories of his previous battle at this location. Please Madara, I beg of you, let him go. The Uchiha closed his eyes before speaking, you were always a fool, Shadaime. Sasuke was seated on his bed, deep in thought over what had transpired. His room was shrouded in darkness as the only source of light was the moonlight entering through his window. The Uchiha had visited Naruto's apartment earlier during the day as he wanted to talk with the Jinchuriki. However, as he saw Neji take off with Jiraiya in his arms, he knew that something was wrong. Entering his friend's small abode, he realized from the scattered clothes and open compartments that he was no longer present in the village of Konoha. He had spent the rest of the day in his room in contemplation over what to do. His punishment required him to stay within the boundaries of the village at all costs, and the price for transgressing was great. He looked to the side at the newly taken picture he had with his team after the battle with Orochimaru. He rose from his bed and walked towards it as he stared at occupants of it. He let out a sigh as he remembered the day it was taken. Flashback. Naruto held out his hand in a victory sign as he grabbed Sasuke around the neck and began to slightly strangle him. Sakura couldn't contain herself as she saw the look on the Uchiha's face and began to laugh as Kakashi stood behind his newly reunited team with a smile under his mask. A white flash later, Sasuke took Naruto's arm off from around him and began to rub his neck. What's wrong with you, Dobi? Kakashi instantly pulled out his orange book and began to read since the picture had been taken. Time to eat, I guess. Follow me. Sakura stopped her laughter at the antics of her teammates as she saw Kakashi read the familiar book. She ran to catch up with the shinobi. You said you wouldn't read that book today. Kakashi scratched his head before turning a page in the adult novel. I did. Why are you lying, Sakura? Sakura raised an eyebrow at the accusation before having a small outburst. I'm not lying. She held up her fist as she followed the Junin, Shanaru. How dare you? Sasuke put his hands in his pockets as he saw the forms of his teammates disappearing and began to walk in their direction. Sasuke. The Uchiha stopped and turned around when he heard the voice of the Jinchuriki. What is it? Naruto scratched the back of his head, giving an awkward laugh before he put a hand in his pocket and retrieved a forehead protector. His actions caught the interest of the Sharingan wielder as he wondered what he was doing. The Uzumaki walked up to his friend and gave him the forehead protector. That day, you could have killed me, but you didn't. Sasuke looked at the forehead protector and the line running through the middle of it, which was created by the blonde in front of him. Naruto walked past him. It's a symbol of our friendship, and a reminder of your past. He gave a small laugh. Welcome home. He began to run in the direction of Sakura and Kakashi before yelling back, hurry up, don't expect us to wait all day for you. Sasuke gave a small smile and pocketed the gift before turning to walk after the rest of his teammates. End flashback. The black-haired teenager's eyes drifted from the picture to its side where the forehead protector he had received that day lay. He reached out and picked it up, staring at it momentarily. The people who suffer, they all deserve a chance for contentment. He gritted his teeth as the memories of the day Naruto revealed his condition to him flushed his mind. Reaching up to his forehead, he untied the leaf headband he was currently wearing, letting it fall to the floor with a small thud. He walked to the side of his bed where his kusanagi lay before picking it up and tying it to his waist. Walking past his bed, he picked up his weapons pouch and tied it to his leg before finally placing the forehead protector he received from Naruto on that day around his head. He left his apartment, his decision made and accepted, as he jumped across the rooftops of Konoha. Nearing the exit of the shinobi village, he stopped when he saw a familiar path below. He jumped down onto the road, walking forwards and looking around as the memories of leaving the village for the first time came to mind. He closed his eyes, standing still momentarily. It's different this time. He opened his eyes to take off but froze when he felt a presence behind him. Sasuke. The calm voice made the Uchiha straighten. Sasuke remained silent for a few moments before speaking. What do you want? The white-haired Junin looked towards the ground. If you leave now, they won't be lenient on you when you return. Sasuke looked up at the stars, not answering as the masked man continued. The Sharingan is important, but not as much as this village's honor. They'll kill you. Sasuke closed his eyes, inhaling the fresh air, not letting the words of the Junin faze him. You've got another chance, a new beginning, make the most of it. He opened his eyes as he remembered the words of the Jinchuriki. He shook his head as he took a few steps forward before answering, then let them. He turned to face the ex-Anbu, don't get in my way. Kakashi gave a smile behind his small mask, I just needed to make sure. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the comment, if you understand, let's go. Sasuke nodded as the two shinobi took off, leaving the village of Konoha in search of their friend. Naruto opened his eyes blearily as he felt the person carrying him come to a halt. A few moments later he was thrown as he landed on the hard floor, causing the dust to rise. He coughed as he felt a shot of pain run through his broken arm and bruised body. He focused his vision as he struggled to sit up, coming into contact with the yellow eyes of the criminal standing a few feet away from him. You have awakened. Zetsu continued to stare at the shocked Jinchuriki with an expressionless visage. Naruto shook his head as he took in the appearance of the Akatsuki member. He looked around the dark atmosphere, trying to understand his location. There were several rocks scattered, the ground was mostly even and the ceiling had sharp edges pointing out. This is a cave. Indeed. The voice made Naruto snap his head towards its bearer, who was staring at him with crimson eyes. Naruto's face instantly turned into one of anger. Madara. Before he could attempt anything, he was punched across the face by Zetsu, sending him to the floor. Madara laughed at the genin, there's no use in fighting. You're depleted of chakra. Naruto gritted his teeth as he felt fresh blood protrude from his mouth. He looked at the Uchiha, who was visibly in terrible condition due to being on the receiving end of his most dangerous technique. He turned to his side, taking a closer look at Zetsu, realizing that he was the one who interfered before he could finish the criminal. He held his arm, trying to subdue the pain as he addressed the leader of the Akatsuki, why are you doing this? The orange-haired criminal replied calmly, it is destiny. Naruto became angered with the vague answer, what the hell does that mean? Madara looked back at the Jinchuriki momentarily before performing hand seals. The ground began to shake violently as Madara smirked. A few seconds later, a huge statue rose from the depths to become visible to the Jinchuriki. Naruto stared in fear at the abomination, his eyes wide. Nani? As everything settled, Madara jumped to the top of the statue's head before taking a seat. He brought his right knee to his chest and rested his elbow on it before speaking to the astonished blonde below. Can you feel it, the power from this statue? Where else have you felt such a force? Naruto looked at the 8 open eyes on the statue, with only the one in the center remaining closed. Kyuubi. Madara nodded. 8 Biju and their strength combined puts them on par with the Kyuubi. Naruto removed his eyes from the statue and set them on the figure of the Uchiha. What is that? The criminal placed his left hand on the statue's head, the king of the underworld, Anima, and Uchiha's destiny. Naruto tried to remain awake as he felt his chakra slowly leaving him. Uchiha's destiny, what are you talking about? The leader of the Akatsuki remained silent for a few moments before answering, such a lack of knowledge. He adopted a serious demeanor as he resumed, the Hyuga are very prideful and their eyes fuel their arrogance and superiority complex over others. A millennia ago, a child was born into their clan who was the first of his kind. Naruto listened intently, he had the Sharingan. Madara shook his head. No, all he had was a defective form of the Byakugan, leaving his eyesight weak and his skills even worse. As it was the first time such a thing had happened, the Hyuga saw him as an abomination and a curse upon their glorious clan. He spoke the word glorious in contempt. Naruto tried to understand what he was talking about. What does this have to do with the Uchiha? Madara glared at the Jinchuriki. Everything. As an outcast he traveled the world in search of a place to belong, his hatred towards his clan, his home in this world increasing. Eventually he came across the one who would give him power. He pointed to the statue he was seated on, him. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the gesture. Nani? Madara smirked. Anima was sealed and needed a vessel. The hatred within my ancestor was strong and hence it caught his attention. A pact was made between the two. Anima gave him a gift with which he could complete the required tasks to perform the final ceremony, the Sharingan. Naruto stumbled as he heard of the statue, but he failed. That's why he's still sealed. Madara closed his eyes, continuing, there were two powers bestowed upon him by Anima, the power to suppress bijus when they are within a vessel using his chakra and the Sharingan. The hate within him made him worthy of receiving Anima's chakra. However, in order to perform the final ceremony, he needed to ascend past the Sharingan and achieve the Mangekyo. This was a test to prove that he wasn't bound by petty things such as the love for another person. He returned to his home where he quickly gained the respect of the people when he humiliated the prideful Hyuga leader. Eventually he fell in love and had a child. The time arrived when he had to prove himself by killing them and taking the next step, but his love for acquiring something which he longed for from the beginning stopped him, the feeling of belonging. Naruto smiled, he made the right choice. Madara began to laugh, he delayed the inevitable, he was bound by an oath and such a thing is not easily broken. As time went on, many would come that would try to accomplish what he couldn't, but they would all fail. Either they would die by the hands of the biju they tried to capture, or they would stop themselves from gaining the Mangekyo. Soon enough, the history of the Uchiha and their birth was forgotten. Naruto contemplated over what he had been told. Then how do you know all this? Madara opened his eyes, staring directly into the sapphire orbs of the leaf nin, thanks to a certain Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Yasuo. Sasuke and Kakashi stared in awe at the sight in front of them. The black-haired teenager walked to the end of the valley walls as he looked at the devastated state of the environment. What happened here? Kakashi observed the carnage as the decimated parts of the statues floated in the water. It seems like we missed the fight. Sasuke made his way to the bottom of the valley as he looked around for any signs that Naruto had been here. Kakashi looked towards the small dog to his side. Can you track his scent, Pakun? The dog sniffed the air before responding. Barely, there is another scent here. He stopped sniffing, looking at his summoner, a very evil one, and it bears a resemblance to that kid. He nodded his head in the direction of Sasuke. Kakashi began to think of what that could mean while Sasuke reappeared next to him. I found this. The ex-Anbu took the pouch off the Uchiha as he examined it. They both turned to where they had come from as they felt two chakra signatures approaching them fast. Sasuke placed his hand on the hilt of his kusanagi as they revealed themselves. The frog hermit brushed his clothes. I spent an extra hour searching for you two and then I realize you've already gone ahead. Kakashi looked taken aback. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya grinned. Who else but the legendary Sannin, who hails from the greatest shinobi village and with his exploits has brought fame to all Leaf Shinobi. Sasuke ignored the raving man as he looked at the kunoichi to his side. Sakura remained silent as she thought of Naruto. She was initially overcome with worry and angry with the blonde for not only lying to her but taking off on his own. However, she put aside her feelings to focus on bringing him back no matter what the cost. Jiraiya looked over the valley. He had a great battle. Kakashi handed Naruto's weapon pouch back to Sasuke as he addressed the legendary Sannin. He's still alive. Jiraiya nodded. This is a good sign. It doesn't seem like he was forced to use that jutsu, which means he could have won. We can bring him back. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, curious of the hermit's words. What do you mean by that jutsu? Jiraiya faced the three shinobi. There's no harm in telling you now. 2 years ago, while we were on our training trip, we took a short break in grass country. While I was busy with, he waved his hand resuming, research, I left him to complete the exercise I planned. During this, however, he was confronted by another shinobi who was a S-class missing nin. Naruto and him fought, but the criminal specialized in taijutsu and genjutsu. Naruto was easily beaten and he took it hard. I returned to find the two and stopped the fight by knocking out the criminal. Sakura listened as she asked her question, what happened? Jiraiya folded his arms. The guy wasn't exactly bad, so I let him stay with us and help out with Naruto's training. He taught him how to defend against genjutsu, but Naruto recognized that his progress wasn't enough to defeat Orochimaru or Akatsuki. His desperation made him go to the Kyuubi. Sasuke looked at the legendary Sannin. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya gave a heavy sigh. They came to an understanding and formed a pact. A suicidal technique which would use all of the Kyuubi's chakra to execute, but the strain on Naruto's body would leave him near death also. Kakashi scratched his head. Kyuubi agreed to this. It doesn't sound like something a demon would do, giving up his own life. The author of the Ika Ika series nodded. I found it strange as did Tsunade. I believe he knows something about what's going on. What matters is that Naruto didn't do it, so he's still alive. Sasuke turned to take off. We shouldn't be wasting time, we need to go. Takun ran in the right direction as Jiraiya spoke for the final time. Don't let your worry overcome you, focus on the task at hand. I still have an ace up my sleeve as well. Naruto froze as he heard the name, Uzumaki. Madara sighed. Of course you wouldn't know, Itachi informed me of how they stopped teaching the history of Konoha with your birth. Naruto listened to the Uchiha, desperately wanting his next question to be answered. Who is this Uzumaki Yasuo? Madara tilted his head. I'll start from the beginning. Konoha was a land built on war. The village was formed when the clans of the Fire Country were forced to defend against invading forces. Their main weapon was a Jinchuriki who later came to be named Uzumaki Yasuo by the man who took him in as his own son, the Shadaime. Naruto shook his head as he heard this. He couldn't believe that his own ancestor was a Jinchuriki also. You're lying, why would you know all this, and if this was true then why wasn't I told of my past? Madara laughed at the blonde, causing him to seethe in anger. The reason why I know is because I was largely behind the formation of Konoha. Naruto was struck with disbelief. You founded Konoha? Madara nodded, along with my best friend, the Shadaime, and his younger brother, the Nadaime. Naruto thought over what he had been told. I don't understand, how did he help you learn of the Uchiha's history? Madara moved his elbow from his knee before letting it hang off the end of the statue. When the war happened, clans were left injured and devastated, the main reason being because we couldn't defend against the force that was Yasuo. When the village was formed and the Shadaime took him in, I didn't forget the carnage he had caused. At first I wasn't alone and my clan agreed with me along with a few others, but as time went on they all began to accept him, this same child who killed many of their friends and family. For the first time in my life I felt an immense hatred towards these people and their ideals, towards Yasuo. He smirked, and that's when it happened. Naruto asked with his voice full of curiosity, what happened? Madara rose from his position and stood. Anima came to me. The hatred and anger which flowed through me awakened the chakra of the king of the underworld. He pointed at the mouth guard in the statue's mouth. Inside that is the scroll depicting the Uchiha's history and the contract which was forged between Anima and the first of our kind. I learned it all, and I embraced it. Naruto stared at the mouth guard. So, you'll fail like all those before you. Madara jumped off the statue to the ground. Fool, do you not see the significance? I am different from all those who came before me. Unlike the first who was born with hate and yearned to be loved, I was born with everything, yet when the time came I gladly chose this path. I am the chosen one, I will accomplish what all those prior to me couldn't, and everything I have been through these past 50 years is evidence of that. Naruto's mind drifted back to his ancestor. What about him? Madara turned to face the statue of Anima. I killed him. Naruto felt his anger build. Bastard. Madara faced the blonde. Would you like to see? Naruto remained silent as the Uchiha approached him and bent down in front of him as they came eye to eye. His crimson eyes changed to take on a different pattern as the black circles twisted and joined. Madara stared directly into his oceanic eyes. Tsukuyomi. Naruto's eyes went wide as he found himself in a different location. He looked around him at the plain which had a river running through it. This is what will come to be known as the Valley of the End. The voice of Madara made the Jinchuriki turn to face him. Naruto gritted his teeth. Why are we here? Madara walked past him. This is a world wherein I control everything. You wanted to know about Yasuo, watch and see. Naruto turned to his left as he saw a man with long black hair and armor walk towards the river with a body across his shoulders. He threw the body on the ground as it rolled and landed at the edge of the water. The one standing is me, and the one unconscious is Yasuo. Naruto looked at the appearance of Madara in the illusion before turning to face the one who had brought him here. There was a drastic difference between the two. He focused on the boy at the edge of the river who looked to be a bit older than he was at the moment. Yasuo had brown hair which reached his shoulders and blue eyes just like Naruto. Naruto turned his attention to the opposite of the river where another figure arrived, the Shadaime. Madara looked on at the two conversing figures of himself and his best friend as there was no audible sound coming from them. I lured Yasuo away from the village. He was too innocent for his own good and easily manipulated. The Shadaime was informed of him missing and tracked us down and confronted me. Naruto turned to face the orange-haired criminal. He trusted you and you used it against him. Madara walked forwards, taking a closer look at the two figures of himself and the Shadaime. He fulfilled his destiny. Naruto didn't have time to make a reply when the Shadaime and Madara of the past began to fight ruthlessly across the plain. He stared, amazed at the battle as they exchanged numerous ninjutsu and fought hand to hand. As they continued, the plain changed in shape as it slowly turned into a valley. His love for the boy was his downfall. As Madara said this, his past form quickly grabbed the unconscious form of Yasuo and held it threateningly. The Shadaime stopped his assault as he got on his knees. Madara smirked as he saw this and looked towards Naruto. I'll let you hear this part, it was amusing. Naruto diverted his attention directly to the Shadaime as he heard him speak. Please Madara, I beg of you, let him go. The past form of Madara threw the still figure of Yasuo into the valley before executing a fire jutsu towards him. The Shadaime jumped from his position, grabbing hold of his precious person and hence avoiding the incoming attack. However, the distraction gave Madara the opportunity to appear behind his greatest rival and utter the last words he would hear. You were always a fool, Shadaime. Naruto's eyes went wide as in the next instant he saw the Shadaime beyond the receiving end of a kunai through his back and throat, which nearly decapitated him completely. He saw the bloody corpse of the Shadaime fall to the valley below as Madara quickly adjusted himself, grabbing Yasuo and landing safely. The orange-haired criminal walked past him as he spoke. That was how I obtained the Mangekyo. Naruto looked on in shock as his insides ached before the scenery changed completely to that of a shadowy ambience where he stood a few feet away from the king of the underworld statue. Madara stood next to him. I brought Yasuo for his judgment here. Naruto looked towards the base of the mighty statue where Madara had Yasuo gripped by his throat and was staring directly into his eyes. All of a sudden a terrified and pained scream filled the air as Yasuo struggled in the grip of the Uchiha. Madara laughed as he saw his past. I made him witness the death of the man he called a father, repeatedly. Naruto turned to face the criminal with a shocked face before resuming staring at his ancestor. Madara walked behind him. Do you know how much that must have hurt, to see the one who gave you your life, that happiness, killed in front of you remorselessly and by his best friend no less? Naruto's eyes began to water as he heard the cries of the Jinchuriki. His heart ached as he relived the experience of the leader of the Akatsuki and what he did to Yasuo. The image changed completely before he found himself back in the cave next to Zetsu. Madara looked at the tear marks adorning his cheeks before rising and walking towards the towering statue. After I psychologically destroyed him, I did the extraction process and then returned to Konoha with the body of the Shadaime. Considering whom I was, it was easy to convince them that Yasuo had killed him. I never stayed long. I left a legacy behind just in case I was to fail and wrote the history of the Uchiha in a scroll before leaving Konoha to complete my quest. Naruto looked at the ground, the screams of Yasuo fresh in his mind. You failed. Madara closed his eyes. Yasuo housed the Hachibi, that left 8 other Biju for me to capture as quickly as possible, since after the first sealing Anima can only hold the power for a year. In that time you can awaken him before he is complete or the Biju will be set free and you have to start again. The Uchiha opened his eyes as he stared at the statue. It is a test of strength. I captured all of them except the Kyuubi. For my ambition I can't have anything standing in my way. Like I told you before, 8 of them combined makes them as strong as Kyuubi, so without him I would always have a weakness. Naruto glanced to his side to find Zetsu with his eyes fixed on him. You lost. Madara folded his arms. I found him and we fought. I was foolish for thinking I could take out the greatest of the tailed beasts. The battle left me on the verge of death with 2 of my limbs missing. I escaped to a small village where I was treated for a year before I was feeling well. By this time, all my previous efforts didn't matter since the Bijus I captured had all been released and some of them had already been sealed by other villages like the Ikibi. In my state, I was incapable of anything, so I delved into the science of the anatomy. I needed to acquire a new body, and after 30 years of tiring research, when I was nearing the end of my life, I finally figured out a way to move my soul from container to container. Naruto recognized the familiar thinking. You're like him, Orochimaru. Madara turned to face him grinning. I've been doing it since. I got this body from a prodigy in Kumogakure and I've had it for 15 years now. Of course leaving my original body had its disadvantages since I can't use the Sharingan as often. The Uchiha resumed, when I transferred my soul to a new container, I wasn't able to start hunting the Biju due to the fact that a war had started. This time around, I decided I would get help so I formed Akatsuki. I had a total of 5 members before the war ended and the Yellow Flash became a name known to all across the shinobi world. What intrigued me was the fact that he was a master of seals. The departure of Orochimaru from Konoha also reached my ears. I knew this was an opportunity I couldn't miss. His ambitions for immortality could easily be granted by me, so I offered him a deal. In return for joining me and completing a certain task involving Kyuubi, I'd help him climb the final step in achieving immortality. Naruto's eyes widened. You made him attack Konoha. Madara glared at the blonde. Partly, Kyuubi is a proud demon and doesn't like to see a battle go unresolved. Sasori and Orochimaru merely confronted him and made him chase them to Konoha. Once there, the demon probably let loose his thirst for destruction. I waited to see whether the Yondaime would be capable of sealing him, since I have power over all Jinchuriki, and Kyuubi being sealed would guarantee the success of my plans. Naruto looked towards the ground as he heard all the information from the Uchiha. He was sealed, in me. Madara took on a contemplative look. That is what I don't understand. Sarutobi wasn't the Hokage at the time, so the decision for who would bear the burden would fall in the hands of the Yondaime. I wonder why he chose you. He laughed. It's ironic it ended up being another Uzumaki, though I thought your blood would have died out quicker. Naruto grinded his teeth as the anger built within him. What does it matter, bastard, it's all your fault. Madara smirked as he saw the pained Jinchuriki. Stop crying, this is your destiny. When you were chosen as the container of the Kyuubi, your fate was sealed. Naruto looked up as he shouted, I control my own destiny. Madara ran a hand through his orange hair. I have controlled your destiny and many others. You would have been taken at birth if it weren't for the complications created by the seal used on you. The contract with the death god prevented me from trying an extraction process, so I had 2 choices. Either kill you and hope that the Kyuubi would also die, or wait for the demon to weaken the seal in hopes of escaping. It's a good thing I chose the latter, since the seal has weakened enough for me to perform an extraction. 6 tails I believe can break through according to what Zetsu saw. That means the seal has only a third of its original strength remaining. Naruto's mouth was open as he heard the analysis by the Sharingan wielder. How? Madara shook his head at the idiocy of the genin. I told you how important the Kyuubi is to my plan. Do you think I wouldn't be kept informed of the progress you were making? Naruto remained silent as everything sunk in. His mind drifted to the thoughts of Itachi. You said it was an Uchiha's destiny. Then what about Sasuke's brother? Why did you let another join you? Zetsu spoke for his leader. I was the one who found Itachi on one of his missions. Out of our group, I am the only one who knows the true identity and abilities of our leader. When I saw that the young boy possessed the Sharingan, I thought Madara-sama would be interested. Madara laughed, and I was, especially when I saw he had already awakened the chakra of the king of the underworld. I was even more surprised when I found out he was my descendant. With the Kyuubi sealed and me gaining immortality, there was no longer a need for the Uchihas to exist. I took in Itachi and trained him in the use of his Sharingan. Eventually I told him the secrets of the Uchiha and how to obtain the Mangekyo. His hatred for his clan was good enough for him to wipe them out. He swore allegiance to me and I accepted. Not everything has gone smoothly though. Orochimaru, discovering the secrets of the Sharingan, planned to take over Itachi. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't strong enough and was forced to run from Akatsuki, or he would have faced death. Zetsu kept an expressionless face as he spoke. He wasn't the only one that couldn't be trusted though. Madara nodded. When Kisame informed me of the encounter with Itachi's younger brother, I knew that his plans weren't simply to help me achieve my goals but maybe to try and become the container for Anima himself. However, his skills paled compared to mine, hence he left his brother alive so he could test himself against another Mangekyo user before he confronted me. Zetsu looked at Naruto. When you fought against the younger Uchiha at the Valley of the End, I was there. If he had killed you, I would have killed him. He let you live and didn't obtain the Mangekyo, so there was no need to kill him. Madara laughed maniacally. Do you see what happened to those who dared oppose me? Itachi and Orochimaru are now both dead and I am still alive, weeks away from completing what took me 50 years to prepare. These people, they are children compared to me. I have been alive for over 100 years and gathered vast amounts of knowledge and gone through hell to get to where I am. Nothing will stop me from achieving my destiny. The hard shot of failure ran through Naruto as he heard the Uchiha. He spoke in a defeated voice, "What do you plan to do?" Madara sighed, "The world is changing, there are few who are true shinobi. These ideals of forgiveness and mercy have made them weak. With the power of Anima, I am going to destroy these pathetic civilizations and begin anew with my own, and it will all begin in this city." He turned to address Zetsu, "Throw him in a cell, I need to recover, tomorrow, we'll begin the extraction. Be prepared, with only 4 of us, it will take over 14 days. Zetsu moved towards Naruto, grabbing him by his broken arm and causing him to cry out in pain. "What about Deidara and Tobi?" Madara looked at the statue. "I need them for the extraction. They won't be able to stop once it's begun anyway, so I'll kill them right after." Zetsu nodded, acknowledging his plans. "I understand." Unbeknownst to Naruto, he wasn't the only who was shocked by the plans of the leader of Akatsuki. Naruto was thrown into a chamber made of earth as he rolled across the floor from the force exerted upon him. He coughed, quickly shifting to a more comfortable position and holding his left arm. He looked towards the entrance of the cell before Zetsu retreated behind the small hole as the earth began to shape itself and join, leaving him in solitude. He shook his head, trying to remain awake as he rose to his feet. He observed the chamber, looking at the rough wall and ceiling. He walked towards one of the sides and brushed his hand across the rugged texture. Shaking his head, he sat down and leaned back against it. "It absorbs chakra, guess I'm not going anywhere." He titled his head backwards to rest against the wall as he began to recollect over his conversation with the leader of the Akatsuki. The face of Yasuo screaming flashed through his mind as he remembered everything that had happened in the fight between Madara and the Shadaime. He clenched his fist tightly as he tried to control his growing hate and anger towards the Uchiha. He had always believed in shaping his own future, however, knowing that most of your life was being guided by an outside hand hurt him deeply. He stared at the tiny rocks in front of him as they helped shape the larger chamber he was currently in. He compared it to his own situation, thinking of how great the goal of Madara was and how he was just one of the many parts needed to accomplish it. Naruto closed his eyes, sighing as he concentrated on creating a link with the demon fox inside him. "Kyuubi." He waited patiently for a reply, and after a few minutes he received one. "What do you want?" Naruto remained calm as he asked his question. "Did you know about this, about that statue?" The Kyuubi's prideful voice echoed in his head. "I have known about Anima since my beginning." Naruto opened his eyes. "What do you mean by beginning?" "The demon fox," answered the blonde. "The tailed beasts all had a beginning, it was him." Naruto understood the demon as his words flowed through his mind. "You mean you were created from him?" Kyuubi resumed. "Anima wasn't always sealed. He used to rule over this pathetic plane of existence. You pitiful humans were his subjects and followed him like fools." Naruto shifted his left arm as he gritted his teeth, ignoring the throbbing pain. "Then how was he sealed?" Kyuubi had a feral grin across his furry face. "The humans weren't happy with their lives and devised a plot without him knowing. At that time, the use of chakra and study into its powers was relatively new, and having seen what they became capable of when they used it, the humans believed they could defeat Anima." Naruto undid the bandages across his right forearm, using them to wipe the dry blood from his face since the wound had been closed due to Kyuubi's healing abilities, and they did. Kyuubi licked his canines. "No, they were slaughtered for the futile attempt they made." Naruto stopped wiping his face. "Nani? Then how did he end up like this?" Kyuubi continued in his booming voice. "You can't hurt something which is invincible. Their failure taught those fools what they should have already known." The humans of that time then concentrated on chakra and its many uses and eventually learned how to seal items and objects. As they delved deeper, they began to hope again, thinking they could defeat Anima by restricting his powers completely. This would also fail, but from this defeat they devised a plan which would succeed. Naruto threw his dirtied bandages to the hard floor before wiping the sweat from his forehead. "What did they do?" Kyuubi remained silent for a few moments before speaking. "Due to the enormity of Anima's power, they knew they couldn't completely seal it away, but simply breaking it up so it was mildly controlled was possible. The seal masters of that time used 9 animals to each bear part of his power. But due to the volatile sealing process, the chakra wasn't evenly split and some of the containers received a lot more chakra and abilities than others. Naruto's eyes widened in recognition. You were one of the containers, the one who received the most power. Kyuubi's voice reverberated through the blonde's mind. I ended up receiving half of Onima's power and chakra with the other half residing within the 8 other tailed beasts. There were different effects across all the containers, some were just like animals yet more powerful and others inherited the cunningness of Onima also. The humans thought that they could enslave us and use us to their will. In return for their ambitions, I gave them death. Naruto sighed as he knew of the demon's thirst for blood. What about you and Madara? Kyuubi continued, he was one of many that challenged me. After having killed a few of their kind, I grew suspicious of why they so relentlessly pursued my power. I discovered the gift they had received from Onima and took pleasure in killing every one of them weaklings. However, Uchiha Madara was different from those who had come before him. He had already sealed the other 8 before he came to challenge me. Such a power shouldn't have been within his hands. Even so, he was still no match for me and I nearly killed him, but he managed to escape. Years later, I was once again challenged by 2, but they also ran. I pursued them since cowards are the most pathetic kind of humans and it is dishonorable to run from a battle. Naruto listened absorbedly, but when you got to Konoha, you forgot about them and decided to destroy the village instead. Kyuubi grew angry as he heard the genin. Fool, I never forget those who dishonor me. The reason why I took priority in destroying the village is because it happened to be the Uchiha's nesting ground. I decided to finish them off once and for all along with all the other unworthy humans. Naruto shook his head. You knew Madara was alive, didn't you? Kyuubi responded, when you came to me on your knees and begging for help. You informed of the Akatsuki's goal to obtain all the Biju. I had my suspicions then, that he might still be alive since I didn't deal the final blow to him. Naruto laughed as he realized a similarity in between his and the demon's goals. You're fighting your destiny, that's why you agreed to our pact. The Kyuubi remained silent before speaking in a menacing tone. Don't underestimate me, disable the link, you've outstayed your welcome. Naruto complied with the commanding order from the demon within him as he finished their mental link with each other. He looked at his left forearm before slowly undoing the bandages around it. As he let the last of the white cloth move from his skin, it revealed the intricate seal behind it. He sighed as he realized what he would have to do. He thought of all his friends and his soon-to-be-born child. He shook his head smiling. Tomorrow, I'll end this. He didn't have time to contemplate any further as he heard the wall across him stir before it moved to a side and revealed the figure behind it. Naruto stared at the criminal in front of him, looking into the visible hole in his orange mask, the extractions happening earlier than expected. Toby walked into the chamber as he observed the chaotic state of the blonde. There isn't going to be an extraction. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his comment. You're here to kill me. Toby laughed as he scratched his head. You've changed. He nodded upon finishing his statement. Naruto looked on quizzically at the criminal. Do I know you? Toby folded his arms, taking a thinking stance for a few moments before finally moving his hand to his mask. He pulled it up, revealing his face as he spoke to the shocked Jinchuriki. I don't know, you tell me. Jiraiya ran through the murky swamp quickly as Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura followed close behind. Pakun led the way in front of the group as Jiraiya was by his side and running as fast as he could without letting the summon fall behind. They had passed the Valley of the End and were now currently in rice field country. Sasuke looked around at the recognizable surroundings as he continued running. This brings back memories. Kakashi looked at the fellow Sharingan wielder. You've been here. Sasuke nodded as he looked on ahead. When I left, I went through this same place. Orochimaru's village was east of here. He felt ashamed of bringing up his past but focused on the task at hand instead so it didn't dwell on his mind too much. Jiraiya listened to the two shinobi as he swiftly jumped across the large leaves in the muddy river in order to cross it. We're heading north and from what it looks like, right past the border. Sakura followed behind the Toad Hermit. There's no known country up north, just a desolate wasteland. Jiraiya nodded, as he landed on the ground ahead of the polluted river and jumped into the trees. The rest were right behind him as he spoke. It doesn't really make sense that Akatsuki would have a base in such a deserted place. In total, there are around 8 pieces of land across the world where there are no inhabitants. Sakura nodded, acknowledging the information as Kakashi spoke. They must need the land for something. It would be a lot easier to blend in one of the many countries. Jiraiya's thoughts were on Naruto as he replied, "Hi, they've been gathering large amounts of money by collecting bounties and building up their financial state. The money must be connected to the land since I believe they have enough to fund their own village, which may be what they are doing." Sasuke looked at the frog hermit, curious as to how he knew all this information. "How do you know so much of their plans?" Jiraiya looked back at the Uchiha, through a friend. Naruto looked on in surprise at the young visage staring back at him. The left eye of the criminal was tightly shut with a scar running right across it, his face was thin and his jaw defined. The Jinchuriki finally spoke, "What are you doing here?" Toby pulled the mask back across his face, covering it up, as he replied, "It's been 2 years and this is the greeting you give me." He feigned being hurt. Naruto was unresponsive to his joking demeanor. "I'm serious." Toby coughed. "I'm here on request of Jiraiya-sama. When we departed ways, I decided to help him after everything he had done for me. It was hard getting in but I did it eventually." Naruto looked at the ground as he began to think, "You're his informant." He looked upwards at the criminal. "You didn't have to do this." Toby sighed. "I did though, to atone for past mistakes." He scratched his head. "I need to get you out of here." Naruto smiled as he slowly rose to his feet only to stumble before Toby quickly grabbed him. He placed his right arm around his neck. "You've grown tremendously since I last saw you." Naruto chuckled, not letting his drowsiness overcome him. "I'm stronger than you now." Toby laughed at the comment but instantly stopped as he felt another presence. He looked towards the entrance of the chamber. "Hey, senpai." Naruto faced where the criminal was looking to meet the eyes of a fellow blonde. Deidara was still as he looked at the 2 shinobi. "You were the spy." Toby spoke calmly. "Yeah, I was." He moved Naruto to his side preparing to defend himself against any possible attack. Deidara closed his eyes. "I'm not going to fight you yet." Naruto remained silent as Toby voiced his confusion. "You're not." Deidara opened his eyes before folding his arms. "I overheard our leader. Seems like he has been screwing over all of us from the beginning, yeah." Toby scratched his head. "Oh." Naruto remembered Madara's goals and understood why the criminal across him wasn't very willing to help anymore. Taking others' lives is easy and doesn't leave you questioning your methods, but when it comes back to yourself, views are changed greatly. He looked at the criminal with visible detest since he was the one who attacked Konoha. Deidara shook his head. "Whatever, yeah." He looked at Toby. "Make sure the kid stays alive no matter what the cost. He's the only chance we have. You've probably got an hour before Zetsu realizes his absence. I'll delay them as much as I can, yeah." Toby was confused with how helpful the criminal was being. "What exactly did you overhear?" Deidara moved towards the exit of the cell. "I don't have time to explain, yeah." Toby nodded as he walked to the exit whilst carrying Naruto. As the 3 shinobi walked out of the cell, they quickened their pace as they ran through the corridors. Naruto looked at the corridors which had technological equipment implanted into the walls and ground surrounded by earth. As they exited the cave, his eyes widened as he saw the sight in front of him. He was in a large city with towering buildings which looked a lot more advanced than any other village he had seen. The sun was rising in the distance as the lights on the various buildings began to switch off. He looked to his left at the masterful statue carved which was sticking out of the wall of rock. "We were in a mountain." Toby nodded as he swiftly began to run following Deidara. "Yeah, this city was built from that mountain outwards. We were told it was being built as a sort of haven for mercenaries who would help us start wars." Deidara scoffed as he heard the black-haired Akatsuki. "It was all bullshit, yeah." Toby didn't bother asking what the real reason was since he figured he could question Naruto on the way. As they ran through the city, Deidara stopped before facing the other 2 shinobi. "This is where we part ways, yeah." The blonde criminal began to check through his clay as Toby spoke for the final time. "For what it's worth, it's been fun." Toby took off with Naruto as Deidara formed a sculpture of a bird. Yeah, it has. He pushed some chakra into the miniature sculpture before it transformed into a larger bird. Ignoring the smoke, he jumped onto his transport as it took off into the air. He looked at the rising sun in the distance before he flew over the city. He saw the figures of Naruto and Toby vanishing in the distance as he turned to look over the city below. My greatest masterpiece. He flew towards the statue carved into the mountain, forming one of his explosive artworks and throwing it into the open mouth. Seconds later, an explosion occurred as the head of the statue was blown off, causing parts of it to be thrown in multiple directions. Deidara began to laugh. How's that for a bang? He keenly observed the exit of the cave at the side of the mountain, waiting for any signs of movement. Come on, yeah. Looking for me. The voice caused the criminal to swerve on his bird and create some distance as he looked towards the statue he had decimated moments before. Where the head used to be was now the body of Zetsu. Deidara smirked, and one other yeah. Zetsu slowly exposed himself from the statue so his figure was clearly visible. Why are you destroying things? His face remained expressionless. Deidara flew with his transport before coming to a halt across Zetsu. Don't act clueless. You're the one who's been helping that old freak, yeah. Zetsu looked at the angry shinobi. We're all working towards a common cause. Deidara laughed. I overheard him talking. There never was a common cause, yeah. Zetsu tilted his head to the side slightly. You've done something which you're going to regret. Deidara spitted towards the ground. The only thing I regret is letting myself be convinced to join this damn organization by you, yeah. Zetsu's dark side spoke as his face showed no signs of change, contrary to the sound of his voice. Allow me to end that regret. Before the two began to fight, Deidara's attention was diverted towards the bottom of the mountain as a seething Uchiha stood glaring at him. Madara had been disturbed from his recovery as he heard the explosion go off. He instantly headed to the source, wanting to end any problems since he was now so close to his goals. He looked at Deidara, aware of the betrayal. You dare defy me? Zetsu spoke to the leader of Akatsuki. Madara-sama, I can handle this. You should go ahead and retrieve the Jinchuriki. Madara looked at his loyal subordinate. There was a spy. Zetsu looked at Deidara, answering the Uchiha's question. It was Toby. Madara closed his eyes, controlling his building fury before he began to run. Deidara noticed the sudden movement before throwing one his clay bombs in the path of the Uchiha and causing him to jump out of the way of the explosion. Deidara's transport swerved before flying over Madara and stopping in his path. The art-appreciating criminal addressed the orange-haired criminal. You're not going anywhere, yeah. Madara stared at the criminal flying in the sky. The black circles in his crimson eyes began to swirl before forming the Sharingan. He spoke in an intimidating and fuming tone. You will die a painful death. Madara stared at the flying blonde as he clenched his fist. Deidara smirked as he prepared an explosive discreetly. I'm not going to die from your ancient ass, yeah. He could see his words were just fueling the Uchiha's already fiery temper. Swerving on his transport, he threw his clay explosive at the Sharingan wielder. Madara smirked as he shook his head before jumping out of the way and avoiding the ensuing explosion. He ran to the nearest building before beginning to vertically scale its walls as Deidara threw two more explosives at the leader of the Akatsuki. Madara retrieved two kunai from his torn cloak as he flung them at the incoming explosives. The blunt end of the weapons connected, sending the explosives to the base of the tower. Deidara was slightly surprised at the skill displayed as the resulting explosion of Madara's actions toppled the large building as it began to fall towards the blonde criminal. Madara moved around the collapsing tower before running across it swiftly and gaining distance on Deidara. The blonde criminal was quick to realize his plan as he formed another two of his explosive artworks before flinging them near the end of the tower and destroying it. Madara continued his advance, disregarding the fact that there was no path left for him to run across. He jumped off the tower before landing on the newly destroyed piece before taking off again directly towards the missing nin in the sky. Deidara turned on his transport to gain some more distance, but Madara rapidly formed hand seals before shouting, Kaden Karyu Enden. Placing his right hand in front of his mouth to control his attack, he shot a large flame in the shape of a dragon directly towards his opponent's transport. Deidara was taken by surprise at the sudden action as the large bird of clay was engulfed in flames from the Uchiha's technique. The heat intensified as his transport slowly began its descent to the ground with him in the middle of the flaming bird. He formed another small bird sculpture before throwing it high into the air. A large smoke cloud enveloped the area as Deidara launched himself from the midst of danger to his newly formed transport. Madara was falling to the ground as he saw the blonde inching closer to his new bird of clay. He withdrew 2 shuriken before throwing them hardly at his former subordinate. Deidara clasped the ankle of his transport as he turned to see the 2 shuriken approaching him. He flipped from underneath the bird to land on top, avoiding 1 shuriken but moving into the path of the other one. He did a last-second twist as the shuriken grazed his ribs before he landed on top of his transport. Madara spat towards the ground before he reached into his ragged cloak and pulled out a sharp wire. He tied part of it to his wrist before attaching the other end to a kunai and throwing it at the moving target in the sky. Deidara continued flying before he ducked as Zetsu flew over him, failing to kick him as he had planned. The green-haired criminal didn't relent as he recovered and sent a punch towards Deidara's stomach and connected. The blonde recoiled as he felt the devastating blow, simultaneously forming a clay explosive. Zetsu recognized his attempt as he jumped backwards off the transport, however Deidara didn't abandon his idea as he threw the art piece at the yellow-eyed criminal. Zetsu's face remained expressionless as the sculpture soared straight into him and impacted, resulting in an explosion. Deidara laughed as he saw the direct hit. "You're nothing but an overgrown plant, yeah." He mocked Zetsu's shinobi skills as the smoke slowly cleared from his body, revealing the Venus flight trap surrounding his body completely sealed up. Deidara raised an eyebrow as the structure slowly opened, revealing the unscathed form of Zetsu. He didn't have time to dwell in anger as he heard a thump in his transport. He swerved on his bird, quickly preparing a few more explosives as he saw the kunai implanted in the clay bird's side. Madara pulled on the wire, now directly connecting him to the clay bird as it began to pull him inwards to his target. Deidara began to throw multiple explosives at the Uchiha as he dodged them, and they went into the various buildings, destroying them. The blonde smirked as he manipulated the clay in his hands into small spiders and let them loose on the sharp wire connecting his transport and the Uchiha. The clay spiders scurried across the wire rapidly, approaching Madara. The orange-haired criminal used his unoccupied hand to form hand seals as he shouted, "Kaden Ruka no Jutsu." He expelled a flame from his mouth which traveled across the wire, hastily enclosing the spiders made of clay and heading for Deidara's transport. The Uchiha cut the wire from his wrist before falling to one of the many tall structures in the city and began to run across it. Deidara shook his head as he saw the incoming fire. "Not again, yeah." He reached to the side of his clay bird and gripped the kunai before putting all his strength into it and removing it. However, he wasn't quick enough to let go as part of the fire burned his hand. His momentary distraction with his burnt hand was all Madara needed as he jumped from the top of the building he had run up to Deidara. The blonde criminal was too late to react as the Uchiha grasped his burnt hand before viciously ramming a kunai into the hole in his palm with which he manipulated clay. Deidara's eyes went wide, but he refused to scream out in pain as he brought his fist towards Madara's head. The Uchiha smirked before moving around the art-appreciating criminal and planting punch into his grazed ribs. He followed it with another to his chin before planting a hard elbow to the back of his neck, sending him to his hands and knees. The leader of Akatsuki didn't relent as he put all his fury into a sickening axe kick into Deidara's back. The criminal went face first into the back of his clay bird as pain echoed throughout his spine. Madara pulled out an explosive tag before planting it onto the clay bird's back. "I thought you'd like to go out with a bang." He said his last words to Deidara before jumping off the bird towards his partly decimated city below. He turned in midair to face the transport as it exploded, leaving a large cloud of smoke. His menacing smile was removed from his face as he saw a figure behind the smoke falling towards the ground. The smoke slowly vanished, showing the now large form of Deidara, which was full of clay. He looked directly into the Uchiha's eyes. "We're all going out with a bang, yeah." Madara realized the volatile state of the criminal as he quickly landed on the ground and raised a wall of fire to encircle him. The descending form of the criminal in the sky exploded tremendously as it sent a tremor throughout the city and a wave of destruction spread in all directions. The buildings and city that money was spent on to build was obliterated as Deidara unleashed his most devastating technique. The ensuing wind and carnage nearly decimated Madara's defense as he concentrated to keep it active. Feeling the force on his defense lessen, he released the flame to reveal his city. He looked at the ruined buildings and burning flames scattered in different places. He closed his eyes trying to control his anger as Zetsu slowly unveiled himself from the ground next to him. The green-haired Akatsuki looked over the carnage, a suicidal technique. Madara sighed to calm himself as he opened his eyes. Find the ring. Zetsu nodded as Madara took off in pursuit of Naruto and Tobi. Tobi ran across the hard rock as he saw the forest ahead. The surrounding area was nothing but rugged terrain which had absolutely no vegetation, and the forest looked more like a graveyard as the trees were ghastly and tall, giving the sense of evil. He jumped onto the trees before beginning to jump across the branches whilst thinking of what Naruto had told him. He's crazy. Naruto smiled as he heard the black-haired male, that's kind of what I thought. Tobi shook his head, you shouldn't have come, the last thing we need is for him to get the Kyuubi. Naruto looked towards the ground as it passed him like a blur, I wanted to end it, I only expected two of you there at the time. Tobi laughed, I made the tracks so clear, it should have been obvious that it was more than a simple trap. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he felt extremely tired, yeah. Tobi recognized the somber mood of the genin, don't worry about it. He continued jumping across the branches as he neared the border of the country. Tobi quickly faced towards his left as he saw a kunai fly towards him. He jumped out of the way towards the ground before a blur appeared in front of him and tried to slash his arm. The attack was stopped moments before connecting as a hand grasped the wrist of the sword handler. There's no need for that, Sasuke. Jiraiya let go of the black-haired teen's wrist as he sheathed his sword and stared at Tobi. Naruto was surprised as he heard the voices and took in the sight of the shinobi standing in front of him. Sakura stared in shock at the devastated state of the Jinchuriki as she rushed towards him, are you alright? Tobi let Naruto go, slowly placing him on the hard ground. Naruto looked at the pink-haired medic as she had a stern expression on her face which was overcome with worry. He smiled as he realized that they had come after him, better than what I could have been like. Sakura's hands began to glow as she began to observe the broken arm of Naruto. Tobi looked at the kunoichi before speaking, there's no time for this. You're going to have to heal him once he's safe. Sasuke looked at Naruto as Kakashi addressed the masked shinobi, Jiraiya-sama's informant. Tobi scratched his head observing the calm shinobi before turning to face the frog hermit, it's been a long time, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya smirked, you've been found out. Sakura held Naruto as she spoke to the criminal, arigato, for helping him. Tobi gave a nervous laugh, he was my student at one time. A teacher always looks after his students. He turned to face Jiraiya giving him a thumbs up as he remembered what he had been told by the legendary Sannin, right? Jiraiya coughed, yes, that's right. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as he kept his hand on the hilt of his sword, student. Tobi was interrupted from answering as Jiraiya spoke, hi, he's the one I told you about earlier, the missing nin who helped train Naruto in Genjutsu. Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement while Kakashi asked his question, what's the current situation? I doubt you managed to escape without any worries. Tobi folded his arms, seems like Akatsuki was being used as a cover-up for the plans of one person. He'll know by now that Naruto's missing and will be on his way here. Sasuke walked over to Naruto as he looked at the Jinchuriki. He gave him an awkward smile before helping him up, is it just him? Tobi shook his head, there are two of them and Deidara can't hold them off for long. Zetsu alone would be trouble for him. Jiraiya thought over what he had been told, so you're being helped by another one of Akatsuki. Tobi scratched his head, yeah, only problem is that there's another Akatsuki but I'm not sure what side she's on. Naruto looked in the direction of Tobi as he heard him, did she have blue hair? The black-haired Akatsuki nodded, you saw her. Naruto put his right arm around Sakura to support himself better, she's already dead. The others remained silent as Tobi answered him, oh, I kind of liked her. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair, you like everyone, time to get going. Kakashi looked at Pakun who had remained quiet through the conversation, we can take it from here. The dog raised his paw before disappearing in a plume of smoke. Jiraiya walked over to Naruto before taking him off Sakura and supporting him. Team 7 took off into the trees as did Jiraiya with the Jinchuriki on his back. However, as he landed on the branch he stopped, looking back at Toby who was still on the ground. Let's go. Toby stayed quiet for a few moments before speaking. You go ahead, I'm going to try and delay them as much as I can. Naruto's eyes widened. Nani? You're going to get killed, stop being stupid and let's go. Toby began laughing as he heard the words of the genin. I didn't think I'd ever hear you say something like that. He sighed before showing them the ring on his hand. He needs this. If I'm with you, there's no way he's going to stop chasing you. But if I can delay him long enough, then he's probably going to head back. He stared at Naruto. With only 2 of them, I doubt they can extract the Kyuubi before the Biju are released. He's just going to kill you to get rid of it. I need to buy you enough time to get to Fire Country. Naruto sighed. We'll worry about that later. Jiraiya stopped the blonde from continuing. He's right. Naruto looked at his mentor with a disbelieving look. Have you forgotten about his own struggle, Naruto? Naruto was left speechless as he heard the frog hermit. Jiraiya closed his eyes. This is his way of making up for his past. He opened his eyes to look at his companion. Hopefully your heart is a lot lighter than before. Everything you've done to help me and Naruto, you have my deepest gratitude. Naruto had sorrowful look in his eyes before he smiled at the black-haired male. Arigato, Nisan. Jiraiya took off, leaving a stunned Toby as he heard Naruto's words. He turned around before sitting on the ground. He had a smile across his face behind his mask as he spoke in a whisper. I owe you both a lot more, for giving me a family. Flashback. Naruto struggled to read his scroll as he scratched his head. The sun had set long ago as the sky twinkled with stars. He was seated on a log a few feet away from a bright fire. Across him was Toby who was messing around with something in his hands. A couple of meters away from them was Jiraiya who was giggling every few minutes whilst writing up the final version of his latest Ika novel. The Jinchuriki let out a heavy sigh. You suck at writing up explanations and I can't understand this well. You could help, you know. Toby looked up from the half-complete sculpture in his hands. I do. I liked my explanation. It took me nearly a day to write it up the way I wanted it. Naruto threw the scroll to the ground. I learned better the practical way. Toby laughed. Don't we all? It's better you learn from a scroll. It might help you in the future if you learn such a skill now. He gave a big smile when he finished. Naruto observed the weird object in his hands. What's that? Toby held up the deformed piece of art. It's going to be my mask. I've got this whole new idea for my genjutsu. I'll use it to manipulate people's actions and they won't even know. As soon as you look at it, you're caught. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why would someone want to look at that crap? Toby coughed. That's not nice. I'm not finished yet. Naruto fell off his log backwards as he landed on the grass behind him and stared at the stars. The minutes passed by as he thought of useless things before he spoke. Why did you run away from Kusagaker? Jiraiya stopped writing as he looked up from his book. He turned to face Toby who was visibly a little shaken. You don't have to say anything. Toby shook his head. It's okay. He placed his unfinished mask on the ground as he began to speak. I've never known my parents. I was abandoned at birth. Naruto winced as he heard him since he never knew of his parents either. Toby rested his elbows on his knees before resuming. Since I had no guardian, the leader of our village was free to decide my fate. I was taken in by him and by the time I turned 3, I was being taught how to become a shinobi. It wasn't much of a life really. They trained me to become the leader of their new shinobi unit who would carry out only the hardest of missions. I took over 4 years ago when I was 14. We were sent on a lot of missions to get rid of unwanted people and my most recent mission was to assassinate the feudal lord of Earth Country. Naruto sat up as he looked at the missing nin. Your last mission? Toby nodded. I got inside his compound with relative ease but when I found him, I couldn't do it. He looked at Naruto with visible sorrow in his eyes. I saw him playing with his daughter. She was so happy. I didn't want to take that happiness away from her. He looked at the ground. I know what it feels like to be alone and have no family. I didn't want to be responsible for making someone else feel the way I did. Naruto's insides panged with familiarity. You ran away after that. The black-haired male resumed, "It made me question everything I've been doing. I wanted to quit as a shinobi but I wasn't allowed to because of all the effort they spent on me. I ran away but they sent hunter nins after me. I ended up killing them, those who were my comrades at one time." He put his hands under his chin. "I lost my eye in that battle, and a day later I met you." End flashback. Toby stopped reminiscing as he looked upwards at a branch whereupon stood the leader of Akatsuki. He rose to his feet. "I was beginning to wonder whether Deidara had actually managed to finish you off." He laughed as he finished. Madara looked around before once again settling his eyes on the former Akatsuki. "The Uzumaki is gone. Trying to buy time, are you?" Toby grabbed his Akatsuki cloak before throwing it towards the ground. "Your ideals of what a shinobi must be, it goes against everything I believe in. I won't let you harm Naruto." Madara began to laugh as he heard the courageous words of the black-haired male. "Do you think you can stop me?" Toby got into a battle stance as he spread his legs and put out his hands. "No, but it doesn't hurt to try." Madara shook his head as he jumped onto the ground. "I'll make this quick." Toby didn't respond, instead, instantly disappearing from his location and landing a swift blow into Madara's stomach. The Uchiha stood in shock as the pain flowed through his body, not understanding how he had been taken off guard. He grabbed Toba's arm but the former Akatsuki quickly swept his feet from under him before spinning and landing an axe kick into his shoulder. Madara gritted his teeth as he tried to understand how his movements were being anticipated. The Sharingan wielder blocked the next attack with his elbows as Toby tried to stamp him into the ground. Putting all his strength into his arms, he pushed the black-haired male away before jumping back onto his feet and gaining some distance. Madara curiously observed Toby with his Sharingan eyes as he realized the significance of the mask he was wearing. "Genjutsu, but I can't cancel it." Toby scratched his head. "It's great, isn't it? Hasn't failed me once." Madara stretched his shoulder as the pain subsided. "It wasn't a compliment, fool." He ran towards Toby before beginning to throw combinations at the black-haired male. Using his mind-reading abilities, he anticipated Toba's next move as he raised his knee to meet the ducking criminal. However, Toby put out his forearms to block the attack before pushing him away. Toby began to laugh as he folded his arms. "My genjutsu helps me manipulate my opponent's attacks to a certain degree. You're not going to beat me in taijutsu." Madara observed the former Akatsuki. "It nullifies my mind reading, so it all depends on raw skill now, though he thinks he has an advantage." Madara smirked. "You're annoying." He jumped towards Toby attempting to land a kick at his head as the criminal blocked it with his arm. Not relenting, he twisted upside down, supporting himself with his hands before beginning to spin around and attempt to land multiple kicks. Toby slowly backed away whilst blocking before Madara let go and planted two hard punches into his stomach followed by a swift kick into his neck. He turned his position upright before throwing an elbow into his ribs and then grabbing him by his collar and flinging him towards one of the trees. Toby soared through the air before he gained control of his flight and landed on the ground and began to spin rapidly. The ground began to shake as he slammed his foot into it, making lots of large rocks rise into the air. Monosugoi Danmaku. His speed of spinning only increased before he threw a kick into the air, sending a shockwave which destroyed the rocks into smaller pieces before flying at Madara. Madara stood in shock momentarily as he looked at the amazing display of taijutsu. The barrage of rock flew straight into him, cutting him in different areas as he began to quickly duck and weave his way in between them. Toby launched himself into the fray as he saw the distracted Madara before connecting with a blow into his back and following with a sickening elbow to the top of his head. Madara felt a substance protrude from his mouth which infuriated him as he turned to face the criminal. He grabbed Toby roughly before head-butting him repeatedly, resulting in a crack on his mask. He didn't stop his assault as he kicked Toby in the chin, sending him into the air. He ran to the tress before running up them and jumping ahead of his opponent in the air. The Sharingan wielder looked back as he turned his body, readying his fist. Toby tried to shake off his dizziness as he could feel a liquid dropping from his head through his mask. He was too late to do anything as he saw something fly towards him before a thundering impact engulfed his senses and his face was in pain. He flew into the ground at a rapid pace before he landed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Madara laughed as he landed and began to analyze his attack. The dust began to clear away as he saw a slumped figure struggling to rise. Toby rose to his feet, staggering slightly as his mask slowly crumbled from his face. Half of his visage was covered in blood as a piece of his mask was stuck in the side of his jaw. He reached up before pulling it out and wincing a little at the pain which he received after the action. Madara looked at the criminal who now looked in terrible condition. Your mistake was thinking I had no defense against that genjutsu. Toby panted, his right eye twitching. What are you talking about? Madara slowly began to walk, circling the criminal. I read minds. Your genjutsu only managed to bring us into a stalemate where what mattered was speed and skill. Toby got into a defensive stance. That isn't my only genjutsu. Madara tilted his head. No genjutsu can fool these eyes. Without your mask, you have no defense. You sealed your fate when you decided to help that piece of excrement escape. Madara ran at the criminal as he began his attack. Toby tried to dodge but found it was hopeless as the Uchiha moved around his defense and proceeded to land vicious blows. Madara smirked as he drove his fist into Toba's chest before grabbing him by the hair and ramming his head into his knee. He didn't relent as he threw him into the tree before jumping at him and landing a ferocious kick into his ribs. Landing on his feet, he began to throw multiple punches at the beaten body of the black-haired male. He laughed before grabbing the criminal's hand. He stared at the ring on his finger before pulling it off and proceeding to snap his wrist as Toby screamed in pain. He jumped back as he put the ring in the confines of his torn cloak. I'm going to enjoy this. His eyes began to change as they took the shape of the Mangekyo, but before he could utter anything, something on his back exploded as he let out an angry cry. The Sharingan wielder stumbled as he clenched his fists in an attempt to ignore the throbbing pain in his back. A laugh filled the air as a shadow descended towards Toby before grabbing him. Looks like you're going blind. Always make sure a shinobi is dead before writing him off, yeah. Deidara put Toby onto his transport as the black-haired male rose to his feet. Deidara, you're alive. Deidara flew with his bird into the air. So this is what you look like behind the mask. Where is that piece of crap, yeah? Madara screamed in anger as his chakra began to swirl violently around him. I'm going to mutilate you bastards. Toby looked at the enraged Uchiha before looking towards Deidara. Hey, looks like he beat us both up. Now we've made him really angry. Deidara scoffed, you're the one who got his ass kicked. I did okay, yeah. Toby could sense the outright lie from the beaten state. The art appreciator looked in. Time to finish this. Deidara began to fly as high as he could into the sky as he talked to Toby. He isn't as dumb as the Sanbi. He's not going to stand still and wait for your attack head on, yeah. Toby let out a nervous laugh. That's true. Deidara shook his head as he began to form a spider sculpture in his hand. I'll get him to hold still. You just make sure you end it, yeah. Toby nodded as he jumped off the transport even higher into the air. Deidara threw the small spider towards the ground as it popped and left a cloud of smoke before emerging over 20 times its original size. The spider scurried across the floor before jumping at Madara, who was caught unawares. It wrapped its clay limbs around the Uchiha, binding him tight. Deidara flew around as he saw the Sharingan wielder was caught. Do it now, yeah. Toby nodded as he formed hand seals. Chakra began to emanate from him as it slowly turned into flames. The blazing fire encircled his arms as it swirled animatedly. Toby twisted himself so he was facing right at Madara before sticking out his fiery arms and beginning to spin. Oikomi Sumahorobashi. His spinning form was shrouded in flames as he sped towards Madara with his fist outstretched. The collision sent a wave through the forest as Deidara pulled away his bird from the violent wind. The impact zone was in flames as there was a large dust cloud rising into the air. Deidara began to laugh as the cloud began to settle. Direct hit, yeah. The blonde flew towards the ground before jumping off his transport and making his way to the point of impact. He walked forwards as he saw Toby getting to his feet. Toby panted exhaustedly before looking at Deidara and giving him a thumbs up. I got him. Deidara observed the remains of the Akatsuki cloak and some pieces of burnt clay limbs. You roasted him, yeah. Toby began to laugh as he scratched his head. Ah. Deidara looked around before turning to the Misen Nin. What is it, yeah? Toby wiped the blood from his face. Thanks for coming. Deidara gave him a genuine smile. Until the end, yeah. Toby gave a smile of his own, but his eye widened as he saw a kunai fly straight into Deidara's chest. Deidara. He didn't have time to do anything as a partially burnt Madara appeared right next to him before backhanding him and sending him flying across the ground. The Uchiha looked at Deidara, whose visage wore an expression of surprise. He held up a limb of the art sculpture that was used to bind him. Clay can be cut. He smacked Deidara's head violently with the limb before ramming another kunai into the blonde's neck. Deidara's form fell slowly onto the floor as his face remained ghostly. As his body impacted on the ground, Toby looked up to see his lifeless friend. He stared at the face of his companion whose eyes were still open. He used his remaining strength to launch himself at Madara, who was also injured. Madara shook his head as he looked at the approaching criminal. Fool. He ducked under Toba's punch before grabbing him by the neck and bringing his face inches from his own. The black swirls in his eyes connected into a different pattern. Tsukuyomi. Toby found himself in a completely different environment as a red moon loomed over him and the sky looked as if it was on fire. He looked down at himself to find that he was bound by chains which prevented him from moving. Madara walked towards the criminal. My ultimate genjutsu, you're going to suffer for all the trouble you've caused me. The flames in the sky rushed towards Toby as they engulfed him and began to peel away his skin and then his muscles. His body was overcome with unimaginable pain as Madara spoke. For the next 144 hours, you're going to be incinerated repeatedly. Toby coughed as the pain was too much to bear. He found his voice incapable of escaping his mouth as he tried to scream to somehow ease the tormenting feeling. He knew that he wouldn't survive as his mind drifted to his most precious memory. Flashback. Naruto fell onto his knees as he panted, his whole body was covered in sweat and his arms were visibly bruised. Toby looked at the blonde whom he had been having a sparring match with. We'll take a break. Naruto sighed appreciatively before falling on his back and inhaling as much of the fresh air as he could. Toby laughed as he saw the Jinchuriki. I thought you never gave up. He scratched his head as his face took on a serious look of contemplation. He walked towards his unfinished mask before sitting down and beginning to work on it. Naruto stared at the bright blue sky as the sun shone brilliantly. I've come close. Toby raised his eyebrow as he heard the Jinchuriki. What do you mean? Naruto coughed as he sat up. It's nothing. Silence loomed over the two as Toby continued working on his mask while Naruto looked at the clouds. The Jinchuriki calmly spoke, about what you said a couple of weeks ago. Toby stopped putting the finishing touches on his mask. Yeah. Naruto ran a hand through his hair. I've never had a family either. Toby put down his mask as he heard the genin. I know, and I also know about Akatsuki and Orochimaru. Naruto faced the one-eyed missing nin. Eros Sennin told you, huh? Toby nodded. Everything. Naruto laughed. I guess we're kind of the same. Toby grinned before putting his hand on his chin. Kind of. Naruto stood up as he stretched his arms. As long as me and Eros Sennin are alive, you have a family. Toba's visage changed as the grin vanished and he looked at the blonde. Why do you say that? Naruto folded his arms. Because you know the same pain as me, and over the last few weeks, it really does seem like we've all become a family. Toby rose from his seat as he walked over to the blonde. He placed his hand on the Jinchuriki's shoulder. Arigato. Naruto scratched his head. Hey, I'm actually not sure what it means to have a family, but I think it means you must be willing to fight for them with your life, something along those lines. Toby gave a laugh as he felt peaceful inside from receiving the genin's acceptance. Well, since I'm older than you, that means I'm your Nisan, right? Naruto jumped back and got into a fighting stance. You're too stupid to be my Nisan, also I'm stronger than you, so how would it make sense? Toby laughed as he prepared to begin fighting. I'm the one who's teaching you. Wait, when did you become stronger than me? End flashback. Pain ravaged Toba's body as he remembered Naruto and Jiraiya. As his body endured the anguish, his heart felt light. I understand what family is, it's what makes you peaceful inside. Another flame descended before covering his body and repeating the painful process. Arigato, Nisan. As Naruto's words flowed through his collapsing mind, Toby managed to put on a final smile before the last thing he would ever think came to him. The image of Jiraiya and Naruto flashed through his head as a tear escaped his eye. Arigato, Otuto. He took his last breath, finally feeling free of the sins of his past. The last of the flames vanished as the environment changed and Madara looked at the lifeless body of Toby in his grasp. He was about to throw him to the ground before he saw the smile adorning his countenance. Tightening his grip, blood began to leak out of the one-eyed missing nin's neck before he let go. Madara turned his head as he sensed an approaching chakra signal. After a few seconds a figure rose from the ground as it observed the battle-torn surroundings. It seems you've killed both of them. Madara stared at Zetsu impassively. How far are they? Zetsu looked at the tracks before his eyes slightly changed and he began to scour through the forest and beyond. He closed his eyes upon finishing and turned to the Uchiha. I can't see them. Madara sighed. Too far. He walked over to Deidara's corpse before ripping the ring from his finger. Get rid of the corpses and hurry back. It's time to perform the final ceremony. Jiraiya looked on as he jumped through the lush green trees in the forest outside of Konoha. Naruto was still awake as he was being carried by the frog hermit. Sakura jumped closer to the legendary Sannin so she could speak to the Jinchuriki. How's your arm? Naruto gave her a smile. Don't worry about it. Kakashi broke their conversation as he spoke. We're here. Sakura looked towards the ex-Anbu as Sasuke jumped to the ground in front of the gates of Konoha. An Anbu adorning a mask appeared in front of him as he observed the legendary Sannin and the rest of the shinobi. Kakashi looked at the still shinobi. Tenzo. Since when did they give you guard duty? The Anbu looked at Naruto as he was placed on his feet. I'm here on order of Hokage-sama. The final match of the Chunin exams is being finished as we speak. Luckily no one knows of this occurrence. Sasuke remained quiet as he knew of what his punishment for leaving Konoha would be. Sakura looked at Naruto. We're going to the hospital. Naruto shook his head. Not yet, I need to talk to Tsunade Bachan. It's about Akatsuki and their goal. Tenzo walked over to Naruto. That can wait, you're going to need to get treated first. Jiraiya folded his arms as he was curious of this new information. You met their leader. Naruto was reminded of Madara and his own ancestor as he looked at the gates of Konoha. The hate of the villagers and the fates of the Shadaime and Yasuo were replayed in his mind as he saw their deaths. Yeah, I met him, so has Konoha. Kakashi remembered his summon's words for some peculiar reason as he addressed the blonde shinobi. What do you mean? Naruto looked at the shinobi, the founder of Konoha, Uchiha Madara. Sakura was the only one who wasn't affected by what he said as Jiraiya. Kakashi and Tenzo were in shock. Sasuke shook his head. There must be a mistake. Naruto looked at Sasuke as he realized that he knew of the Uchiha's history and the true purpose of the Sharingan. It's not the one who told your brother the secrets of your clan. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke. How do you know of Madara? Sasuke locked eyes with the legendary Sannin, a memento of sorts. Naruto sighed. Do you understand why I have to talk with Tsunade Bachan now? Everything you know and were taught was a lie. Kakashi calmly spoke. I can't believe this. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair. Kakashi and Sakura, take Naruto to the hospital and get him treated. Naruto's eyes widened. Oi, Arrow Sennin. Jiraiya turned away from him. I'll let her know of this new development. Your health comes first. He turned to Sasuke. Come with me, you seem to know a lot more than you let on. Sasuke nodded as he took off with the frog hermit while Kakashi turned to Naruto. We should get going as well. The white-haired Junin walked over to Naruto as he supported him, however before he took off, Naruto stopped him. The Jinchuriki looked back in the direction from which they had come as he remembered the visage of Toby. He tried to hold his tears back as he realized what must have happened. Closing his eyes, the tears still managed to seep through as one thought ran through his mind. You're free now, Nisan. Jiraiya stood in front of the Godime with a serious demeanor as she awaited his explanation. He had found the blonde woman right after the final match had finished and proceeded to inform her of the success of bringing Naruto back. Making a quick departure, they had returned to her office and the picking of Chunins was postponed for the time being. Tsunade was a little shaken with what the frog hermit had told her, however they awaited the arrival of a certain Uchiha who had gone to fetch something he claimed was important if they wanted to understand completely. She rested her head in her hands as she dwelled on the revelation of Uchiha Madara being the leader of the Akatsuki. She had known the Uchiha during the early part of her childhood and held great respect for him as he was the best friend of her grandfather. However, knowing that he was the one behind everything made her question everything she had known to this day. The door to her office opened as Sasuke walked inside. Jiraiya turned to him as he entered the office, noticing the scroll in his hand. "Is that what you went to get?" Sasuke nodded as he walked towards the desk of the Godime and placed the scroll on top. "I didn't know that he helped found Konoha, but this scroll tells the history of our bloodline and answers what he's planning to do with the Biju." Tsunade picked up the scroll before opening it. "How did you find this?" Sasuke walked to the wall before resting against it. "I was told." He closed his eyes as he finished, "the day of the massacre, where to look." Tsunade didn't ask any further questions, knowing of the sensitive subject, while Jiraiya made his way around the desk to examine the scroll also. Naruto stretched his arm as it had been completely healed thanks to the pink-haired kunoichi standing in front of him. He grinned as he realized he was near enough healed to the fullest extent. "Haha, you did a good job, Sakura-chan." The medic was silent as she continued looking at the Jinchuriki. Kakashi, who had remained unmoving and voiceless throughout the whole procedure, noted the tense atmosphere as he turned a page in his novel before walking towards the exit. "I have somewhere to be. Kutayame-chan could use some company." He turned to the two shinobi, giving them a small wave before calmly walking through the door and closing it behind him. Naruto scratched his head as he saw the Junin leave. "What's wrong with him?" He turned to Sakura, who was now beginning to show her uneasiness as the water in her eyes became a little more visible. "Sakura-chan." She let a few tears flow down her cheek as she instantly smacked the Jinchuriki across his head. "Baka. Why did you lie to me?" Naruto rubbed his head but realized that the kunoichi was upset because of his actions. He didn't try and put on a smile as he calmly answered her. "I didn't want to hurt you, I just wanted to end it." Sakura shook her head as she threw herself at him, enveloping him in a hug and burying her head in his chest. "I'm close, Naruto, so close to finding a way, and you did that." Naruto gave a bittersweet smile as he put his arms around the medic Nin. "Gomen, I won't lie to you again." She moved back from him a little as she stared into his eyes. Realizing the sincerity in his words, she brought her lips closer to his. "You better not." Naruto smiled as Sakura showed some of her normal demeanor. "I won't." He moved in, giving her a soft kiss. However, their escapade was cut short as they heard a knock on the door. The kunoichi removed herself from the genin, taking a seat beside him on the bed as Naruto called for whoever it was to come in. The door opened as a familiar set of faces entered the small hospital room. Naruto was taken by surprise as he saw all his friends. Putting on a full-fledged smile and oblivious to them knowing of his situation, he spoke cheerfully. "Ohayo." Neji didn't make eye contact as he walked to the window and stared out of it, and Shino took a position near him. Choji was calm as he walked over to the spare chair and sat down. Ino and Tenten walked in and stared directly at the blonde with an intimidating and relieved expression. Hinata shyly made herself visible as Shikamaru walked in right after her. Kiba along with his pet companion and Lee were the last to enter the now cramped room. Naruto realized that the room wasn't fit to hold in so many people as he spoke. "Hey, this is great, but what are you doing here?" Kiba gritted his teeth as Akamaru walked towards Naruto and took a seat next to his feet. "Cut the crap." Ino looked towards the Inuzuka as she recognized the harsh tone. Hinata quietly made herself audible. Kiba-kun, maybe." Kiba didn't give her time to finish as he spoke again. This time the unsettling sound of his voice was clear to the Jinchuriki. "What the hell are you playing at?" Shikamaru found himself speechless as he heard the understandably upset Chunin. He didn't know what to say now that he was standing near the one person he wanted to see the most for the past few days. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Sakura looked on confused. "Nani?" Kiba gritted his teeth as his eyes began to water slightly. He found it enraging and at the same time heartbreaking that the genin was trying to act so calm. "Damn it, this mask of yours. Why the hell have you been hiding from us?" Lee put his hand on the Inuzuka's shoulder as he was bizarrely composed compared to his usual energetic self. He cleared his throat as he spoke. "Naruto-kun, you have my respect as shinobi and as a friend, but we'd all like to know why you are trying to go through this on your own." He moved his line of sight towards the ground as he finished. Naruto looked at all of his friends, observing their attitudes. Choji was sitting on a chair staring at him with concern, and there was no sign of food in his possession. He looked next to him to find Shino simply staring at the floor while Neji had his back turned to him and was looking out of the window. Ino was standing with her arms crossed and a single flower in her hands as Tenten gazed at him on the verge of tears. Kiba was the only one who looked slightly angry as Lee stood sincerely. He stared at Hinata who had her hands clasped as she stood still and Shikamaru was right next to her with an expression on his face which showed that he was deep in thought. The varied demeanors all had one thing in common and that was the sense of somberness radiating off them. Naruto looked to his feet as Akamaru raised his head and whimpered slightly. He closed his eyes giving a knowing sigh, "You all know huh?" Choji nodded as he answered the blonde, "We were told everything." Naruto rested his elbows on his knees as he acknowledged his reply, "I don't know what to say." Neji broke his silence as he spoke, "An unalterable fate, the burden weighs less if you have help." Naruto lay back on the bed, "But it's my burden, there was no reason to get any of you involved, what good would it have done if you got hurt because of me?" Tenten wiped the tears from her eyes, "So it's okay for you to put your life on the line for your friends and your village but not the other way around. We're shinobis Naruto, but more importantly." Ino played with the flower in her hand, "We're your friends." Sakura looked at the Jinchuriki who closed his eyes, "Naruto." Shino analyzed the genin's form as he spoke, "It is impossible to completely shield others from pain." Hinata nodded, agreeing with her teammate, but it hurts more, why, you don't expect it." Her voice broke into a whisper as she finished. Naruto remembered Tobi knowing of the fate he had received, "I had a lot to deal with, I didn't want one of you to get hurt because of me." Toba's innocent smile flashed through his head as he remembered his training and the goofy behavior of the black-haired male. "That's the last thing I needed." He couldn't help but tighten his eyelids as he felt them beginning to water. Sakura knew how it felt to be hopeless when you lost a dear friend as they had only recently brought back Sasuke whom it seemed like would never return. She stroked his hair trying to give him some feeling of comfort. Shikamaru sighed, "We're feeling it right now Naruto, and it hurts like hell. But we'd feel better if we could have helped you." Kiba's anger had subsided as he understood why the Jinchuriki was so hesitant in letting them know, "You're our friend Naruto, but we're willing to fight for you too. That's what friends do." He let a tear escape his eyes, "They bleed together, they laugh together, they go through life together, and we're just as willing to make a sacrifice for you like you are for us." Naruto opened his eyes as he sat up and looked at the various faces. All of the Rookie 9 and Team Guy were visibly upset and some of them had clear marks of tears running down their faces. Kiba walked forward and put out his hand, "We're going to be there until the end, and we'll die right alongside you, if that's what it takes, because we're all shinobi of the leaf." Naruto felt a warm feeling brush over him as he smiled at the Inuzuka and remembered his own words and the message the Sandaime had taught him. "We are one." Tenten and Lee walked next to Kiba and placed their hands on his. Lee had a serious expression as he voiced himself, "We shall go through the springtime of youth together." Tenten smiled, "Hi." Choji got up from his seat and also placed his hand on top of his friend's as Hinata and Shino followed soon after. Shikamaru sighed as he joined his companions, troublesome. Neji walked from the window towards them all, "We decide our own fate." Ino walked towards Naruto, placing the flower she had brought with her behind his ear before joining her friends, until the end. Sakura smiled at the display before grabbing Naruto and pulling him up and towards the rest of the shinobi. She placed her hand on top of the rest as she looked at the genin to do the same. Naruto stared at the shinobi before giving a smile and joining them, until the end. Madara performed rapid hand seals as the statue of Anima thundered out of the ground and made its towering appearance visible. After so long, the time has finally come. He turned to face Zetsu before taking off his ring and throwing it at him. Place the rings in the appropriate positions. The green-haired Akatsuki nodded before jumping onto the fingers of Anima and methodically placing the rings down. Madara grabbed two kunai before throwing them at the mouth grip in Anima's mouth. They impacted on each side before it became loose and a scroll rolled open from inside and flowed all the way to the ground. The Sharingan wielder walked forwards towards the scroll and examined its contents. "It's been so long since I've seen this." He addressed the only other member of Akatsuki remaining, "Have you positioned the rings?" Zetsu nodded before leaping to the ground and standing to a side. The black marks in the eyes of Madara changed as they connected and formed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He closed his eyes as he held his hands together and began to concentrate to expel the chakra of anima from within him. As the fearsome chakra radiated from him, he opened his eyes and began to read from the scroll whilst simultaneously forming hand seals. The statue of Anima's eyes opened instantly as only the center one remained closed. Madara smirked as he continued reading the scroll and finished his hand seals before 8 chakra forces began to seep from the formidable-looking statue. The different colored energies swirled around momentarily before clashing with each other and causing an extreme amount of force. As they fully merged, Madara threw out his arms before the now single chakra entity rushed towards him and took him into the air. It circled him before rushing straight into him and causing him to scream out in pain. Naruto sat on top of the monument of the Hokages as the sky slowly began to fade, showing the vibrant red as a few stars began to become visible. He brought his knee up as he rested his elbow on it. He had wanted to end everything, but in the past few days, he had learned not only of his past but the tragic fates of those who had given their lives to protect their bonds. He dwelled on the revelation of what the objective of Madara entailed as he looked down over Konoha. Destiny, the visages of all the shinobi that had fell to their fate replayed themselves in his mind. Haku, as he told him of what was the most important thing to a shinobi in order to become strong. The Shadaime as he leapt to protect the boy he saw as his son before he was engulfed in darkness after having been betrayed by his best friend, and Yasuo who screamed in agony after having to witness the death of the person who gave him a reason to live. Can it really be changed? He stared at the village of Konoha as a few lights became visible. Naruto shook his head as he finally understood the familiarity of his situation with not only the Yondaime but with others who had also suffered tragic fates. He instantly turned around as he felt a presence behind him and his eyes came into contact with one who was the closest to understanding the pain he felt. Gaara, Naruto looked at the cage who was uneasy as he looked back. The black-robed Kage made his way over to where the Jinchuriki was and stood a few feet away from him. I'm sorry. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he heard his words. Why are you apologizing? Gaara stopped momentarily as the question left him speechless since he didn't know how to put his feelings into words. Inside here, he pointed to his chest, it hurts, but it must hurt you more. Naruto stayed quiet for a few moments as he observed his demeanor before understanding that he must know also. Yeah, it does. Gaara nodded as he looked at the Jinchuriki, the tears visible in his eyes. That pain, it's coming back. He tried to find the right words as he resumed. I wanted to show that I can change, but this, he looked over the village as he finished, it feels like, he stopped as he didn't know how to describe his feelings. Naruto got up from the ground as he brushed himself off. You have changed, Gaara. He smiled. Hey, I haven't actually congratulated you yet, have I? Gaara turned to face the blonde. Congratulations on becoming Kage. Gaara tried to smile but it disappeared as quickly as it came. The redhead never spoke to people openly often. Even with his brother and sister, he would limit his conversation, however around the Jinchuriki, he felt more peaceful and accepted. I'm never going to feel like this again, am I? Naruto listened to the young Kage. What do you mean? Gaara folded his arms before continuing. Because of you, I wanted to change, but, I'm confused now. Naruto put his hands in his pockets as Temari's words came to him. He is, but you're an exception. Naruto smiled as he understood exactly what the Sand Kunoichi had been trying to say to him that day. He walked forward standing on top of the Yondaime's head. Gaara, what you've done up until now, it was the strength of your own heart, that's what guided you, and that's what will continue to guide you. Gaara let his sand slowly move along the ground as he heard the blonde. It's all unfair. He closed his eyes as he finished. I thought I finally had a friend. Naruto smiled as he faced the young Kage. You do have a friend, but I'm not your only friend. You have a village that looks up to you and relies on you, a brother and a sister that have been there with you from the beginning. He looked up at the stars. I realized something, you know. Gaara opened his eyes as he looked at the Jinchuriki. There will always be those who have to make sacrifices to bring peace. The Yondaime died protecting this village and the people rejoiced since they were saved. They were sad also, but they have lives to continue living. He turned around before walking towards the edge of the monument. But what about the Yondaime, his life, his friends, his contentment? He sighed, he gave it all up, his life ended in sadness for the happiness of many. He scratched his head, I share a similar fate, but you're different. He gave a laugh, remember when you asked me what the reason for your existence was? A single tear trickled down Gaara's cheek as he answered, yeah. Naruto admired the sight of the glistening village in front of him as the night had fully descended upon Konoha. Show them that you can only judge a person by what's inside him, not by appearances. He closed his eyes as he remembered Yasuo, and not by their past. Gaara's heart ached. Arigato, he wiped the tears from his face. Naruto walked towards him and put out his hand, death doesn't end a friendship. Gaara smiled as he took Naruto's hand and shook it. The stars shone vibrantly upon the mountain, illuminating the area whilst everything else was shrouded in darkness. Naruto closed his eyes as he knew what he had to do with one last thought running through his mind. It began with him, and it'll end with me. Naruto traveled through the familiar hallways that he had been to in his most desperate state. The gloomy atmosphere only represented his innermost feelings as he went through the final corridor before reaching his destination. He sighed as he approached the gates of the monstrous Kyuubi. Not saying anything, he walked to the side before taking a seat and resting. He could feel the powerful chakra of the kitsune become alert with his presence before it made itself visible from the darkness. The Kyuubi stopped near the bars of the prison before analyzing the Jinchuriki. His crimson eyes still held the dangerous glint which struck fear into many that had confronted him. Why do you come here? Naruto didn't face the intimidating beast, instead opting to stare at the watery ground. I don't know. The blonde leaned back, resting his head, maybe because we're nearing the end, or maybe because it's peaceful here. Kyuubi exposed his feral grin. You are fearful of the consequences your actions will hold. Naruto looked over the confines of the room before addressing the demon. Yeah, things were going right, then they just went wrong somehow. Kyuubi closed his eyes. Pitiful mortal, what makes you think I care about your insecurities? Don't waste my time. Naruto laughed as he had become familiar with the tendencies of the demon fox. I know you don't. He looked at his left forearm before tracing his hand over the intricate seal. Do you hate him? Kyuubi knew that the blonde was referring to Madara as he turned away from the Jinchuriki. Foolish questions, I don't answer to a mortal. Naruto rose from his position on the rough ground as he looked at the Kyuubi's back. I was asking since he is the one who controls your fate. When the time comes, don't hold back. Kyuubi looked back, giving a menacing grin. Worry about whether you will be capable of doing it, not me. Naruto scratched his head as he got ready to leave. That's all I needed to know. Sasuke sat on his bed deep in contemplation over Uchiha Madara being alive and trying to accomplish the revival of Anima. His whole clan had been massacred by his elder brother because of the scroll which held the secrets of the Uchiha's bloodline. After the death of Itachi, he thought everything was over and he had a chance to begin anew and make sure the mistakes of the past weren't repeated by the new generation of Uchiha. He felt a little discouraged by the fact that his hopes for everything turning out fine were being ruined by the same person who had wrote the scroll, which resulted in him losing his family. The black-haired teenager slowly got up before walking over to the scroll and picking it up. He stopped momentarily as he saw the picture of Team 7 and another of his family. Shaking his head, he made his way through the house to the back garden. He enjoyed the vibrant sun as it shone off the clean-cut grass and added to the beauty of his already magnificent yard. He looked briefly at the scroll. The Uchiha will have a new destiny. He threw it into the air before forming hand seals and placing one of his hands in front of his mouth. Kaden Gokaku no Jutsu. The flame expelled from his mouth engulfed the scroll before incinerating it completely. Sasuke had an expressionless face as he saw the scroll burn out of existence. He was interrupted as a messenger bird flew straight at him. He moved to the side, avoiding contact before grabbing it. Untying the small message attached to its leg, he let go of the bird as he began to read it. What's this about? Naruto sprinted through Konoha as he searched for his mentor. He had looked over various places but was now slapping himself inwardly as to why he didn't go to the most obvious location first. He jumped onto the ground as he arrived at the hot springs where Jiraiya loved to peek at women. He sighed as he started to walk through the area, keeping his ears and eyes open for any sign of the frog hermit. As he neared the female side of the hot springs, he could hear perverted giggling from a nearby bush. Naruto shook his head as he made his way closer and the bent-over form of Jiraiya became visible to him. He walked up to his side before greeting him, "Hey, Aro Sennin." Jiraiya stopped his peeking as he turned to the genin, Naruto. Naruto folded his arms, "I need to talk to you." Jiraiya nodded as he rose and began to follow him. Naruto didn't stray too far as he came to a bridge overlooking the hot water and rested against the rails. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair before taking a stance opposite him and relaxing his elbows on the metal rails. "If you know of Madara, then you must also know of Yasuo." Naruto turned away from him and began to stare into the water below. "Yeah, and I guess I understand why I wasn't told." Jiraiya nodded as he looked at the clear sky. When it happened, a lot of people found it hard to believe that he would actually kill the Shadaime. As time went on though, they accepted it, but I guess the old man didn't. Naruto smiled as he remembered the Sandaime. He believed in his best friend, just like he believed in me. Jiraiya scratched his head. "That's not the reason for this talk though, is it?" Naruto looked at the steam rising from the clean water. "No." Jiraiya walked over to where Naruto was positioned and stood next to him, mimicking his stance. "What is it then?" Naruto's eyes gave the hint of emotion that his facial expression didn't. "I wanted to know about the rest of my family." The frog hermit stared at the genin briefly before resuming looking in the water. "Your great-grandmother was young when she gave birth to Yasuo's child. A little older than you are now, but the belief of Yasuo being the killer of the Shadaime caused her mental and physical health to deteriorate and she eventually passed away, leaving her son without parents. He grew up under the wing of the Nadaime and became a great shinobi. He had a tough life and many were angry that he was allowed to live. He married a kunoichi and soon settled down, but his life would be cut short too. A little while after the birth of their daughter, your grandparents went to the front line in the war to help out the Nadaime with the struggle. We won, but we lost all three of them." Naruto looked at the frog hermit. "Their daughter was my mother." Jiraiya nodded. "Uzumaki Asami was her name, beautiful black flowing hair and eyes as green as grass. She was really bright and never let anything get her down. She lost her life shortly after giving birth to you and naming you." Naruto contemplated on what he had been told. "What about my father?" Jiraiya sighed. "I don't know. Over time, things have gotten worse for those who have had to bear the Uzumaki name. It's no surprise that she kept her relationship secret. I'm sorry." Naruto shook his head as he smiled. "Don't be. I still know a lot." The two shinobi remained silent as the sounds of males and females conversing could be heard in the distance. The wind blew silently as the sun made the water sparkle. Jiraiya looked at Naruto before the seal on his left forearm caught his attention. He remembered the details of the scroll Sasuke had brought to the Hokage's office the day before, and in particular about Kyuubi being as strong as the rest of the Biju combined. "You're going to use it, aren't you?" Naruto turned his head as he followed the legendary Sannin's eyes to the intricate pattern on his forearm. "If I have no choice." Jiraiya reached into his vest before retrieving a black book. Naruto looked at the frog hermit as he recognized the item. Jiraiya held out the book towards Naruto. "I read it." Naruto took the book from the perverted hermit as he stared at it. After everything he had learnt, he had nearly forgotten that he had written it. "Why are you giving this back?" Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair. "Finish your story." Naruto ran his finger over the cover of the present for his unborn child. He was broken from his thoughts as he heard his name called from the distance. The Jinchuriki turned to face the opposite direction as a mop of pink hair caught his attention. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the kunoichi tackled him, making him stagger a little. Jiraiya had a sly grin on his face as he saw the young couple hugging. Naruto let go of Sakura before scratching his head. "What's going on?" Sakura gave a daunting look. "I'm not allowed to hug you." Naruto's eyes widened as he shook his head. "I meant, you seem happy." Sakura smiled. "I thought you'd like to spend some time together." Jiraiya coughed violently as he stumbled with the notebook he had pulled out of his pocket a few seconds before. Sakura looked at the frog hermit as Naruto turned around and instantly recognized the peculiar notebook. "Oi, Aro Sennin, what do you think you're doing?" Jiraiya gripped his research notes hardly before putting them behind his back. "Nothing, I was just admiring the sight of the parents-to-be." Sakura was taken by surprise as she heard the frog hermit. "You know." Naruto chuckled nervously as he had been the one to tell him, yeah, he does. The kunoichi turned to face the blonde. Why are you so nervous? Naruto regained his normal demeanor rapidly. No reason, hey. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together. This has been fun, but I'll leave you two alone now, since I should be getting back to my research. Before the frog hermit left, however, he looked behind Naruto. Naruto noticed the unsettling gaze. What? A second later, a sharp bolt of pain rung through his head. Itai. Sakura looked at the messenger bird which had made contact with the Jinchuriki's head. She bent down before picking it up and untying the message from its leg. We should really get some better way of communication. Naruto rubbed his head trying to soothe his pain as he glared at the unconscious creature in Sakura's hand. What does it say? Jiraiya walked away as Sakura answered the genin. It says we need to head to Tsunade Shisu's office, all three of us. Jiraiya stopped and turned around. All three of us. Sakura nodded. Hi, meaning you as well. Jiraiya scratched his head. She probably means the bird. He clutched his notebook as he desperately wanted to get back to his research. Naruto made a disbelieving face as he knew why the frog hermit wanted it not to be him. Sakura held out the paper so he could read it clearly. It says your name on it. Now let's go. The three shinobi took off as the frog hermit was still feeling a bit sour. You forgot about spending time with Naruto quickly. Naruto was about to have an outburst as Jiraiya had somehow included him into the conversation, but Sakura interrupted him from speaking. The day is still young. Naruto laughed as they continued on their way whilst Jiraiya muttered under his breath about thousands of fans being disappointed because his mature novel would get delayed at this rate. They arrived at the Hokage Tower and followed Jiraiya through the window but stopped suddenly as a fist connected with the frog hermit sending him into the wall. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw a flash of yellow and then felt pain enter his head again. He rubbed his head trying to ease the throbbing pain which was becoming too common before Tsunade pulled him into a hug. Baka. What were you thinking? I'm so glad you're okay. Naruto laughed. Sakura-chan is becoming more like you day by day, Tsunade-bachan. Jiraiya rubbed his clothes and straightened himself out before muttering under his breath, you say that like it's a good thing. Sakura and Tsunade faced the frog hermit as he finished. Did you say something? Jiraiya put out his hands and shook his head as he answered the two kunoichi, nothing at all. He leaned back against the wall and folded his arms. I should be more respected than this. It's not right. What did I get hit for? Nothing. Tsunade let go of Naruto before making her way back to her chair and taking a seat. Sakura took the only other chair while Naruto stood where he was. Why are we here? Tsunade leaned back in her chair. After we read the history of the Uchiha, it wasn't hard to understand what must have happened. But I wanted to hear everything from you since this is an important part of this village's history. Naruto nodded as he understood. If the people found out now, it would cause a lot of problems. The Godime rested her chin on her hands. Indeed, it would cause a lot of problems. However, it is important that they know as soon as the threat has been dealt with. But there are other questions that are bothering me, such as how Madara is still alive since he should be over 100 years old. Sakura stared at Naruto in surprise as she didn't know much about the situation. She had been spending most of her spare time trying to find some method to heal Naruto while Tsunade assisted her whenever she didn't have to do her duties as a Hokage. Naruto was about to answer as the door to the office opened and Sasuke walked in. He had his hands in his pockets as he walked over to stand near the conversing shinobi. Hey! The rest didn't have time to answer as a yell was heard before the rest of the Rookie 9 and Team Guy entered the office. Guy was in the lead as he stopped in amazement when he saw Naruto, my youthful comrade, the beautiful yellow beast of Konoha. I am grateful to be able to see you once again. Naruto only laughed in appreciation at Guy's words. Hey, same here. Guy nodded with tears in his eyes as he gave the Jinchuriki a thumbs up. You're late. Everyone stared near the window of the Hokage's office to find Kakashi reading his book. They were all astonished to hear the Junin accuse someone else of being late as his record spoke for itself. Naruto tried to withhold his amazement. Kakashi-sensei, when did you get here? Kakashi turned a page in his book as he answered, before them. Asuma let out some smoke from his mouth as he addressed Naruto. It's good to have you back. Kurenai nodded in agreement as Naruto gave a huge grin. Hey, it's good to be back. He walked closer to the desk of the Godime, even if it is going to be for a short time. Tsunade raised her voice to make sure she was heard. Shut up and listen, all of you. The room instantly quieted down as she resumed. You've been called here for a simple reason, to be told of the man that not only threatens this village but the whole world. She turned to Naruto. Feel free to start explaining everything. The chakra surrounding Madara's body didn't relent as it slowly entered him through his mouth. His body seemed dead as his facial expression resembled one of true horror. The volatile chakra completely entered the Uchiha and moments later, his body fell to the floor. Zetsu had an expressionless visage as he carefully observed the scene before he began walking towards the body of the Sharingan wielder, Madara-sama. A coughing sound was heard as the orange-haired criminal sat up and put his hand in front of his mouth. As he stopped, he panted heavily before he began to laugh. His laughter turned more maniacal as the seconds passed. I can feel it, such power. He rose to his feet before stretching his arms and neck. Zetsu voiced his question. It was a success. Madara stared into the criminal's soul with his crimson eyes. Indeed, but I have to make sure. The green-haired Akatsuki didn't like the look he was receiving from the Uchiha as he spoke. How? Madara smirked. Zetsu, you have served me well, but it was your mistake of hiring that pathetic boy which led to me losing the Kyuubi. Zetsu's face changed drastically into one of fear as he realized what the leader of the Akatsuki was insinuating. Wait, Madara-sama. Madara shook his head as his face held no sign of remorse. This cannot go unpunished. The room was in silence as they took in everything they had been told by Naruto. The Jinchuriki sighed. That's it. The Rookie 9 and Team Guy were all in shock as they understood how deep everything went. Sasuke stared at the ground as he felt an immense amount of hatred for Madara while Sakura looked at Naruto. She felt hurt since she knew that the blonde must have been in pain from all of this. Shikamaru sighed. He tricked Konoha for so long, but if he's as strong as the Kyuubi with 8 Biju, then how do you stop him? Jiraiya didn't want the conversation to head in that direction since he knew what Naruto planned on doing. We'll stop him by fighting. That's all there is to it. Kiba rubbed Akamaru's head. He sounds like a bastard. Choji ate his chips and nodded in agreement while Neji looked at Naruto analytically. Tsunade coughed. I'm going to have to discuss this with my council to decide the best course of action, but I wanted to let you all know that there will be a celebration in 2 days' time. Ino's ears peaked as she heard the Godime celebration. Tsunade nodded. Hi, in commemoration of Naruto for clearing up the false history this village has believed in for so long, but it'll only be for close friends since the village wouldn't be able to handle this news yet. Ten voiced her enthusiasm. Hi, it sounds like a great idea. Sakura smiled at Naruto, who stared back confused. She rose from her seat before grabbing him in a hug. Well, me and Naruto have some news too. Naruto raised an eyebrow. We do. Sakura nodded before turning to face the rest of the shinobi. We're going to be parents. Sasuke's expression changed instantly as he was beyond surprised while Neji's usual demeanor had taken a similar change. Lee broke into tears. Does this mean my rival has defeated me? Kakashi smirked underneath his mask. It looks like my students are beating yours in everything, guy. The enigmatic Maida guy had his mouth wide open. He has mastered the springtime of youth. Ten was blushing as she thought of the process to make babies while Shikamaru wore a sly grin. What a troublesome guy. Choji was smiling and continued eating his chips, happy with the news. Kiba was speechless as Shino remained himself. Asuma lit a new cigarette. Way to go. Ino shook her head as she shouted at Sakura, forehead girl, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Kurenai merely coughed before a thud caught the attention of everyone in the room. They all turned to the source of the sound to find Hinata unconscious. Kiba laughed as he picked up the fainted Hyuga. Don't mind her. Naruto held his hands behind his head as he walked alongside the pink-haired Kunoichi. The sun had recently vanished to steal away Konoha's light and leave them with the night sky. Are you sure about that? Sakura adjusted her kimono, which was dark red with patterns of white flowers. You'll see when we get there. Naruto was adorned in a tight black shirt along with blue baggy trousers. Sugoi, the last place was pretty amazing. Sakura laughed as they neared the Uchiha estate. The dance floor there is beautiful. Naruto's ears twitched. I thought your dance with me was your first time. Sakura nodded. Hi, it was, but I remember it clearly since Tsunade Shiso was busy and I had nothing else to do except observe the people. They continued walking, eventually approaching the entrance of the huge Uchiha estate from which Sasuke was leaving. The Uchiha wore a dark blue ensemble as he had his hands in his trouser pockets. Naruto waved at him to get his attention. You're ready? He gave a slight nod in answer to the Jinchuriki's question. He joined his team as they made their way to their celebration. The journey was silent as none of them spoke, instead letting the soothing sound of the wind enter their ears. Sasuke continued walking before he spoke, breaking the long period of peace. So, you're going to be parents? Naruto turned his head in the black-haired teenager's direction. Yeah. The genin chuckled. Hey, I thought everyone would be shocked if they knew. Sasuke closed his eyes. I guess you beat me to beginning a clan. Sakura's eyes widened as she looked at the Sharingan wielder. Sasuke-kun, did you just make a joke? Naruto laughed. He did. The three teens continued walking before they arrived at their destination. They stood in front of a towering building which was lit up like the stars. The bright sight was a contrast from the rest of the gloomy street. Yo! The greeting caused the shinobi to look in the direction from where it came to see Kakashi leaning against a wall whilst reading his book. The Junin was dressed smartly in a tuxedo which looked very similar to the one he wore the last time they had all got together. Sakura walked up to the ex-Anbu. Why are you outside? Kakashi closed the book before safely tucking it away in his jacket. I was waiting for all of you. Naruto and Sasuke joined the two before they walked inside of the building. Naruto looked around as Sakura talked to the receptionist to find out where to go. Kakashi-sensei, why do we need such a big place if it's only going to be a few of us? Kakashi looked at the Jinchuriki as they began to follow Sakura. There's a lot more people than you think. The Godime held a meeting yesterday where all Chunin and Anbu were informed of the full details of the situation. Some of them are here today as well as the Kazekage and his sister. Naruto scratched his head in understanding as Sasuke addressed the masked pervert. They know the true purpose of the Sharingan and the Uchiha. Kakashi walked lazily as the doors to where they were heading came into sight. Hi. Sakura opened the tall doors. We're here. Team 7 walked into the chamber as they looked slightly taken aback at the amazing display. The lights shone a vibrant gold and columns covered in delicate patterns extended over 50 feet from the ground to the ceiling, which was covered in marble and crystal chandeliers. They were broken from their trance as a blonde called to them, "You're finally here." Yamanaka Ino walked up to her comrades. Oi, Sakura, come with me. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the commanding tone. Why? The three males in the vicinity of the kunoichi remained silent as observers. Ino sighed. We have a lot to talk about. She grabbed Sakura by the arm before beginning to drag her away. You don't mind, do you, Naruto? She stuck her tongue out at the Jinchuriki and took off with Sakura in tow, not giving him a chance to respond. The genin began to scour the large hall. I don't know about you guys, but I'm hungry. The Jinchuriki walked away from his friends across the chamber to where he could see all the food. Naruto had stars in his eyes as he looked at all the delectable food and in particular the boiling pot of ramen. This really is a celebration. He sniffed before picking up a bowl and beginning to fill it up unceremoniously with as much ramen as he could. Adding the finishing touches, he picked up some chopsticks before taking a seat at a table. He had a grin across his face. Itadakimasu. Before the delicious noodles touched his lips, a scream filled his ear. Naruto Nichan. Naruto turned to the left with a confused expression. It can't be. Konohamaru grinned widely as he stared at the blonde he looked to as an older brother. Is it true? Naruto raised an eyebrow, unsure of why the Sarutobi was here and exactly what he could be referring to. He couldn't be talking about his condition since he seemed too happy with the goofy expression he had. Why are you here, Konohamaru? Konohamaru shook his head. I came with Uncle Asuma. I couldn't believe it when he told me. Is it true? Naruto ate some of his ramen before answering. Is what true? That you're going to be a father. Naruto faced the other direction as he heard the new voice. Iruka-sensei. The Jinchuriki felt joyful seeing the Chunin after so long. Konohamaru grew impatient as his question still hadn't been answered. Naruto Nichin. The blonde turned to the young Sarutobi. Yeah, it is true. Konohamaru's eyes were brimming with excitement. Sugoi, a contemplative look was on his face. Does that mean, the freakish girl with the monster strength is the mother? Naruto slapped the genin across the head, causing him to rub his head. Her name is Sakura, and yeah, she is. Iruka laughed at the two before pulling out a chair and sitting down at the table. Naruto began devouring the rest of his ramen. So how did the finals go? Konohamaru folded his arms. I didn't become a chunin. Naruto stopped eating his ramen as he looked at the young Sarutobi. Oh. Iruka rested his hands on the table. He made it to the final match, but it was a draw. Konohamaru smirked. I may not have become a chunin, but I know people haven't forgotten what the Sarutobi name means. Their appreciation showed me that much. Naruto finished his ramen before wiping his mouth. That's great. Iruka smiled as he heard the words of the Jinchuriki before turning to the Sarutobi. Could you excuse us? I need to talk with Naruto alone. I'm sure Sakura would want to know how you feel about her being the mother of his child. Konohamaru scratched his head as he laughed nervously. I'll go find Uncle Asuma. He turned before taking off in search of the cigarette-smoking Junin. Naruto tapped his stomach, having satisfied his hunger. Iruka stared at the table. I'm glad that you're safe. The Jinchuriki recognized the fact that the scarred Chunin must know of him leaving Konoha. He's going to come for Konoha, you know. Iruka nodded. Hi, but just like against the Kyuubi, we'll fight. This time I'll fight in place of my parents. Naruto rose from his seat and stretched his arms. I'm going to look around. See you later, Iruka-sensei. The blonde walked away from the tables which had been set out for people to dine at. He raised an eyebrow as he saw something he didn't expect. It seemed there were a row of tables made for people to gamble at, along with dealers handing out cards. He made his way over to the largest table, hearing shouts which sounded very familiar. Naruto smirked as he saw Tsunade throw her cards at the dealer's face, who looked perplexed. However, his mouth fell open when he saw the Kazekage also seated near the Godime along with cards in his hands. He walked behind Gaara and shook his head as he saw the cards were upside down. Hey Gaara, you're holding the cards wrong. The red-haired Kage looked back with a blank expression as the blonde to his side spoke for him. That's how he plays and we're winning. Naruto laughed nervously. Tamari-chan, I don't think it's the best of ideas having him and Tsunade Bachan gambling in front of everyone. Gaara observed the cards in his hands, thinking of his next move. I like playing this game. Tsunade grew aware of the Jinchuriki's presence as she shouted at him, sit down, brat. How can you play such a game without the youthful winners of our last encounter? Maida Guy made his enigmatic entrance along with his taijutsu student, both dressed in intoxicating yellow tuxedos. Naruto found it hard to look at the two taijutsu specialists. Why are you wearing that? Lee gave a thumbs up, perfectly mimicking his role model. This is dedicated to you, Naruto-kun. This yellow signifies the burning flame of desire within you as well as your hair. Naruto laughed as he heard the Chunin. Hi, I appreciate it. The unfathomable shinobis sat down before heckling the dealer for some cards. Naruto began looking through his own cards as more shinobi began to join them. Neji and Shino sat down silently, not alerting anyone of their presence. Asuma sat next to Kakashi as Shikamaru voiced his opinion of being dragged into the card game. This is so troublesome. Naruto looked at the Chunin. Why are you playing it then? Asuma coughed before exhaling the smoke in his mouth as the Nara answered the genin. Asuma-sensei wants to beat me in a game of cards since he keeps failing at Shugi. We will be the ones who will defeat you all. The loud proclamation by Guy went unnoticed by the shinobis. Asuma looked through his cards. I only wanted to see whether you're as good at every game or just Shugi. Shikamaru sighed. Well, I'm on Naruto's team. I'll learn the rules as we play. The Godime shook her head as she pulled the Jinchuriki towards herself. I need his luck on my side. You're going to need to find your own partner. Shikamaru stared at the Hokage for a few seconds, speechless. Women. Kiba jumped in the seat next to Shikamaru as Akamaru sat down behind him and rested. Don't worry, I'll join in. Shikamaru ignored the loud Inuzuka as the dealer finished handing out all the cards. Naruto chewed the inside of his cheek as he tried to figure out the best move with his cards. Tsunade Bachan. The Godai made her move as she placed a card on the table. What is it, brat? Naruto sighed. I was going to ask what cards you had so we could determine the best move, but I guess it doesn't matter now. He placed the best card he could think of which would go well with Tsunade's. Kiba coughed as they continued playing. So you're going to be a father, Naruto? Naruto looked at Kiba curiously since he was being repeatedly asked the same question. Yeah, I am. Tamari followed Gaara's instructions, placing the most suitable card in conjunction with his. Congratulations from both me and Gaara. Naruto gave his trademark foxy grin in appreciation as Kiba continued, that means you must have. Kakashi had a smile behind his mask knowing where the Chunin was heading with his conversation while Shikamaru analyzed the game and began to pick up the rules. Neji and Shino silently made their move, not gaining any attention from the rest of the shinobi. Lee roared with glee as he threw his card onto the table, followed by Guy proceeding to do a similar action. The Junin smiled and gave a thumbs up. None of you can match our combo of youth. Tsunade shook her head as the dealer rolled the dice. If this is going to be like last time where you keep smiling and putting up your thumb after doing every one of your moves, expect an unwanted backlash. Guy had a confused expression as the dice came to a stop and his eyes lit up with fire. Yosh. Like I predicted, we will win. He smiled as his teeth sparkled. Shikamaru had a lazy expression. Doesn't that mean you lost? The Junin looked closely at the dice before he put out his hands. There is someone here who matches our blazing determination and habit of winning. All the shinobi looked towards the winner of the round as Gaara glared back, causing them to quickly resume with what they were doing before. Lee stood up and pointed at the red-haired teen. Kazekage-sama, this is far from over. This victory is merely a grain of sand compared to the war that is coming. Lee went unnoticed by the Kazekage as he looked through the new set of cards he had been given. Guy pointed at the masked pervert across him. Kakashi. Are you teaching everyone this hip attitude of yours? Everyone made their next move as Kakashi placed his card down. Did someone say something? Guy looked like he was about to fall over as he grabbed his hair. Oh my god. Kiba shook his head as everyone calmed down and proceeded to make their moves. He had a tint of red grace his face as he addressed the Jinchuriki. Naruto. Naruto anxiously awaited the results of the round as the dealer once again rolled his dice. What is it? Kakashi found it hard to contain his amusement as a wide grin was across his face, only concealed by his mask. Kiba rubbed his nose. How was it? The dice stopped as Naruto spoke. How was what? Kiba laughed nervously. You know. Naruto stared at the Inuzuka as he realized exactly what he was asking. Nani? His outburst was silenced as Guy once again spoke. There is something wrong. We can't lose 2 times in a row. I demand the dealer be checked to make sure he isn't biased. Tsunade sighed as she became angry and placed her money on the table for losing the round. All of you, be quiet. We're going to take a break for a while, understood? All the shinobi nodded in acknowledgement as they left the table after giving the money they owed to the Kazekage. Naruto shook his head as he slowly walked through the chamber and observed his surroundings. He stopped before beginning to look around him. The shinobi were enjoying themselves from what he could tell as they were laughing and engaged in activities. His eyes settled on one of the many gambling machines where a meditative Uchiha stood. He saw the black-haired teen scratch his head before pulling the handle and waiting patiently for his result. Naruto smirked to himself as he looked at his various friends throughout the room before he was broken from his musings. Naruto-kun. The timid voice made him turn around to face Hyuga Hinata. Naruto put his hands behind his head as he addressed the girl. Hey, Hinata. Hinata looked at the ground as she began to speak. I just wanted to say a few things. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Hinata hesitated for a few moments before strengthening her resolve. Arigato. Naruto tilted his head. For what? The shy Hyuga raised her head to look at the Jinchuriki. Because of, why, you, I never gave up. For showing me that, people can change. Arigato. Naruto placed one of his hands in his pockets as he rested the other by his side. In the end, it was you who decided to make the move. People may be helped by others, but ultimately, it is by their own strength that they'll be able to move forward. Hinata nodded. Hi. Naruto laughed. You've gotten stronger. They were interrupted as Sakura walked over to them. The kunoichi smiled at Hinata, greeting her before looking at the Jinchuriki. Trust me. Naruto had a confused expression. Nani? Sakura smirked before grabbing him by the arm and beginning to lead him elsewhere. They stopped momentarily as Hinata called out to them, congratulations, about your baby. Sakura smiled at the girl as the Jinchuriki to her side gave a thumbs up. However, he was once again pulled by Sakura as he stumbled. Sakura-chan. What's going on? The pink-haired medic laughed as she led him to a large platform in the center of the chamber. Doesn't this feel familiar? Naruto walked up the few steps behind the kunoichi onto the dance floor as he realized what she was talking about. It had been him dragging her to dance the last time, but the roles had been reversed. He didn't dwell on the realization as his eyes became glued to the floor. He continued walking as Sakura led him to the middle before stopping. She looked at his astonished face before smiling. It's amazing, isn't it? Naruto looked at the transparent glass platform they were standing on, below which there was sparkling water and fish swimming. The golden lights only added to the effect, accentuating the already beautiful display. Yeah. The music entered their ears, soothing them inside as Sakura placed her hand in his, one more time. Naruto smiled at the kunoichi before placing his hand on her hip. Hi. They got into the position as the music slowly began to pick up. Their dance was a lot more rhythmic and coordinated than the last time, as they both knew what they were doing. Naruto found himself lost in the kunoichi's emerald eyes as they danced over the glass platform, the sound of their feet tapping drowned out by the beautiful music. The classical piece began to slow as Sakura moved forward, placing her arms around his neck and resting her head on his shoulder. The Jinchuriki was inebriated by the fresh smell radiating off her as he found himself thinking of how precious she was to him. He closed his eyes as they continued. Thanks for always being there. Sakura buried her head deeper into the crook of his neck as she spoke. Don't talk like that, Naruto. The genin chuckled as they slowly moved around. Talk like what? Sakura tightened her grip around his neck. Like you're leaving. The two resumed their dance as the music began to near its finale. They came to a stop as it finished. Naruto opened his eyes as Sakura moved back slightly to look at him. The Jinchuriki sighed before noticing the sorrowful expression on her face. Hey, Gomen. I didn't want to make you upset. He leaned forwards, resting his forehead against hers. Sakura stared directly into his sapphire orbs. Promise me you won't leave me. Naruto smiled. I promise. He leaned in to kiss her as the dance platform continued sparkling, showering them in light. The wind was relentless, blowing hardly as a lone figure trekked through the land with his cloak fluttering. He continued towards his destination as he saw the gates come into view. Madara smirked as he came to a stop. The new cloak he was wearing clearly had the insignia of Akatsuki as a few shinobi appeared in front of him. His crimson eyes remained fixed on the new arrivals as they spoke. Akatsuki. You have some nerve returning to this country after what you did. Madara laughed as he saw the shinobi that had come from Tokigakure. I merely came to finish the job, on a much larger scale. His eyes held a dangerous glint as he finished his sentence. Naruto yawned as he jumped through the forest on the way back to Konoha. He had spent the past 2 weeks waking up very early during the morning and spending the time training. He jumped onto the ground before making his way to the clearing where Konoha's gates became visible. However, he stopped when he saw the strange sight in front of him. Numerous people were being escorted by shinobi into Konoha, only stopping briefly to have their papers examined. He scratched his head before making his way past all of them and towards the front of the line where Shiranui Genma and Namiyashi Rado were helping with the proceedings. Oi, Genma-sensei. Naruto greeted the Senbon chewing shinobi as he nodded. Naruto, how can I help you? He rolled the Senbon needle in his mouth to the other side as he spoke. Naruto observed the crowd of people before looking back towards the shinobi. What's going on? Genma finished checking the papers of a family before letting them through. You don't know, huh? Naruto had a clueless expression which answered the shinobi's question. Rado, who was silent, answered in between dealing with the civilians. Kakashi-san is free, he'll fill you in on the situation. Naruto scratched his head as he observed the surroundings to find the masked pervert. Yo, over here. The voice made him turn around to face the shinobi who was calmly leaning against a wall. Naruto looked at the busy shinobi who were occupied with the crowd and then at Kakashi who was standing and reading his mature novel, Shouldn't You Be Helping? Kakashi detached himself from the wall before walking up to the Jinchuriki. They can handle it, let's go. Naruto followed the Junin into Konoha as he stretched his arms. So, what's with all the people? Kakashi turned a page in his book before answering. According to your information, Madara wanted to wipe out all unworthy civilizations in his eyes. It seems he has began. Naruto's eyes widened. Nani? Kakashi's exposed eye was fixated on his book. 2 weeks ago, Tokigakure was attacked. It's been wiped out completely along with the rest of Waterfall Country. Naruto had a shocked expression. It was him. Kakashi nodded. We don't have eyewitnesses, but neighboring villages close to the border with retired shinobi claimed they felt a demonic chakra. It could only be him. Naruto looked over his shoulder at the gates of Konoha as they continued walking. You said they were wiped out, then who are they? They both turned into an alley away from the busier streets of Konoha. They are from Wind Country. After the attack, we informed other villages of the threat. The best form of defense we have is to unite and stand our ground. Due to this, smaller villages like Kusagakure and Omegakure have evacuated and traveled to the larger villages along with the people of their country. Naruto absorbed everything he had been told. In our case, Sunagakure and the rest of their people joined us since we have an alliance. Kakashi nodded. Also, the Cage wanted to return after he heard of the attack on Tokigakure. Sunagakure has only begun to re-establish itself and wouldn't stand a chance on its own, so we provided shinobi who traveled to Wind Country and escorted them here. At this time, the best thing for us is to join and fight together. Naruto realized the urgency of the situation. Why wasn't I told any of this? Kakashi sighed before closing his book. We didn't want to bother you with this. Only few people knew of the plans since we didn't want to raise an alarm amongst everybody. They stopped walking as Naruto folded his arms. Everyone's going to become suspicious, so it's not long before they have to be told. Kakashi tucked away his novel in the confines of his vest. They may grow suspicious, but they're not going to be told anything regardless of how much pressure they apply on the council or the Godime. As far as they are concerned, there is a threat to everyone, but they won't know it's Madara until the time is right. What's important is to build a solid defense and try to understand where exactly Madara may strike next. Naruto ran a hand through his hair. Everything's come to this. He shook his head. I'm going to go home and rest. The Jinchuriki took off towards his abode, leaving the masked Junin by himself. Kakashi turned around before his face drifted upwards and his eyes landed on the Hokage monument and in particular, on the visage of the Yondaime. I wasn't much help last time, but this time, it'll be different, sensei. Sakura was sat at the desk of the Godime with several books strewn across it. She was busy reading through the scroll Tamari had provided in order to find something that could help them. Tsunade was also reading through her own books in an attempt to find something. The past few weeks had been mentally exhausting, and so far they only had one thing to work off, and that was the Godime's suggestion. Tsunade had worked up the idea of modifying her Sozo Seisei technique for Naruto. The principle remained the same, as in it would heal a tremendous amount, but they needed to adapt it suitably for Naruto. They needed to somehow block off the Kyuubi's chakra so it wasn't unwillingly released, as its toxic nature would do more harm than good. But due to the lack of control Naruto had, they needed to run that certain aspect from the outside, and the method to accomplish that was becoming difficult to find. Once the technique is accomplished, they would have enough time to reconstruct his chakra coils without him losing his life. However, they were desperately trying to find the missing link for the Sozo Seisei technique to work. A few feet away from the two kunoichi, Gaara stared through the window to the far gates where his people were entering. Did they panic? The Cage's question was directed at his reunited brother who stood at the far end of the room. At first, but we were able to calm the situation. Gaara closed his eyes, appreciative of Kankuro's effort. It is going to be hard from this point forwards. Tamari placed her battle fan on the ground before folding her legs and leaning back in her chair. There is strength in numbers. The red-haired Cage opened his eyes as he resumed looking over the village. Sakura's eyes became alert as she swiftly read through the piece of text in front of her, Tsunade Shiso. The Godime looked up from her book towards her apprentice. What is it? Sakura placed the scroll in front of the Godime and pointed towards what she was reading. I think I found it. Tsunade rapidly began to read through as her eyes began to water. She nodded before facing the kunoichi. Hi. Sakura had a large smile across her face and her eyes were brimmed with tears of happiness. Gaara turned to the kunoichi. You found a cure for him. Sakura nodded as she laughed joyfully. Hi, a mixture between kinjutsu and a medical operation. Tsunade folded the book she was previously reading before picking up the scroll and analyzing it. From what it seems, the procedure is going to be very long. We don't have time to waste with the current situation. I'm going to have to organize this accordingly so we can begin the process as soon as possible. Sakura understood as she rose from her seat in order to find the Jinchuriki. However, she stopped as the next instant two shinobis appeared in front of the Godime. Mitarashi Anko and Morino Ibiki reporting. The two shinobi stood at attention as the Hokage faced them. Tsunade sighed. Did you find anything? After the destruction of Takigakure and Waterfall Country, the Godime had deployed a team to travel there and try to find any hints as to where Madara may be going. Anko had a grim face. We didn't encounter any enemies but we saw the remains. Ibiki coughed. Everything was decimated, it looked like hell. The Godime sat back contemplating on what kind of power the Uchiha had at his whim. Any clues as to where he may go next? Anko gulped as she looked at the Hokage. We found tracks, he's heading in our direction. The blonde instantly sat up and slammed her hand on her desk. Nani? Anko, head to the gates and tell them to speed up the process. Anko nodded before disappearing while Tsunade addressed Ibiki. I need you to send out a message to all Junin and Chunin to gather at the stadium within the next half hour. Gaara addressed the torture specialist. Tell all Sunagakure shinobi to be present also. The scarred shinobi disappeared from his spot to complete his task while Tsunade looked back at the scroll. She sighed before her eyes traveled to her apprentice whose face was overcome with worry. Sasuke panted as he sheathed his kusanagi and stared at the damage he had done to the training ground. He had trained consistently in the same locale for an extensive amount of time now. He wiped the sweat from his forehead before sitting down on the ground. The training schedule mostly involved him practicing his jutsu in order to become more efficient in implementing them and kenjutsu training. Moving his hand to the pouch on his leg, he withdrew a soldier pill before flicking it into his mouth. Ignoring the sour taste, he felt a boost of energy before grinning. His eyes twitched as he turned around feeling a faint force of chakra. The Uchiha rose to his feet as he focused himself to garner a better understanding of what he was feeling. His mouth fell open as he realized the familiarity, that chakra. Abandoning his training, he took off rapidly to the source. He could see the boundary of the village drawing near, knowing of the fact that he was restricted to the village and wasn't allowed to leave. The black-haired teen brushed away the thoughts before jumping over the wall and into the trees behind it. Sasuke continued jumping through the trees as the distance between him and Konoha grew greater before eventually coming to a stop and landing on the forest floor. He calmly waited with his eyes alert as he analyzed the surrounding area. So, you're the one he left alive. The sinister voice made Sasuke divert his attention to the branch of a tall tree several feet away to find a man in an Akatsuki cloak sitting down coolly. Sasuke glared at the new arrival with hatred. Uchiha Madara. The crimson-eyed criminal rested his elbow on his knee. You can recognize the similar chakra. Sasuke's hand slowly made its way to his kusanagi. You're the reason for all my suffering, that damn scroll which led to me losing everything. Madara raised an eyebrow. You know full well of the powers the Sharingan can grant. Tell me, why did you let the Jinchuriki live when you had the chance to obtain the Mangekyo? Sasuke's eyes fell to the forest floor. The darkness has no right to take away the light. Madara shook his head. Pitiful, you are bound by useless emotions. You lack the hatred to take the final step. Sasuke gritted his teeth as his black eyes changed into the form of the Sharingan. I refuse to become like my brother, like you. The only thing I lack is contentment. Sasuke vanished from his position, appearing directly in front of Madara before making a downward slash with his kusanagi. Madara moved out of the way as the tree branch was cut cleanly into 2 pieces. Sasuke turned around, sending a kick to Madara's face and connecting before spinning his weapon and attempting to stab him through his head. Both Uchiha continued their descent to the ground as Madara moved his head to the side at the last moment, avoiding the attack, before kicking the younger shinobi in the stomach and separating them both. Sasuke turned in the air before landing on his feet and charging at his ancestor. He began to attack the criminal with various moves before trying to take off his head with a horizontal swipe. Madara ducked under the attack as Sasuke smirked, twisting his wrist and bringing the hilt of his sword down into the orange-haired criminal's head. He didn't stop as he jumped forwards and drove his knee into Madara's face before twisting his body and delivering a kick into his neck, sending him through the air. The cap at the bottom of Sasuke's weapon fell off before he threw the kusanagi at the soaring Madara. As it flew through the air, a wire escaped it before Madara crashed into a tree and the kusanagi went straight into his cloak, pinning him. The younger Uchiha grabbed the wire before it sizzled and a current flowed across it towards Madara. The crimson-eyed criminal raised an eyebrow as the current reached the kusanagi and decimated the tree he was pinned to. Sasuke pulled back the wire as his kusanagi came into view from behind the dust cloud and into his hand. He held it in a ready position while he was fully alert. "I know it missed, stop hiding." He heard a laugh from behind him as he instantly turned around to face Madara. The criminal held his shoulder before stretching his neck. "Very innovative, your speed is amazing." The black circles in his eyes changed shape into the Sharingan, "But, you're still no match for me." The leader of Akatsuki jumped at Sasuke, driving his leg into the younger shinobi's ribs before turning upside down and kicking him in the shoulder. Madara twisted onto his feet before throwing a combination of punches at his opponent. Sasuke reeled from the multiple punches as they connected. He brought up his sword as he felt some blood flowing from out of his mouth before concentrating his chakra. Madara threw a punch at the black-haired teen's stomach as a shock of electricity flew through his body upon connecting. Sasuke smirked as his Chidori Nagashi was executed before using his sword to slash Madara's arm, causing it to spatter blood and driving his elbow into his face. Madara coughed out blood as he grew angry. He avoided the next attack by Sasuke before grabbing his arm and disarming the kusanagi. He pulled in the shinobi and drove a violent punch into his stomach. Not stopping, he threw Sasuke away from him before kicking his kusanagi hardly and sending it into a tree far away. Sasuke twisted before rapidly performing hand seals and shouting, "Kaden Hisekisho." Madara took note of his actions, instantly copying them as they both blew out a cloud of heated ash at each other. Sasuke spat out some blood from his mouth as he landed on the ground and attempted to find his opponent since the ash had obscured his view. A throbbing pain entered his spine as he looked behind him to find Madara smirking. The older shinobi didn't waste any time as he punched Sasuke repeatedly in his back before moving around him and kicking him across the face. Sasuke was sent rolling across the floor as he gritted his teeth trying to ignore the pain. As soon as he could, he jumped onto his feet before performing hand seals and raising his hand into the air, Kasanbai. A charge of electricity swirled around his raised arm before a ball of the volatile element appeared in his hand. The unpredictable ball of electrical energy shot multiple bolts around the Uchiha as they connected and destroyed the trees and earth. Sasuke roared as he put more chakra into his attack and it increased in ferocity. Several bolts hit the surrounding environment repeatedly, destroying everything they touched. Genma and Rado ushered in as many people as they could as shinobis rushed over the village, either getting in positions for defending the village or helping to evacuate the people. The Anbu had mobilized and were already in their assigned locales as Genma anxiously looked over the huge crowd. "Rado, there's no time for this, just let them through." Rado nodded as he stepped aside and told the people to get moving as fast as they could in an orderly manner. "Follow the shinobi to where he takes you." He pointed at the ninja he was referring to. "Come on people, hurry up and get moving." Enko used her energy to encourage the crowd. Genma's sweat dropped as he cleared his throat before speaking, "Enko-san." The purple-haired Kunoichi had a serious face as she waved him off. "Don't worry, I can handle this fine. Move people." Genma decided to remain quiet as he turned around to find the Godime approaching him along with her apprentice and the Sand Trio. The blonde Hokage spoke in an authoritative tone, "Any suspicious activities?" Genma shook his head. No, most of the squadrons have taken their positions and we'll be on our way once we've made sure the rest of the people are in safely. Tsunade turned around to face her pink-haired apprentice. Find Naruto quickly and try to convince him. Once you're done, I need you back here to provide medical care since you can't fight in your condition. Sakura nodded, but before she took off, the ground trembled, causing the crowd of people to panic, wondering what was going on. A huge chakra made itself felt as the shinobi looked towards the direction it was coming from to find explosions in the distance, followed by a large plume of smoke rising into the air. Tsunade's eyes widened. He's here. Sasuke was slightly out of breath as he looked around through the cloud of smoke and dust. He brought his hand down to his side, remaining alert of his surroundings as he used his other hand to withdraw a kunai from his pouch. He twisted the kunai in his hand before something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. He turned towards it, however his eyes widened as he saw a kunai flying directly towards his head. The Sharingan wielder's insides twirled in fear as he realized he wouldn't be able to stop it from connecting. He waited resignedly as the world seemed to slow down while the weapon made its way towards his temple. Nonetheless, within an inch of connecting, a clanging sound was heard as the weapon was thrown off course courtesy of another kunai. Sasuke brought his own kunai into a readied position as he realized what had happened. Another man landed next to him with long white hair and a serious demeanor. That was a close call for you. The smoke slowly cleared as the shinobi patiently waited for their enemy to make an appearance. A laughing sound was heard as Madara revealed his voice. You have certainly grown, Jiraiya. The perverted hermit directed his attention to the source of the voice to find the old Uchiha staring directly at him and Sasuke. Shouldn't there be two of you? Madara sighed. He fulfilled the reason for his existence. Jiraiya realized what he meant by his words, your own comrade. He disregarded the fact it seemed so low to kill someone who was loyal to you as he voiced his opinion on more important issues. You're doing all this because of one boy. Do you really hate Yasuo so much? The crimson-eyed criminal slowly walked around the pair. I am doing this to bring the ideals of a shinobi back to what they should be. Jiraiya shook his head disbelievingly. The power to change others isn't given, it is earned. Madara laughed at the frog hermit. You have aged, and with it you believe you have acquired wisdom. You are still young compared to me, and my power was earned when I killed my best friend. Sasuke's eyes were filled with rage as he heard the orange-haired criminal. This bloodline really is a curse. Madara's visage was emotionless. What is a gift? What is a curse? The perceptions of such things are twisted with each individual way of thinking. Over time, a person comes to accept that which he has grown accustomed to. Once I have completed my destiny, people will believe the new way of life is the most suitable way of living. Sasuke tightened his grip around the kunai in his hand. I lost my parents, my brother, my dreams because of you and what you think is an Uchiha's destiny. The swirls in his eyes connected into a whole new pattern, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Those dreams, they were hard to get back. I won't lose them again. Jiraiya looked at the pattern in the younger shinobi's eyes as Madara raised an eyebrow. It seems you did have the will for these eyes. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he talked of his fight with Naruto. I gave up on obtaining these eyes the day I left my strongest bond intact. Madara smirked as he realized how he acquired the power of the Mangekyo. Your brother was dear to you until the end. The face of Itachi flashed through Sasuke's mind as he remembered his hand going through his chest and dealing the final blow which ended his life. I didn't want to ever have to use these, but until you die, the Uchiha will never be free of their past. Madara shook his head as he looked at the disappearing cloud of smoke in the sky, knowing that it must have alerted Konoha. We're going to have company soon. Enough playing around, it's time I show you what power really is. Jiraiya anticipated what was going to happen next as both he and Sasuke jumped behind one of the many fallen trees for cover. A blast of purple chakra was expelled from Madara's body, throwing over the few standing trees in the vicinity. His body began to glow a dark purple as he performed hand seals, and chains exploded from the ground. The seemingly full of life chains slowly wrapped themselves around the criminal's anatomy before pulling him into the ground. Sasuke looked at the sight in trepidation as he knew what was happening. Anima. Naruto sat up in his bed as he felt an enormous burst of chakra. The Jinchuriki recognized the demonic qualities as he jumped out of his bed before looking through the window. He was taken by surprise as he saw the surging chakra force emanating from the distance, Madara. He turned around before running to the side of his bed and grabbing the weapons pouch which was returned to him by Sasuke. He looked inside to make sure everything was there before he strapped it to his leg. Before leaving, his eyes caught the black book sitting comfortably on the table. He walked up to it before picking it up and momentarily looking at it. Pocketing it, he exited his apartment before jumping onto his roof to get a better view of the strange happening in the distance. The sky was a dark red as the clouds began to circle around where the huge chakra was pouring from. Naruto's sapphire eyes focused on the vicinity where he could feel it coming from before the ground began to tremble along with his apartment. He steadied himself as his astonishment was clearly written across his face when he saw what happened next. A blood-curdling scream was heard before something burst out of the ground in the distance, making itself known to all of Konoha. Naruto was amazed at the display as he saw anima in all its glory. It looked exactly like the statue at the Akatsuki hideout and was bigger than even Gamabunta. The purple chakra surrounding the king of the underworld flared as he struggled with the chains binding his hands. After a few moments they were broken as he spread his arms in a menacing manner and let out a roar. The people on the streets of Konoha noticed the tremendous sight before screaming in fear and running to take cover. Naruto turned his head, his eyes traveling to the Hokage monument as he looked at the face of the Shadaime, the one who had taken in his ancestor and sacrificed his life to protect his precious person. He looked at the Nadaime, who had died in the war alongside his grandparents to protect the Fire Country. As he felt his heart calm down, his eyes laid their attention on the Sandaime, who was the one to give him acknowledgement and never stop believing in him. He sighed as he looked at the visage of the Yondaime, who was the one who chose him to bear the burden of the Kyuubi and gave his life for the happiness of his people. Finally, he stared at the carved countenance of the Goddaime, who was one of the most important people alive to him and carried the duty of protecting Konoha with her life. The words of Madara flowed through his head as his eyes were full of determination. This is your destiny. When you were chosen as the container of the Kyuubi, your fate was sealed. He brought his hand in front of his face as he stared at it before letting it fall to his side. He closed his eyes as he tightened both of his hands into fists. With these hands, he opened his eyes as he stared at the demonic entity in the distance. I'll change my destiny. The king of the underworld towered over the landscape with his dominating presence. The purple chakra enshrouding the entity flared as his 8 eyes blinked before he brought his freed arms closer to his torso. Only the upper part of the beast was visible as the rest seemed to remain hidden behind the ground. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair as he looked over the land which had been demolished. The luscious vegetation which was known to surround Konoha was no longer visible in their direct vicinity, as the incredible force of anima had obliterated everything, leaving it looking like a plain wasteland. He turned to his right towards the only other person present. Are you prepared for this? The dark atmosphere didn't distract Sasuke as his eyes were focused on his transformed ancestor. He gave his answer in the form of a nod as the clouds above circled their location. The 2 shinobi became alert as Anima raised his clawed hand before bringing it down rapidly towards them. Both ninja jumped in opposite directions as the huge fist connected into the ground, decimating it and causing dust and debris to fly everywhere. Jiraiya rolled before coming to his feet and biting his thumb, drawing blood. He proceeded to slam it into the ground, Kuchio's number jutsu. A large plume of smoke engulfed the area before clearing to reveal Jiraiya standing on a humongous red toad. The toad boss took out the pipe from his mouth before blowing some smoke. This situation brings back familiar memories. Jiraiya steadied himself on the summon's head. Fight with me, old friend, just like you did with the Yondaime 16 years ago. Gamabunta brought his hand to rest on the hilt of his blade. Anima, he is a legend even to me. The duo jumped towards their adversary to engage him in battle as Sasuke smirked. He did the familiar procedure before slamming his own hand into the ground. After the ensuing smoke cleared, the slithering from of a large snake colored in a pure black became visible. The summon thrashed the end of his tail before raising his head into a readied position. His eyes were a golden yellow with black slits and his face had red markings, heading from his mouth to his head. Sasuke took a deep breath as he addressed the huge beast. It's time, Kurozen. Lend me your help. The snake summon hissed before speaking in his deep voice. Finally, you give me a chance to play. He gave a pleased laugh as he finished speaking. The large beast drove forwards at a fast pace towards Anima as Gamabunta jumped out of the way, avoiding a hard fist. Sasuke held on tightly as Anima recognized the approaching enemy and slammed his hand into the ground, causing it to ripple and tear. Move around it. The Uchiha's command was answered with a snort. Kurozen slithered rapidly, avoiding the debris before answering back, "Imbecile, what need is there to point out the obvious?" The Uchiha on top of the prideful beast remained quiet, knowing that it wouldn't help the situation to make a retort. The duo once again took off in the direction of Anima as Gamabunta continued to strike at the demonic entity with his sword, only to have it deflected by his powerful hands. Jiraiya tried his hardest not to fall off the huge toad as the battle continued. Gamabunta jumped over the huge demon, landing on the other side, before looking back and opening his mouth, shooting a large amount of oil. Jiraiya reacted instantly, performing hand seals and shooting a large ball of fire from his mouth and thus igniting the oil as it impacted against Anima. After having executed their combined Kaden Gamayu Enden technique, Gamabunta launched himself at the demon. He brought down his sword to strike the demon's temple but was shocked as a slight movement later, it was caught in one of Anima's fearsome hands. The toad boss struggled, attempting to break free, however Anima raised his free hand and rapidly sent it towards Gamabunta. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he saw the oncoming attack. He saw a flash of black as Kurozen wrapped himself tightly around the forearm of Anima, stopping his movement. He proceeded to dig his teeth into the skin of the king of the underworld as Sasuke abandoned his perch on top of his summon and began to run up the arm of Anima directly towards his face. The Uchiha's hand began to crackle with the element of lightning as he prepared the Chidori before jumping at the head of Anima and targeting one of his 8 eyes. Moments before his attack connected in the eye that he was targeting, it turned directly towards him and the pupil sparkled before throwing out a chakra blast which sent Sasuke soaring through the air. Kurozen realized the danger the Uchiha was in as he let go of Anima's arm and raced towards Sasuke to stop him from making contact with the hard ground. Anima tightened his hand into a fist as it became free before rapidly driving it into Gamabunta's face and sending him rolling, much to the dismay of Jiraiya, who was flung onto the ground due to the force. Sasuke fell through the air, approaching the ground at an increased pace as he clutched his stomach, reeling from the agonizing pain flowing through him after feeling the simple chakra blast. He looked towards the ground as some blood began to trickle onto his chin before Kurozen slithered right under him and opened his mouth, catching him on his soft tongue. Sasuke sat up, gritting his teeth before jumping onto the beast's head. Kurozen directed his attention back towards Anima, who was bringing one of his hands to the guard in his mouth. "He didn't even feel my poison or my bite." Anima clutched the mouth guard before ripping it out and displaying his sharp teeth. He let go of the large mouth guard as it fell towards the ground and caused a crater upon landing. The king of the underworld began to laugh slowly before speaking in a menacing voice which was familiar to the sound of Madara's. "Your power is so pathetic, it is amusing." Jiraiya rose to his feet before making his way over to Gamabunta, who was slowly getting into an upright position. Without his pipe in his mouth, he hits hard. Jiraiya jumped onto the toad's head as they prepared to fight again. "We'll hit harder." Tsunade ran across the land along with several of Konoha's shinobi as they approached the fierce battle being waged. She looked towards her right at an Anbu adorning a mask. "Tenzo, I want everyone to provide support from a distance. Don't try to engage directly." Tenzo nodded before falling back to one of his subordinates and proceeding to tell him to inform the rest of the shinobi. Gaara remained quiet as he continued on his way, his thoughts on what he was about to face. The emotionless face of the young Kage starkly contrasted from what he was feeling on the inside as he attempted to conjure up any tactics which would help him. Kakashi had a serious demeanor as he put his hand in front of him before a strong wind rushed past the shinobi, courtesy of the battle. His thoughts were in no confusion as he knew exactly how far he was willing to go. Naruto's friends all took off in different directions as they arrived at the scene of the battle, drawing various weapons in order to provide help from a distance. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan before making his way directly into the battlefield and towards Anima. Tsunade looked towards the Junin, knowing what he was doing before she looked at the summoned beasts relentlessly combating with Anima. She bit her thumb, drawing a trickle of blood. "My turn." Naruto jumped across the rooftops of Konoha, fast approaching the gates as the people below were beginning to calm down and being led by shinobi to a safe shelter. His sapphire eyes were focused on the beast in the distance as he could also see the forms of a toad, snake and slug engaged in battle. Naruto. The cry for his name made him look to his left as he saw Sakura approaching him. He stopped as the kunoichi advanced and caught up to him. "Sakura-chan, I don't have time." The Jinchuriki was about to leave but was halted when the medic grabbed his wrist. "I need to talk to you." Sakura looked at Naruto, whose eyes showed signs of urgency as he stared back. The blonde sighed. "Fine, what is it?" Sakura looked towards the ground as she spoke. "We found you a cure." Naruto's surprise was clearly written across his face. "Nani?" The kunoichi looked up at the Jinchuriki with clear signs of distress. "Jiraiya-sama told us of your jutsu. Please Naruto, no matter what happens, don't use it." Naruto's mind was in haywire as he absorbed the new development. He looked towards Anima as he spoke in a soft voice. "I might have no choice." Sakura let go of his wrist as she faced away from him. "You promised." Naruto looked at her back as she resumed, "You wouldn't leave me." The genin gave a resigned sigh, feeling despondent by the fact that he could survive if he didn't have to use the technique created by the pact between him and Kyuubi. He walked behind Sakura before wrapping his arms around her. "As long as you don't forget me." His voice turned into a whisper as he finished, "I won't ever leave you." Sakura understood exactly what his decision was as a tear trickled onto her cheek, before the warmth of being in Naruto's embrace disappeared. She turned around to find the Jinchuriki nowhere in sight, knowing he had taken off towards Anima. Sweetened Bakusui Shoha. Kakashi spat out large amounts of water from his mouth as it raged and covered the area. He began to run across it towards Sasuke and his summon before jumping and landing next to the Uchiha. Kurozen rushed across the shallow water towards Anima as both shinobi simultaneously performed hand seals and shouted, "Sweeten Daibikufu no Jutsu." The shallow water rose before charging at Anima and crashing into the demon. Gamabunta leapt into the air to prepare for an attack with his sword as Katsuyu along with Tsunade advanced towards the king of the underworld. The slug summon prepared her attack before opening her mouth, Zeshi Nensen. She spat out a potent acid directly at Anima, which landed on his arm, causing him to give an angry roar. Anima ignored the sizzling on his arm before waving his arm hardly in the direction of the descending Gamabunta, which resulted in the dangerous substance being thrown at the toad boss and his summoner. Gamabunta brought his sword in front of his face for protection as the acid landed on his hands, causing him to wince in pain. Jiraiya quickly performed hand seals before shouting, "Sweeten Tepidama." He threw the ball of water from his mouth at the injured hands of Gamabunta as they managed to stop the potent acid from doing any more damage. Anima slammed his hand into the ground, causing part of it to be thrown into the air before proceeding to punch it in the direction of the shinobi throwing weapons at him from the distance. Tenten's eyes widened as she saw the large piece of earth closing in on her location as well as the others. Lee utilized his speed to grab the kunoichi before taking off as Neji readied himself. He began to spin slowly, Hakusho Kaden. His spin increased in speed as he expelled chakra from all of his chakra points and created a shield from it. The piece of earth over 10 times his size contacted against the shield as it began to break away. Neji continued with his technique as sweat began to drop from his head, from the pressure being applied, before finally stopping as there was nothing remaining. He sighed, wiping the sweat away. "That took a lot of chakra." The Hyuga turned around, relieved to find that the shinobi with him weren't hurt. Shikamaru scratched his head, "Nothing's hurting him." Choji, who was in a focused state and had no food in his hand, nodded in agreement. "How are we supposed to beat that?" Kiba, along with Akamaru, ran across the battlefield as the Inuzuka looked at his companion. "Do it now, Akamaru." The large dog barked in response, rushing towards Anima and avoiding his fist before jumping past him and urinating on him. Anima roared in anger as Akamaru reunited with Kiba. The Inuzuka smirked before shouting, "Jinju Kanbi Henge Sotaro." A burst of smoke filled the air before a large double-headed wolf emerged. The transformed Kiba and Akamaru rushed across the battlefield before beginning to spin rapidly and performing the Garoga technique. Anima put his hands into the ground as the attack approached before the earth in front of him exploded and large amounts of chains exited, capturing the two-headed wolf. He licked his teeth with his tongue before punching the captured prey, causing them to howl in pain. Gamabunta rushed in and intercepted the final blow with his sword as the transformation dispelled and Kiba fell towards the ground along with Akamaru. They were stopped from connecting as their fall was cushioned by bugs. Shino commanded his bugs to bring the bleeding Inuzuka and injured Akamaru towards himself. He picked up Kiba and put him around his shoulder and took off while his bugs followed with Akamaru in tow. The cage looked on as everyone fought against Anima in an attempt to damage and defeat the seemingly invincible beast. Spreading his legs, he rapidly began to perform hand seals as large amounts of sand erupted from the ground, swirling. Having completed the preparation for his attack, he placed his hands in front of his face before speaking, Ryusa Bakuryu. The sand rose before rushing over the land towards his target like an avalanche. Gamabunta stopped his attack, noticing the oncoming avalanche. The Toad boss leapt out of the way as the other summons took a similar course of action. The thundering sand crashed into Anima, however it was incapable of burying the towering demon. It covered his anatomy up to his chest and also trapped his arms. Gaara put his hands into the sand, Sabaku Taiso. The shockwaves traveled through the sand, compressing everything. The young Kage looked on eagerly, wondering whether his attack was successful as Anima bellowed. Fools! The voice of Anima was enough for Gaara to realize that his attempt was ineffective as the ground began to shake. A shroud of chakra engulfed the demon before bursting outwards and throwing the sand everywhere. Gaara's expression changed into one of mild concern as the sand returned towards him like a wave of destruction. Sabaku Fuyu. A platform of sand formed underneath the red-haired teen before lifting him into the air. However, the approaching wave was too fast as Gaara prepared to defend himself. A strong wind encircled the cage as a cry filled the air, Arikurukas. The wind twisted unremittingly, before exploding outwards and effectively warding the sand in a different direction. Gaara glanced back to find the familiar Jinchuriki standing on the sand platform along with him. Naruto grinned at the cage, looks like everyone started without me. He took on a more focused and stern demeanor before jumping off the sand platform and onto the ground. His eyes were set on Anima as he sighed heavily, relaxing himself and proceeding to take off. The medical team near the gates of Konoha were hard at work, on the injuries many shinobi had sustained after only being in battle with Anima for a brief amount of time. Sakura ignored the screams of the male as she worked on the lacerations across his stomach. Having done most of the work, her hands took on a glow as she finished with the patient. She wiped away the sweat across her forehead, her mind lingering on Naruto no matter how much work was presented. She found that she was distracted constantly on what the Jinchuriki was planning to do. However, she also knew it was her duty to help the pained patients as a kunoichi of the leaf. Sakura, I need your help with this one. We have to work quickly or we're going to lose him. Ino's concerned voice broke the pink-haired medic from her thoughts as she rushed over to the Yamanaka to assist. Shino arrived on location with Kiba over his shoulder while his bugs held Akamaru. He looked through numerous medics at work before making his way through them. What happened? The Aburame looked to his right upon hearing the worried voice to find himself being approached by Inuzuka Henna, Kiba's older sister. Shino's demeanor remained calm. Can you heal Akamaru? I'll take Kiba to a more experienced medic. His condition is critical. Henna had only been helping in preparing medicines as her veterinarian skills weren't required, but she now had the opportunity to put them to use. Shino's bugs let go of the dog and scurried back to their user as Henna began to work. Shino caught a glance of Sakura and Ino at work before making his way over to them. Ino finished wrapping the bandages around the severed leg of the shinobi as Sakura gave him a sedative. The pink-haired medic turned, only to stop in shock as she saw the battered form of the dog user, Kiba. Shino walked over to one of the spare tables and placed Kiba on it. I healed part of his wounds, but I don't know enough to heal him completely. Sakura nodded before speaking, don't worry, you gave him enough time. Ino made her way over to aid. How's the battle going, any progress? Shino remained silent before answering, we're losing, if anything. Shizune and Hinata rushed over to the Inuzuka. Hinata had a worried expression for her friend before placing one of her specially concocted medicines near him, this should help. Sakura nodded before sighing and beginning to work. The news of the losing battle made her worry return full force as she knew Naruto would have no problems doing what he had to now. Shizune noticed the disturbed look in her eyes as she began to work. Sakura, we'll be fine without you. The kunoichi turned to the older medic, What are you trying to say? Shizune shook her head as she knew exactly why the kunoichi was so worried. You want to be with him, then go. We can handle it here, most of the patients have been dealt with. Sakura looked at the ground before closing her eyes. Arigato. She took off, leaving the rest as they continued with their work. Naruto stopped at a safe distance from the raging battle as he performed his signature hand seal, Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several pops of smoke occurred before 40 clones stood next to the Jinchuriki. Naruto reached into his pouch, taking out a scroll before opening it. He laid it across the ground before observing it. There were a total of 40 empty circles in the scroll as he bit his thumb and smeared the blood over the scroll. In the next instant, there were several plumes of smoke rising from the scroll as they revealed the special kunai used in conjunction with the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Naruto held out his hands as the wind around them began to materialize in the form of 2 swords. He nodded at his clones, who responded by picking up a 3-pronged kunai each and rushing towards Anima. Naruto waited calmly for the execution of his plan, hoping it would work. Sasuke coughed out blood as he landed on the ground alongside Kakashi while Kurozen attempted to recover from the onslaught of fireballs Anima threw at him. The snake slithered over to his summoner as he slowly sat up, feeling the effects of the battle with the various cuts across his body. Sasuke panted before jumping onto Kurozen's head. It's not over yet. Kakashi smiled lazily behind his mask. Good to know you're not giving up. He brushed the dirt off his torn clothes and joined the Uchiha. The 2 shinobi halted their actions as they saw numerous clones of Naruto running towards Anima before throwing their kunai at the demon. Naruto looked on from a distance, before smirking and closing his eyes upon feeling the pull on his body. The Jinchuriki vanished from his position as Anima's anatomy was covered in multiple yellow flashes, with Naruto accompanying each one with a vicious attack of his weapons. The shinobi near the battlefield looked on in awe as they recognized the technique which was made famous by the Yondaime. The flashes of yellow went as quick as they came before Naruto's figure could be seen descending behind Anima. The king of the underworld was covered in gashes, but the minor wounds began to heal up before closing completely. Naruto gritted his teeth as he realized the failure of his attack as Anima gave off a burst of chakra, sending him soaring. The Jinchuriki twisted in the air as Gamabunta jumped underneath him and gave him something to land on. Jiraiya had a serious expression behind the blood covering his face. You finally made it. The frog hermit knew exactly what could happen as he tried to keep his mind off the worst possible outcome. Naruto stretched his arm as he looked at the bloody form of his mentor. I should have come earlier. Jiraiya shook his head. Naruto, don't do something drastic. Naruto looked at Anima demolishing his clones, leaving none of them. I won't. The 2 shinobi stopped their conversation as they recognized a black serpent slowly wrap itself around Gamabunta's upper torso. The toad boss was less than impressed at the nerve of the snake. Get the hell off me. Sasuke spoke before Kurozen could make a retort. I need your help in getting closer. Kurozen can't move fast enough to avoid an attack in his condition. Jiraiya nodded at the toad boss as he took off with a gigantic leap right at Anima. Sasuke prepared his Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu. Anima's head was ignited with black flames as he screamed in pain. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the deadly attack. He began to perform hand seals as he thought of an idea. Controlling the amount of chakra he put into his attack so it wasn't excessive, he threw out his right hand, Yashikachu. The spherical shape of wind appeared around the head of Anima and caused the black flames to rage before they grew into a large ball. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as he saw what was happening before Naruto clasped his hand shut, causing the sphere of flames to implode and result in a huge explosion which sent them soaring from the demon. Gamabunta landed on his feet, steadying himself. Naruto looked at the attack in awe. I didn't expect it to be that huge. Kakashi held his arm which had been damaged from the explosion. We could have been killed. Naruto scratched his head giving a nervous laugh. Hey, Gomen. Jiraiya waved off his apology as he eagerly waited for a clear view of Anima's head. It might have worked. I've seen those flames before. their heat is strong enough to melt the thickest of earth and steel. Your technique just gave them a tremendous boost in power. Tsunade watched in shock at the fast display of power as Anima's head gave off smoke. They did it. Anima's body slowly began to fall before his hands landed on the ground, stopping him. Tsunade gave a despondent sigh as she realized the demon was still alive. She was taken by surprise as the ground around her and Katsuyu came apart before chains enveloped them both. Tsunade gave a pained cry as the chains began to crush her. Naruto clenched his fist as he shouted in worry, "Tsunade Bachan." The sharp chains extended before making their way into Anima's hands, who proceeded to swing the slug summon into Gamabunta. Naruto jumped off the toad boss along with the other shinobi and landed on the hard ground uncomfortably. The Jinchuriki quickly got back onto his feet as Gamabunta was forced onto the ground due to the impact of having Katsuyu thrown into him. Naruto frantically looked around to find Tsunade as he saw her form strewn across the plain a few feet away from the summons. He ran across the battlefield as Anima gave a maniacal laugh. Jumping past Kurozen, who was now no longer wrapped around Gamabunta, he arrived next to Tsunade. The blonde looked at the chains wrapped around the Godime before grabbing them and ripping them off. His hands became bloodied as Tsunade winced in pain. Kuso. He picked up the unconscious form of the Hokage and avoided the numerous chains bursting from the ground which began to wrap themselves around the summons. Anima pulled the summons towards himself as they were suspended in the air in front of him, his hands beginning to glow a dark purple, Homorizuru. His arms became increasingly fast as he punched the summons repeatedly and ripped into them. Jiraiya looked on in shock as he knew the already tired Gamabunta wouldn't survive past that. Naruto landed next to the legendary Sannin with Tsunade in his arms, Arrow Sennin. Jiraiya tore his eyes away from the frightening display and towards his student. He could see the hurt look in his eyes. "Naruto, wait." Naruto closed his eyes. "Don't, you know we don't stand a chance like this." He handed the unconscious Godime to the frog hermit. "Get as far away as you can." Jiraiya sighed, "I'm sorry." Naruto shook his head as he pulled out the black book he had taken a lot of care in writing. He placed it in Jiraiya's vest pocket. "Don't be," he smiled at the frog hermit, "I finished my story." Jiraiya nodded before turning to Kakashi and Sasuke. "Let's go." Kakashi remained silent, understanding the situation, before both he and Jiraiya vanished from their positions. Naruto looked at the unmoving form of the Uchiha, Sasuke. Sasuke closed his eyes. "I'm not going anywhere." Naruto looked at Anima, who seemed to be slowing down as the summon's battered forms were clearly visible. "Leave." The Sharingan wielder tightened his hands into fists before opening his eyes. He walked past the blonde but stopped momentarily. Like there's any chance someone, who can't save a friend, could become Hokage. Naruto turned to face the Uchiha's back as he heard the same words he had uttered once. Sasuke's vision blurred as he finished, "You did save me." Naruto had a bittersweet smile across his face as the Uchiha's form vanished. He looked back towards Anima, who had finished his attack. The chains surrounding the summons fell to the ground as they disappeared in a large cloud of smoke. The Jinchuriki concentrated before he could feel the Kyuubi's presence within his mind. "It's time." The Kyuubi responded calmly, which was unusual. "You're going to feel my chakra leaving your coils. It's going to hurt, but it's supposed to happen." Naruto shook his head as he looked at the intricate pattern on his forearm. "I'm ready." Naruto fell onto his knees as his body was engulfed in pain. He could feel his chakra coils weakened state as the Kyuubi's chakra rushed towards the seal on his forearm, causing it to grow and spread across his body. Naruto gritted his teeth as the pattern stopped at his neck before looking up at Anima. The king of the underworld was surging with chakra as he stared directly at the Jinchuriki. The genin took out a kunai before slashing it across his forearm, drawing blood which trickled over the seal. Anima pulled back his hand as a ball of purple chakra began to emanate from it. He released the volatile chakra in Naruto's direction with a sickening laugh. Naruto paid no attention to the incoming attack as he remembered the screaming form of his great-grandfather. Forming hand seals, he voiced the words to activate the technique created from his pact with the demon inside of him, Yasha Baijutsu Tenbatsu Anoyo Kyuubi. His body instantly gave off a wave of red chakra which countered Anima's attack before it began to circle him. The fearsome chakra of the Kyuubi rose into the air, taking the shape of the kitsune's head before roaring and rushing into the sky. Jiraiya arrived at the sidelines of the battlefield along with Kakashi, where numerous shinobi had been providing support from. Neji recognized their presence before looking back towards Anima, where a cloud of smoke rose from close to him, signaling the departure of the summons. The Hyuga walked over to the legendary Sannin. "What's going on?" Jiraiya placed Tsunade on the ground as another voice answered, "It's ending." Neji looked at Sasuke, who had just arrived a few moments after Kakashi and Jiraiya. Tsunade coughed as she began to open her eyes, regaining consciousness. She sat up, rubbing her head before she instantly became alert. Jiraiya put his hand on her shoulder, stopping her. The Godime looked around before facing towards Anima and seeing the figure of Naruto near him. "Don't tell me." Jiraiya nodded. "He's going through with it." Shikamaru, who had remained quiet throughout their conversation, spoke what was on everyone's minds. "What do you mean?" Kakashi stared at the figure of Naruto. "Self-sacrifice." He closed his eyes, like many before him. The Nara felt his insides twinge as he knew exactly what he meant by those words. Neji directed his white eyes in the direction of Naruto upon hearing the Junin as the Jinchuriki was on his knees. "He is in pain." Tsunade Shiso. The shout caught the Godime's attention as she saw her apprentice approaching. Sakura stopped next to the busty blonde before looking around and noticing everyone present. She dreaded what might have happened as she looked towards Anima to find Naruto alone. The pink-haired Kunoichi was about to move but found herself being held back by the Godime. Tsunade let a tear escape her eye. This was his decision. The shinobis looked on in terror as they saw the face of the Kyuubi before it rushed into the crimson sky. The menacing chakra of the Kyuubi began to form a circle in the sky before opening from the center and revealing a dark black behind it. Anima looked on curiously before speaking to Naruto. "The Kyuubi, you." Naruto smirked as he rose slowly with the chakra of the demon fox surrounding him. "So much for creating your own civilization." He began to scream angrily as the rest of the chakra burst from him into the black hole in the sky and a rumbling covered the area. Huge balls of pure chakra escaped the black hole in the crimson sky, speeding towards Anima and crashing into him, resulting in great explosions. The king of the underworld screamed in pain as his anatomy was ripped apart by the barrage of fireballs which destroyed everything they touched. The chakra of the Kyuubi held Naruto in his position as the fireballs connected everywhere, causing large amounts of damage. The form of Anima began to sizzle as the toxic chakra ripped apart his body, slowly disintegrating all of his anatomy before his eyes began to close. The scroll inside of the mouth guard, which had the contract between Anima and the first of the Uchiha, was destroyed in the chaos. The carnage calmed down as Anima's form was ripped to shreds, leaving the beaten body of Madara behind. Naruto had a faraway look in his eyes before coughing. Seeing the body of the Uchiha, he looked towards the sky where the Kyuubi's chakra began to fade into the air. The last of his strength left his body as he fell backwards onto the ground, causing the dust to spread out. All the carnage and sounds of pain left his ears as there was nothing except the howling of the wind. His sapphire eyes looked at the sky, which turned from its previous dark red to a bright blue. Naruto's body was in agonizing pain without the Kyuubi's chakra keeping everything together. He ignored the pain as the sound of footsteps drifted into his ear. A few moments later, a flash of pink appeared in front of his eyes before Sakura looked at his beaten form. The Kunoichi picked up the blonde's head before resting it on her lap, the tears escaping her eyes as she struggled to control her voice. "Baka." Sasuke walked past the Kunoichi, looking at Naruto before taking a seat on the opposite side. The Uchiha didn't say anything, instead calmly sitting next to his best friend. He placed a hand on the genin's shoulder and gave him a smile. The rest of the shinobi arrived on the torn landscape, which was drastically different from before. Jiraiya walked up to the beaten body of Madara, observing the unidentifiable ninja. He shook his head in disgust before making his way over to his student. Gaara's face had a pained expression as he saw the broken body of the first one to give him acknowledgement. A tear escaped the cage's eyes as Temari walked up behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Neji, along with the rest of Naruto's friends who were present, didn't say anything as the Godime stood behind her student, looking at the person who was the closest thing to family she had. She wiped the tears from her eyes trying to control her emotions. Naruto looked at everyone present through his fatigued eyes. There were familiar faces and those which he couldn't recognize, however they all held the same expression, the one of remorse. The feeling of contentment and peace entered his heart, lifting so much of the weight which had been placed on it. He closed his eyes with a smile on his face, resigning himself to the darkness as one last thought ran through his mind. I did it, Ojiazan. A droplet of water fell upon the Jinchuriki's head, sending a cold feeling throughout him as he slowly began to open his eyes. His blurred vision began to clear, revealing the darkness in front of him. Lying on his back, he made no move as he tried to take in the details of his surroundings, but failing due to the lack of light. The pain in his body threatened to overcome his senses as he began to rise from his position, so he was sitting upright. The dreariness was visible in his eyes as he looked over the chamber in front of him, feeling a sort of familiarity towards it. The blonde held his hair, as his eyes began to adjust to the darkness. Naruto rose onto his feet, before his eyes widened in shock from the sight in front of him. He walked forwards before reaching out and touching the towering gate which had been ripped open. He looked for the seal to find it intact, but barely. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he felt another presence behind him, as if it were preying upon him. He turned around to set his eyes upon the large form of the kitsune which had been trapped within him for 16 years. His feet began to tread backwards, noting the danger he was in as the crimson eyes of the Kyuubi glared at his small figure. The astonishment was evident in Naruto's voice as he spoke, "What's going on? How did you get out?" Kyuubi had a feral grin across his countenance as he sat down. Even on the verge of death, you feel fear. The demonic fox was amused with the genin in front of him. Naruto looked around before towards the form of the kitsune. You brought me here, but you're fading. Kyuubi had an impassive expression. Indeed, but there's a difference. Do you feel it? Naruto remained cautious, however he sat on the ground as he realized the demonic fox wouldn't attack him. You're going to die before me. The Kyuubi remained silent as Naruto understood exactly what he had said. Nani? How is that possible? The animalistic grin of the Kyuubi returned on the demon's visage as he answered, we're no longer bound to each other. Naruto looked back at the withering seal on the destroyed prison of the Kyuubi. What did you do? The chakra of the Kyuubi was a lot more silent than its usual fiery self as he spoke in his menacing voice. Isn't it odd that whenever you were close to death, I felt myself feeling the effects also, regardless of the fact that I am immortal? Naruto didn't know how to answer as he looked at the kitsune with a clueless expression. Maybe. Kyuubi's crimson's eyes remained fixated on the genin. There have been many Jinchuriki in the past, however when the containers neared the end of their lives, the biju would be removed and sealed in an object until it could be moved back to another container. Do you know why? Naruto thought over what he had said before answering. They couldn't kill the biju. Kyuubi grinned before walking towards the blonde. Naruto rolled out of the way as the kitsune's form stopped in front of the towering gates and the disintegrating seal. Why is it that other bijus have lived on past their containers' deaths, yet I was feeling myself fading away along with you? The kitsune turned to face the genin. This seal, it was making me mortal by connecting my life force with yours. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but it's not anymore, you did something. The demonic fox looked over the sewer-like chamber he had dwelled in for the past 16 years. The first time you lost yourself to my chakra, I realized then, the effects of the seal. The shortening of your life directly affected me and I took note of it. Imagine my surprise when you came crawling to me, begging for a pact, and giving me the exact opportunity I needed. Naruto looked towards his left forearm where the seal was no longer present. You tricked me. The Kyuubi gave a menacing laugh, sending chills down Naruto's spine. I prefer the term manipulated. Our pact directly relied on me to sacrifice my life to attack, and it leaves you near death due to the strain on your body to execute it. Naruto shook his head as the full consequences of what he did descended upon him. It also destroyed any connection you had with me, leaving you alive with me dead. He gritted his teeth as he knew exactly what the demonic fox craved to do. I killed a demon to set another one free. The Kyuubi observed the visibly disturbed state of the genin. I only want to destroy that pathetic village while Madara planned on changing the world. I'm the lesser of two evils. Naruto looked up at the fox, his sapphire eyes full of rage. You're finding this amusing. Bastard, you tricked me from the beginning, all that crap about acknowledgement was just to get me to fight and use this damn technique. Kyuubi stared right back into the blonde's fierce gaze. You're angry at me because I did what I had to survive. How pathetic, do you honestly think I care whether you feel tricked or hurt? Naruto directed his vision to the ground, covered in water. His thoughts were on his friends and his unborn child. They'll stop you, just like before. Kyuubi felt amused by the demeanor of the genin before finally speaking, will they? He licked his sharp teeth, do you want a chance to fight me? The words of the Kyuubi instantly garnered the attention of Naruto, what are you trying to say? Kyuubi walked past the genin, you stood up to Anima for the sake of your village and came out victorious. You defeated Madara, the one whom I longed to destroy with my own power. Though it was me who finished him, I didn't get the chance to savor it like I normally would. Naruto felt disgusted with the bloodlust of the Kyuubi even though he was well acquainted with his tendencies. You want to fight me? Kyuubi stopped before giving a menacing smile. You understand what it means to have honor. When I am reborn, I will come for your dismal village and I will enjoy ripping you to shreds, personally. Naruto listened to the threatening tone of the kitsune but didn't understand how he was going to accomplish such a thing. I'm going to be dead shortly. The kitsune nodded, acknowledging his statement. I can't give you life, the most I can do is to repair your coils close to their original state. That won't change the fact that you're on the verge of death, and if you're not healed, that will be your fate. Naruto stood up, ignoring the pain within him, before staring directly into the crimson eyes of the Kyuubi who posed a dangerous threat to Konoha. All this, just to kill me yourself. The fading chakra of the Kyuubi began to swirl. I want a challenge and some enjoyment when I come for that doomed village. Will you fall or will you stand? The form of the kitsune burst into red chakra before rushing towards Naruto and engulfing him. The Jinchuriki could feel his chakra coils being healed, causing him immense amounts of pain before his vision went black. Sasuke stared at the motionless form of Naruto, a tear slowly trickling down his cheek as he felt himself succumbing to the painful feeling of loneliness again. His Sharingan faded, leaving only his black eyes before he rose to his feet. Sakura clutched Naruto's form, one of her hands brushing away the golden locks from his visage as she struggled to control her tears. She bent down, hugging his body as everybody looked on. Tsunade remained quiet, observing her student before her eyes became alert of the chakra beginning to seep off the Jinchuriki's form. Sakura moved back, looking at the strange force of chakra as it began to swirl around the genin's body. Jiraiya recognized the menacing chakra of the Kyuubis before calling out to the kunoichi, get back. Sakura placed Naruto's head on the ground and took a few steps back before the chakra burst out from the genin, rising into the sky. The shinobi looked on fearfully as it took the form of the Kyuubi's head, causing some of them to cry out in concern, before it vanished. Neji stared at the ominous chakra disappear before bringing his vision back to the figure of his friend. His eyes widened as he looked at the coils inside of the genin's body, his chakra coils. Tsunade turned to the Hyuga as she noticed him speaking. What did you say? Neji kept his attention on Naruto. His chakra coils aren't deteriorating. Sakura froze as she heard the Hyuga before looking at her mentor, who had a slight smile across her face. Tsunade nodded in her direction. We still have a chance. Opening his eyes slowly, the details of his vicinity became clearer as he saw two figures standing a few feet away from him. Kakashi was leaning against a wall, calmly reading his favorite novel as Sasuke stared outside through the window. Neither shinobi realized the awakening of the genin as he slowly sat up, much to the dismay of his muscles which ached as he forced them to move. The small room was covered in darkness, the only light was from the bright moon outside. Sasuke sighed before glancing towards Naruto and returning to his sky watching. His eyes widened before he looked back towards the genin to find him struggling to sit up. He turned around, garnering the attention of Kakashi, who closed his book as he saw his student slowly rise from the hospital bed. You're... Naruto tried to shake away his grogginess as he looked towards his lap to find a head full of pink hair. He smiled before stroking the kunoichi's hair and looking towards the Sharingan wielders. Yeah. Kakashi closed his eye, full of happiness as he felt his heart lose a lot of weight. Welcome back. Sasuke remained quiet, a smile across his face letting Naruto know of how he was feeling before he gave a nod to the former Jinchuriki. The blonde brought his attention back to the kunoichi who began to stir, awakening from her slumber. Sakura rubbed her emerald eyes before realizing the sapphire orb staring at her. She turned to face the genin who had a peaceful look on his face. Her eyes began to tear up as she tried to control herself before throwing her arms around the unsuspecting shinobi, Naruto. Naruto recoiled as a jolt of pain ran throughout his body from her weight but settled into her embrace, enjoying the warmth of her arms. I guess I kept my promise. Sakura sniffed before nodding, not letting go of the genin. Hi. Kakashi and Sasuke smiled as Team 7 was finally reunited like it should have been a long time ago. They directed their attention towards the door as it opened before two figures walked in. The Godime folded her arms as Sakura let go of Naruto and looked towards her mentor. Tsunade walked up to the hospital bed, smiling at the boy she considered her brother. It's about time you came to. Jiraiya laughed as he remained near the door, and the first thing you did was lay your hands on a woman. He mimicked the movement of wiping away a tear. You really do take after me. Tsunade had an annoyed expression at his perverted comments while Naruto merely smiled. Hey, you never change arrow senin. Jiraiya coughed before Tsunade directed her attention to the rest of the shinobi. It's best if you go home and have some rest. That includes you also, Sakura. Kakashi gave a small wave to Naruto before walking towards the door and leaving. Sasuke abandoned his position next to the window, nodding in the genin's direction before disappearing from his spot. Sakura sighed before kissing Naruto on his forehead. I'll see you tomorrow, baka. Naruto grinned at the kunoichi as she left and closed the door behind her. He turned his attention towards his body which was covered in bandages. He brought up his arms but halted his movement quickly as he felt a shot of pain. You haven't used your muscles in a really long time. It's going to be some time before you feel normal again. Tsunade took a seat after finishing speaking. Naruto looked at his bandaged hands. How long have I been out? Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair, giving a sigh. Nearly 3 weeks. Naruto was quick to express his surprise at the revelation. Nani? Tsunade felt elated to see the genin acting normally. Don't be so shocked. Even though your coils were repaired near enough to their original state, we still had to operate on you to fix them before we lost you. It took over a day to complete the full procedure and everyone participating was exhausted, even those who had to constantly supply you with chakra so you didn't die from depletion. Naruto looked at the Godime with a clueless expression. So, I should be back to 100% soon. Tsunade frowned, which Naruto noticed before Jiraiya spoke. Remember the forbidden training method you've been using. Naruto instantly understood what path the legendary Sannin was heading down. Oh. Tsunade shook her head. We don't know how long before your muscles give out and you have to stop, as a shinobi. Naruto laid back in his bed, resting his head against the soft pillow. Don't worry about it. I'll conquer this just like everything else. Jiraiya laughed as he heard his apprentice. I didn't think it would keep you down, but now to more important matters. Naruto shifted his eye in the direction of the frog hermit. Tsunade cleared her throat. The Kyuubi, what happened with him? The seal is missing as well. Naruto sat up, supporting himself with his hands. The seal's missing because he's no longer a part of me. Jiraiya had a serious demeanor as he remembered the vanishing form of the kitsune in the sky. The day of the battle, he's dead. Naruto shook his head. No, he's in the process of being reborn. Only, I don't know how long it'll take. It could be a week or maybe even 10 years. Tsunade had a contemplative look on her face. He let you live for a reason. Naruto nodded, acknowledging her statement. He wants to kill me, and destroy Konoha. Jiraiya closed his eyes. I wouldn't expect anything less from him. We can't really prepare for something which could occur at any time. I guess we'll face it when the time comes. Naruto yawned before looking towards the window. Does Konoha know of Madara? Jiraiya walked over to the window. The news was made public a few days after the battle. It left a lot of people stunned but others were afraid and called for the death of your friend. Naruto stopped tinkering with his bandages. Sasuke. Tsunade placed her hand on his thigh. Nothing's going to happen. He's been given a chance to start again, we're not going to ruin that. It's up to him to give the Uchiha a new path. Naruto smiled, I'm sure he will. Tsunade rose from her chair, the true history of Konoha has been revealed and the Uzumaki no longer have a tarnished name. A lot of people owe you an apology and I'm sure they're dying to ask for your forgiveness, especially after you saved Konoha. Naruto dwelled on the Godime's words, as long as they learn from their mistakes, I don't need an apology. Jiraiya stretched his neck before making his way over to the exit, that sounds like something the old man would say. Tsunade made her way over to her ex-teammate before looking back for a final time, get some rest. She closed the door behind her, leaving the genin alone in his chamber. Naruto looked around his room before pulling off the soft blanket from his body. He moved his legs to the side of the bed before touching down on the cold floor. He slowly rose from his bed before losing his balance and falling back. He sighed as he realized the weak state of his legs. Looking to the side of his bed, he saw a crutch which he quickly grabbed and used to lift himself onto his feet. Placing his feet into the shoes next to the cabinet, he walked over to the window. He stood there, staring at the night sky as the hours passed by. His heart felt a lot more peaceful and light. Opening the window, he slowly exited his room and landed on the hard ground. He smiled as he thought of what Sakura would do to him if she found out he was sneaking out of his room at night when he was meant to be sleeping. However, the smile dropped as he realized what the Godime would do to him when she inevitably discovered him going against her order. Ignoring his wandering thoughts, he began to walk through the streets of Konoha with the help of his crutch. His trek was long and silent as there was no one else present on the streets of Konoha. He continued, until he ended up at the foot of the Hokage monument. His eyes traveled upwards to the faces carved in the mountain before he looked to his side at the stairs which led to the top. Letting go of his crutch, it fell towards the ground causing a clattering sound as it impacted. The blonde reached out and touched the hard surface of the rock before attaining a firm grip and beginning to climb like he did months ago. He struggled as he scaled the high mountain, his muscles aching from the amount of effort he was putting into climbing. He resumed, ignoring the fatigue and dreariness as he eventually made it to the top. Sweat traveled down his body as he crawled over to the head of the Yondaime and took a seat. The stars and moon shone brightly, illuminating everything and adding to the already beautiful Konoha as it glittered with all its lights. Naruto controlled his breathing as he looked over the village. He looked at the night sky as he remembered the famous saying of the Nadaime. Protect the ones who love the village and believe in you. His thoughts drifted to his ancestor and the Sandaime, remembering everything they had gone through and what their sacrifices entailed. A smile adorned his face as the light of the moon reflected onto his face. When a person dies, he doesn't disappear, he lives on in the memories and the hearts of the ones he has touched. He closed his eyes, inhaling the fresh air, arigato. A wave of heat traveled through Konoha with the blazing sun clearly visible in the sky, showering the wondrous village with light. Its rays shone on the Hokage tower where Tsunade tapped her foot impatiently. The busty gambler sighed, before looking at the men who were removing the furniture, don't forget the lamp, I want that taken out. A squeaking sound could be heard as the legendary Sucker's assistant tightened her hold on the pig in her arms. Tsunade-sama, you shouldn't take the things that were here to begin with. Tsunade waved her hand, ignoring the medic nin, consider them some souvenirs Shizune, I like that lamp. The medic nin moved out of the way of the men who were holding the furniture haphazardly and regained her composure, it just seems like something you shouldn't be doing. Tsunade laughed as she made her way to the exit of the room and down the corridor while Shizune followed. The medic stopped in front of a large set of doors before walking inside, there was something here that I needed. Shizune had an overwhelmed expression, you're going to take the books out of the library. Tsunade looked back at the kunoichi, you're acting so uptight, relax. Shizune shook her head, there's no time, we've yet to complete the preparations and it's already noon. Tsunade straightened herself before taking a contemplative stance, what's that brat doing? The blonde tightened his grip, as the fresh smell entered his nasal passage dazzling him. Sakura-chan, a grin was across his mature visage, showing his happiness. Sakura stared at the grown man whose eyes were closed and arms were tightly wrapped around a pillow. She sighed before walking up to the bed and bending over his whiskered countenance and whispering, Naruto. The shinobi's eyes remained close as he replied in a dreamy manner, Bringing her fist down, it contacted against his head. Wake up, baka. Itai. Naruto sat straight up whilst rubbing his head. He turned his attention to the pink-haired woman to his side, who now had a sweet smile across her face. You could have been gentler. Sakura folded her arms. You've slept through half the day. Naruto flipped onto his feet with the blanket still wrapped around him. Nani? The blonde didn't land accordingly before finding himself falling off the bed and onto the unsuspecting Kunoichi. Sakura let out a little scream as she saw the body of the shinobi fall on her before a small thud was heard. Naruto looked up from his position at the pink-haired medic. I had a dream like this. He had a foxy smile across his face as he moved his mouth towards the Kunoichi's neck and began to kiss it. Sakura gave a pleasant moan but moved her hand towards his face and brought it towards her own. 5 years of marriage and you still can't get enough, we don't have time. Naruto gave a despondent groan before Sakura moved him off herself and stood up. Hurry up and get ready. Naruto rubbed his eyes as he rose to his feet. What about something to eat? Sakura walked towards the door. You're going to have to eat at once with everyone else. I have to go to help with the preparations. We're running late already. Naruto gave an awkward laugh. Oh, that's kind of my fault, right? I was too excited to sleep at night. Sakura turned to face him with a raised eyebrow. I know, you kept me awake a lot of the time. Naruto coughed, making his way to the bathroom. I'll get ready. Sakura shook her head, so dense. The Kunoichi left her husband as he went into the bathroom to freshen up. Naruto got ready and began to put on some clothes as he heard a patter of footsteps closing in on him. He put on his shirt before facing the entrance to his bedroom as a young boy stood looking at him, his emerald eyes showing tedium. Touchin'. Naruto observed his gloomy demeanor and began to laugh. You got caught again, The young boy walked up to his father. Kachin won't let me eat ramen for a week. Naruto sighed before bending down onto one knee. Well, I'm going to get some now. You want to come with? Ryu had a contemplative look on his face as he put his hands in his pockets. Won't Kachin get mad at you? Naruto ruffled his blonde hair. What makes you think I'm afraid of her? An awkward silence passed between the two before Naruto spoke again. Never mind. Ryu jumped onto his father's shoulders as Naruto supported him by holding his legs and walked out of the house. He stopped momentarily as he saw a few people approach him. Naruto-sama, what items do you want moved? The leader of the group of men had a sincere tone as he spoke. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Just take everything. The men nodded as they made their way into the house. Naruto had brought the cozy abode after he had gotten married and Ryu was born because his apartment wasn't suitable to stay in. He moved his eyes upwards so he could see his 5-year-old son. Hold on tight. The young boy nodded as he tightened his hold of his father's hair. Naruto jumped onto the nearest rooftop before speeding through Konoha and eventually stopping near one of the busy streets. He landed on the ground below and began to walk with the citizens of the village. He grinned before addressing the young boy on his shoulders. Did you enjoy the ride? Ryu smiled before nodding enthusiastically. Hi. Naruto began to whistle as he walked through the streets, acknowledging the smiles and friendly gestures the villagers made in his direction. Ryu leaned forwards resting on his father's head. Touchin'. Naruto began to walk towards a shop window as something caught his eye. Ryu had a curious tone. Why does everyone treat you like that? Naruto laughed. You'll learn once you're older, but the villagers are nicer to certain people more than others. But that doesn't mean they're not nice in general. Naruto stopped in front of the shop window, watching the display. His demeanor changed instantly as he became a lot calmer and focused. He stared at the thick books for a few moments, a sense of empathy flowing through him. Naruto smiled. Ero Sennin. Ryu overheard his father. That's why they're nice to you. The shinobi realized what he had said. No, that's not what I meant. Ryu had a confused expression. Kachin said I was in trouble because I helped that pervert, but you. Naruto interrupted his son from finishing. Ryu, don't listen to me. The younger Uzumaki nodded uncomfortably as his father continued walking before ending up outside of the ramen stand he had been visiting since he was a child. He entered through the curtains, gaining everyone's attention. Oi, it's about time you arrived. We've been waiting for you for like about half an hour. Kiba quieted down as he finished speaking. Shino pushed his glasses upwards. It would have been best to remain quiet. Naruto grinned at his friends. Sorry I took so long. I woke up late. Ryu jumped off his father's head onto one of the empty stools. Nichan, a bowl of miso ramen. Tyuki chuckled as Ayame began to make the desired dish of the blonde. Choji put away his empty bowl and pulled forward another one. You must have been excited. Ino leaned back on her stool, or you were probably doing something else. Naruto scratched his head. What are you trying to say? Shikamaru sighed as he tapped the counter with his hand. Something tells me, you're going to be asked a lot of questions after a few days have passed. And throw in a few crying men with that. Naruto turned his vision to where Shikamaru was facing to gain a better understanding of what he could be talking about. His eyes landed on Kakashi, who was sitting on a stool reading a book. Naruto pointed at his former teacher. Kakashi, you're reading a normal book. Kakashi nodded as he was engrossed in the latest reading material before Naruto saw something falling on either side of his shoulder. He moved his eyes to the two shinobi standing behind Kakashi who were evidently crying. Guy sniffled as he turned to Naruto. This boy, such a tragic life. Lee nodded in agreement. If only I had the opportunity to face such an honorable ninja. I would have been proud to be his opponent. Haku, I will never forget that name. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he read the title of the book Kakashi was reading. How did you get that? It only came out today. Kakashi turned a page. Jiraiya-sama. Naruto was speechless at the quick and blunt answer as he walked next to his son, who was engaged in an eating contest with Choji, both of whom were rapidly devouring their extra-large bowls of ramen. He grinned before taking a seat and ordering a bowl of miso ramen for himself. Where's Neji and Sasuke? Shikamaru whistled lazily. Neji is going through some clan meetings since Hiyashi wanted him to be there. Sasuke, I don't know where he is. I'm here. Naruto turned after hearing the voice of his best friend. Sasuke straightened his hair before taking a seat next to Shikamaru. Naruto moved his hands out of the way as a bowl of steaming ramen was placed in front of him. You know, you're late often. I wonder what's going on. Sasuke knew exactly what the blonde might be talking about but didn't want anything to be said in the company of the Nara. I was busy with refurbishing. Naruto laughed as he ate the rest of his ramen. Yeah, I bet you were. Sasuke had a disapproving look on his face as he ignored the uzumaki and ordered himself something to eat. Ino sighed exasperatedly. Naruto, what did you need me for? I have to get back to the others to help. The Uzumaki wiped his mouth after having finished eating. Having lived with Sakura for so long, he was taught some manners, though he was far from perfect. Can I stay a bit longer? I just got here. Ino knew how the former demon container felt. I really need to get back to the others. We're running late and everyone needs to help out. She paused after seeing the shinobi in the ramen stand, except for these useless guys. Naruto stood up from his stool and waited for Ino to walk ahead. Shall we? Ino left the ramen stand as Naruto directed his attention towards his son, who was now staring directly into Sasuke's eyes. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Ryu was sweating and Sasuke had a bored look across his face. Ryu clenched his fists. Shanaru. Show me the eyes. Naruto slapped his head. Ryu, stop that. The Sharingan isn't a toy for your amusement. Ryu let his shoulders slump as Sasuke smirked at the young boy. I'll leave him here with you guys. I'll come back and pick him up later. Tsunade sat down at her desk with a bored look across her face. Shizune, tell them to hurry up. Shizune stood patiently as the men moved the furniture out of the other rooms. They're doing it as fast as they can. I don't want to pressure them. Sakura walked into the room looking around her at the various people who had items in their hands. Where's Hinata? Tsunade twirled the cup of sake she had just poured. In some meeting with her clan, the legendary sucker recognized the absence of a certain someone from her former protege. A better question would be where Ryu-kun is. Sakura moved her hair behind her ear. He's with Naruto. Tsunade gave a disappointed sigh. You should have brought him with you. Sakura raised an eyebrow. I think he's better off there. Tsunade drank some sake. What did I do? Sakura shook her head as she picked up some papers to see what they had left to do for the ceremony. You used him to help you gamble. Shizune's mouth fell open upon the revelation as Tsunade had a defensive voice. That was only once. Sakura placed the papers down. Jiraiya said that about the incident with the women in the hot springs, but I caught him at it again today. Tsunade shook her head. Don't compare me to that pervert. Wait, he used Ryu-kun to do what? Sakura began to think of the most effective way to prepare everything as she answered the gambling addict. Don't worry about that. I've already sorted everything out. Shizune nodded in agreement. There's still a few tasks left to do. But after that, we'll be ready for the ceremony. Tsunade smiled. It's been so long, I can't believe it's going to happen. She looked near Sakura as a shinobi appeared holding a scroll. A message from the cage for Naruto-sama. The shinobi placed the scroll on the desk before disappearing. Naruto placed the flowers he had gotten from Ino at the two large graves which were side by side. They were dedicated to the Sandaime and his great-grandfather, Yasuo. He closed his eyes as memories of the two flushed his mind. The ambience was very peaceful and he went undisturbed. The two graves had flowers growing around them, giving an elegant look as the blonde opened his eyes. The bright sun shone on his face, radiating warmth throughout his body. The time has finally come, I hope I make you proud. The wind gave a whistling sound as it blew. You will. Naruto turned his head to face the bearer of the voice. What makes you so sure? Jiraiya folded his arms. Because you let your heart guide you. Naruto smirked. I saw the book. How long have you been planning on that? The frog hermit sighed. The first time I read it, I took out any parts which weren't meant for any other eyes except your child's. Naruto sat down on the soft grass below him. You got him in trouble. He looked at the pervert's face which was visibly bruised, but I can see Sakura-chan has already talked to you about it. The Uzumaki laughed as he finished. Jiraiya shook his head. It's not funny, that woman's turned out like her both physically and mentally. Naruto realized that he was talking about Tsunade. You shouldn't have used Ryu like that. A crying child garners the attention of many women regardless of how they're dressed. Jiraiya pouted. It helped that he was your son. The frog hermit adopted a more serious demeanor. You should get going. Naruto rose to his feet. Yeah. The Uzumaki took off, disappearing in the distance, leaving Jiraiya staring after him. Live your dream. Tsunade looked outside as the streets were filled with the citizens of Konoha. The large crowd was gathered in front of the Hokage Tower as she directed her attention to her assistant. Where is he? He should have been here by now. Shizune remained quiet as Sakura was about to speak, however the kunoichi stopped as the door opened and Naruto walked inside along with Ryu. The younger and more energetic Uzumaki ran up to Tsunade. Bachan. Tsunade gave the young boy a kiss on the forehead as Naruto walked forwards. Tsunade Bachan. He saw a flash of yellow before a fist contacted against his head, causing him to cry out in pain. What was that for? Tsunade pointed at the 21-year-old man. I told you not to call me that. Naruto's eyes were wide with confusion as he pointed towards Ryu, but he just. Sakura walked up to her husband, hugging him from behind. Drop it. Tsunade coughed before handing Naruto the scroll she had received a while back. It's from the cage. Naruto opened the scroll and began to read as Sakura observed Ryu and the stain near his mouth. Hey, he's returning the favor. Tsunade walked to the window. Naruto, it's time. The blonde nodded as he walked towards the legendary Sannin who handed him the hat of the Hokage. Tsunade opened the doors to the balcony as everyone present became quiet. Kaharu and Homura nodded at the Uzumaki, a smile across their faces as they stepped aside, letting him continue to the edge. Shizune and Sakura stood near the advisors of the Hokage as Ryu held his father's leg and looked at the massive crowd. Tsunade stepped back as Naruto remained silent, overlooking the whole of Konoha which had gathered. The Uzumaki looked at the hat in his hand. There have been many before me who have worn this in pride. The crowd listened intently. They have passed on their teachings to the generations that followed. This village has been through a lot over the years. Sacrifices were made, friends and families were lost. Naruto remembered everything that had happened. As long as I am alive, I will make sure the fire within the heart of this village always burns bright. Placing the hat on his head, he spoke for a final time. I am the Rokudaime, Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd broke out into an ovation as they stared at the newly appointed Hokage. Naruto held his hand on the hat, making sure it wasn't blown away as he saw the appreciation everyone was showing him. He looked into the crowd below and spotted his friends who were all smiling at him whilst clapping. The sky was a bright blue with no clouds in sight, letting the sun shine down on the streets of Konoha gloriously as the birds flew through the sky giving a beautiful sound. Naruto closed his eyes as he had finally realized his dream, the words of the Sandaime fresh in his mind. I believe in you Naruto, become a Hokage like there has never been before. Jiraiya looked back at the gates of Konoha as he could hear the cheers resonating throughout the wondrous village all the way to the lush forest surrounding it. He turned around with a smile across his face as he began to walk. Closing his eyes, he remembered the opening passage from the book Naruto had written. Memories, bonds, dreams, all these things are worth making sacrifices for. We are each given our own burdens to bear, a test to see whether we are strong enough to persevere. I spent my life searching for acceptance, but somewhere down the line, my dream changed from that of one to gain acknowledgement to maintaining the bonds I had created and bringing back the memories I cherished. These were lessons learned through sacrifices. I've felt desperate, broken, happy and peaceful. This is my story, one of destiny.